Rumble. A deafening clap of thunder tore across the sky. Jean Long jolted and woke from his coma. As he slowly opened his eyes, he realized he was actually wedged in the narrow gap between two rows of seats. He struggled with difficulty to crawl out from between the seats. He adjusted the glasses hanging askew on the bridge of his nose and felt his head buzzing dully. The back of his skull throbbed with pain. When he reached back to touch it, his fingers found a large swelling. Even the slightest pressure sent a stab of pain through him, and faint streaks of blood stained his hand. Damn it! Which bastard ambushed me? Jean Long cursed inwardly as he clutched the backrest of a seat and swayed unsteadily to his feet. He looked around and saw that the cabin lit by swaying, unstable lights was completely deserted. Where is everyone? There had been over 100 passengers on this flight, yet now not even a shadow could be seen. An inexplicable dread surged up from within, pressing so hard on Jean Long's chest that even breathing became difficult. His legs suddenly went weak and he collapsed helplessly onto a seat. A gust of sea wind, tinged with a faint fishy tang, blew in through the open emergency hatch. Jean Long involuntarily shivered, and his mind cleared a little. Through the open hatch he could tell that all the passengers, along with the 5 terrorists who had hijacked the plane, had already escaped on life rafts. He had no idea who had attacked him, nor could he understand why the crew members directing everyone's evacuation had failed to notice him, or had noticed and simply chosen to ignore him. Letting out a heavy breath, Jean Long slowly closed his eyes as the scenes from earlier replayed unbidden through his mind. More than 2 hours after takeoff, 5 terrorists had followed a flight attendant into the cockpit under the pretext of delivering meals and seized control of the captain. After the plane changed course, he could no longer recall how long they had flown. It was only when the fuel ran out that they were forced to make an emergency landing on the ocean. At this thought, something suddenly occurred to Jean Long, and his heart lurched wildly. He remembered a survival program he had once watched which said that after an airplane makes an emergency landing at sea, it can float for less than 3 minutes. When it finally sinks, the siphon effect will create a massive whirlpool that drags anyone who has not managed to escape far enough away down into the abyss. Jean Long saw that the seatback monitor in front of him showed the time as 2110. That meant he had been unconscious for at least 3 hours. Could the plane already have sunk to the seabed? Was he in fact already dead? At that thought, Jean Long felt every hair on his body stand on end, his breath turning rough and ragged. But on second thought, it seemed impossible. When he had just woken up and touched his head, he had clearly felt pain, and his hand had come away smeared with blood. Jean Long immediately rose and walked to the open hatch. At that moment, a bolt of lightning tore through the clouds and struck down, turning the entire sea surface bright as day for a fleeting instant. In the lightning's glare, the falling rain looked like countless threads of silver shimmering with dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, the lightning faded and only endless darkness remained. The airplane, its lights flickering, floated on the vast ocean like a firefly that had fallen into water, so insignificant that a single raindrop seemed enough to knock it under, never to rise again. Suddenly, a huge wave crashed against the fuselage, sending a violent shudder through the plane. Jean Long's heart leapt in fright, and he hurriedly backed away from the hatch and retreated deeper inside. At least he could be certain the plane was still floating. He could not fathom why, but as long as he was alive, nothing else truly mattered. The brush with imagined death had burned through much of his dopamine, and now he felt both hungry and parched. He took off his glasses and wiped the raindrops from the lenses with the corner of his shirt. As he lowered his head, he suddenly discovered that the life jacket he had been wearing was gone, stripped from his body by someone. Jean Long felt as if someone had just slammed a heavy blow to the back of his head. The world spun wildly before his eyes. Once he managed to steady his mind a little, he suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a few empty seats at the back of the plane. He hurried there and rummaged frantically, but found nothing at all. Spirit crushed, he slumped back into a seat once more. He did not know how much time passed before hunger gradually brought a measure of clarity back to him. I should at least find something to eat, he thought. With that in mind, Jean Long slowly stood up and walked toward the plane's storage compartment. But when he reached the storage compartment, he saw only utter chaos inside. After searching through the mess, he found nothing useful except a pile of empty drink bottles. He then went to the galley only to find some seasonings and not a scrap of actual food. Before the emergency landing, Jean Long had indeed seen flight attendants and stewards organizing passengers from economy class to help move supplies. Because he had been seated farther away, he had not been invited to take part. Following the principle that the less trouble the better, Jean Long had not volunteered to help either. He had never imagined that all the supplies on the plane would be swept clean by them. Left with no choice, Jean Long took the empty drink bottles to the water dispenser and filled them to the brim. He then raised them to his lips and gulped down water until his stomach was full. After drinking, Jean Long felt some strength return to his limbs. He searched the entire cabin once more and finally discovered in a box in the cockpit a pile of mobile phones that had been confiscated by the terrorists. Heart pounding with excitement, he dug through them, and at last found his own HWP-30. But when he turned it on, there was not a single bar of signal. Even without a signal, having his phone back brought him a small measure of comfort. As for food, his search remained completely fruitless. The brief exhilaration of having survived calamity was now entirely replaced by the despair born of having no supplies at all. Jean Long slowly made his way to business class and sat down in a wide, comfortable leather seat. Out of habit, he took out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, only to realize he had no lighter on him at all. A nameless fire suddenly surged up in his chest. He flung the cigarette away and began pummeling and kicking the seat in front of him, venting the anger and hatred that had flooded in after his despair. He could not understand why his luck was so abysmal. His name had not even been on the original business trip list. Only because his girlfriend had been stolen away by some rich second-generation heir a week earlier had he volunteered to travel to country L, hoping to numb his fragile heart with work. Who could have predicted that he would first run into a hijacking by terrorists and then be ambushed and left behind? He was just an ordinary city dweller with no enemies to speak of. Who on earth would want him dead? Could the attack on him really have been just to steal his life jacket? Wasn't everyone given one of those? No matter how he turned it over in his mind, Jean Long could not find a reasonable answer. After that bout of venting, he felt utterly drained in body and soul. He lay back on the sofa-like seat, his eyes fixed blankly on the cabin ceiling as though his mind had gone dull and stupid. Unconsciously, Jean Long's eyes slowly closed. A shrill ringtone suddenly cut through his sleep. Ring, ring, ring. The sound yanked him awake in fright. His phone had a signal now. Who could be calling him? The ringing made Jean Long's hands tremble uncontrollably. He fumbled the phone from his pocket with shaking fingers, glanced at the screen, and then let out a mute, self-mocking laugh. It was merely the reminder tone he had set for his memo. Today was his elder sister's birthday. Jean Long had set the alert long ago to remind himself to call her and offer his well wishes. Since childhood, Jean Long and his sister had relied on each other to survive. To fulfill his dream of going to university, his sister had sacrificed far, far too much. Using a popular phrase of the present day, she was the very definition of a devoted, younger brother supporter. And yet on her birthday today, Jean Long could not even make a simple call to greet her. The thought filled his heart with a fresh wave of sorrow. In such a situation, Jean Long's mood sank to the very bottom. He even felt a faint urge to simply wait for death. Yet the gnawing emptiness in his stomach forced him to brace himself. No matter what, he could not allow himself to die as a starving ghost. Jean Long glanced at his phone again. It was 9:30 in the morning, and at that very moment the device chimed with a low battery warning. Jean Long returned to the spot where he had fainted earlier and found his backpack. A quick inspection showed that nothing inside was missing. He took out his phone charger, located a power outlet beneath the seat, and began charging his phone. Afterward, Jean Long walked slowly to the cabin door. By now the rain had passed, and the sky had cleared. On the glittering sea, a few white seabirds pierced through the layers of rising heat, crying mournfully as they flew into the distance. Hunger, the piercing sunlight, and the scorching waves of heat made Jean Long feel faint. Leaning his body against the cabin door, he unfastened his pants and relieved himself, all the while casting his eyes around to survey the surroundings. Wherever his gaze fell, there was nothing but that awe-inspiring, fear-inducing expanse of deep blue. Jean Long withdrew his gaze and suddenly noticed a faintly visible reef ahead on the plane's starboard side. In a flash of realization, he finally understood why the aircraft had not sunk to the bottom of the sea. It turned out that when the plane lost all momentum taxiing across the waves, it had come to rest exactly atop this reef, protruding from the seabed. Odds perhaps even slimmer than winning the grand prize in a lottery. Unfortunately, when the other passengers had fled in a panic, it had been dark, the situation dire, and no one had noticed this. Otherwise, they might never have risked leaving. Just then, with a sudden splash, a fish leaped out of the water, flipped once in the air, and dove back beneath the surface. Whether from hunger or a sudden lapse of reason, or perhaps hunger causing that lapse, the moment Jean Long saw the big fish break the surface, he didn't even think. He dove headlong off the plane, lunging toward it. In that dazed instant, he did not fully register that he was jumping into the sea. As a child, he had once leaped just as decisively into the village pond by his home. Back then, he had caught a big fish cruising near the bank and shared a sumptuous feast with his older sister. But the very instant he sprang out of the cabin, this time Jean Long felt a pang of regret. The door was quite a bit higher above the sea's surface than he had imagined, yet there was no taking it back now. With a heavy splash, Jean Long plunged into the sea. Not only did he fail to catch the fish, he gulped several mouthfuls of seawater, and his glasses nearly flew off into the depths. Finding his footing on the reef, Jean Long straightened up. The icy seawater made him shiver uncontrollably. Spitting out water, he carefully edged his way back toward the cabin door. Jean Long wiped the seawater from his face and stretched his arm upward, but no matter how hard he jumped, his hands remained half a meter short of the cabin door. The distance looked small enough, Yet no matter how forcefully he sprang, it seemed utterly useless. Trying to jump while submerged, he discovered the water's resistance was enough to make a man doubt his very existence. Water is nearly 800 times denser than air. Even rifle bullets can travel less than 2 meters once they enter it, let alone a man trying to jump in such conditions. In that moment, Jean could have slapped himself twice. It seemed he would have to pay dearly today for his reckless temperament. Since he could not climb up here, Jean decided to move toward the middle of the fuselage, climb onto the wing, and re-enter the cabin through the emergency hatch there. Carefully edging along the body of the plane, he had taken barely 20 steps when he suddenly felt nothing beneath his feet. In an instant, his whole body plunged into the water. In terror, he clawed with his hands and kicked with his feet until he finally scrambled back onto the same reef as before. He calmed his pounding heart, slicked back his dripping hair, and looked behind him. There in the otherwise clear water yawned a dark, terrifying chasm. That spine-chilling abyss was like the gaping maw of some colossal beast ready to swallow Jean and the airplane together. It turned out that only half of the fuselage rested on the reef. The plane looked as though a single massive wave, a high tide, or even Jean's own attempt to climb onto the wing might upset its balance, sending it sliding into the depths and condemning it to utter ruin. This discovery left Jean feeling as though heaven itself were toying with him, offering him a sliver of hope, yet forcing him to live every moment in dread, never at peace. Damn it, Jean cursed inwardly, then steadied himself against the fuselage and began making his way back step by careful step. He had taken only a few steps when he suddenly heard a faint sound of water being cleaved. Turning his head, he saw a shark's dorsal fin break the surface, arrowing toward him from the direction of the abyss. Standing in water up to his waist, Jean could barely move. It was his first time facing the attack of such a ferocious creature as a shark. The cross-species sense of oppression made his pupils contract and every hair on his body stand on end. His mind went blank, and with nowhere to flee, he stood rooted to the spot like a wooden puppet. At that critical instant, 7 or 8 meters from Jean, a tuna, over a meter long, suddenly burst out of the water. The fish seemed terrified by the shark below. Once airborne, it thrashed its body wildly, as if striving to leap over a dragon gate and ascend to immortality. The shark suddenly noticed the far more delectable tuna. With a decisive flick of its tail, it abandoned Jean and lunged straight toward its new prey. Just as the tuna's strength failed and its body began to fall, the shark also burst from the water, jaws gaping wide to clamp down on more than half of its body. With a resounding splash, the shark twisted and tumbled back into the sea. A huge sheet of water tinged with threads of blood surged toward Jean. Jean hastily turned his back, planted both hands against the fuselage, and used his shoulders and spine to bear the force of the onrushing wave. When he finally looked back, he saw only foaming, churning water mottled with patches of blood. The shark itself was nowhere to be seen. As the spray subsided, a severed fish tail bobbed to the surface. Jean quickly splashed forward 2 steps and grabbed it. Weighing it in his hand, he judged it to be 4 or 5 Gene at least. At last he had something for lunch. Jean seemed to glimpse the hope of survival once more, and could not help but reveal a faint smile of one who had narrowly escaped death. The shark was not especially large, likely not yet fully grown. That tuna should be enough to fill its belly for a meal, and before it needed to hunt again, Jean reckoned he ought to be safe. For the moment, he did not care whether he had just relieved himself here or not. Right where he stood, he rinsed the salvaged tuna tail in the seawater, then tossed it up into the cabin. The moment it landed, Jean regretted it. He still had no way to get back up. Had he known, he would at least have bitten off a few mouthfuls of raw fish to stave off his hunger. After thinking it over, he could see only one option. He had to gather some rocks from the reef and stack them under his feet to raise himself high enough to climb back into the cabin. Time was tight, so he decided to act at once. Taking a deep breath, Jean dove beneath the surface, but after groping around for quite a while, he discovered that the reef was unbelievably solid. With bare hands, he could not shift it in the slightest. Still, Jean refused to give up. After a brief pause for thought, he moved to a different spot along the fuselage, hoping to find rocks that the massive weight of the plane had cracked. Yet after several successive dives, he still could not locate a single movable stone. Just as Jean was on the verge of giving up, his hand suddenly brushed against something remarkably smooth and flat. The feel of it convinced him at once that it could not possibly be a piece of reef. Due to prolonged submersion, Jean felt a surge of excitement that made his heart race, causing him to experience a slight bout of oxygen deprivation in his brain, compelling him to surface for air. After taking a few deep breaths, Jean plunged back into the water, enduring extreme discomfort, as he quickly opened his eyes, finally getting a clear view of the true nature of the object. During the emergency landing, the aircraft's cargo hold may have come into contact with protruding rocks, resulting in a large gash on the underside of the fuselage, with a black suitcase wedged perfectly in the crack. Jean grasped the suitcase's handle and gently pulled it out. Before he could examine it closely, another white suitcase unexpectedly emerged from the crack. With good fortune arriving in pairs, Jean Long was not content with just this. He still hoped to retrieve his own suitcase. After waiting a few seconds and seeing no other suitcase emerge, he took a deep breath and dived back underwater. Not daring to open his eyes underwater, Jean Long used his hands to feel around, locating the crack, and indeed, he found another suitcase. After pulling the suitcase out, he turned it upside down, reaching in again with his entire arm, but found nothing. Based on the depth of the aircraft's submersion, Jean Long concluded that the cargo hold was already filled with seawater, and he dared not dive in alone to search for anything. Yet he remained determined, cautiously leaning into the crack and extending his body halfway inside. After some careful searching, he indeed found another suitcase. Feeling both exhausted and hungry, Jean Long sensed he was running out of energy. Though he regretted not finding his suitcase, he could not afford to waste more time searching. Jean Long pushed the 4 floating suitcases toward the cabin door, using a pink suitcase as a stepping stone, which allowed him to raise himself above the water, making the hatch within reach. Gripping the hatch, Jean Long laboriously tossed the 3 suitcases into the cabin one by one. One suitcase was so heavy that it almost strained his back. Just as he was pondering how to get the suitcase beneath him into the cabin, he suddenly heard a splashing sound behind him. Jean Long's muscles tensed instantly. When he turned his head, he saw a massive mouth just inches away, its sharp fangs glinting dangerously, nearly touching his body. In moments of sudden peril, people often find themselves either frozen in shock or experiencing a burst of potential, gaining extraordinary reflexes. Having adapted to the initial shock, Jean Long was fortunate to be among the latter. Though the shark came swiftly, his instinctive reaction was even faster. In a powerful leap, he propelled his legs out of the water, swinging his body from the left side of the hatch to the right. The shark's snout nearly brushed against Jean Long's feet, yet he narrowly evaded the sudden strike. With a loud bang, the shark struck the fuselage after missing its target, crashing back into the water and splashing everywhere. Though Jean Long had evaded the shark's sudden attack with agile movements, the 3 suitcases at the hatch obstructed his timely entrance into the aircraft. Jean Long knew that sharks were highly intelligent creatures, ranking among the top 3 in the animal kingdom for both IQ and combat prowess. If he couldn't enter the cabin before it launched a second attack, he would almost certainly become its next meal. With all his strength, Jean Long pulled his body upward, using his head to nudge one suitcase inside. Looking back, he saw no sign of the shark, but the suitcase he had used as a stepping stone had floated up from the water. Jean Long felt a surge of joy. He stepped forcefully on the floating suitcase, leveraging his arms to push his body upward. Almost simultaneously, the shark shot a column of water upward, and as Jean Long's body emerged from the depths, perhaps disturbed by the suitcase, it lunged at his feet, but ultimately missed. However, it managed to jab its sharp snout against Jean Long's backside, seemingly trying to shove him back into the water. Just as Jean Long's feet stepped onto the threshold of the hatch's tailbone, was unexpectedly struck from behind, as if someone had kicked him hard, causing his body to tumble onto the suitcase and slide toward the cabin. Jean Long lay on the suitcase, utterly exhausted from the stress and physical exertion. At that moment, he lacked even the strength to touch his own backside. Damn it, I've guarded my purity for over 20 years, and today, I got violated by a shark. Thank goodness I don't have hemorrhoids, otherwise this would have been catastrophic. As he silently cursed, the pain in his backside gradually eased, bringing him an unprecedented sensation of relief, mixed with pleasure. Am I going to become a woman? Jean Long chuckled at the thought, suddenly reminded of his department manager, Lu Shungyuan. That sissy, I must not end up like him. Muttering to himself, Jean Long suddenly laughed. He was certain that his sexual orientation was still intact. Like a frog, he rested on the suitcase for a while, before finally mustering the strength to stand. After taking a few sips of water to recover, he stripped off his wet clothes, wrung them out, and draped them over his seat to dry. He found the half of the fishtail he had previously tossed into the cabin, took it to the kitchen, cleaned it, and placed it in the microwave. Setting it to the grilling mode, the microwave emitted a buzzing sound. Finding the sound somewhat grating, Jean Long left the kitchen and returned to the hatch to pull the remaining 2 suitcases inside. Looking up, he noticed the shark still circling the hatch, occasionally glancing at him with its little eyes. Jean Long squinted at the shark internally, musing this aircraft could plunge into the abyss at any moment. If he wanted to escape, he had to deal with the shark. He recalled the survival novels he had read, where the male protagonists hunted sharks. But those protagonists were always superhuman figures like soldiers or spies. Their methods were something an ordinary person like him would never dare to try, otherwise he would end up worse than the tuna. Next, he mentally reviewed the 36 strategies, realizing that they were of no use against a shark at this moment. While Jean Long contemplated plans for hunting the shark, he suddenly heard a ding from the kitchen microwave. The fish was ready. He hurriedly rushed over, and upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted by an overwhelming aroma of grilled fish. Overwhelmed by hunger, the enticing smell made Jean Long's body tremble involuntarily. He found a stainless steel plate, dragged out the grilled fish, and hastily separated the fish meat with chopsticks, carelessly sprinkling some seasoning before eagerly placing a large piece in his mouth. Ouch! Jean Long yelled, quickly spitting out the fish meat he had just put in his mouth, fanning his face with both hands. You can't rush to eat hot tofu. This hot fish is just as scalding. Although Jean Long was scalded quite badly, an idea suddenly struck him, making him quite pleased he had thought of a good way to deal with the shark. Jean Long finished eating the piece of fish. While it wasn't particularly tasty, it truly filled his belly, and he drank some water. As he walked, Jean Long gently rubbed his backside and came to the cabin door, peering outside. The shark was still there, but the pink suitcase was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but wonder what was in that suitcase, or what if there was food or some life-saving supplies inside. Thinking of this, Jean Long felt a pang of heartache. Standing there for a long time, Jean Long suddenly remembered his phone was still charging. He walked over and saw that the battery was fully charged. Since there was no signal at sea, Jean Long simply switched to super power-saving mode. The time displayed was now 1:30 p.m. Jean Long decided to first open the 3 suitcases to see what they contained and then deal with that pesky shark. Most modern suitcases come with a combination lock. Fortunately, Jean Long had an old suitcase, and since he hadn't used it for a long time, he forgot the password. When he took it to a locksmith, he met a friendly and talkative master who didn't charge him, but taught him a method to open it himself. Little did he expect it would come in handy again. It seemed essential for one to acquire various skills, as they might prove useful in critical moments. Jean Long first approached the white suitcase, turning the combination lock to the backlight area, illuminating it with his phone's flashlight, gently rotating the dial until a subtle notch faced him, then adjusting the other 2 dials to align with the notch and noting the numbers. Finally, he added 3 or 5 to those 3 numbers to form a password. The numbers displayed were 927, so adding 3 gave him 250, and adding 8 resulted in 705. Jean Long indeed opened the suitcase with the password 250, unable to help but chuckle. Was the owner of this suitcase a fool? But this suitcase was indeed a good find. After opening it, he was surprised to find it had not taken on water. No wonder it had floated up. It was a woman's suitcase. Although the clothes were somewhat androgynous, the fragrance emanating from it made Jean Long's heart race. It reminded him of his ex-girlfriend, making his thoughts wander. After a long while, Jean Long sighed, pulling himself back to reality. He took out the clothes and was pleasantly surprised to discover beneath them some women's toiletries and a large bag of chocolate bars. At the very edge was a small box containing an unopened pack of Durex. To find such things in a woman's suitcase suggested she must have an interesting story. Chewing on a chocolate bar, Jean Long used the same method to open the second suitcase. This suitcase had taken on water. Apart from the soaked clothes and some toiletries, there were also some soaked paper documents. As Jean Long flipped through the documents, he was surprised to find they belonged to his company. Upon closer inspection of the suitcase, he realized it was the same model as his, just a different color. Through the documents inside, Jean Long deduced it was the suitcase of their branch manager, Lu Xiangyuan. After pulling out the clothes and documents, he discovered a sealed bag containing a set of exquisite fishing gear. This old Lu was so obsessed with fishing that even his wife left him, yet he still brought his gear on this business trip, clearly not intending to work hard. The documents were already wet, so they could only be faxed to the company once they reached Country L. Although Jean Long felt a bit disappointed that there was no food in old Lu's suitcase, he decided he must take the fishing gear with him. It might come in handy. Before opening the third suitcase, Jean Long's heart began to race like a child opening a blind box, nervous yet excited. This suitcase was much heavier than the other 2. He almost strained his back when tossing it into the cabin. Thus, he saved this suitcase for last, hoping for an unexpected surprise. As Jean Long silently prayed, he lifted the lid of the suitcase. Jean Long shouted he had hit the jackpot. This suitcase was filled entirely with food. Although the suitcase had taken on water, the food inside was water-resistant instant noodles, sausages, and mostly vacuum-packed jerky. Though the jerky was vacuum-packed, it bore no labels. It must have been produced by a small workshop or the suitcase's owner. None of that mattered now. With food, there was hope for survival. Jean Long excitedly waved his fists, bouncing around. He looked quite comical, running around bare-bottomed. With food and water, Jean Long began to consider staying put and waiting for rescue, but he quickly dismissed that idea. Food was limited. If rescue didn't arrive soon, he would be left to die. Furthermore, there was always the possibility of the plane sinking into deep water, so he had to leave and find a safer place. However, how to get away was another dilemma. All the life-saving equipment on the plane had been taken away. Jean Long surveyed the 3 large suitcases on the ground, realizing he could only utilize them. Just as he sighed in relief, he suddenly thought of a more pressing question: in which direction should he head? If he went the wrong way, would he not be moving further away from land? Jean Long approached the cabin door. The shark had swum away. He looked around and suddenly noticed a black dot where the sky and water met. At that moment, a flock of seabirds flew over his head, heading towards the direction of the black dot. Zhanlong determined that it was either land or an island, judging by the time and the position of the sun, it was to his southeast. As for the distance, it was too far to estimate at that moment. Suddenly, Zhanlong remembered that his phone had a 50x zoom. He quickly retrieved it for another look. This time, he could see more clearly, and indeed, it was a very large island. Zhanlong felt joy in his heart, put away his phone, swayed his second brother, and began to hum, "Come with me, we will set off at dawn. The dream has awakened, and the heart will not be afraid." After finishing the song, he was fortunate that no one else heard this off-key singing, otherwise he would have been beaten half to death. Zhanlong calmed his excited heart and began preparing to deal with that shark. Initially, Zhanlong held some fear of the shark, but after reviewing his plan repeatedly, he felt the danger was low and the chances of success were quite high. His plan required electricity to heat water, and fearing the plane might lose power at any moment, he decided to act early. Without further hesitation, he lit the stove to boil water. In the meantime, Zhanlong filled a drink bottle with some cold water, but when he tossed it out, not much water spilled. The experiment didn't yield ideal results, and Zhanlong couldn't help but feel troubled. The water spilled too slowly, it might only injure the shark's skin, and instead of killing it, it could provoke its anger. Zhanlong suddenly remembered that there seemed to be several large plastic bags in his backpack, which should solve this problem. He quickly retrieved the plastic bags, fitted two together, and filled them with water. Afraid they might burst, he did not dare to throw them away for testing, but waved them in his hands a couple of times, feeling reassured by the good grip. Zhanlong boiled a pot of water, but felt it was a bit insufficient, so he poured it into a thermos and filled another pot to the brim. Soon the bubbling water overflowed from the spout, with a gurgling sound. With a pop as the switch of the kettle snapped up with a crisp sound, the lights in the entire cabin flickered several times before going completely dark. This sudden darkness plunged Zhanlong's mood into an abyss. Damn it! He cursed, inwardly thankful that the water was already boiled. Now he had no choice but to take a desperate gamble. Using the faint light coming through the window, Zhanlong carried the thermos and kettle to the cabin door. Looking outside, he saw no sign of the shark. Anxious, he realized time was of the essence, and he had to go all out now. Zhanlong quickly poured the 2 pots of water into the plastic bags and made a simple knot with the handles to prevent the hot water from spilling out too soon. Then with determination, he bit his finger, letting his blood drip into the sea to lure the shark to attack him. He only hoped to bring it over quickly and not attract more sharks. As the blood dripped into the sea, he suddenly saw a sharp head breaking the surface of the water about 10 meters away. However, it only swam back and forth in place without launching an attack. Zhanlong gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from the hot water, and smeared his blood on the plastic bag. Then he extended the bag along with one of his feet out of the cabin door. Finally, the shark was intrigued, slowly sinking into the water and swimming quickly towards the cabin door. Due to the raised reefs underwater, the water level was not deep, and as the shark approached, Zhanlong could see it clearly and hurriedly pulled his foot back, leaving only the hot water bag covered in his blood hanging in the air. Just as he retracted his foot and steadied himself, he heard a splash as the shark leaped out of the water like a ghost, opening its massive mouth and rushing towards Zhanlong. Zhanlong's heart trembled and his body instinctively recoiled. He hurriedly threw the hot water bag into the shark's mouth. Perhaps it was because the bag was smeared with blood, it actually caught it in its jaws. What Zhanlong never expected was that after swallowing the hot water bag, the shark did not lose momentum and crashed half its body into the cabin door. If Zhanlong hadn't retreated earlier, he would have been unable to evade this sudden attack. He saw the shark open its mouth wide, wildly thrashing its body stuck at the cabin door, causing the plane's fuselage to shake violently. Zhanlong was alarmed, fearing that if the plane shook loose and fell into deep water, he would be doomed. Fortunately, the shark only flailed a few times before splashing back into the water. Zhanlong rushed to the cabin door, watching the shark roll in pain in the water, and began to shout joyfully, "Haha, big shark, are you dumb now?" He shouted hysterically, venting the fear, anger, and desolation he had felt over the past 2 days. Huawei Yanjing. Late at night, a gray building in Jiuxianqiao still shone brightly with lights and people coming and going. This was the 18th Bureau of National Security, commonly known as the Counterterrorism Bureau. In the narrow and old director's office, the most conspicuous feature was an antique desk which stood out because it occupied a quarter of the room's space. An old air conditioner and a few iron chairs that did not match the desk completed the room, making it feel like a security guard's post. Director Sun sat at the desk solemnly smoking. Opposite him sat a well-dressed man in his 40s, sitting up straight and occasionally pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This man was Xia Fei, the general manager of Yanjing Airlines. Since a Boeing 737-800 flying to country L went missing, he felt an inexplicable panic. If this matter were investigated, he feared it would lead to unearthing other issues he had to deal with. Therefore, as soon as he received the call from the National Security Bureau that evening, he did not dare to complain and hurried over. Director Sun glanced at the air conditioner blowing cold air and casually asked, "Is it hot in here?" This simple question, however, carried a suffocating pressure through his authoritative gaze. Xiafei quickly gripped the handkerchief, crossed his arms over his chest, leaned slightly forward, and stammered, "No. It's not hot." Director Sun gritted his teeth and slammed the cigarette but into the ashtray, saying, "The plane has been missing for more than 24 hours. According to data from various parties, there is an 80% chance that an incident has occurred." Upon hearing this, Xiafei's facial muscles involuntarily twitched. Director Sun continued, "After an overnight preliminary analysis of the surveillance videos and list you submitted, we identified 5 individuals who may be related to this plane's disappearance." Xiafei swallowed hard, beginning to pray that the plane had been hijacked by these 5 individuals rather than crashing due to mechanical failure, as the chances of survival for the passengers in the former scenario were significantly higher. But then he thought if terrorists had infiltrated the plane, he would surely not be able to escape the blame for mismanagement. As he was caught in this dilemma, he heard Director Sun say, "These 5 individuals are all Americans, but they entered our country using false identities. We have sent the airport surveillance footage to the CIA, and they have returned the real identities of these 5 individuals." As he spoke, Director Sun opened a drawer and took out a fax. Xiafei reached out to take it, but saw that Director Sun did not hand the fax to him. Instead, he gently placed it on the desk. Xiafei's outstretched hand retracted awkwardly, his eyes fixed on the fax without reaching for it. Director Sun took a sip of tea and continued, "These 5 belong to a relatively active mercenary organization internationally. There were originally 6 members, but 2 died a few years ago. In the past 5 years, most of their jobs have been related to the Los family in the U.S. Xiafei was startled and couldn't help but ask, "Is our missing plane related to the Los family?" Director Sun smiled and asked, "Have you forgotten about the incident a few months ago when the #1 heir of the Los family, Andrew, was arrested for drug trafficking in our country after being reported by the Choyang masses?" Xiafei hurriedly replied, "I heard a bit about it. It was quite sensational at the time and even made it to the news broadcast." Director Sun shook his head and added, "Though the Los family is one of the 5 major mafia families in the U.S., they have also sought out individuals with clean backgrounds among their descendants to establish companies for legitimate businesses, with Andrew being one of the outstanding examples." After a pause, Director Sun said, "It is said that they intend to invest in hotels and entertainment industries in our Hua country." Thinking about the plane being hijacked and how it would affect his career, Xiafei wished he could crush the Los family. Director Sun leaned back in his chair, shook his head, and said, "Even if they are involved in drug trafficking, the ones doing the deliveries are just lackeys. It's rare for a family leader to personally handle the goods, especially coming to our Hua country." Xiafei nodded repeatedly and said with a hint of flattery, "With you, Director Sun, guarding Hua country, those drug traffickers would be seeking their own demise if they dared to come." With a chuckle, Director Sun was amused by Xiafei's blatant flattery, saying, "No, catching drug dealers is the job of anti-drug police, not something we handle." Feeling a bit awkward, Xiafei scratched his head and continued, "You're doing well in counterterrorism. Doesn't that also serve to intimidate those drug traffickers? As the saying goes, no flattery goes unpunished." Director Sun laughed and picked up 2 cigarettes from the table, handing one forward. "Here, have one." Xiafei immediately stood up, bowed, and took it smoothly, pulling out a lighter to light it for Director Sun. Director Sun took a deep puff and continued, "This is just my personal speculation. As long as we catch the person with the goods, they will face our legal consequences." Xiafei, neglecting his cigarette, nodded vigorously in agreement. Director Sun added, "Andrew's case has entered the judicial process and is likely to be sentenced soon, with a high probability of a death penalty, so it's not impossible that the Los family hijacked our plane to save him." Xiafei immediately nodded, saying, "It seems highly likely to be the case." Director Sun continued, "We have sent out requests for assistance to all countries along the route. I believe the truth will soon be revealed." He paused for a moment and added, "Perhaps before we find the results, someone will take the initiative to contact us." Xiafei, feeling a bit anxious, asked, "If it really is the Los family behind this, and they want us to release the person?" He didn't dare to finish his sentence, swallowing the rest of his words. Director Sun coldly scoffed, gazing at Xiafei with a steely gaze, and gritted his teeth, saying, "The country will never compromise with terrorists. However, rest assured, if it comes to that, we will do everything possible to rescue the hostages." After taking a few puffs, Director Sun looked at Xiafei, a sly smile suddenly forming at the corners of his mouth. "Manager Xia, let's talk about your situation now." "My situation?" Xiafei was taken aback, his heart racing. What situation do I have?" Director Sun sneered slightly and said slowly, "There's a flight attendant on this flight named Sui Ming. Your relationship with her is not ordinary, is it?" Upon hearing this, Xia Fei was frightened, shivering all over, and the cigarette fell to the ground. We. He knew that Director Sun must have solid evidence to ask such a question. But what he didn't understand was why Director Sun, who was in charge of counterterrorism, would be interested in his private life, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just as he hesitated, Xia Fei's phone suddenly rang. After 2 rings, a sultry female voice came through. "Hubby, pick up the phone quickly, hubby, pick up the phone." Xia Fei hurriedly took out his phone and hung up, awkwardly smiling at Director Sun. "My wife is calling." Director Sun looked at him indifferently and said, "Why not answer the call?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Xia Fei's phone rang again. Holding the phone, he looked at Director Sun, who gave him a look that said, "Please answer the phone." Xia Fei swiped his finger, and before the other party could speak, rushed to say, "Wife, I'm discussing some matters with Director Sun at the National Security Bureau. I'll be back shortly. You should rest early." After speaking, he hung up before waiting for a reply. Director Sun looked at the somewhat flustered Xia Fei and said, "Manager Xia, your wife is more than 10 years younger than you, right? With such a young and beautiful wife, how can you still be looking at others, eh?" Xia Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and stammered, I have already broken up with Xiao Sui." Director Sun, in his 50s, wasn't a rigid person, but still looked down on someone like Xia Fei, sneering coldly. "So you admit to having started a relationship and then abandoned it?" Xia Fei quickly shook his hand, speaking in an almost whispering tone. She was the one who proposed the breakup, saying she had found a boyfriend. Director Sun looked at him meaningfully and asked, "Do you know who her boyfriend is?" Xia Fei hurriedly replied, "I don't know. I once asked her, and she only said the other party is an American. Let me tell you who it is." Director Sun said, pushing a fax in front of Xia Fei, pointing at a handsome long-haired man and saying each word clearly, "It's him." "Ah!" Xia Fei exclaimed in shock, his legs going weak as he fell into the chair. This matter had finally connected with him. If the hijacking incident was indeed related to Sui Ming, then their affair would inevitably be exposed. Xia Fei clutched his chest, having already sent a mental curse to Sui Ming's ancestors. After a moment of silence, Xia Fei mustered his courage and said in an almost pleading tone, "Director Sun, you must believe me. I have absolutely nothing to do with this matter." Director Sun looked at him with disdain and said lightly, "Whether there's a relationship or not is not up to you and me to decide. When the truth comes to light, right and wrong will have their own judgment." Regarding Director Sun's ambiguous attitude, Xia Fei found it difficult to grasp, only able to say, "Yes, right and wrong will have their own judgment." Director Sun sighed and said, "We will do everything we can to investigate the plane's disappearance. Your current task is to calm the emotions of the passengers' families and not to create more trouble. Tomorrow I will have someone send you all the detailed information about the passengers, and then it will be up to you." Xia Fei nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, agreeing. Finally, Director Sun came before Xia Fei, patted him on the shoulder, and said meaningfully, "As long as you economic types do well and don't make principled mistakes, the country may know about your little affairs, but it won't have the time to manage you." As he spoke, a unique smile curved at the corner of Director Sun's mouth. He said this merely to stabilize Xia Fei and ensure his cooperation with the current work. As for how to deal with their issues later, that was not within his jurisdiction. Xia Fei stared blankly at Director Sun as if he had received a death exemption token, feeling an impulse to call him Dad. Director Sun checked his watch and noted it was already past midnight, feigning a yawn and saying, "It's getting late. You should go back and rest. We'll contact each other by phone if anything comes up." Xia Fei felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowing and saying, Okay, I'll leave everything to you, Director Sun. Once this matter is resolved, I will definitely come to thank you in person." Upon hearing this, Director Sun quickly stopped him. "No, this is just part of my job. Manager Xia doesn't need to be so polite." Xia Fei finished his bow and turned to leave. Director Sun stood at the door, watching his departing figure meaningfully, saying, "Manager Xia, be careful on your way home." Xia Fei pretended not to hear and hurried away. In the early morning, as a fiery red sun slowly rose from the horizon, Zhang Long had already awakened early. Today he was determined to abandon the machine and escape, yet deep down he felt no assurance. However, there was no choice but to proceed, leading to a night spent in anxiety. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, he listened to the sound of the sea crashing against the fuselage, enduring until dawn arrived. The airplane had lost power, rendering all kitchen equipment unusable. Zhang Long first consumed 2 sausages, then took out a bag of dried meat to taste. It was decent, with a balanced saltiness of flavor that neither resembled pork nor beef. After hastily finishing his breakfast, Zhang Long began to prepare his supplies. He first packed some dried meat, sausages, and chocolate bars into his backpack, then cleared out all the useless items from 3 suitcases, distributing the remaining food evenly among the 3 boxes. The remaining space in the boxes was filled with tightly sealed empty bottles, ensuring that even if water entered, there would be sufficient buoyancy. Finally, he tightened the remaining 6 bottles using their caps against his chest and back, creating a simple life jacket. He had learned this method from a survival show hosted by the famous Yang and I. At the time, he watched the episode from start to finish simply because he liked her, though he hardly remembered much of the survival knowledge presented. After busying himself with these tasks, Jean Long was drenched in sweat. He wanted to drink some water, but realized all the bottles were either packed in the boxes or made into the life jacket. It was only then that Jean Long suddenly became aware of the issue of drinking water. After a brief contemplation, he took all the bottles out of the boxes and filled them to a quarter full with water. Leaving one bottle aside, he put the rest back and had no choice but to inflate a Durex into a balloon to fill the empty space, sealing it before putting it inside. After resealing the 3 suitcases, Jean Long filled the leftover bottle with water and drank deeply, finally filling another bottle with water to place in his backpack. After resting for a moment, Jean Long placed the 3 suitcases side by side using a seat cover to bind the upper and lower wheels of the 2 adjacent boxes, drawing out the handle slightly to tie it together. This way, the 3 suitcases were bound together, forming a small makeshift raft. With the task accomplished, Jean Long dressed, checked his phone, and then took out 2 Durex, sealing the phone, and 2 unopened packs of cigarettes in waterproof protection. This was a method used by the male protagonist, a soldier in a survival novel. Jean Long nodded at the well-packaged phone and cigarettes, recognizing it as a good strategy. Looking at the empty cabin, Jean Long mischievously unbuttoned his pants and urinated. Then he pushed the 3 suitcases into the sea, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and resolutely jumped into the water, holding a stainless steel plate in each hand. Jean Long climbed onto the suitcase, sitting atop it, and looked back at the airplane lying still in the sea, laughing loudly. "Goodbye, old buddy." After saying that, he used the 2 plates as paddles, rowing towards the southeast. That pesky shark surprisingly did not reappear. It seemed either it was scared of him or had already perished. In high spirits, Jean Long hummed a tune while rowing vigorously. However, after just an hour of this monotonous activity, his arms became sore and numb, and he struggled to hold onto the plates. Looking up, the black dot on the horizon remained just that, a black eye. As the saying goes, the mountain looks closer the harder you run, and it was certainly true. Turning back towards the airplane's direction, he noticed it had already shrunk in size, proving that his rowing had made some progress. After drinking a few sips of water, Jean Long faced the scorching sun, gritting his teeth to continue rowing. But after just over 30 minutes of rowing, his hands were too tired to hold on any longer. Jean Long straightened his body, placing the plate atop his head to shield himself from the sun, and rested. At that moment, looking at the vast ocean, Jean Long felt a flicker of fear rise within him, along with regret for leaving the airplane. Perhaps the rescue team would arrive tomorrow, or wasn't he just asking for trouble? Suddenly, Jean Long had the thought of going back, but he quickly dismissed it. Why had he left the airplane in the first place? Wasn't it because the airplane could fall into the abyss at any moment? Besides, the food and water on the plane were limited. Since he had decided to leave, he might as well go all the way. Jean Long reaffirmed his resolve. To endure the rowing, Jean Long tore a thin shirt into 2 pieces from his backpack, tying them to the 2 plates, threading his hands through the middle, as if binding his hands to the plates. He immediately felt much lighter as he resumed rowing. Jean Long rowed slowly, persisting until noon. By then, the scorching sun had burned his skin painfully, making him feel as if he were about to be steamed alive. Jean Long pulled his hands out from the plates and moved his arms a bit. He scooped up some seawater to wash his face, only to feel a sharp pain on his skin, realizing that his face had been sunburned and was peeling. Cursing under his breath, Jean Long hurriedly took out the water bottle from his backpack. Seeing that it was less than half full, he refrained from pouring it on his face and simply opened the cap to take a few small sips. After relieving himself a bit, Jean Long held one plate atop his head for shade while slowly rowing with the other hand. With this method, he had rowed about 10 meters when he suddenly spotted that terrifying creature, the shark, over 50 meters ahead. Jean Long's heart raced, and he hurriedly crouched down on the suitcase, pulling his feet up. He stared intently at the shark fin approaching through the water. The fin above the surface was at least 3 times larger than the previous one, prompting Jean Long to hold his breath in fear. The shark swam past him about 5 to 6 meters away, circling around the spot where he had just urinated. Seeing this, Jean Long seemed to suddenly understand something. Reflecting on the 2 previous encounters with the shark, it seemed they were both related to his urination. But now that he realized this, it felt too late. Jean Long lay flat on the suitcase, daring not to move, silently praying for the shark to leave quickly. The first time he encountered a shark, it was that sudden appearance of a large fish that saved him, but this time, he probably wouldn't be so lucky. While Jean Long lamented, he noticed that the shark, after circling a few times, suddenly swam towards him. Jean Long quickly wedged the plate into the gap of the suitcase, freeing his hands to grip tightly onto it. He inwardly cried out in despair, such a big shark, it could easily swallow both me and the suitcase in one bite. However, the shark did not attack him. Instead, it swam closely around 5 to 6 meters away, seemingly observing whether he was its next meal. At this moment, John Long finally saw clearly that the shark was actually a great white shark, and from the numerous scars on its back, it seemed to have been attacked by other creatures or humans, which explained why it was being cautious and did not attack recklessly upon seeing John Long. John Long's mind raced. Since the shark wasn't leaving, he had to create an opportunity for self-rescue. When the shark swam a bit farther away, John Long quietly pulled out a sausage from his backpack, peeled it, and held the casing in his mouth, breaking the sausage into pieces and throwing them forcefully in the opposite direction of the shark. Sure enough, a few seconds later, where the sausage fell into the water, a splash erupted, and the shark turned tail and rushed towards the commotion. However, before John Long could even feel happy about it, he saw the shark dart past him. As it submerged, its tail flicked, sending him and the suitcase flying over 10 meters away. With a loud thud, John Long crashed heavily into the sea, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Fortunately, as he flew into the air, he instinctively held onto his head, otherwise his glasses would have surely fallen into the water. Once in the water, his previously prepared life jacket finally played its role, swiftly bringing him to the surface. John Long coughed a couple of times, and after gasping for air, began to swim rapidly towards a box several meters away. As he laboriously climbed onto the box and wiped his glasses, he turned around only to see a shark breaking through the bloody waves, charging towards him once more. John Long clung desperately to the box, closing his eyes in despair. With a loud bang, he and the box were lifted several meters into the air, but just as he fell back into the water, the shark had already turned around to charge at him again. John Long knew that after 3 such hits, even if the box didn't break, it would be scattered. But all he could do was hold onto the box tightly. When he was knocked off for the second time, he could clearly feel that the box beneath him had shifted. Likely one of the ropes had snapped. John Long was already standing on the edge of death, and fear suddenly awakened the brutal nature buried deep within him. "I will fight you to the end." John Long straightened up, wielding a plate in his hand, shouting, with the intention of fighting to the bitter end. Strangely, the shark seemed to be intimidated by his fierce aura, making a quick turn and swiftly diving back into the water. Just as John Long was still bewildered, he suddenly noticed a massive white water column rising beside him. Turning his head, he saw a gigantic white snake as thick as a water barrel darting past him, drawing an astonishing arc in the air before diving into the spot where the shark had disappeared. The waves stirred up by the white snake nearly knocked John Long back into the sea. He steadied himself, his eyes wide, watching the scene unfold before him, feeling as if his wildly beating heart might leap out of his mouth. He had never seen a snake this large. If it weren't for the lack of limbs, he might have thought it was a great white dragon. Perhaps the Binyangzi from the legend of the white snake was nothing compared to this. John Long suddenly recalled a book he had once read depicting giant sea serpents appearing during World War II, scoffing at the time, considering it mere fantasy. Even witnessing it firsthand, now he still found it hard to believe. Just as John Long was lost in thought, he noticed a splash of water several meters away, where the white snake was engaging in a fierce battle with the shark, known as the ruler of the waters. The shark, relying on its numerous sharp teeth, repeatedly attacked the white snake, but the snake skillfully evaded the strikes while biting back, emitting a chilling hissing sound that sent shivers down the spine. After being bitten several times in succession, the shark started to change its strategy, attacking only the white snake's head. The two apex predators of different species were surprisingly evenly matched in this vast ocean. As the feeling of fear gradually faded, John Long became captivated by this unseen-a-lifetime battle between the shark and the snake, forgetting to escape. If this were recorded and posted on Douyin, it would surely become a viral video, and he might even become an internet celebrity overnight. With this thought in mind, John Long hurriedly took out his phone from his backpack, clumsily tearing off the Durex wrapper that covered it. Perhaps due to too much excitement, or perhaps because the lubricant on the Durex got on his hands, the phone unexpectedly slipped from his grip. John Long was startled, quickly reaching out to catch it. Although he touched the phone, he couldn't grasp it, and it flew up again. He tried to catch it with his other hand, but still only managed to touch it without holding on. With a loud crash, the phone fell on the edge of the box, barely missing the water. John Long pressed his hands against his chest, feeling his wildly beating heart, and the series of near misses left him drenched in cold sweat. Carefully retrieving the phone, John Long risked his life to begin recording the video. After the shark focused its attacks on the head of the white snake, it indeed fought evenly for a while, but after a few exchanges, the white snake, having learned its tactics, seized the opportunity to entangle the shark. Both the shark and the white snake struggled as they sank into the water. At this moment, John Long suddenly realized that escaping was crucial. He quickly put away his phone and vigorously paddled forward with the plate. Having swum less than a mile, John Long suddenly heard a splashing sound behind him. Turning around, his pupils constricted in shock, nearly causing his soul to flee his body. He saw the enormous white snake winding its body through the water, its towering head intimidating Zhang Long to the point where his heart almost stopped, leaving him devoid of any courage to resist. The white snake encircled Zhang Long with its body continuously twisting to keep him afloat on the surface of the sea. The head of the white snake hung low, its pair of blood-red eyes fixated on Zhang Long. Between its eyes was a red crown, and its long tongue flicked out as if it might lick his face. Zhang Long was so frightened that his face turned ashen, sitting there in a daze, unable to muster the strength to breathe. Suddenly the white snake opened its massive jaws, emitting a hissing sound, while a wave of foul odor rushed towards him. Zhang Long was instantly so terrified that he urinated in his pants, his eyes rolled back as he fainted. The white snake, seeing him unconscious, showed no intention of eating him, circling him twice before abruptly turning and gliding away. Ding ding ding. The urgent ringing of a phone jolted Xia Fei awake from his nap in the spacious and luxurious office. He gently touched his chest, letting out a long sigh. For some reason, ever since the passenger plane went missing, every time he heard the phone ring, he felt a jolt of fear and his scalp tingled. Xia Fei rubbed his sleepy eyes, sat up from the leather sofa, grabbed his phone, and saw it was a call from Director Sun of the National Security Anti-Terrorism Bureau. He hurriedly answered. Director Sun, hello. Is there any instruction? He asked. On the other end of the line, Director Sun bluntly said, Manager Xia, didn't we agree that you would first comfort the families of the passengers? Xia Fei trembled, nearly dropping the phone. How could it happen so quickly? As he spoke, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Director Sun continued, remember, the less pressure there is from public opinion on this matter, the easier it will be for us to carry out our work. Their purpose in hijacking is to create public pressure to force us to release hostages, right? Can this situation still be salvaged? Xia Fei asked. Director Sun replied, although this matter will ultimately need to be disclosed, now is not the time. After a pause, he added, I will handle the news reports. You must follow up on comforting the families. There must be no more mistakes. Understood. Xia Fei nodded repeatedly. We will immediately make every effort to handle this. We will not let the leaders worry anymore. That's the best. Director Sun coldly snorted before hanging up. Xia Fei cursed at the phone. What the hell are you? I'm not your subordinate. Why should I listen to you? After venting his frustration, he tossed the phone aside and lay back on the sofa to continue his nap. The sun slanted to the west, and the warm sea breeze carried a hint of the afternoon's heat, stirring up waves that splashed against the war dragon like the gentle hands of a beloved, awakening him from his slumber. The war dragon instinctively touched his body, relieved to find no injuries. The white snake had vanished. He was puzzled as to why it hadn't devoured him. After all, it seemed that it hadn't eaten the shark it killed either. Could it be a reincarnation of Baisuzhen? Has it turned to a vegetarian diet? As the war dragon pondered absurd thoughts, he took out a water bottle from his backpack and gulped down a few sips. He carefully retied the knot that the shark had scattered, took out a bag of jerky, and while replenishing his strength with bites, he slowly paddled forward. After finishing the jerky, the war dragon, using the last rays of the setting sun, confirmed his direction and began to paddle with all his might. He only stopped to rest when the sky was completely dark. At this moment he was drenched in sweat and his arms ached so much he could hardly lift them. Although he was a child of a poor family, orphaned at a young age, he had never faced significant hardship under his sister's care. Even during the farming off-season, he had learned boxing from the village's second uncle with his childhood friends, but he had never taken it seriously, as his sister believed that in the new society one should study hard to enter a good university. When he went to university to lighten his sister's burden, he busied himself with part-time work to support the family. The boxing skills he had learned along with his physique fell into complete neglect. Now that he needed good physical fitness to survive, the war dragon felt deep regret. At this moment, although there was a crescent moon in the sky, the visibility over the sea was less than 30 to 50 meters. A slight chill blew in the night wind. The war dragon initially thought to grit his teeth and continue paddling, but he realized that it was impossible to discern his direction in the dark. Although he had learned to use the Big Dipper to find direction as a child, it was only applicable in his hometown. Now in this vast and boundless ocean, none of the knowledge he possessed was of any use. Alas, one only regrets the lack of knowledge when it's time to use it. The war dragon sighed and suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself. This time he dared not approach the wild waves of the sea again. Although he couldn't be certain whether the shark's two appearances were directly related to his two urinations, it was better to be cautious. The war dragon shook his water bottle. There was not much water left inside, so he drank it all in one go. Then he aimed the bottle at his private parts, relieving himself, while thinking if it were a woman, this would be quite a predicament. After finishing, the war dragon shivered, involuntarily tightened the bottle cap, turned it upside down to check for leaks, and upon seeing it was fine, he considered throwing it away. But then he thought it might be useful on the island, so he placed it back in his backpack. The war dragon's feet had been soaking in the water for a day and had begun to swell. He could only lift them onto the box. This made the box visibly sink lower, nearly level with the sea surface. He rolled up his pants, revealing his legs that had turned a bit pale from soaking. A gust of wind brushed against them, bringing a tingling sensation of comfort. The war dragon took out a chocolate bar from his backpack and chewed on it. The soft and sweet flavor greatly improving his gloomy mood. When he finished eating and reached for another piece, his hand inadvertently grasped something else. It was his phone. The war dragon suddenly remembered that there was a compass function on it. He recalled that during the last cleanup of his phone apps, he had almost deleted it, thinking it useless. In the end, considering that it was only about 5 megabytes in size, he spared it. Little did he know it would save his life today. The war dragon carefully took out the phone, unfastened the Durex strap, and pulled the phone out. However, upon opening the compass app, the war dragon was left bewildered as the needle swung wildly from side to side, unable to settle. Could there be a strong magnetic field interference in this place? Or was the phone faulty? After much thought, the war dragon felt that the former was more likely, as he still had confidence in the quality of his phone. Moreover, the Bermuda Triangle is a prime example of magnetic field interference. The war dragon put his phone away in disappointment. At that moment, the wind grew stronger, bringing a greater chill, and there seemed to be faint thunder rumbling in the distance. On this sea where waves could rise 3 feet, even in calmness, a gust could easily capsize a small boat. The war dragon lay on the box, hugging it with his hands and feet, trying to maintain its balance. His clothes were quickly soaked by the icy seawater, and when the cold wind blew, goosebumps immediately covered his body. He pressed his forehead tightly against the box, holding down his glasses to prevent them from being blown away by the surging waves. In the darkness, the war dragon was tossed up and down with the box, feeling as if he was on a roller coaster. Before long, his stomach churned violently, making him feel like he was about to vomit. The war dragon endured the discomfort and shouted loudly, "The shark couldn't eat me twice, and the white snake harmed me not. This little wind and waves can't defeat me." Before he could finish, a massive wave came crashing down, instantly plunging him and the box into the sea. When he resurfaced, all he could do was gasp for air and shiver. Fear began to creep into his heart. If such strong winds and waves continued unabated, he would surely die from hypothermia. Amidst the wind and waves, the war dragon felt that the speed of drifting was almost as fast as a speeding car. However, more concerning than his discomfort and cold was the thought of where he would drift. He persevered, fighting to hold on. Uncertain of how long it had been, the rain had not come and the wind gradually died down. The temperature in the wind shifted from severe cold to a refreshing coolness. The war dragon straightened his body, wiped the seawater from his face, and suddenly saw a continuous massive shadow resembling the island he had seen from the plane. What delighted him more was that there were flickers of light on the island. At this moment, the war dragon was struck with realization, and tears of excitement welled up in his eyes. On the plane, it had rained that day, and the southeast wind had blown, and although it wasn't raining today, it was likely the same southeast wind that was blowing him toward the island. Could this be considered a free ride from the heavens? The war dragon wiped his tears, feeling elated. Ignoring the need for rest, he picked up the paddle and began to paddle with all his might towards the flickering light, his body warming up with the continuous movement. However, what seemed like a close distance took the war dragon a full 2 hours of paddling to vaguely see the rocky shore. Just as he was about to reunite with the main group, he hesitated once more. There were over 100 people on the plane, and if they had all arrived on this island, the supplies he had brought would barely suffice for each person to have a bite. Rather than being insufficient, it might be better for him to keep everything for survival. The war dragon was not a selfish person, but under such extraordinary circumstances, and with his limited ability, he felt it was only right to prioritize protecting his own life. Resolute in his decision, he no longer hesitated and paddled towards a point 500 meters away from the flickering lights. Under the night sky, accompanied by the soft sound of waves lapping at the shore, the war dragon finally landed successfully. In that moment, the joy of having escaped death was beyond the reach of any language to describe. This was a rocky beach, providing excellent concealment for his form. At that moment, it was high tide, and the water level was relatively high. The war dragon struggled to drag 3 boxes ashore, perhaps due to the waterlogging. The boxes had become significantly heavier. Jean Long placed his backpack on a rock, took down the bottles used for making life jackets, and then stripped off his clothes, pants, and shoes. He wrung out the water and put on his clothes and pants, leaving his shoes to dry on a rock. Jean Long hurriedly untied the 3 boxes, opening them all. Indeed, the 2 poorly sealed boxes had taken in water, but fortunately the food remained intact. He selected some jerky and sausage for a hearty feast. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he gathered all the supplies from the 3 boxes into the white box with the best seal. He also consolidated the remaining water into 5 large bottles, filling an entire box with food and water. After burying the rubbish on the ground, Zhang Long found a relatively hidden rock, where he used a stainless steel plate to dig a large pit, burying the white box inside, and placing a stone of moderate size on top. He then found a separate spot to bury Lu Xianjuan's fishing gear. Whether to return it to old Lu would depend on the situation when they met. After handling the traces on the ground, Zhang Long felt nearly exhausted. If it weren't for the soft sand that was easy to dig and the gentle, cool breeze by the sea, he surely wouldn't have been able to finish the task. After nearly a day and a night of adventures at sea, his spirit was already drained. He now only wished for a good night's sleep, leaving everything else for tomorrow. Lying on the remaining 2 suitcases with his head resting on the backpack, Zhang Long quickly fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, he dreamed that he was being chased by a hungry wolf on an endless prairie when a great white snake descended from the sky, killing the Wolf King and saving him. Just as he was feeling a mix of fear and confusion, the white snake suddenly transformed into a stunning woman dressed in white, gracefully walking towards him. With her enchanting figure and breathtaking beauty, Zhang Long was taken aback to realize she was a mixed-race beauty. Upon closer inspection, she indeed appeared to be of mixed heritage, her flawless features and impeccable figure making her look like a celestial fairy descended to the mortal realm. Zhang Long felt as if everything around him had come to a standstill, with only his heart pounding wildly. The woman extended her delicate hand, gently resting it on Zhang Long's shoulder, her luscious red lips kissing his forehead. Ouch! Zhang Long suddenly felt as if something had struck his forehead hard, the pain jolting him awake from his dream. Opening his eyes, the blinding sunlight made it difficult for him to adjust. He felt as if several people were standing before him. Rubbing his eyes, he looked again to find someone spitting saliva right in front of him. What did you put in that bottle, Zhang? Zhang Long put on his glasses and finally recognized that the person in front of him was his colleague Wang Kaidi. Although this guy looked decent, he was a scheming little man who had bullied Zhang Long many times in the company. Next to Wang Kaidi stood colleagues Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun. Wang Shiwang had a sharp face and an unpleasant demeanor, but he was somewhat of a gossip and a bit lecherous despite being a soft-hearted person. Meanwhile, the elegant Zhang Yongjun was timid and cowardly, his character contrasting sharply with his name. The three had originally been searching for seafood on the beach after the tide receded when they accidentally discovered Zhang Long sleeping. Wang Kaidi, being sharp-eyed, was the first to notice the half-open bottle sticking out of Zhang Long's backpack. Thirsty and impatient, he grabbed it and opened the cap, pouring its contents into his mouth. To his surprise, he was met with a strong odor of urine, which infuriated him. He raised his hand and smashed the bottle against Zhang Long's forehead, showing no mercy to the rural boy he had habitually bullied. Zhang Long felt the pain from being hit with the bottle, but more importantly, it woke him from his beautiful dream, filling him with rage. Without hesitation, he replied with one word: urine. Upon realizing that he had indeed drunk urine, Wang Kaidi immediately erupted in fury. You bastard! In the midst of his words, he kicked Zhang Long off the suitcase. Seeing him so enraged, Zhang Long felt a secret joy, yet he didn't dare provoke him further. Rubbing his sore shoulder from the kick, he mumbled, "It's not like I made you drink it. You stole my stuff and you're still blaming me." Wang Kaidi, who was spitting saliva, immediately wanted to retaliate again, but was restrained by Zhang Yongjun and Wang Shiwang, each holding one of his arms. "Diga, let it go. CC didn't mean it," Wang Shiwang said, as he was more familiar with Zhang Long and often called each other by their nicknames. Zhang Yongjun, holding back a laugh, chimed in, "Little Zhang, do you have any water left in your box? Quickly give Diga some to rinse his mouth." After saying that, he turned his head away and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing Zhang Yongjun's words, Zhang Long felt secretly pleased, grateful that he had hidden his supplies, otherwise it would have been a disaster if they had gotten their hands on them. "There's nothing in the 2 boxes. If you don't believe me, open them and see." Zhang Yongjun and Wang Shiwang exchanged glances, hesitated slightly, then walked up together to open the boxes. The boxes were not locked, making it easy to open them. Inside, there were only 2 stainless steel plates and a pile of empty bottles. Looking at the disappointed trio, Zhang Long said indifferently, "I fell off the plane alone without a life raft, so I had to make a life raft out of those empty bottles to barely escape." Wang Shiwang looked at Zhang Long in surprise and said, "I hadn't seen you for the past couple of days and thought you had landed somewhere else. How did you end up falling off the plane alone?" Zhang Long sighed and replied, "It's a long story. Let's talk about it later." Without any evidence, he did not want to overly expose his predicament, so he brushed it off with this statement. Seeing that Zhang Long did not want to discuss his situation, Zhang Yongjun guessed he might have his reasons and said, "Why don't you report in at the camp first? We still need to find something to eat." After finishing his sentence, he pointed to his right front and, without waiting for Zhang Long to respond, pushed Wang Kaidi in the opposite direction. Wang Shiwang saw that Wang Kaidi still had a furious look, as if he wanted to hit someone, and quickly waved at Zhang Long before hastily following. Zhang Long watched the 3 leave, letting out a long sigh. He picked up his backpack, placing 2 bags of jerky and a sausage in the compartment, and stuffed 2 chocolate bars into his pants pocket. Originally, he had intended to share the food in his backpack with the 3 of them, but Wang Kai's arrogance made Zhan Long abandon that idea. Zhan Long brushed off the sand from his feet, put on his half-dry shoes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and dragged the 2 suitcases straight toward the camp. As he walked, he looked around and found the island surprisingly large with 2 towering mountains in the distance. He began to doubt whether this was even an island. Turning his head, Zhan Long saw someone on the beach forming an SOS signal with stones, and he felt a mix of emotions, wondering how long it would take for someone to rescue him from this deserted island. Before long, Zhan Long arrived at the so-called camp. Looking around, he saw that the entire camp consisted only of a few thick branches buried here and there with some vines and large leaves thrown on top. It could barely be considered a sunshade. Aside from a few life jackets piled next to each sunshade, there was nothing else. An elegant-looking thin old man sat on a stone next to a pile of firewood. A few meters in front of him, there was a small campfire, which was probably just to keep the embers alive, as the flames were so small that even a gust of wind could extinguish them. The old man seemed to have heard the sound and looked up at Zhan Long. When his gaze swept over the 2 boxes, Zhan Long had a hint of barely perceptible joy appeared on his face. Zhan Long felt that the old man looked somewhat familiar, perhaps because they had met on the plane, so he hurried forward, bent down, and greeted him. "Hello, uncle." The old man also quickly stood up with a smile and asked, "Young man, were you also a passenger on the plane?" This was essentially a redundant question. Who else could have ended up on this deserted island other than the passengers who escaped from the plane? Zhan Long didn't mind and nodded, "Yes, uncle, we met on the plane." The old man pretended to realize something and then shook his head with a smile. "I'm getting old. My memory isn't what it used to be. Please don't be offended." Since the ground was somewhat damp, Zhan Long pulled over a suitcase, sat down opposite the old man, took out a box of cigarettes from his backpack, opened it, and handed one to the old man. The old man politely accepted it, took a burning stick from the fire, and the 2 lit their cigarettes. After a moment of puffing smoke, Zhan Long looked around and asked curiously, "Uncle, why are you here alone?" The old man pressed his dry lips together, flicked the ash, and sighed helplessly. "They all went out to look for food and water. I'm older, so they left me here to watch the fire." Zhan Long turned his head and saw a few people lying around a distant campfire outside the camp sleeping. He pointed at them and asked, "Who are those people?" The old man sighed helplessly. "Those are also passengers from the plane. I heard they are from L country, and they are all as lazy as can be." Zhan Long blew out a smoke ring and laughed. "When it comes to hard work, no one can compare to us, Warren." The old man mimicked Zhan Long's action and also blew out a smoke ring, saying proudly, "Exactly, our great Huaxia has a 5,000-year legacy, and it has been passed down through hard work and resilience." Zhan Long felt a surge of emotion from his words and immediately remembered a saying he saw online, then sang out loud, "In this life, I have no regrets entering Huaxia. In the next life, I will still be a Huaran." The old man and the young man smoked and chatted, and after just a few exchanges, they felt much closer. They then exchanged names and did a simple self-introduction. The old man's surname was Lung, named Lung Banyan, and he turned out to be a well-known biology professor in the country. He had come abroad to accompany his granddaughter for medical treatment. As they became more familiar, Lung Banyan could no longer contain his curiosity and pointed at the 2 large suitcases, asking Zhan, "Where did these 2 big suitcases come from? Such large items require check-in when flying, right?" Zhan Long smiled wryly, took a deep breath of his last cigarette, then extinguished the butt forcefully on the ground, and briefly recounted his difficult experiences, omitting the details about the box of supplies and the second encounter with the shark. Even so, Lung Banyan seemed astonished and exclaimed repeatedly, "Zhan, you survived such a disaster. You must have good fortune ahead." Hearing this, Zhan Long couldn't help but think of his early deceased parents and his unfortunate sister, and he smiled sadly, saying, "My life has been as fragile as paper. I've faced many difficulties throughout, so how could I have a destiny of wealth and honor?" Lung Banyan squinted his eyes, carefully examining Zhan Long, and said very seriously, "You truly have the features of someone destined for wealth. As the saying goes, after hardship comes ease. Your later life will definitely be prosperous." Zhan Long was amused by his earnest demeanor and laughed. "Old man, are you a biologist or a fortune teller? Reading faces shouldn't be your expertise, right?" Lung Banyan also chuckled and teased, "Haven't you heard that the end of science is theology?" What Lung Banyan said wasn't unfounded. It is well known that world-renowned scientists like Newton and Einstein became enamored with studying theology in their later years. Just as Zhan Long was about to respond, he saw Lung Banyan suddenly shout and leap up from the ground, grabbing some firewood and running out as if he were on fire. It turned out that while they were talking, they had forgotten about watching the fire, and the bonfire had dwindled to just a few embers. As the fire was very weak and the firewood was somewhat damp, after adding more firewood, the flame was completely extinguished. Lung Banian had to squat down sticking his butt in the air and blow forcefully with his mouth. Seeing this, Zhan Long hurriedly took out a stainless steel plate from the box to help fan the flames, and after their combined efforts the fire finally reignited. Lung Banian looked at the plate in Zhan Long's hand somewhat excited and said, "This is a good thing. Where did you get it?" Zhan Long, seeing his look of surprise, teased, "Old man, you must realize that this is not a Ming or Qing dynasty flower plate." Lung Banian dismissively replied, "Even if it were a Ming-Qing flower plate, it wouldn't be as good as this here." As he spoke, he tossed a few pieces of wood into the fire and added, "If we turn it into a flat-bottomed pot, we can cook distilled water and make fine salt. In short, it has many uses." Upon hearing this, Zhan Long suddenly realized that on this deserted island a flat-bottomed pot could indeed serve many purposes. The two quickly reached a consensus and decided to get started. Lung Banian instructed Zhan Long to find a smooth flat stone while he went to the beach to collect some pebbles, then used two rectangular stones on either side of the fire to support the plate in the center and started the fire. As they continued to add firewood, the flames grew stronger, and soon they engulfed the entire plate. When the plate turned bright red, Lung Banian used a stick to lift it onto the flat stone, while Zhan Long placed another plate on to continue heating. Lung Banian gently tapped the sections of the plate with pebbles. He couldn't use too much force at this moment, otherwise it would easily crack. Once a crack appeared, there would be no remedy, so he had to be extremely careful. Once the red-hot plate turned dark, Lung Banian dared not tap anymore. It had to be reheated to bright red again. The two worked in perfect harmony, one heating and the other hammering. Zhan Long saw Lung Banian concentrating on hammering the plate and joked happily, "Old man, did you work as a blacksmith when you were young?" Wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, Lung Banian, while hammering the plate, laughed, "When I was young, I often watched blacksmiths in the village, sometimes I would watch for most of the day. Unfortunately, I never actually tried it. Now that I'm giving it a go, it's really not a simple task." At 70 years old, and having not eaten or slept well these past 2 days, Lung Banian quickly became exhausted, his hands trembling as he held the stone, and his strikes lost precision. Zhan Long hurriedly took over from him and handed him a chocolate bar. "Old man, you rest for a bit, let me give it a try." Lung Banian looked at the chocolate bar in his hand with a surprised expression, then smiled knowingly. After thanking him, he shared the techniques and insights he had for hammering the plate with Zhan Long, then walked to the side, peeled the chocolate bar, broke off half, and chewed it slowly, wrapping the other half back up to put in his pocket. The sound of their hammering woke up a few foreign men who were still sleeping in the distance. They looked at each other, then cast curious glances at the two. Finally, after the persistent efforts of the two, they successfully transformed the two stainless steel plates into flat-bottomed pots, though the color had turned an unsightly dark gray. Lung Banian was very pleased, and not bothering to rest, braved the scorching sun to wash the two pots at the beach, filled one with water, and joyfully ran back. Lung Banian placed the frying pan back on its original rack, covering it with another pan, slightly adjusting it, and propping one side up with a small stone to make it tilt. The water had not yet boiled, but drops were already dripping down the angled edge of the pan, prompting Zhan Long to hurriedly grab the empty bottles from the box. Watching the drops fall into the bottle one by one, Lung Banian's face lit up with joyous smiles spreading across his face like a child's. As the water reached a fifth of the bottle, Zhan Long noticed Lung Banian's dry, parched appearance and quickly swapped in an empty bottle, offering the water with a smile, saying, "Old man, you've worked hard, you take the first sip." Lung Banian's expression darkened, about to refuse, when suddenly someone sprang out from behind him, snatching the bottle away. Both Zhan Long and Lung Banian jumped in surprise, turning to see Wang Kaidi gulping down the water in one go. Having already been angered by a previous kick from Wang Kaidi, Zhan Long's frustration flared anew at the theft of the water, recalling all the humiliations he'd faced in the past, and he lunged at Wang Kaidi from behind, intending to throw him over his shoulder. However, Wang Kaidi reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around Zhan Long's neck, and the two began to tussle energetically. Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun rushed forward, trying to separate them from either side. "We're back." At that moment, a gentle and melodious voice came from behind several people. Everyone turned to see four beautiful women in flight attendant uniforms gracefully walking towards them. The four were the flight manager Sui Ming and flight attendants Sui, E.G. Lily, and Xiao Wenxiang. Leading the group, Sui Ming had a slender face and a tall figure, yet she was curvaceous with beautiful phoenix eyes that held a depth beyond her years. Following closely was her sister Sui E Petite, with a doll-like face resembling a sweet and innocent neighborhood girl. Walking beside Sui E, Xiao Wenxiang had a similarly pure appearance, though her figure was slightly more voluptuous, and she sported cute little fangs, adding to her playful charm. The last of the 4G Lily stood out among them, with fair skin, striking beauty, and a perfect model-like figure surpassing many minor celebrities. Upon seeing the four beauties approach, Wang Kaidi reluctantly shot Zhan Long a glare before releasing his grip first. In front of so many lovely ladies, he still wished to appear somewhat gentlemanly. This was a common trait among all men, so Zhan Long decided not to hold a grudge over the water incident. With newcomers in the camp, Sui, e.g. Lily, and Xiao Wenxiang all greeted Zhan Long, while Sui Ming wore a frown, appearing troubled. Zhan Long had seen them on the plane, and with the beautiful women greeting him, his face turned slightly red as he awkwardly waved back. He wanted to ask why he had been left alone on the plane, but he felt that even if he did, he might not get a satisfactory answer, which could ruin the current atmosphere. After much hesitation, he ultimately swallowed the question back down. At that moment, Wang Kaidi hurried forward, taking a large convenience bag that they were carrying, revealing a few leaves sticking out, indicating it was filled with various wild vegetables. When the four saw the pot used for distilling water, they couldn't help but rush over and exclaim in unison. The fangtooth girl Xiao Wenxiang laughed first, saying, "Professor Lung, you truly are remarkable. It's only been half a day since we last saw you, and you've already made this pot." Lung Banian smiled somewhat embarrassedly and replied, "I'm not that impressive. This was made using 2 stainless steel plates that Xiao Zhan brought down from the plane." "Hey, those are the plates my sister and I used. Why did you turn them into pots?" The sweet-looking flight attendant Sui suddenly exclaimed. As she spoke, she reached out to grab the 2 pots, but was pulled back by her sister Sui Ming. Then Sui Ming affectionately patted her somewhat naive sister on the head, saying, "Silly girl, we abandoned those when we left the plane. They no longer belong to us." On the plane, disposable plates were originally used, but the 2 sisters didn't use them because when Xia Fei ordered the plates, he chose a small factory that produced unqualified products to maximize his kickbacks. Sui Ming had the fortune to accompany Xia Fei during their passionate period and witnessed the filthy and chaotic state of the production workshop. After returning, she bought 2 stainless steel plates to keep with her, and both sisters no longer used the disposable plates on the plane. Seeing the rightful owners of the plates appear, Zhan Long felt a bit embarrassed and quickly stepped forward, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't know these 2 plates were yours. Tell me how much they're worth, I'll compensate you." Before the Sui sisters could respond, Wang Kaidi interjected, saying, "Do you think everything can be bought with money? Money is useless on this deserted island." After saying this, he flashed a sycophantic smile at the sisters. Watching him act like a lapdog, Zhan Long felt a wave of disgust. Sui Ming glanced at Wang Kaidi, slightly furrowing her brow, and then looked at Zhan Long, saying, "I've already said it was you who brought them down from the plane, then they are yours." Sui Ming was a smart person, she didn't want to create unnecessary tensions with a man over a plate on this deserted island. Seeing Sui Ming's understanding nature, Lung Banian felt quite pleased, picking up the bottle that had only collected a couple of sips of water and said, "Miss Sui, Xiao Zhan brought you these 2 plates. They have great use now." Lung Banian's words flattered both sides, making them both feel good, so who would still care about the ownership of the plates? After that, he handed the bottle to Sui Ming and continued, "With this, we can distill seawater to drink. Come, you try it first." Sui Ming took the bottle, looking at the meager amount of water inside. She licked her dry, cracked lips and handed it to Sui. "Sister, you should drink it. I'm not thirsty." Sui did not reach for the bottle as her sister had already given her the last half bottle of water. Ji Lily and Xiao Wenxiang looked at the bottle silently, swallowing their saliva. Just then a commotion of footsteps approached. Everyone turned to see a chubby middle-aged man being supported by a sturdy young man with a backpack, followed by a 15 or 16-year-old girl and a voluptuous fair-skinned beauty. Both beautiful women were dressed in luxury brands, their handbags from LV and Gucci clearly indicating they were either rich or noble. Though the 4 looked quite disheveled and downcast, when Zhan Long's gaze fell on the beautiful woman, 3 words involuntarily popped into his mind. Vixen. The woman with her alluring peach blossom eyes and seductive walk resembled the enchanting vixens from films. The 4 newcomers were Lu Changjuan, the president of Ruixian Group, his daughter, Lu Xiaowan, secretary, Qi Murong, and bodyguard Zhang Weiguo. Lu Changjuan was a self-made figure in the wealthy circles of Huaguo, known for his rise from nothing. Perhaps because of this, he had always lived a modest and low-key life. While other wealthy individuals at his level, or even below, owned private jets, he remained a frequent flyer of airlines. One wonders if he now regrets his frugality. Otherwise, if he had bought a private jet, he wouldn't be dealing with this troublesome situation. As Lu Changjun was a super VIP client of Yanjing Airlines, Sui Ming, the flight manager, recognized him immediately and hurried over to greet him, saying, "Boss Lu." Lu Changjun was wiping the sweat off his forehead, panting heavily, saying, "Water. Water. Is there any water?" Sui Ming hurriedly handed the bottle in his hand to Lu Changjun. Just as Lu received the bottle, a girl with a ponytail resembling a doll called out sweetly, "I want to drink water too." Lu Changjun's hand paused in midair as he looked at Sui Ming with a questioning gaze, his intention unmistakable. Sui Ming shrugged and helplessly said, "This is all we have for now." Lu Changjun had no choice but to give the bottle to his daughter. Lu Xiaowan took the bottle without hesitation, tilted her head back, and finished the water in 2 gulps. Then she licked her lips in reluctance and looked up at the empty bottle. Finally, pouting in anger, she threw the bottle to the ground, turned, and clung to Lu Changjun's arm, shaking it, while sweetly saying, "Dad, I want more water, I want more water." Lu Changjun looked at his precious daughter and said helplessly, "Wainer, be good, Dad will get you some in a bit." The others watched this scene, exchanging glances momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, 4 more people approached from a distance. A scholarly-looking middle-aged man and a pair of rather unattractive young men and women who resembled siblings walked in front, followed by a tall and pretty girl. Zhan Long recognized that it was his department manager Lu Xiangyuan, his colleague Fang Dong, and his sister Fang Jing, who had come out for a trip. As for the somewhat aloof beauty, Zhan Long did not know her, but her androgynous attire and messy braids made her look just like a little punk. All 4 carried bags and held various seafood they had collected. Upon seeing Zhan Long in the crowd, Fang Dong's face suddenly showed some surprise. After a brief hesitation, Fang Dong immediately ran up, patting Zhan Long on the shoulder with a smile. "Xiao Zhan, where have you been these past few days? I thought you had kicked the bucket in the ocean." Fang Jing stood behind her brother, gazing at Zhan Long with a silly smile, her small eyes already squinting into a line. Lu Xiangyuan stepped forward, using his elegant fingers to tap Zhan Long's shoulder while reproaching him. "When you're out, there's never a moment of peace for others." Faced with the concern from his leader and colleagues, Zhan Long felt warmth in his heart, nearly shedding tears. Finally, he smiled wryly and said, "I'm really sorry there was an incident that made everyone worry." Lu Xiangyuan's clean-shaven face also revealed a sincere and happy smile. Now all 6 people from Fenghua Company on this business trip, along with Fang Dong's sister Fang Jing, were safe and sound, allowing the team leader to finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, they suddenly heard someone singing loudly from a distance, "If the sea could take away my sorrow, like it takes away every river, all the wounds I've suffered, all the tears I've shed." The singing was bright, though the tune was a bit off. Zhan Long looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man in flight attendant uniform and a muscular tall man, each carrying a large bundle of firewood, walking and singing as they slowly approached the camp. Zhan Long recognized that the young man was the flight attendant he had asked for water from on the plane. He had glimpsed the name tag on his chest, which read Fu Xianyang. As for the tall man, he must have also been a passenger on the plane. As they got closer, Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun hurriedly went up to them, taking the firewood from their backs and placing it back into the original wood pile. When Fu Xianyang's sharp gaze fell on Zhan Long, his pupils suddenly constricted. He was the last to leave the plane and had seen Zhan Long unconscious in the middle of the seats. At that time, he had stepped forward to help, but seeing no reaction, he chose to abandon the rescue in order to escape quickly. Now suddenly seeing Zhan Long appear on the island was quite surprising for him. Although he had doubts to cover up his negligence, Fu Xianyang ultimately chose to keep the matter hidden. Just then, Lu Xiangyuan suddenly approached the tall man and affectionately touched the sturdy muscles on his arm, grinning as he said, "I say, Ding Dazhuang, your muscles are really big and strong. It's quite pleasing." His tone was somewhat effeminate, and combined with that slightly ambiguous gesture, it made the towering Ding Dazhuang feel quite uncomfortable. The two had sat next to each other on the plane, and at that time, Ding Dazhuang had gotten to know him while also enduring some torment. Now, under everyone's gaze, this scene made him grimace. However, Ding Dazhuang understood that Lu Xiangyuan was just teasing him. He felt no anger, but instead was amused and decided to joke back. He exaggeratedly shivered and smiled, saying, "Brother Lu, you're just not my type." Wang Zawang chimed in with a smile, "But you are his type. He likes men just like you who are true to their names." Zhan Long felt a bit embarrassed. In the company, only Wang Shiwang, the veteran, dared to tease manager Lu like this and get away with it. However, his wolfish words caused the men present to burst into hearty laughter, while most of the women shyly lowered their heads. Only Lu Xiaowan pouted in disgust, showing her disdain. Lu Changjuan, fearing that the conversation would get more absurd, cleared his throat and asked Sui Ming, "Why haven't we seen Captain Wei?" Sui Ming was about to answer when someone laughed and said, "Who's missing me?" Everyone turned to see 2 middle-aged men in flight uniforms coming quickly, one tall and thin with a smile, who was indeed Wei Jingsheng, the chief engineer of the flight. The shorter man behind him, who was half a head shorter and somewhat plump, was the co-pilot Wang Anjuan. Upon seeing the two, Lu Changjun immediately smiled and went forward to shake hands and exchange greetings. At that moment, Zhan Long suddenly noticed that the tall man named Ding Dazhuang was staring intently at a box on the ground, his face filled with surprise and confusion. Zhan Long was startled and cursed himself inwardly. "I was careless again. That box of food probably belongs to this tall man. I shouldn't have brought it back." But now it was too late to regret. As Zhan Long was secretly contemplating his next move, he suddenly felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he saw Lung Bainian standing in front of him with the girl with the messy braids, smiling and saying, "Xiao Zhan, this is my precious granddaughter Lung Bingbing. Isn't she lovely?" As he spoke, he looked at his granddaughter with eyes full of adoration. Long glanced over and saw that the girl was indeed quite beautiful, especially her full and sensual lips, which resembled a certain female celebrity, though he couldn't recall her name. Lung Bingbing had her hands in her pockets looking nonchalant and indifferently at Long, but she did not say anything. Long felt a bit awkward. He couldn't understand how someone as educated and dignified as Lung Banian could have such a disjointed granddaughter. But out of respect for Lung Banian, he could only smile and nod. However, Lung Banian, not picking up on the awkwardness, eagerly took their hands and said, "Come on, shake hands, and you'll be friends." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by Lung Banian's eagerness to introduce his granddaughter Long still politely extended his hand. Lung Bingbing squinted her eyes looking at this handsome young man who was somewhat shabby in dress, seemingly lacking interest in getting to know him. Finally, under her grandfather's expectant gaze, she reluctantly extended her hand for a symbolic shake with Long. When Long grasped her delicate and boneless hand, he felt a jolt of electricity. What shocked him even more was that he recognized that familiar scent. She was the owner of that white box. As Long was astonished, he immediately thought of that box of Durex, causing him to feel a bit flushed. Seeing Long's embarrassed and flustered demeanor, a hint of joy appeared on Lung Banyan's pale face, and after a slight nod, he burst into hearty laughter. After a round of small talk between Chief Engineer Wei Jingxing and Lu Changjuan, he looked at his watch and saw it was noon, calling for everyone to prepare lunch. Lung Banyan, the temporary chef, instructed everyone to wash the seafood and wild vegetables, but when he picked up a bag of wild vegetables, he immediately frowned. Seeing this, Long, who was assisting him, immediately asked Professor Lung, "Is there a problem with these wild vegetables?" Lung Banian wore a serious expression and did not respond to Long's question. Instead, he called over a few girls who were foraging for wild vegetables, picked out a few greenish-purple plants from a pile, and asked, "Who picked this wild vegetable?" Several people looked around for a moment, and the tall Ji Li timidly said, "It might be me who picked it. Is there a problem with this blood-skin vegetable?" Lung Banian shook the wild vegetable in front of the girls and said seriously, "This is not blood-skin vegetable. This is wargrass. Look closely, it has curled edges on its leaves, and the leaves are longer than those of blood-skin vegetable. This is a type of poisonous wild vegetable." The last sentence shocked Ji Li greatly. She even regretted admitting that she had picked these vegetables. The other girls also gathered around, examining the few wargrasses closely, exclaiming how similar they looked. It was truly unbelievable. In the end, Lung Banian earnestly said, "Ladies, survival in the wild is no joke. You must be cautious and careful." The girls widened their eyes and nodded in agreement, feeling deeply impressed by Lung Banian's extensive knowledge. Lung Banian checked all the wild vegetables inside and picked out a few inedible ones before handing the rest over to the girls to wash. Meanwhile, Long stood by silently taking note of everything. Lung Banian briefly explained the inedible wild vegetables to him before tossing them aside near the camp. Afterward, he led Long and Wang Shiwang to set up a simple stove and propped up another frying pan. As the girls returned after washing the wild vegetables, someone immediately asked with a laugh, "Old man, what are you planning to do?" Lung Banian examined the newly set up stove and replied with a smile, "I'm going to make you all teppanyaki for lunch." As soon as he said this, it drew applause and cheers from everyone. It seems that the allure of delicious food is universal, especially on this deserted island where meals are scarce. A feast is truly an unparalleled delight. Just as everyone was busy with excitement, Lu Xiaowan, who had been looking around aimlessly, suddenly shouted loudly, "Look over there. Someone is fighting." Everyone followed the direction she pointed. Not far from where the foreigners were resting, 4 tall foreigners were attacking a strong woman. Outside the battlefield, a plump little girl was huddled with a red-clad woman wearing sunglasses and a mask, shivering. The two could only watch anxiously as the woman in the fight displayed impressive skills, expertly alternating between offense and defense. Clearly a martial arts expert. Among the 4 foreigners, 2 seemed to have boxing training. They guarded their heads with their fists, dodging left and right, while looking for opportunities to strike, posing the greatest threat to the fierce woman. The battle was evenly matched, and after several exchanges, the fierce woman shouted loudly to the 2 outside the fray, "Sister, you 2 go first, and don't worry about me." From her voice, it was evident that the 3 women were compatriots from Huagua. Seeing his fellow countrywoman being bullied, Long wanted to rush over to help, but noticing that Captain Jiang and Lu Changjun were watching without taking action, he reconsidered his limited abilities and abandoned the thought of making a fool of himself. Lu Changjun recognized that the woman in sunglasses was a compatriot from the business class, but he didn't immediately instruct his bodyguards to intervene. Being on a deserted island with an unclear situation, he didn't want to reveal his trump card for survival so easily. This was a habit he had developed after years of navigating the business world. As the 2 women ran away, one of the 4 attackers pursuing the fierce woman broke off to chase after them. The woman in red, wearing high heels, could not run fast in the sand. After a few steps, she was caught up by the foreign man. Seeing she couldn't escape, the little plump girl turned around and charged at the man, but in her momentum, she was sidestepped, causing her to fall awkwardly. After taking down the little girl, the man did not stop and continued to chase after the woman in red. Realizing she couldn't run away, the red-clad woman looked towards the crowd and began to scream for help. Old Wei then waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Xiao Fu, go save her." Lu Xiangyuan also instructed Feng Dong and others, "You all go too." However, Lu Changjun remained silent. Standing next to him, Zhang Weiguo had already clenched his fists but could only watch helplessly. Zhan Long rushed forward with the others, and before he could show his skills, the four foreigners had already fled in panic. Everyone successfully brought the three beauties back to the camp. The little plump girl, covered in dirt and dust, didn't have time to tidy up her appearance and immediately tearfully thanked everyone for saving her. As she wiped her tears, she introduced herself, saying her name was Xiang Yufei, and they could call her Fei Fei or her nickname, Elephant. This remark immediately drew laughter from everyone. The lively and adorable girl who risked herself to help others instantly won everyone's affection. Xiang Yufei then pulled over the strong woman with a tan complexion and proudly introduced her to everyone. "This is my martial arts sister, Yang Shui." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. A woman standing her ground against four burly men had only suffered minor scratches, truly deserving the title of martial arts sister. Zhang Weiguo suddenly recalled some information about Yang Shui and stepped forward, asking, "Are you the Yang Shui who made it into the UFC?" Yang Shui, who was currently wiping the sweat from her forehead, straightened up proudly upon hearing that someone knew her story and said, "I have already retired." This statement was undoubtedly a tacit acknowledgement of her identity. Zhang Weiguo then noticed the UFC claw emblem embroidered on her left chest. He did not know Yang Shui and had never seen her matches, but a friend who enjoyed watching UFC had mentioned her and said she was the pride of Huaguo in the UFC. Now hearing that she had retired at such a young age was somewhat surprising, and he asked, "My friend said with your skills you could easily secure a top 5 spot. Why did you choose to retire so early?" Yang Shui's eyes flashed with a subtle hint of loneliness as she sighed indifferently. "Ever since I got injured 2 years ago, it has been difficult to return to my previous form. Coincidentally, my sister needs help, so I decided to retire to assist her." Mentioning her sister, everyone's gaze turned to the alluring woman in red. The red-clad woman awkwardly lowered her head, hesitated for a moment, and then removed her sunglasses and mask. "Yang and I. She is the big star Yang and I." With everyone gasping in surprise, Zhan Long's heart raced. Although he was not a fan, Yang and I was his favorite actress, and the only one. Now she stood there captivating everyone with her exquisitely sculpted face, flawless skin, and graceful figure, leaving the young men present utterly mesmerized. A feeling akin to a country chicken encountering a phoenix made Chi Murong feel ashamed and lower his head. Even the usually composed Lu Changjun appeared somewhat moved. Lu Xiaowan, Feng Jing Sui, and other young girls rushed over like devotees on a pilgrimage. Startled Yang and I resembled a frightened little bird hurriedly hiding behind Yang Shui. Yang Shui immediately spread her arms to block the girls and said boldly, "Ladies, please calm down. We have plenty of time in the future for sister and I to get close to you all." The girls, however, could not hear her and continued to excitedly surround the two, chattering away. Seeing Lung Bingbing standing there coldly observing, Zhan Long approached her with a tease, "Hey, why aren't you going over? Don't you like the big star?" Lung Bingbing gave him a sidelong glance, hands on her hips, and with a nonchalant smile said, "In comparison, I prefer her celebrity husband." Her words instantly blew Zhan Long's mind, causing him to inwardly exclaim, "Have today's young girls become this bold?" At this moment, Ji Lily quietly leaned toward Xiao Wenxiang and whispered, "I was wondering why she always wears sunglasses and a mask on the plane. It turns out she really is a big star." Xiao Wenxiang raised an eyebrow and said, "I've seen many stars, but this is the first time seeing someone package themselves like her in such hot weather." Ji Lily whispered, "Do you think she might be going abroad to engage in hidden rules?" Xiao Wenxiang also lowered her voice, saying, "There are rumors online that she has divorced her husband." Ji Lily continued, "Is that Yang Shui really her biological sister? The difference in their looks is quite significant." Xiao Wenxiang laughed, saying, "Despite her constant denial of plastic surgery, from this perspective it seems she might have indeed had some work done." In fact, their speculation was not without basis. Leaving aside entertainment news and the rumors hinting at Yang Nis plastic surgery, just the stark contrast in looks between the two sisters was evident. Yang Shui had a sharp, angular face, somewhat resembling a man's square jaw, while Yang Ni had a standard round face. Just by appearances, no one would guess they were biological sisters. Xiao Wenxiang and Ji Lily were gossiping about Yang Ni's various scandals when they suddenly heard Lung Banian singing loudly behind them, "The pot is ready. It's time to eat." His loud voice finally brought the group of starstruck girls back to reality. On this island where food was scarce, nothing was more enticing than the call to eat. Everyone began to line up to get their food, holding large leaves. What Lungbanian referred to as a teppanyaki was merely heating a skillet and steaming some shellfish. Fortunately, these items tasted delicious even without any seasoning. Seeing everyone lining up for food, Long also took a few leaves from where they were stored and joined the end of the line. Just as he settled in, he overheard Wang Shiwang whispering to Zhang Yongjun in front of him, "Hey, why hasn't that big star come over to get her food? Is she playing the diva here? Maybe she's just not hungry. Don't worry about it," Zhang Yongjun replied casually. Wang Shiwang suddenly grinned lewdly and said, "If she comes to Q, I'll definitely stand behind her." Zhang Yongjun was taken aback and smirked. "What? Want to do something?" Wang Shiwang laughed. Having such close contact with the big star Yang and I might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhang Yongjun scoffed and laughed. "What? Have you learned to chase stars now?" Wang Shiwang sincerely replied, "Whether she's a star or not doesn't matter, it's mainly that she's truly beautiful." Zhang Yongjun stroked his chin, glancing at Yang and I sitting far away, then at Lungbanian, who was distributing food, and suddenly asked, "Since she's not coming to get food herself, do you think Professor Long will give her special treatment?" Wang Shiwang shook his head and said, "I doubt it. That old man is quite stubborn." Hearing their whispers, Zhang Long turned to look and noticed that not only had Yang and I not come to get food, but Lu Changju and his daughter and the secretary were also sitting there motionless, just watching everyone. Sure enough, when it was the turn of the chubby girl Xiang Yufei, she cheerfully said to Lung Banyan, "Sir, it's just the two of us." Lung Banyan was probably the only one present who hadn't looked at Yang and I at all. He ignored Xiang Yufei's words, handed her one portion, and coldly said, "You have hands and feet. Go get it yourself if you want to eat." At that moment, Yang and I put on her sunglasses, turned her head to the side, pretending she hadn't heard. Xiang Yufei had no choice but to give her food to Yang and I before running back to stand behind Zhang Long. When Zhang Weiguo received a portion of food and started to walk back, Lu Changjun suddenly stood up and said to the two beside him, "Let's go over too." As a billionaire with assets in the billions, Lu Changjun naturally understood the wisdom of knowing when to adapt. Outside, he was a powerful tycoon, but on this deserted island, he was just an ordinary stranded person. Of course, his awareness was also significantly influenced by Xiang Yufei only receiving one portion of food. Yang Anai, as a top-tier star in the country, had secretly divorced her husband and canceled all her work, taking her sister and assistant abroad to relax, not knowing she would encounter this once-in-a-century hijacking incident that severely dampened her spirits. Seeing her sister standing there dazed with 2 pieces of wild vegetables, Yang Shui cautiously walked up to her, took the vegetables, and handed her only scallop, saying, "Sister, you should eat this." Yang and I gave the vegetables to Yang Shui, but did not accept her scallop. "You have consumed a lot of energy, you should eat it yourself." Yang Shui looked at her sister somewhat helplessly and softly said, "Sister, since we are stranded on this island, to survive better we need to integrate into their group." Her words were quite tactful, hinting Yang and I to drop the airs of a big star and interact with everyone with a commoner's mindset. Since her sister became a big star with the changes in wealth and status, Yang Shui felt a sense of inexplicable oppression from her sister's arrogance and dominance, even as her biological sister. This made her speak and act with great caution, fearing to upset her sister. Seeing her sister's meek demeanor so different from her former bold self, Yang and I could only smile bitterly and say, "I understand the reasoning, but my mood hasn't been great these past 2 days. After all, in the coming days, I will rely entirely on you and the elephant. Take good care of yourself." Yang Shui nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with determination. "Sister, don't worry. As long as I have breath, I will never let anyone bully you." Yang and I smiled and said, "You also have to take care of yourself, so I won't worry about you." "I understand," Yang Shui said with a smile, nodding repeatedly. Finally, the two exchanged a smile, and everything was understood without words. When Zhang Long received his food, he was a bit dumbfounded. 3 scallops, a conch, and a few wild vegetables, this was hardly enough for a meal. He began to feel fortunate that he had hidden some food. However, in an instant, he felt a deep guilt for his selfishness. Seeing that he was just standing there in a daze after receiving food, Lungbanian said, "These wild vegetables can be eaten raw and provide various vitamins, minerals, dietary fiber, and antioxidants your body needs." Zhang Long gave a soft "oh," turned and walked towards his colleagues. As he passed by Ding Dazhuang, he caught a glimpse of his shiny black eyes fixed on him. Zhang Long, though intentionally avoiding those 2 boxes, could tell from Ding Dazhuang's gaze that he already knew everything. However, Ding Dazhuang did not call out publicly, which made Zhang Long feel there was still room for negotiation. As soon as Zhang Long sat down, Fong Dong's sister Fong Jing suddenly walked over smiling and said, "Brother Long, I don't like eating this conch. Can I trade you for a scallop?" Without waiting for Zhang Long to reply, she reached out to grab the scallop from his hand. Zhang Long hurriedly turned to dodge, and with a swift motion pushed Fong Jing away with his backside, jokingly scolding, You little brat, you think I didn't see. You already ate the conch meat. Fong Jing, having just graduated from university and yet to find a job, took advantage of her brother's business trip to travel together. Since her school was very close to Fenghua Company, she often visited her brother, and over time, she became quite familiar with everyone, often joking around when they met. Due to the unremarkable looks of both the siblings, people didn't treat Fong Jing as a girl, and sometimes the jokes went a bit too far, but Fong Jing would just laugh it off. What amused Zhang Long was that this girl seemed to have a bit of a crush on him. Every time she came to find her brother, she would intentionally strike up a conversation with him. Zhang Long found it annoying, but out of respect for Fong Dong, he didn't dare to overreact and let her be, though he always wore a displeased expression around her. This time, after Zhang Long pushed her away, Fong Jing puffed up her cheeks and said, "Hey, Longa, you're a real man. You wouldn't be this petty, would you?" Before Zhang Long could respond, Wang Shiwang suddenly laughed and said he doesn't like eating conchs, he only likes eating small buns. Fong Jing was taken aback at first, then looked down at herself. It seemed she understood something, and immediately her face turned red with embarrassment as she turned around, spat at Wang Shiwang, and fled. Just as everyone burst into laughter, Fong Dong dashed in front of Wang Shiwang, startling her into covering her mouth, too afraid to laugh anymore. Fong Dong shot him a cold glance, then sat back in his seat without a word. Zhang Yongjun leaned close to Wang Shiwang and whispered, "No matter how ugly my sister is, she's still my dear one. If you can't control that foul mouth of yours, you might really get beaten up next time." Wang Shiwang, having just been put in her place by Fong Dong, retorted unhappily, "Isn't that exactly what you want to see?" Zhang Yongjun immediately frowned, looking pitiful, as he said, "Old Wang, for the sake of our relationship, if you think that way, it's too unfair to me. You know that in the company, whether it's major or minor matters, I've always supported you. I've never laughed at your expense." Wang Shiwang hesitated slightly, realizing she had gone too far, and quickly apologized repeatedly. Zhang Yongjun understood that on this deserted island, unity among their group was paramount, and he wouldn't dwell on such trivial matters, so he smiled and said, all right, it's just a little thing. If you keep complaining, it'll feel like we're strangers." Wang Shiwang chuckled awkwardly and patted Zhang Yongjun on the shoulder, who also patted her arm back. They exchanged smiles, marking their reconciliation. After a while, Zhang Yongjun looked at the people in the camp and suddenly asked meaningfully, "Old Wang, do you think we can go back?" Wang Shiwang glanced at the group of flight attendants, then turned his gaze to Yang and I, and said with a smile, "With so many beautiful women around, if we can't go back, then so be it." Zhang Yongjun followed his gaze and sneered, "Don't dream your dreams. Those women are all extraordinary beauties and surely have high standards. This time you, Old Wang the Casanova, might find it useless." Although Wang Shiwang looked somewhat shabby, he was a master in the art of women, even earning the nickname Old Wang the Casanova at the company. Wang Shiwang smiled ambiguously and said, "It may be impossible outside, but here it's hard to say. As long as we are good at spotting opportunities and seizing them, anything is possible." His words left Zhang Yongjun deep in thought. After everyone finished the food they had, Wei Jingsheng suddenly stood up and walked in front of Sui Ming, taking out 2 bags of biscuits and 2 bottles of water from his backpack and placing them in front of her, saying, "Please distribute these to everyone." After a pause, he added, "For everyone's sake, this is what I got from Old Wang over there. We might not get any more in the future." Zhan Long, unsure about what he meant by over there, quietly asked Lu Xiangyuan, beside him, "Manager, Lu, what does he mean by over there?" Lu Xiangyuan lowered his voice and said, "The side with 5 terrorists. They have seized all the supplies brought down from the plane. Wei and Wang have been going there daily to request some, but it seems we won't be getting any more." Hearing this, Zhan Long felt conflicted again. After much contemplation, he ultimately persuaded himself to contribute the supplies when the camp ran out of food. However, this had to be predicated on the premise that Ding Dazhuang wouldn't come looking for trouble. Sui Ming opened the biscuit packaging and counted. There were only 40 sheets of biscuits, while there were 24 of them. After each person received 1.5 sheets of biscuits, Sui Ming handed the remaining 4 sheets back to Wei Jingsheng. Wei Jingsheng held them in his hand, thought for a moment, and then approached Ding Dazhuang, looking up at his imposing figure of nearly 2 meters, and said, with such a big build, that little bit of food must not be enough. Here, have another piece. Ding Dazhuang didn't refuse. After thanking him, he took the biscuit and popped it into his mouth, chewing just twice before swallowing. Wei Jingsheng then approached the Professor Lung Baiyan, who was working on distilling water, saying, "Professor Lung, thank you for your hard work." He then offered a piece of biscuit as well. However, Professor Lung shook his head and smiled, saying, "I'm old. Just a little is enough for me. Better to give it to the young people." Seeing his sincerity, Wei Jingsheng didn't insist, and instead gave a piece to the youngest Lu Xiaowan, leaving the last 2 pieces uncertain of whom to give them to. Sui, noticing his awkwardness with the 2 remaining biscuits, suggested, "How about we play a little game? Whoever wins gets the biscuits." Upon hearing this, aside from a few girls, no one else responded. Everyone was still hungry and didn't want to waste energy on meaningless activities. Seeing this Sui, he sat back down in disappointment. Zhanlong understood the group's sentiments and suggested, how about we do something simple? He'll pick two numbers between 1 and 24 and write them on the back of a stone. Whoever guesses correctly gets the biscuits. The crowd found this simple enough and agreed unanimously. If it weren't for being on this deserted island, 2 pieces of biscuits would probably not be worth fighting for. However, Lung Banian still chose not to participate. Consequently, Ding Dazhuang and Lu Xiaowan, who had already received a piece, sensibly chose to withdraw. Thus, only 21 people remained. Zhanlong immediately stood up, ran behind a rock, and wrote the numbers 9 and 21 with a pebble. After starting the count, the number 9 was quickly guessed by Wang Shuang. Meanwhile, Lung Bingbing, who had not participated until the end, chose 20 without hesitation when only 20 and 21 were left. The last remaining number, 21, naturally fell to Zhanlong. In truth, no one noticed that Zhanlong had a little trick up his sleeve when he wrote the number 21. Because before writing, he guessed that the number left for himself was likely to be 21. But he couldn't say he cheated, he only utilized people's habitual thinking. When multiple people guess numbers, if no one records, they are generally accustomed to following the last person's number, so the largest number, 21, was ultimately left for Zhanlong. Once all assignments were complete, Wei Jingsheng gathered everyone beneath a shaded awning and invited the strangers to introduce themselves. As familiarity blossomed among them, the atmosphere grew lively. Fu Xiangyang edged closer to Zhanlong, burning with curiosity to ask how Zhanlong, originally unconscious aboard the aircraft, had miraculously survived. Yet, fearing exposure of his earlier failure to render aid, he suppressed his inquisitive impulse. After casting a long, searching glance at Zhanlong, he quietly returned to the cabin crew. At that moment, Lu Changjun lumbered over, his portly frame glistening with sweat, and approached Wei Jingsheng, complaining as he wiped his brow. "Say, old Wei, why didn't you set up camp in that nearby forest? It'd be so much cooler there." Wei Jingsheng turned his gaze toward the woods at a glance and replied, "The forest teems with snakes, insects, rodents, and vermin. Far too dangerous. And at night mosquitoes swarm so thickly they could drain a man dry." Lu Changjun nodded, suddenly enlightened, yet a subtle shadow of distress flickered across his plump face. Heat oppressed him deeply, the scorching sun was unbearable. But hearing Wei Jingsheng's reasoning, he could only follow the crowd like a duck crossing a river, gritting his teeth and enduring silently. Wei Jingsheng cleared his throat twice, scanned the group, then spoke gravely, "Does anyone know the name of this island where we now find ourselves?" At his words, faces turned to one another in mutual bewilderment. After a pause yielded no answer, Wei Jingsheng asked again, "Has anyone heard tales of the Devil's Island?" Before he finished speaking, Lung Banian blurted out in alarm, "Captain Wei, is it true we're stranded on Devil's Island?" His reaction betrayed prior knowledge. This accomplished biologist clearly knew something of Devil's Island. Yet his palpable dread sent a chill through the group, kindling ominous foreboding. Wei Jingsheng paused briefly, then frowned and said, "Based on my decades of flight experience and the parameters recorded during our forced descent, I am nearly certain of it." A ripple of agitation surged through the crowd the moment he spoke. Merely the name Devil's Island evoked dread. It was plainly no haven. First Officer Wang Anjuan interjected, "We were brought here by terrorists. Even if this island harbors peril, it surely pales beside the threat those fanatics pose." Lu Changjun asked, puzzled, "What then did those terrorists hope to gain by hijacking us?" At once I turned to Captain Wei Jingsheng, eager for answers only he could provide. Wei Jingsheng sighed. "I did ask them, but they merely replied that they would reveal their purpose when the time is ripe." Sui Ming's beautiful eyes suddenly fixed upon Lung Banian. "Professor Lung, could you tell us what dangers truly lurk on Devil's Island?" Lung Banian gazed toward the island's 2 towering mountains, hesitating before saying slowly, "Well, I cannot speak to specifics, only that." "Only what?" Sui Ming's expression shifted subtly, her voice urgent. Lung Banian narrowed his eyes, carefully choosing his words as he spoke deliberately. "The terror of Devil's Island eclipses even that of the Bermuda Triangle. Within 100 nautical miles, all electronic devices, including satellite signals, fail utterly." Wei Jingsheng nodded and added, "Before our forced landing, I attempted to send a distress signal amid the chaos, only to find every electronic system dead." Zhanlong now understood why his phone's compass had failed. Lu Changjuan's fleshy face trembled as he cried out in shock, "Then, no rescue team will ever reach us." Wei Jingsheng remained silent. The truth required no reply. Lu Xiangyuan could no longer hold back. If only electronics fail here, can it truly be deemed perilous? Lung Banian gave a cold, mirthless laugh before continuing slowly, "No one knows what horrors dwell on Devil's Island. For centuries, every expedition, be it official or civilian, that has ventured ashore has vanished without a trace. Thus no survivor remains to tell us what lies within." A collective gasp rose from the group. Even Wei Jingsheng flinched, his earlier vague awareness now hardened into visceral dread. Zhanlong suddenly recalled the colossal white serpent. If it dwelled here, danger was imminent indeed. Lung Banian stared into the deep ocean, his expression grave as he spoke. Centuries ago, Admiral Zheng sailed westward and, caught in a tempest, accidentally entered these waters. He dispatched 3 landing parties onto the island, each vanishing without return. In despair, he abandoned the attempt and circumnavigated the isle. Only after sailing 100 li did his compass resume function. He paused, then sighed. Yet the tale is riddled with contradictions, so bizarre that orthodox histories omitted it entirely. Only Yunmengzi's records of lost lore from the Divine Land preserves fragments of this account. When Lung Banian fell silent, all exchanged stunned, wordless glances. The camp's atmosphere darkened instantly, oppressive and heavy. After a long silence, Zhang Weiguo suddenly remembered something and asked Professor Long, "Have any expeditions arrived here armed with modern firearms?" Lung Banian raised a thumb in approval and smiled faintly. "An excellent question." Then, under the group's rapt anticipation, he tossed several logs into the fire before continuing. Most recently, and most infamously, 20 years ago, an explorer named Brian, backed by a tech corporation, assembled a team 10 elite scientists from diverse fields and 10 mercenaries equipped with state-of-the-art gear and weaponry. They entered Devil's Island and vanished without a whisper, like stones sinking into the sea. Long after Lung Banian ceased speaking, silence reigned. Only the hot sea wind rustled through the awning, whispering softly. Zhanlong reflected bitterly on his own harrowing odyssey, tears welling yet unshed. He had risked death to escape the plane, only to fall from one abyss into another, still trapped in mortal peril. A sigh escaped him. "Truly, I fled the dragon's lair, only to stumble straight into the tiger's den." Before the echo faded, Lu Changjun lamented despairingly, "Then we are doomed." Lung Banian shook his head. "Not necessarily. If we avoid the island's interior, the danger should remain manageable." Those words struck Ding Dazhuang and Fu Xiangyang with chilling fear. They had strayed deep into the woods while gathering firewood, heedless of Captain Wei's warnings. Miraculously, they had returned unharmed. All was well. Wei Jingsheng stepped forward 2 paces, bowing slightly as he murmured anxiously, "Professor Long, what do you advise we do next?" Every gaze converged upon Lung Banian, the erudite biologist who had without question become their lodestar. Seeing all eyes upon him, Lung Banian accepted the mantle without hesitation. "Then let me offer my humble suggestions." After a thoughtful pause, he continued deliberately. "First, with our numbers increased, we must elect a leader to coordinate tasks and responsibilities. Second, we must fashion rudimentary weapons to defend against ferocious wildlife. Third, we must construct sturdy shelters to shield us from wind, rain, and to serve as safe resting places at night." Having laid out these 3 proposals, Lung Banian hurriedly added before anyone could respond, "Above all, safety must be paramount. Avoid injury or illness at all costs, for without medicine, even minor wounds or fevers may prove fatal." Wei Jingsheng spoke earnestly. "Professor Long is right. Through Miss Yang Nis experience, it's evident that the dangers on this island do not only come from terrorists and unknown wild animals. Some passengers with ulterior motives are equally perilous. It is indeed necessary to prepare some weapons for self-defense. As for the choice of the team leader, I suggest that Professor Lung take on the role directly, if that's agreeable." Before Wei Jingsheng could finish, everyone had already voiced their agreement with enthusiasm. However, Lung Banian shook his head repeatedly and said sincerely, "I am old and lack the energy, though I can only boil water and cook for you. As for the team leader, you should look for someone more capable." Despite repeated persuasion from everyone, Lung Banian remained obstinate, showing no signs of yielding. Wei Jingsheng had no choice but to say, "Since Professor Lung is unwilling, let's choose someone else." Lu Changjun's eyes lit up as he immediately laughed and said, "No need to choose anymore. Captain Wei is the best candidate." In Lu Changjun's view, besides himself, the only one with management experience was Manager Lu and Wei Jingsheng. He was not familiar with Manager Lu, but had known Wei Jingsheng for a long time. If Wei Jingsheng became the team leader, it would be very advantageous for him. Thus, he directly recommended Wei Jingsheng for the position. Unexpectedly, Wei Jingsheng shook his head repeatedly and said, "This is absolutely out of the question. You should all express your best candidates, and let's vote to decide." Zhanlong, Wang Shiwang, and others turned their gazes towards Manager Lu, but Lu Xiangyuan shook his head repeatedly, indicating that he had no intention of contending for the team leader position. In his eyes, being the team leader was a thankless task, and he certainly wouldn't rush to take it on. Seeing Lu Xiangyuan voluntarily give up, Fang Dong was secretly pleased and was just about to recommend himself when he heard his younger sister Fang Jing behind him say, "I think the team leader should be Sister Yang and I, as she is the most suitable." As soon as she said this, not only did it infuriate Fang Dong, but it also startled Yang Ni, who hurriedly said, I can't do it. Her voice, though somewhat flustered, remained as melodious as a lark in the valley, attracting the attention of everyone. How could one person be so favored by heaven? Not only did she possess an angelic face and a devilish figure, but her voice was also incredibly pleasant. Fang Dong was gritting his teeth at his sister when Wang Shiwang suddenly chimed in. Indeed, in ancient times Mu Gang led troops to break the Tiandang array, and now we have Yang Ni as our team leader to conquer Devil Island. At this moment, Fang Jing was completely oblivious to her brother's murderous gaze, fully displaying her fanatical traits, and continued, Yes, Sister Yang Ni has hosted and participated in several outdoor survival shows, possessing rich outdoor survival experience. She is undoubtedly the best choice for our team leader. Her words directly infuriated Fang Dong to the point of wanting to spit blood. Zhanlong, however, was very much in agreement with Fang Jing's words. He was one of the beneficiaries of that show, and was about to raise his hand in support, when he suddenly heard Yang Ni anxiously say, Those were all scripted. I was just an actress participating in the production and didn't learn much at all. Her desperate explanation inadvertently unveiled the veil of certain variety shows, leading everyone to chuckle awkwardly. Fang Dong saw the opportunity and directly pulled his sister over, scolding, Stop causing trouble here, go play elsewhere. Seeing someone vying for the team leader position, Fu Xianyang knew it was time for him to step up and assist Captain Wei, so he stepped forward and said loudly, I choose Captain Wei to be our team leader. After he finished speaking, he was the first to raise his right hand. Wang Anjuan, Sui Ming, and other crew members subsequently raised their hands in unison, followed by the 4 from Lu Changjun's side, who also raised their hands one after another. Then Yang Ni, Yang Shui, and Xiang Yufei also raised their hands. Ding Dazhuang looked around and slowly raised his hand as well. At this moment, Lung Beinian meaningfully glanced at Zhanlong and raised his right hand. Lung Bingbing noticed her grandfather had raised his hand and followed suit. Now only a few people from Zhanlong's company remained unexpressed. At this point, with the number already over half, it seemed that their votes could no longer influence the outcome. Among them, Lu Shunyuan was the first to raise his hand, followed by Wang Kaidi, Zhanlong, Wang Shiwang, and Zhang Yongjun, who all raised their hands one after another. Seeing this, Fang Dong knew it was useless to resist, and reluctantly raised his hand in agreement. Wei Jingxing saw everyone raise their hands in agreement and realized he could no longer decline. He looked around at everyone with bright eyes. After a long while, he slowly said, Since everyone believes in me and chooses me to be the team leader, I will not decline any longer. His voice trembled, indicating that he was quite excited at this moment. After a slight pause, he pondered for a moment and continued, In the future, we should try to discuss matters together. Our only goal is to return home safely. He almost shouted the last 4 words. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Changjun was the first to applaud, and his timely applause immediately boosted everyone's spirits. Soon the camp erupted in thunderous applause. The flight attendant Fu Xianyang, seeing that the wish of nominating the captain had been fulfilled, was even more delighted, bending his right index finger and placing it in his mouth to blow a sharp whistle. Zhanlong looked at the spirited Wei Jingxing and suddenly recalled the male protagonists he had seen in those survival shows on deserted islands. Each of them was not only exceptionally brave, but also ended up marrying beautiful women, with some even living a fairy tale life of multiple wives. However, the male supporting characters in those shows generally did not have good endings. Knowing his lack of martial prowess, he naturally categorized himself as a supporting character. This caused a bit of anxiety in his heart, unsure if he, as the supporting character, could survive until the end. While he was lost in thought, Wei Jingxing pressed his hands down, signaling for silence, and said, In order to achieve our goal of returning home, if anyone has any special skills, please do not hide them. As long as they are helpful for our survival on this deserted island, do your best to showcase them. As soon as he finished speaking, Sui timidly raised her right hand and asked, Can I count my ability to weave things? Wang Shuang teased, What can you weave? Weaving stories. This remark drew a burst of laughter from the crowd. At this moment, Lu Xianyuan had his left hand on his waist, and with his right hand, he playfully flicked Wang Ziwang's forehead, scolding, You only know to joke around and make a fuss. At your age, how can you still lack some seriousness? His speech was already somewhat effeminate, and combined with the unintentional gesture, it nearly made everyone faint collectively. Sui ignored Wang Ziwang's teasing, blushing slightly, and eagerly said, I can weave some bamboo baskets and containers using vines. Wei Jingxing was very pleased that Sui was the first to step up and contribute, which was undoubtedly the greatest support for his work as team leader. Moreover, bamboo baskets and containers would be very useful on this deserted island. He glanced at Fu Xianyang and said, Xiao Fu this afternoon accompany Xiao Sui to gather some vines and make a few bamboo containers first. Fu Xianyang happily agreed. Then he heard Jili Li behind him say, Captain, why don't I go with those two? As she spoke, her gaze towards Fu Xiangyang even carried a hint of flirtation. Wei Jingxing noticed Jili Li's longing expression but turned a blind eye and said indifferently, "That task only requires 2 people. You should go with them to look for food instead. Right now, addressing our basic needs is our top priority." Jili Li's expression instantly dimmed. However, when she turned her head and saw Xiao Shuang staring at her with her big apricot eyes in confusion, she couldn't help but smile slyly. Wang hoped to lean his head against Zhan Long, covering his mouth as he whispered, "Do you see? These 3 people have stories." Zhan Long smiled slightly, silently giving him a thumbs up. Ding Dazhuang saw that his partner for gathering firewood had been assigned another task, and a thought suddenly sprang to his mind. He stepped forward and asked, "Captain, may I ask who will accompany me to gather firewood this afternoon?" Wei Jingxing smiled and waved to everyone, saying, "You can choose from among these people." Upon hearing this, Zhan Long's heart skipped a beat and an ominous thought arose. Sure enough, Ding Dazhuang pointed at Zhan Long and laughed, saying, "I'll choose this brother Zhan to come with me." Zhan Long bitterly smiled in his heart. What was meant to come would eventually come. Since this matter couldn't be avoided, it would be wise to resolve it sooner rather than later. With his mind made up, he stepped forward and shook hands with Ding Dazhuang, both sharing a meaningful smile without saying a word. Wei Jingxing looked at everyone again and asked, "Is there anyone else willing to contribute some special skills?" He asked 3 times, but no one responded. Wei Jingxing said with a smile, "Don't be shy." Wang hoped, "I can brew fruit wine, but under the current conditions it's of no use." Wei Jingxing nodded and smiled, saying, "That's not bad, or it might come in handy later." However, this statement led to misunderstandings among the crowd. Qi Murong asked anxiously, "Captain Wei, are we really not going back?" This question undoubtedly represented the thoughts of many present, and everyone looked toward Wei Jingxing. Wei Jingxing knew that if they realized they couldn't go back, there would be no telling what chaos might ensue on this lawless island. He quickly composed himself and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely return. Nothing can stop our return." Although the crowd remained non-committal, no one pursued the matter further. Zhan Long followed Ding Dazhuang, looking up at his towering figure, filled with anxiety and unease. Ding Dazhuang seemed to have his own heavy thoughts, silently walking forward with his hands behind his back. The 2 of them entered a grove, with Ding Dazhuang breaking off a long branch, using it to beat down the dry grass in front of him as he continued deeper into the woods. Stepping on the thick layers of fallen leaves in the forest, Zhan Long hurried to catch up and asked with concern, "Brother Ding, didn't Captain Wei say there might be danger deeper in the woods?" Ding Dazhuang stopped and turned to look at Zhan Long, blurting out, "Are you afraid of dying?" Zhan Long awkwardly smiled and replied, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Ding Dazhuang chuckled and inexplicably added, "It's easy if you're afraid of dying." This left Zhan Long completely baffled. However, Zhan Long soon understood the meaning behind his words. He never expected that the seemingly simple-minded Ding Dazhuang would have such thoughts. With his overwhelming physical prowess, it would be difficult for him to resist if Ding Dazhuang decided to forcefully take his supplies. Remembering his earlier resolution, he couldn't help but waver. Yet once Ding Dazhuang finished speaking, he began to gather firewood again, ignoring Zhan Long. Zhan Long couldn't decipher what he was truly thinking. So Zhan Long decided to ask directly, "Brother Ding, what did you mean by that just now?" At that moment, Ding Dazhuang stood up and grabbed a thick, dry branch from a tree. With a slight exertion, it snapped with a crack. Zhan Long was startled, as if the branch that broke was his own arm. Ding Dazhuang stepped forward, his gaze like a bull's, staring at Zhan Long without expression, and asked, "Those 2 suitcases in the camp, did you bring them?" Zhan Long smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed this matter couldn't be hidden. He took a deep breath and feigned calmness, answering, "Yes, those 2 suitcases were brought back by me from the sea." He emphasized the words "brought back" to highlight his significant role in acquiring the suitcases. However, Ding Dazhuang disregarded his words, casually playing with the branch in his hand, and said indifferently, "One of those suitcases belongs to me." Zhan Long felt a surge of anger at his arrogance and retorted, "So what if it's yours?" Ding Dazhuang suddenly laughed heartily, placing a large hand on Zhan Long's shoulder, saying, "Then you should return it to its rightful owner." Zhan Long replied, "All right, when we go back you can take it." Ding Dazhuang coldly retorted, "Do you think I'm foolish? What I want is what's inside it." Zhan Long shrugged, appearing helpless as he said, "I didn't take what's inside but still on the plane. I just used it to fill empty bottles and made a life raft to escape from the plane." His reasoning seemed plausible, but Ding Dazhuang couldn't believe he would leave those supplies on the plane. Seeing that Ding Dazhuang was still hesitating, Zhan Long continued, "When life and supplies are at stake, of course I prioritize my life first." However, this statement seemed to provoke Ding Dazhuang. The hand resting on Zhan Long's shoulder suddenly tightened around his throat as he snarled, "You lost my supplies, and you still want to keep your life." Zhan Long rolled his eyes, gripping Ding Dazhuang's wrist tightly, trying to free his neck from his grasp. Yet Ding Dazwang's hand was like an iron clamp, he couldn't budge it. At the life-and-death moment, Zhanlong gritted his teeth and unleashed the most effective move against a man kicking toward Ding Dazwang's groin. Ding Dazwang seemed to have anticipated this, dodging back and easily grabbing Zhanlong's kicking foot. Zhanlong quickly pulled back his foot and using his other foot pushed off the ground to kick toward Ding Dazwang's temple. "Oh, you're serious?" Ding Dazwang used his arms to exert strength, and before Zhanlong could land a kick, he had lifted him high above his head, rendering Zhanlong unable to harm him further. The two stood in a stalemate for a moment, just as Zhanlong was about to beg for mercy and agree to hand over the supplies. Unexpectedly, Ding Dazwang gently set him down, wrapping his arms around Zhanlong's waist, and exaggeratedly cried, "Boss, please give me some food. Ew, I can't stand the hunger anymore. Woo. Woo." It turned out that this guy's fierce appearance was just an act, and his sudden change left Zhanlong completely bewildered. Since strength didn't work, he resorted to softness. Zhanlong habitually adjusted his glasses and forced a smile, saying, "Get up, let's talk properly. What are you doing?" While speaking, he tried to pull Ding Dazwang up, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He couldn't move him at all. At that moment, both their stomachs grumbled simultaneously. Ding Dazwang finally let go of Zhanlong, plopping down on the ground, holding his stomach as if he were in excruciating pain. Seeing his comical appearance, Zhanlong felt a bit unsettled. He realized that Ding Dazwang was actually a kind-hearted person. He could have completely resolved the issue with force, but chose merely to scare him a little before willingly letting go. To ensure that he as a minor character could survive until the end, Zhanlong decided to make use of this tall and strong Ding Dazwang as a protective umbrella for his personal safety on this deserted island. Zhanlong sat on the grass in front of Ding Dazwang, pondering before saying, "Promise me 2 conditions, and I will return the items to you." Ding Dazwang suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of laughter, like crescent moons. "Sure, what are the conditions?" Looking at his comically dark face, Zhanlong shook his head with a bitter smile. Organizing his words in his mind, he said, "Those supplies were brought out by me at the risk of my life, so you need to give me half." Before he could finish, Ding Dazwang readily replied, "Sure, that's absolutely fine." Zhanlong waved his hand and said, "Hold on, I haven't finished yet." Ding Dazwang scratched his head and chuckled. "Then go ahead, go ahead." Zhanlong continued, "Those supplies must be kept by me, and how you distribute your half must also be according to my decision." Hearing this, Ding Dazwang jumped up from the ground, loudly complaining, "Hey, what do you mean? Why does my half have to be decided by you?" Zhanlong smiled and said, "This is for your own good. Our supplies are limited, and we don't know how long we will stay on this island, so those supplies can only be used to save ourselves when we are in dire straits." After a pause, he added, "If we eat freely, we might run out in a few days, which would defeat their purpose of existence." Ding Dazwang scratched his head, thinking that with his character, he wouldn't be able to keep anything for long once he got it. So he smiled a bit sheepishly and said, "Then I will agree to your terms." Seeing his agreement, Zhanlong felt a little relieved. He was genuinely afraid this guy wouldn't agree. After all, if he ate without restraint, he couldn't be sure he wouldn't covet Zhanlong's portion. Ding Dazwang eagerly asked, "So what is your second condition?" Zhanlong, slightly embarrassed at being asked about the second condition, smiled awkwardly and said, "The second condition is that you must ensure my safety on the island." On this island, although Zhanlong had several colleagues from his company, after the ambush on the plane, he realized he couldn't rely on those colleagues at crucial moments. Moreover, that Wang Kaidi was still causing him trouble. Therefore, Zhanlong had to find a powerful protector for himself. To his surprise, Ding Dazwang shook his head like a rattle drum and repeatedly said, No, I can't do that. I can only offer some strength, that's all I can do." However, Zhanlong was unfazed, smiling and saying, "One strength can overcome 10 skills. Your strength is sufficient." Yet Ding Dazwang still wouldn't relent. Zhanlong patiently laid out a long argument, still unable to convince Ding Dazwang, so he had to compromise and said, "First, I won't provoke trouble for no reason. Second, if you feel that helping me threatens your life, you can choose not to help, and I won't blame you. Is that acceptable?" Ding Dazwang, seeing that Zhanlong had gone this far, felt embarrassed to refuse, further replying, "Then we have to stick to our word. Don't blame me later." Zhanlong felt somewhat disappointed with Ding Dazwang's performance, but thinking it was a bit unreasonable to force him, he let it go. He took out 2 bags of jerky from the compartment of his backpack and tossed one to Ding Dazwang. Ding Dazwang's eyes lit up at the sight of the jerky. He trembled as he tore open the packaging, then held it to his nose and sniffed much like a child receiving a long-desired snack. However, the sight of his burly figure doing this was rather comical. Zhanlong chewed on the jerky, laughing, and said, "Are you satisfied just by smelling it?" Ding Dazwang chuckled and said, "When eating such good food, there has to be a sense of ceremony." Zhanlong asked, "Where did you get this jerky from? Why is there not even an outer packaging? It wouldn't be some inferior product, would it?" Ding Dazwang gave him a sidelong glance, took a small bite, and while chewing slowly said, This is homemade horse jerky from my second uncle's house. I haven't dared to eat it and plan to bring it to my foreign friends to try. Foreign friends? Zhan Long asked in confusion. You go abroad to see friends? Ding Dazhuang replied. I work abroad. I've been doing it for 2 years. This time I just returned from family leave to work overseas. Zhan Long suddenly realized, muttering to himself. No wonder your suitcase is full of food. After finishing the jerky, they began to gather firewood. Zhan Long focused on the small dry branches on the ground, while Ding Dazhuang aimed for the larger dry branches in the trees. Carrying the blazing sun on their backs, the two soon found themselves drenched in sweat. Due to thirst, Zhan Long suddenly remembered something. He had read in some online novels that islands were full of coconut trees, yet since arriving on the island, he hadn't seen a single one. He asked Ding Dazhuang, Dazhuang, you've been here for a while, have you spotted any coconut trees? Ding Dazhuang, while breaking off a dry branch from a tree, pondered and said, when we first landed on the island, Captain Wei did ask us to look around, but we didn't find any coconut trees. Zhan Long sighed inwardly. It seemed the authenticity of what was depicted in online novels was still up for debate. The two of them were attracted by the increasing number of dry branches ahead and unknowingly entered deeper into the forest. Zhan Long squatted on the ground, picking up dry branches while waddling forward. Suddenly a bird, startled by the two, flew up from the bushes, its colorful feathers and melodious chirping causing them to stop and admire. Their gaze followed the bird until it disappeared in the distance. Zhan Long suddenly noticed a few plants resembling banana trees about 50 meters ahead. Traveler's banana. Zhan Long exclaimed in surprise, seeing that its shape was identical to what he had read in online novels, wondering if there was indeed drinkable pure water inside. Zhan Long discarded the branch, beckoning Ding Dazhuang to come over to the traveler's banana. He discovered that almost all the bases of the leaves had small holes, indicating that the water had likely been consumed. Disappointed, Zhan Long was still somewhat reluctant to give up. He circled around the traveler's banana and finally found 2 intact stems. Zhan Long carefully drilled a small hole at the base of the leaves with the key he carried, and indeed a splash of clear water gushed out. Zhan Long hurriedly caught it in his mouth and greedily began to suck. Ding Dazhuang beside him rubbed his hands in excitement while continuously chuckling foolishly. Soon the water from one of the stems was completely consumed by Zhan Long. Unable to contain his excitement, Ding Dazhuang eagerly asked, what does the water taste like? Is it good? Zhan Long smacked his lips, reflecting for a moment. It didn't have much taste at all, nothing like the sweet and refreshing descriptions in the novels, and he laughed. It's hard to say, you should try it yourself. Using the same method, Ding Dazhuang also drank the water from the other stem. His dark face was filled with admiration as he looked at Zhan Long and asked with a grin, Brother Long, how did you know there was water inside? Zhan Long cleared his throat, adjusted his glasses, and pretended to lecture a disciple, saying, in the future, when you have nothing to do, don't just play games, read more books. As the ancients said, in books there are beauties like jade, in books there are houses of gold. Ding Dazhuang, seeing Zhan Long stammer, laughed and said, I know about the house of gold, but what is this beauty like jade? Zhan Long said seriously, this Yin Ruyu is not just anything, it was a term used in ancient times to refer to beautiful women. Beautiful women. Ding Dazhuang silently murmured, then asked, is she as beautiful as the superstar Yang and I? You like that superstar Yang and I too? Zhan Long asked, looking at him with some suspicion. Ding Dazhuang smiled shyly, scratching his head, and said, I don't want to be called a toad dreaming of swan meat, actually. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, I prefer the chubby girl next to her. Zhan Long widened his eyes, looking at Ding Dazhuang in disbelief, silently giving him a thumbs up. Your taste is indeed unique, I admire you. In truth, when it comes to women, it really is just a matter of personal preference. The two of them drank water, feeling good, chatting and laughing as they walked toward the place where they had just gathered firewood. Suddenly Ding Dazhuang's expression changed. He reached out to grab Zhan Long and pointed to a patch of grass in front of them, whispering, Brother Long, it seems there's someone over there. Upon hearing there was someone in the grass, Zhan Long's heart tightened. He turned to look, and indeed there was a shadow flickering in the grass. Zhan Long made a shushing motion to him, and the two picked up a branch, each crouching low and stealthily moving toward the grass. As they got closer, both of them gasped in shock. Zhan Long felt every hair on his body stand on end, and he even experienced a suffocating sensation. What they saw was a female corpse, a yellow-skinned body devoid of clothing and covered in wounds. From her mouth stuffed with dry grass and her terrified eyes, it was evident that she had endured inhumane torment before her death. Although the weather was hot and humid, the corpse showed no signs of decay and had not been gnawed upon by wild animals, indicating that she had not been dead long. Surrounding the corpse were fallen weeds, scattered torn clothing, and a pair of glasses with one leg broken. Yet Zhan Long recognized her by her exaggerated red hair. They had crossed paths in the airport lounge when she was doing a live stream. Her charming face and humorous speech had once caught Zhan Long's attention frequently. He never expected that upon seeing her again, she would already be a cold corpse. Zhan Long sighed deeply, using a branch to shoo away the flies and clearing the dry grass from her mouth. He couldn't help but scold angrily. Damn it, this must be the doing of those foreign devils. On this international flight, there weren't many Chinese passengers, and Zhan Long didn't believe that his compatriots could do something so cruel. He naturally attributed the blame to the foreigners who had previously attacked Yang and I. Since the area around the corpse was filled with weeds, they couldn't determine the number of assailants based on footprints. Ding Dazhuang angrily said, "Humph. When we encounter them again, we must make them pay in blood for their crimes." As he spoke, his iron fists cracked ominously. Zhan Long reached out to close her eyes and put the broken glasses on her, then said to Ding Dazhuang, "For the sake of our shared nationality, let's dig a pit and bury her." Ding Dazhuang nodded in agreement, then walked to a large tree, pulling down a branch as thick as an arm. The broken end was sharp, making it much easier to dig. Each took a branch. They found a relatively soft patch of earth, and after a whole hour they had dug a small pit over a meter long, half a meter wide and deep. Even so, both of them were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. After resting for about 10 minutes, they lifted the female corpse into the pit, and Zhan Long's gaze suddenly fell on her only intact pair of marten boots. On this deserted island, any supplies brought from civilized society were scarce, even unique, and it was indeed a pity to bury such a good pair of marten boots beneath the ground to rot with her. Zhan Long paid his respects with 3 bows, murmuring, "We were merely strangers meeting by chance. Today we will lay you to rest. Let this pair of boots be our offering of thanks." After saying this, he stepped into the pit and removed the marten boots from the corpse's feet. Ding Dazhuang looked at Zhan Long in terror and whispered, "Brother Long, taking things from the dead is unlucky. Don't keep them." Zhan Long ignored him, tossing the marten boots to the ground, and said lightly, "These boots are just trash on a dead person's feet. If they are given to a living person, they might just save a life." "Oh." Ding Dazhuang nodded as if he understood and didn't ask further. Instead, he imitated Zhan Long and bowed 3 times to the female corpse, mumbling something under his breath. The two of them worked together to bury the female corpse. Looking at the lonely grave mound, Zhan Long felt a surge of emotions, wondering what fate awaited him on this devil's island, and whether he too would die away from home and be buried on this deserted island. Ding Dazhuang stood in front of the grave, putting his hands together and whispering softly. Zhan Long, seeing him in a somewhat mystical demeanor, couldn't help but curiously ask, "Dazhuang, are you praying for her soul to be at peace?" Ding Dazhuang's face turned slightly red, smiling shyly as he said, "I am praying for her to protect us so we can leave here safely and smoothly." Zhan Long chuckled bitterly, frowning, and said, "She couldn't even protect herself, so don't expect her to protect you. Whether we can leave alive depends on us alone. I'm just doing my part and leaving the rest to fate." Ding Dazhuang said. Zhan Long gazed at the sky, his eyes shining brightly. "We cannot leave our fate to chance. We must defy destiny and change our fate." He had lost both parents at a young age and faced a tumultuous fate. If it weren't for his tenacious spirit, he might still be herding cattle in his small village back home. Ding Dazhuang seemed to be inspired by him, clenching his fists and shouting, "Yes, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven." The two of them exchanged fervent emotions, their hearts boiling with blood, and they felt invigorated as they worked. Soon they collected enough dry firewood. Ding Dazhuang found 2 vines and tied them into 1 large and 1 small bundle, even thoughtfully, making a 2-shoulder carrying strap for Zhan Long. Zhan Long wore his backpack on his chest, loaded the firewood, and held a marten boot in one hand, following behind Ding Dazhuang as they started their way back. Since it was still early, they weren't in a hurry to return. Whenever they spotted a bird's nest in a tree, Zhan Long would climb up to take a look, and along the way they ended up collecting more than a dozen bird eggs of different sizes. As they just exited the woods, Zhan Long suddenly noticed 2 people not far ahead, sneaking around, sharpening a wooden stick on a rock. From their empty flight attendant uniforms and physiques, they were likely Captain Wei Jingxing and First Officer Wang Anjuan. Zhan Long felt curious, immediately grabbing Ding Dazhuang, signaling him with his eyes, and said, "What are those 2 up to? Let's go check it out." Ding Dazhuang glanced at the 2 and immediately understood. Zhan Long and Ding Dazhuang did not make a sound, but they also didn't deliberately hide their presence. They just lightened their steps and moved closer to the 2. Wei Jingxing, who was grinding a wooden stick, suddenly turned his head to look at the 2. Zhan Long shivered involuntarily, as if caught sneaking a peek. Wei Jingxing, looking tense, appeared startled and stared blankly at the 2. "Captain Wei," Zhan Long hurriedly greeted to mask his inner turmoil. You two." Wei Jingxing seemed to forget their names and gave a somewhat awkward smile. Ding Dazhuang saw that the wooden sticks had already been sharpened by sharp tools, and while the 2 were still grinding at the stone, he asked in confusion, "Captain Wei, what are you doing?" We are preparing some defensive tools for everyone. Ding Dazhuang wanted to ask more, but was nudged aside by Zanlong, who signaled him to remain silent. Zanlong then told Wei and Wang about their discovery of the female corpse in the woods in detail. Upon hearing this, Wei Jingxing angrily thrust the wooden stick he held into the ground and gritted his teeth, saying, "These lawless scoundrels." He then sighed and added, "It seems Professor Lung was right. It is indeed necessary to prepare some weapons for self-defense." After speaking, he handed the two already polished wooden sticks to them and instructed, "You two have worked hard. Take these back to the camp for now and be careful on the way." Zanlong and Ding Dazhuang took the sharpened wooden sticks, swung them a couple of times in their hands, and felt that their length, thickness, and weight were just right. It seems the two captains really put in some effort. "Captain Wei, Captain Wang, we will head back now. You both stay safe." After Zanlong finished speaking, he waved goodbye to the two captains. The two excitedly waved their wooden sticks and headed straight for the camp. But after walking about 30 or 40 meters, Ding Dazhuang could no longer hold back and asked, "Brother Long, what do you think they used to sharpen these wooden sticks?" Zanlong glanced back and saw the two starting to grind the sticks again and softly said, "I guess they definitely have knives or axes on them. The reason they are grinding on the stone is merely to cover up the marks left by the knives." Ding Dazhuang chuckled and patted Zanlong's shoulder, saying, "Great minds think alike." Zanlong replied sternly, "Just keep this between us, don't speak of it carelessly at the camp." Ding Dazhuang nodded repeatedly, but couldn't help asking, "Brother Long, why do you think they are doing this?" Zanlong said, "It's for everyone's good. Those terrorists may have guns, but if they find out we have knives, what do you think will happen?" Ding Dazhuang suddenly understood and said, "For safety's sake, they will definitely confiscate our knives." Zanlong nodded gravely and said, "During the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, the little devils used this trick. Whenever they occupied a village, they would confiscate all the kitchen knives, leaving only a few locked on the well for the villagers to use." Ding Dazhuang exclaimed, "That's quite a ruthless tactic, but they ultimately failed." Zanlong sighed. "That was also achieved through the countless lives and blood of our ancestors." The two continued chatting casually and soon returned to the camp. After placing the firewood, Zanlong carefully took out a dozen bird eggs from his backpack and handed them to Lung Baiyan, who was boiling distilled water. Upon seeing the bird eggs, Lung Baiyan's eyes lit up, and he happily said, "These are great. Tonight I'll make you a wild vegetable egg drop soup to replenish some protein." While speaking, he handed Zanlong a bottle of prepared water, saying, "Xiao Long, you must be thirsty. Come have some water first." Previously, he always called him Xiao Zhan, but now he changed it to Xiao Long. This subtle change caused ripples in Zanlong's heart, making him feel elated. "Old man, we've already had water. Let's leave this for them." Upon hearing that they had drunk water, Lung Baiyan was surprised and asked, "Did you find a water source?" "No." Zanlong then told him about how they drank water from the traveler's banana plant they found in the woods. However, Lung Baiyan frowned upon hearing this and asked, "You brat know quite a lot. Where did you learn about these random things?" Feeling his serious expression and the sting in his words, Zanlong couldn't help but feel anxious, and blushing, he said, "I read it in an online novel about survival on an island." "Fool," Lung Baiyan said angrily, "you actually believe what's in those online novels?" Ding Dazhuang asked in horror, "We drank it or we won't die, right? That's not going to happen." Lung Baiyan glanced at the two before continuing, "The moisture in those leaves and stems does not completely come from the leaves and stems themselves. Most of it is rainwater stored in the funnel-shaped stems, which contains bacteria and insect eggs, so it cannot be consumed directly." Upon hearing this, Zanlong felt as if 1,000 horses were galloping through his mind. Just then, he suddenly sensed a faint fragrance wafting toward him and looked up to see Lung Bingbing approaching with 2 large bottles of water. Lung Bingbing poured one bottle into the pot for making water and handed the other to Lung Baiyan, then walked straight up to Zanlong expressionless and said, "Come here, I have something to ask you." Her tone was filled with cold arrogance and disdain. Bingbing. Lung Baiyan felt regret for giving her that half-chocolate bar. Lung Bingbing ignored her grandfather's call and continued walking forward. Zanlong glanced at Lung Baiyan and said somewhat awkwardly, "He'll go see her, nothing will happen." Without waiting for Lung Baiyan to respond, he chased after Lung Bingbing. She walked all the way to the seaside, hands in pockets, standing there coolly. The sunset glow bathed her beautiful and alluring face, resembling a painting. Zanlong quietly approached her from behind, and as soon as he stood still, he heard Lung Bingbing say, "Where did you get this thing?" Zanlong looked up and saw that she was holding the wrapper of the chocolate bar he had given to Lung Baiyan. He felt a headache. The rightful owner of that second box had indeed come looking for it. Now he regretted giving the chocolate bar to Lung Baiyan. Sometimes doing a good deed truly brings trouble to oneself. After much contemplation, Zanlong ultimately decided to keep this matter a secret. The reason he chose not to admit it was not because he was attached to her chocolate bar, but because he feared that if he admitted it, Lung Bingbing would pursue him for the rest of it, which might lead to even greater trouble. Lung Bingbing, seeing him silent, suddenly turned her head, her beautiful big eyes coldly fixing on him as she asked, "Haven't you figured out how to lie yet?" Zanlong, feeling anger rise in him due to her arrogance, coldly replied, "I bought it. What's wrong with that?" "Oh." Lung Bingbing smiled faintly, a glint of sharpness flashing in her eyes as she coldly pressed on, "Where did you buy it?" "Of course, from the supermarket." Zanlong had no choice but to continue lying. Once a lie began, it required countless more lies to cover it up. Lung Bingbing pressed further, asking, "Which supermarket did you buy it from?" Zanlong initially wanted to let it slide for Lung Banyan Sake, but seeing her relentless questioning, he felt his anger igniting and shouted, "What do you mean by this? Just say it directly, don't beat around the bush." "Well, let's be straightforward about this." Lung Bingbing sneered coldly and said, "This chocolate was custom-made for me by my mother abroad, and the packaging has my name's pinyin on it." Upon hearing this, Zanlong felt both ashamed and angry, realizing that her earlier questions were merely a prelude to humiliating him later. Zanlong was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly standing there wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow him up. Seeing him speechless, Lung Bingbing asked directly, "Where is my stuff? Give it back to me right now." Zanlong finally understood why Lung Banyan had looked astonished when he saw the chocolate bar. After all, using someone else's belongings to curry favor, it was no wonder they were angry. Under Lung Bingbing's forceful questioning, Zanlong felt both ashamed and furious. Now he had no choice but to resort to his shameless tricks. With a sly smile, he said, "I didn't take the clothes. I've eaten everything edible, and now there's only this left." He searched through his backpack as he spoke. Lung Bingbing seemed to know what he was up to, her face flushing slightly, as she hurriedly interrupted, "No need to look for it, just keep it for yourself." With that, she huffed and strode away. The box originally was a gift from her best friend, who said that if she encountered a pervert while abroad and couldn't escape, she should let the person take this to avoid catching any unclean diseases. Unexpectedly, this item was discovered by Zanlong, which made her feel both embarrassed and angry. She could no longer bother to reason with him and could only flee in disgrace. Zanlong gazed at the retreating figure of Lung Bingbing, a wicked smile spreading across his face as if his plot had succeeded. Returning to the camp, Zanlong was called over by Lung Banyan, who anxiously asked, "Xiao Long, I think Bingbing seems to be mad at you. What happened between you two?" Zanlong thought to himself, "Isn't it all because of you?" Although he thought this, he couldn't say it aloud and was pondering how to explain the situation. He heard Lung Banyan sigh and say, "I noticed you two liked the same chocolate bar. I thought it was fate, so I told Bingbing, who knew it would backfire. You won't blame me, will you?" Implying that he was also unaware of the true origin of Lung Bingbing's chocolate. What puzzled Zanlong was why this old man seemed to favor him without asking whether he had settled down, having the intention of pairing him with his granddaughter. Seeing him in self-pity, Zanlong quickly replied, "Old man, you're wrong. It's all my fault. It was me. You don't need to say anymore." Zanlong's words were cut off as Lung Banyan interrupted, saying, "I know this girl's temperament." But then he shifted his tone and added, "You young people need to understand and tolerate each other. As a man, you should bear more responsibility." Zanlong was left completely confused by this statement. Did he really consider himself a mentor? He found it somewhat amusing and could only nod in agreement. As dusk approached, the group returned one after another from their search for food. This afternoon, the biggest catch was made by Zhang Weiguo, who had used a pot-shaped basket woven by Sui Yigong to catch a big fish. Watching everyone gather around the large fish in high spirits, Zhan Long suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He realized he should quickly return the fishing gear to Lu Xiangyuan. Given his years of fishing experience, solving 1/3 of the food supply for the team shouldn't be a problem. Having made up his mind, Zhan Long decided to retrieve the fishing gear tonight. At the same time, he would take some jerky to give to Ding Dazhuang, separating his portion from Lung Bingbing's as a compensation for eating her chocolate bar. Because they made a wild vegetable egg drop soup in the evening, Lung Banyan had a few young people use the leftover scallop shells from lunch to split the water bottle in half, turning it into a cup to hold soup and vegetables. Lu Xiaowan looked at the busy people and said, "Using this plastic bottle to hold hot soup is harmful to your health, right?" The others looked at her with strange expressions, as if she were an alien. Wang Shiwang, while cutting the bottle, said, "Leisurely little girl, this is Devil's Island. Having a plastic bottle is already quite good. If you think it's toxic, you don't have to use it." Lu Xiaowan huffed coldly, about to retort, when Lu Chongjun quickly stepped forward, took her hand, and softly said, "Wainer, stop messing around. This is just a temporary solution." Yet before he finished, Lu Xiaowan forcefully shook off his arm, saying, "Then I won't eat this meal." With that, she stormed off angrily. Lu Changjun's chubby face showed a hint of embarrassment as he forced a smile at everyone before chasing after his daughter. Seeing this, Zhang Weiguo had no choice but to drop the bottle in his hand and follow after them. Everyone else was left speechless. After a few harsh realities on this island, she would realize how naive and ignorant her thoughts were. Although tonight's meal still seemed meager, it was much more plentiful than lunch. Not only was there wild vegetable egg drop soup, but also a plump big fish. After Lung Banian cleaned the fish, he made several cuts on its body with a shell to enhance the flavor. Then he skewered the fish with a clean branch and slowly roasted it over the fire. Just as it was about to be done, he sprinkled some fine salt on the fish, enhancing the aroma. Zhanlong looked at the fine salt in his hand and asked, "Old man, is this sea salt you're making? Didn't you say this salt can't be eaten directly?" Lung Banian smiled faintly and replied, "The water used to make the salt has been filtered several times. As long as it's not consumed long-term, it shouldn't be a problem." "Filtered?" Zhanlong asked in confusion. "Where did you get a filter?" Lung Banian, while flipping the fish, pointed to his right with his mouth. Zhanlong looked in the direction he indicated and saw a bottle sitting on a rock. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the bottom of the bottle had been cut off with a layer of fine sand and a layer of fine charcoal inside. The cap had many small holes and was dripping water. Zhanlong gave a thumbs up to Lung Banian and laughed, "Old man, is there anything you can't do?" At that moment, Wang Shiwang interjected, "Professor Lung, aside from childbirth, I doubt there's anything he isn't capable of." Hearing this, everyone looked at Lung Banian with knowing smiles. Wei Jingxing also remarked, "Having an elder in the family is like possessing a treasure." After a sumptuous dinner, Wei Jingxing gathered everyone again and had Zhanlong recount the story of his encounter with the female corpse in the forest. Upon hearing this, everyone was extremely angry, and some of the timid girls were already trembling in fear. Wei Jingxing timely instructed Fu Xiangyang to bring over the pointed wooden sticks he had made and distributed one to each person. In the future, everyone must go out in pairs, and it's best to carry this wooden spear for self-defense. After Wei Jingxing finished, he scanned the crowd and finally focused on Zhang Weiguo and Yang Shui, saying, "If there's a chance in the future, we should ask Zhang Weiguo and Yang Shui to teach everyone some self-defense skills. Are you both willing?" Zhang Weiguo and Yang Shui seemed somewhat surprised. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement without hesitation. Then they arranged for the male comrades to take turns guarding the night in pairs, while also being responsible for boiling distilled water. Zhanlong initially wanted to team up with Ding Dazhuang, but as there were exactly 6 male colleagues from their company, he could only team up with the lone Zhang Yongjun. Ding Dazhuang partnered with the flight attendant Fu Xiangyang. After arranging the order, the meeting finally concluded. As soon as the meeting adjourned, Feng Jing rushed forward, pulling Zhanlong to ask him to elaborate on the matter of the female corpse. Despite having been terrified to the point of trembling just moments ago, she insisted on hearing more. In order to scare her, Zhanlong deliberately described the scene in a very grotesque manner. By the end, Feng Jing timidly asked, "Brother Long, if we encounter bad people, can you protect me?" It seems this was her true purpose for wanting to hear the story again. Zhanlong chuckled, "If there's danger, your elder brother will naturally protect you. There's no need for me to do so." Pausing slightly, he continued, "Look at my small frame. I can't even find someone to protect me." Upon hearing this, Feng Jing immediately bit her lip, stepped closer, linked her arm with Zhanlong's, and gazed at him intently, saying, "Then let me protect you, okay?" Zhanlong's face instantly darkened. A sensation akin to a frog crawling on his foot caused goosebumps to rise all over him. He thought of himself as not being one to judge by appearances, but he truly could not accept Feng Jing's looks. Not only did she lack a curvaceous figure, but her features were also overly masculine, resembling her brother as if they were carved from the same mold. Especially her eyes, which were not only small, but also widely spaced, lending her an indescribably uncomfortable appearance. What Zhanlong found most unacceptable was the mole on her upper lip, which looked as unsightly as a dried booger stuck there. Seeing Zhanlong staring blankly at her, Feng Jing felt her words had been somewhat abrupt, and she immediately flushed with embarrassment, hastily releasing her hold on his arm. Zhanlong remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he fixated on Feng Jing. Under his death stare, she finally shyly covered her face with her hands and turned to flee. At this moment, Wang Shiwang, who had been quietly observing everything, cleared his throat and stepped forward with a smile, saying, "It looks like Feng Dong's brother-in-law is secured. Get lost." Zhanlong scolded with a laugh, "If you like her, I can help you set up a match." Wang Shiwang exaggeratedly shivered and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, I lack such fortune." After saying this, he looked at Zhanlong and sang mockingly, "I say my eyes only have you, only you make me unable to forget passing through every black night and every white day." Upon hearing this blatant mockery, Zhanlong immediately kicked him in the rear, but Wang Shiwang was not angry. He continued singing while playfully tussling with Zhanlong. As the two were having their fun, Zhanlong suddenly noticed Lung Banian walking towards them and immediately left Wang Shiwang to greet him. Before Zhanlong could speak, Lung Banian softly asked, "Xiao Long, is there something? If not, come walk with this old man." "Sure," Zhanlong replied, and took his bag and wooden stick, walking alongside Lung Banian towards the seaside. Noticing Long Baiyan's worried demeanor along the way, Zhang Long began to feel a bit anxious himself. "Old man, are you alright?" Zhang Long couldn't help but be the first to ask. "I'm fine," Long Baiyan sighed, and continued, "Xiao Long, I want to ask you for a favor." "What is it? Just tell me. I will never refuse as long as I can do it." Long Baiyan's expression turned serious as he said, "If one day something happens to me, I hope you can take care of Bing Bing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Long was a bit bewildered. He did not understand the true meaning of Long Baiyan's words. Was it merely for personal protection? Or was it the kind of protection that involved marrying her? He was even more unclear why Long Baiyan had set his sights on him as seemingly inept nobody. "Old man, you won't have any problems. Your health is so good you will definitely live a long life." Before Zhang Long's words could finish, Long Baiyan sighed and said, "The heavens can be unpredictable and fortunes can change. Ooh, I fear this old man does not have the blessing of living a long life." After another sigh, he slowly said, "Since my partner passed away, I have long since viewed life and death with indifference. All that weighs on my heart is this unfortunate child Bing Bing." Zhang Long sighed inwardly. Speaking of misfortune, she might not be as unfortunate as he who lost both parents at a young age and was raised by his sister. But then he thought Long Baiyan had said this trip abroad was to take Lung Bing Bing for treatment. Perhaps her misfortune lay in this illness, so he couldn't help but ask, "Old man, you mentioned taking Bing Bing abroad for treatment. What illness does she have that requires going overseas?" Lung Baiyan sighed and fell silent. Zhang Long suddenly realized that his question might have been a bit abrupt, and just as he was about to apologize, he heard Lung Baiyan slowly say, "Since I have entrusted Bing Bing to you, it wouldn't hurt to share with you." As he spoke, he seemed to recall some painful past, and tears streamed down his face. Zhang Long quickly said, "Old man, if you don't want to talk about it, just treat it as if I never asked. I shouldn't have asked about such matters." Lung Baiyan gently wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes, but did not heed Zhang Long's words, continuing, "Bing Bing has a congenital hereditary disease due to her mother's background. This disease generally manifests around the age of 40, and by 51 essentially becomes a vegetable." Upon hearing this, Zhang Long was taken aback. Lung Bing Bing truly was a person with a hard life. Compared to her, the hardships he experienced were truly nothing. Zhang Long couldn't help but murmur, "How can there be such a strange disease in the world?" Lung Baiyan sighed and said, "Bing Bing's mother was once my most prized student, but she concealed the family's hereditary medical history, married my son, and during Bing Bing's birth her medical history was discovered by the hospital. She subsequently had a huge argument with Bing Bing's father, and not long after they divorced. A year later, her mother entrusted Bing Bing to us and went abroad alone for treatment." Zhang Long couldn't help but ask, "Has her mother's illness been cured?" Upon hearing this, a hint of anger appeared on Long Baiyan's refined and weathered face as he replied indignantly, "After her mother went abroad, it is said, she became an assistant to an expert specializing in this disease, but I heard from a friend abroad that this guy is a fraud who exploits this disease for money and favors." Perhaps due to their former teacher-student relationship, Long Baiyan harbored no ill will towards Bing Bing's mother for leaving. Instead, there was a hint of compassion and concern in his words. Hearing this, Zhang Long couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It turned out there were such unreliable experts abroad. As they spoke, the two had already reached the seaside, feeling the gentle sea breeze, and their hearts felt somewhat lighter. Lung Baiyan took a deep breath and said, "Since Bing Bing's mother has already fallen ill, she has been kicked out of the research group by that expert, so this trip abroad is not only for treatment, but also to bring her mother back to the country for rehabilitation." Zhang Long never expected that Lung Bing Bing, abandoned by her mother as a child, would be able to put aside past grievances and bring her back to the country to care for her after her mother fell ill. This was in stark contrast to her rebellious young girl image, causing Zhang Long to view her in a new light. Unbeknownst to him, the previous disdain and disgust he felt had transformed into sympathy and admiration. The fact that Lung Baiyan could openly share such private matters about his granddaughter with him showed how much he trusted him. However, this made Zhang Long even more hesitant to accept Lung Baiyan's request. He knew his own limitations too well. Even he was trying to find a way to have Ding Dazhuang protect him. How could he have the ability to protect others? Yet Lung Baiyan's heartfelt plea made it difficult for him to refuse. While he was deep in thought about how to handle this matter, Lung Baiyan suddenly smiled and said to him, "Don't be fooled by Bing Bing's wild appearance. She is in fact a kind-hearted child." Zhang Long couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, children are always the best in their own eyes. Zhang Long helplessly said, "Old man, I truly do not mean to shirk responsibility, though anyone in our team is far more capable than I am." But Lung Baiyan shook his head, speaking with unusual firmness. "I trust my judgment. You are the best candidate." Zhang Long asked, somewhat puzzled, "Why are you so certain?" Lung Baiyan suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Let me ask you, how do you think you managed to escape the plane and survive the jaws of the shark? What was it based on?" Zhan Long recalled in detail that when he first encountered the shark attack, had it not been for the sudden appearance of the tuna, he would have certainly perished. Thinking of this, Zhan Long slowly replied, "Perhaps it was luck." Long Baiyan nodded, saying, "Indeed it was luck, and it was also your fate." Zhan Long thought again. The plane had made an emergency landing in the vast ocean, miraculously stopping atop a submerged reef. The odds of that happening were probably harder than winning the lottery. Could it truly be that he was destined to survive? Long Baiyan continued, "If you are still confused, let me tell you another thing." As he spoke, it seemed he recalled some painful past, and tears glimmered in his eyes once more. After quite a while, Long Baiyan finally choked out, "Bing Bing's grandmother died in a car accident. At that time, we had traveled over 1,000 kilometers, but were struck from behind at an intersection by a truck that suddenly had a tire blowout." He wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes with the hem of his garment, and sighed. "We were just a second away from passing it by, but after traveling over 1,000 kilometers, we could not escape that single second. That is fate." Although Zhan Long did not entirely agree with Long Baiyan's perspective, he did not wish to argue with him. There are always some who like to call sudden, unexpected events destined occurrences. Zhan Long had long since grown accustomed to it. Looking at Long Baiyan's heart-wrenching expression, Zhan Long no longer had the courage to refuse this pitiful old man, so he said, "Old man, I can only agree to help you. If the day comes when I am truly needed, I will do my utmost to assist Bing Bing." Upon hearing this, the heavy stone that had been weighing on Long Baiyan's heart finally fell to the ground. A rare look of joy appeared on his sorrowful face as he grasped Zhan Long's hand, repeatedly saying, "Xiao Long, thank you. Thank you." As he spoke, it seemed he remembered something slapped his forehead, and then began searching all over his body, revealing a hint of embarrassment. He slowly pulled something out of his pocket with his right hand, placing it in Zhan Long's hand, saying, "I don't have anything good on me, so I'll give you this." Zhan Long looked down and realized it was a pair of glasses. Seeing Zhan Long's suspicious gaze, Long Baiyan immediately explained, "These are my reading glasses. They can concentrate light to start a fire. On this deserted island, that's quite a useful item." Zhan Long had indeed played with such things as a child. In the civilized world, it might only be worth $10, but here it was a truly precious item. Zhan Long thought for a moment, carefully broke off a small piece, and placed it in his backpack, then returned the rest to Long Baiyan, saying, "I only need one piece. You should keep the rest for yourself." Long Baiyan nodded appreciatively, putting the half-broken glasses into his pocket. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, he felt more spirited, walking leisurely along the beach with his hands behind his back, while Zhan Long followed behind him, holding a wooden stick, looking like a small jailer escorting a prisoner. At this time, the moon had risen, and the bright moonlight spilled over the shimmering sea like thousands of white little snakes swimming in the water. Zhan Long felt a wave of emotions as he recalled the white snake. His mind sparked with the thought that since Long Baiyan was a biologist, he might know the origin of that giant white snake. Thinking of this, he pulled out his phone from his backpack, caught up with Long Baiyan, and said, "Old man, take a look at this thing. Do you know where it came from?" After speaking, he played the video he had recorded and handed the phone to Long Baiyan. Long Baiyan took the phone, glanced at it, and asked, "Which movie is this from?" Seeing that he misunderstood, Zhan Long quickly apologized for having concealed this matter, and then detailed his encounter with the white snake battling the shark. After hearing this, Long Baiyan immediately took out the old reading glasses with only one lens remaining and put them on, carefully watching the video from start to finish. After watching, Long Baiyan seemed unable to believe his eyes. After a while, he said, "This thing is truly rare in the world. Rare in the world indeed." After speaking, he turned to Zhan Long, excitedly smiling. "It actually didn't attack you. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. Your fate is extraordinary." Zhan Long smiled bitterly, saying, "It was probably because it wasn't hungry but didn't even eat that shark." Long Baiyan replied, "That's not entirely true. It killed the shark, but did not attack you." Long Baiyan returned the phone to Zhan Long, saying, "There is no signal for phones on this island, so it's best to turn it off and save some battery. It might be useful later." After Zhan Long turned it off and placed it in his backpack, he said, "Old man, when I was a child, I read a picture book that mentioned during World War II a whaling ship captured a giant sea snake. Could they possibly be related?" Due to the time being too long ago, Zhan Long forgot whether the book he read was scientific or fictional, and just as he had Long Baiyan as a living textbook, he asked his lingering doubts. Long Baiyan pondered for a moment and said, "There is no official record of such an event. I believe it must be a fabrication by people. If such a creature did appear, it would surely make world headlines. The authorities couldn't possibly have no information on it." Zhan Long scratched his head and said, "So what about the one I filmed?" This question left Long Baiyan speechless. After pondering for a long time, he said, "The emergence of an unknown creature is always accompanied by various coincidences. If this footage did not come from you, I as an old man would absolutely not believe it was real." Zhan Long immediately raised his hand in a swearing gesture, saying, I swear this is absolutely genuine footage I captured. Long Bai Nian reached out to press down his hand and said solemnly, I believe you. If we can survive and leave here, could you send me a copy of this footage? I want to study it carefully. Zhan Long immediately agreed. Long Bai Nian gazed out at the sea and suddenly sighed. The giant snake you filmed in terms of both its form and behavior has reached the realm of spiritual connection. I believe it must live on this devil's island. Alas, only in such places could such miraculous creatures be nurtured. Realm of spiritual connection. Zhan Long chuckled, but ultimately refrained from speaking. He felt that sometimes Long Bai Nian was quite eccentric, not at all like a distinguished biologist. Perhaps people grow odd with age, as Zhan Long did not pay it much mind. When Zhan Long and Long Bai Nian returned to the camp, they unexpectedly saw Lu Changjun and Yang Anai engaged in a lively conversation. Standing not far away, Chi Mu Rong occasionally glanced at the two with her charming eyes, her jealousy so intense it could stew a pot of pickled vegetables. Zhan Long chuckled, realizing that only the wealthy could truly be the star's companions. Turning his head, he noticed Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun staring intently at Chi Mu Rong. Even the handsome flight attendant Fu Xianyang occasionally stole glances at her. Although Chi Mu Rong was much older than the flight attendants, she took excellent care of herself with a slim waist, full hips, and fair skin exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. This charm was a unique allure bestowed upon mature women by time unmatched by those young girls. At this moment, Xiang Yufei suddenly walked up to Chi Mu Rong and said with a smile, Sister Chi, I need to take a break, would you like to join me? Chi Mu Rong quickly composed herself, smiling as she replied, sure. I was just looking for a companion. After saying that, Chi Mu Rong swayed her ample figure and walked hand in hand with Xiang Yufei towards the rocky shore. Zhan Long looked at the reluctant gazes of Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun and jokingly said, why don't you two join them for a break as well? Zhang Yongjun laughed, just appreciating such beauties is enough. If we actually get involved, it might shorten our lives. Wang Shiwang, however, replied with a grin, I'd be willing to trade a little life for that. Even if it meant sacrificing 10 years of my lifespan for a moment of passion, it would be worth it. Don't. Zhan Long teased, what if your lifespan isn't even 10 years? If that's the case, wouldn't you drop dead the moment you pull down your pants? Get lost. Wang Shiwang nudged Zhan Long's backside with his knee, laughingly scolding, you're the one who's short on years. As Zhan Long smiled and returned to their shelter, he saw Feng Dong chatting enthusiastically with Ding Dazhuang, both appearing as if they had just met after a long time. Zhan Long was slightly surprised, but didn't dwell on it. After greeting the two, he found a spot to lie down. Although the sun-heated sand was still a bit warm, Zhan Long quickly fell asleep, knowing they would need to gather fishing gear and supplies later that night. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was suddenly awakened by a loud snoring. Looking up, he saw Lu Changjun's plump figure rising and falling not far from the fire, his thunderous snores drowning out the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. Zhang Weiguo sat on the ground, resting his chin on his knees, staring blankly at the distilled water dripping into the bottle as if he were lost in a trance. The night watch was Lu Changjun and Zhang Weiguo, indicating it was almost midnight. Zhan Long quietly got up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and pretended to head to the bathroom, tiptoeing towards the sea. Once on the island, everyone generally kept their bags closed, so even if he was seen carrying his bag at night, it wouldn't raise any suspicions. Zhan Long arrived at a larger rock, glanced around, and then turned to hide behind it. He needed to ensure that no one was following him, otherwise he risked losing supplies and would have to leave the camp. After waiting about 10 minutes without any movement, just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching. Zhan Long's heart raced. Indeed, someone was following him. He quickly held his breath, moved into the shadow on the other side of the rock, and cautiously peeked out. He saw two petite figures, one tall and one short, hurrying towards him. As they drew closer, Zhan Long finally recognized their faces in the moonlight. It was Yang Anai and Lu Xiaowan. Lu Xiaowan was holding a bottle, walking briskly in front, while Yang Anai struggled to keep up behind her in high heels on the sandy ground. It seemed the two were heading out together. Thinking that the goddess was about to relieve herself right in front of him, Zhan Long's heart couldn't help but race. All right, Xiaowan, let's do it here. The two stopped just a short distance from Zhan Long's hiding place. Sister and I, you go first. No, you go first, I'll keep watch for you. No way, sister and I goes first. After Lu Xiaowan finished speaking, she handed the bottle to Yang Anai and turned away. Yang Anai, seeing this, had no choice but to say with a smile, then you keep watch for me. Then a rustling sound followed. It turned out the two weren't just looking to relieve themselves. Zhan Long couldn't help but be curious and peeked out again. Under the moonlight, Yang Anai had pulled down her pants, her fair legs partially visible, and was now sliding her underwear down to her knees. Zhan Long quickly withdrew his head, his heart pounding as if it would leap from his throat. At that moment, Yang Anai's voice came again, this cursed place doesn't even have a place to bathe. I'll just have to make do like this. Then came the sound of water splashing. From the sound Zhang Long deduced, she was likely rinsing herself with the water from the bottle. As the sensual sounds of Yang Nis' fingers gliding over her body reached his ears, Zhang Long felt his body growing increasingly heated. Why don't we just take a dip in the sea? Lu Xiaowan's voice came again. Yang and I replied, no way, the salt in the seawater is too high. If we don't rinse off with fresh water afterward, it will be even worse. Then let's forget it. After a while, Yang and I spoke again. Wainer, I'm done washing. Hurry and come wash. Damn it, this is too torturous. Zhang Long lamented internally, helplessly covering his ears. The entire world instantly grew quiet. His restless heart gradually calmed down. Soon after Lu Xiaowan finished, the two hurried back to the camp. Zhang Long finally let out a long sigh of relief. He had no interest in peeping at others, and if discovered, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had 100 mouths. In just a few minutes, due to extreme tension and excitement, Zhang Long was covered in a layer of cold sweat, feeling as if he had run a 5-kilometer cross-country race, almost feeling faint. Oh, the goddess allure is too overwhelming. After resting for a while and feeling a bit better, Zhang Long hurriedly set off towards where he buried the supplies. To Zhang Long's surprise, after walking along the shoreline for about 700 or 800 meters, he still hadn't found the spot where he buried his supplies. He clearly remembered that the entry point to the island was only about 400 or 500 meters from the camp, but under the moonlight the rocks on the beach all looked alike, making it impossible to distinguish them. After walking back and forth with no clues, he decided to come back at noon the next day and look for a distinct landmark before returning at night. Just as he was about to head back, his stomach growled and hunger causing him to hesitate, and in the end he had no choice but to search once more. But the result was still the same. Zhang Long cursed under his breath and began to make his way back. Just as he was nearing the camp, he suddenly saw someone rushing out from inside. Worried about being spotted and causing unnecessary misunderstandings, Zhang Long hurriedly hid behind a rock. The person ran past the rock where Zhang Long was hiding and headed towards the sea. Zhang Long turned to take a look and found that it was the flight attendant Fu Xiangyang, so he remained hidden in the shadow of the rock, waiting for him to finish before returning to the camp. After finishing his task, Fu Xiangyang pulled up his trousers, feeling a sense of anxiety in his heart due to hunger. Gazing at the dark sea under the moonlight, waves of emotion surged within him, difficult to control. He was still so young, with so much life left to squander. Was he really going to perish on this devil's island? Just as Fu Xiangyang was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly felt arms wrap around him from behind. Startled, Fu Xiangyang jumped, but heard a sweet voice whispering in his ear, "It's me. What are you thinking about?" Fu Xiangyang recognized the voice belonged to Ji Lily, and he couldn't help but frown. Ji Lily hugged him tightly from behind, their faces pressed together like a pair of lovers in the heat of passion. Ji Lily's delicate face rubbed against Fu Xiangyang's neck as she giggled softly. "I couldn't sleep due to hunger, and when I saw you come out, I wanted to keep you company." Fu Xiangyang remained silent, starting to twist his body, attempting to push her away. However, at nearly 7 meters tall, Ji Lily's embrace was like a python coiling around its prey, making it impossible for him to escape easily. After trying several times without success, Fu Xiangyang could only plead, "Sister Lily, please let go. If when Shuang sees us, we're done for." Ji Lily smiled mischievously and replied, "That would be perfect. Then we can publicly declare our relationship." Upon hearing this, Fu Xiangyang's expression immediately soured, and he shouted angrily, "Don't say nonsense. When did we become lovers? Isn't that the case?" Ji Lily smiled seductively. "Then why did you come to bed with me? Just for fun?" Fu Xiangyang's face reddened and he stammered, "That time I was drunk, and besides, it was you who seduced me." Ji Lily's expression turned serious as she pouted, saying, "How did I seduce you? Did I strip naked in front of you?" Fu Xiangyang was momentarily speechless, pausing before he stuttered, You provoked me with your eyes." This remark made Ji Lily burst into laughter. "If I had accused you of rape and you told the police what you just said, do you think they'd believe you?" Fu Xiangyang stubbornly replied, "Believe it or not, you seduced me." Seeing him persist in deflecting blame, Ji Lily became irritated. After letting go of him, she moved in front of Fu Xiangyang, cupping his handsome face with her hand and sneering, "Don't think I don't know. First you slept with me, then you found out that Xiao and Shuang was a wealthy second generation, and you shamelessly pursued her." As Ji Lily spoke, she playfully slapped Fu Xiangyang's face, creating a series of crisp sounds. Fu Xiangyang seized her wrist, his voice cold. "Before you and I, Xiao and Shuang was already my girlfriend, and she is not a wealthy second generation." Ji Lily freed her wrist with a cold huff, saying, "Since you are already in a relationship, why are you still coming to bed with me?" Fu Xiangyang was suddenly at a loss for words. Ever since that incident, he had been regretting it. Why, knowing Ji Lily's flirtatious nature, had he failed to resist? What he did not know was that he had been drugged by Ji Lily that day, and in a state of confusion, he had crossed the line. At the time, Ji Lily had first teased him, then struggled while refusing him, Ultimately, it was merely a tactic to stimulate a man's primal instincts. Seeing him at a loss for words, Ji Lily naturally wrapped her arms around his neck, gently kissing his full lips and smiled. Since you don't have feelings for me, I won't force you. I just want your body. Fu Xianyang was momentarily confused, staring at her and asking, what do you mean? Nothing. Ji Lily smiled lightly, softly saying, you can continue dating Xiao and Shuang, and even if you marry her in the future, I won't interfere. Fu Xianyang was even more bewildered, asking in confusion, what do you really want? Ji Lily smiled seductively, her delicate hand roaming over his body as she murmured, as long as you can be there whenever I want you, that's enough. Fu Xianyang grasped her hand tightly and replied coldly, you wish. Let go, you're hurting me. While Ji Lily was playfully scolding him, she tried to shake off his grip, saying, you little brother, you don't understand how to cherish a lady. Fu Xianyang's face turned dark as he released her hand, angrily saying, don't be ungrateful. If you anger me, what will you do? Ji Lily scoffed, saying, you think you can kill me? Fu Xianyang's expression turned cold, and through gritted teeth he replied, what if I do? Ji Lily, seeing the fierce expression on his face, showed no fear. She suddenly reached for his lower body while smiling seductively, saying, then let's see who can take down whom first. Caught off guard, Fu Xianyang was struck by her. As Ji Lily increased her grip, he immediately convulsed in pain. He hurriedly grabbed Ji Lily's hand, trying to pry it open, but it backfired. Ji Lily tightened her grip again, causing him excruciating pain. Fu Xianyang quickly let go of his hand. Ji Lily also loosened her grip, slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth as she said, right now you have two choices, either submit to me, or we part ways, and I'll tell Xiao and Shuang about our affair, and see if she can forgive you. You? Fu Xianyang was momentarily speechless, feeling helpless against this woman who clung to him like a sticky plaster. Although Ji Lily was young, she had seen many people. She was known in the company as a public figure, said to have brought many men to their knees. Fu Xianyang, caught in her web, could not think of a good solution in such a hurried moment. He could only employ a delaying tactic, saying, all right, I'll go along with you, but I warn you, if you spill the beans about us, even if when Shuang breaks up with me, you won't have a good outcome. Seeing him agree, Ji Lily's face revealed a hint of triumph as she comforted him, don't worry. Once I find my true love, I'll cut ties with you and never contact you again. Fu Xianyang sighed, inwardly praying that this vixen would find her true love soon. I've agreed to you, why don't you let go? Seeing that she had no intention of releasing him, Fu Xianyang couldn't help but shout angrily. At that moment, Ji Lily's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him softly, saying, little brother, you're too tense, let me help you relax. Fu Xianyang looked at her seductive and free-spirited demeanor, and the fire hidden deep within him was finally ignited. He leaned weakly against the reef and slowly closed his eyes. As Ji Lily knelt down, skillfully unbuckling his belt. After a bout of passion, an indescribable guilt and regret rose within Fu Xianyang. He was unclear whether he had fallen under Ji Lily's threats or if he secretly desired to possess this flirtatious lover. He loved Xiao and Shuang, but he could not resist Ji Lily's alluring charm. This is likely a common flaw among most men. Fu Xianyang sighed, feeling that he and Xiao and Shuang no longer had a future. Fu Xianyang understood that paper could not contain fire forever. One day, he would end up as the subject of gossip, just like the male colleagues in the company who had affairs with Ji Lily. That was a humiliation he could not accept. Thus, he secretly resolved to eliminate this trouble before leaving Devil Island. Meanwhile, Zhan Long hid in the shadow of the reef, watching the two effortlessly enact the scenes from a little movie, making him feel unbearably tormented. The kind of agony that felt like being roasted over an open fire. Anyone who had seen such films would understand, and Zhan Long was witnessing it live. During this observational performance, his worldview was entirely reshaped by Ji Lily, a woman of such seductive allure. It was no wonder Fu Xianyang couldn't hold himself back. Had it not been for his solid upbringing, he might have rushed over. Suddenly, a wicked thought, one only a man could have, arose in his mind. Find an opportunity to tease this woman. The night wind by the sea was cool and pleasant. Although Fu Xianyang was both tired and hungry, he felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Ji Lily's extraordinary skills had completely captivated him. She truly was a marvel of humanity. Lost in his reverie, Ji Lily suddenly leaned close and whispered, stinky little brother, how about we do it again? Oh. Before Fu Xianyang could react, Ji Lily had eagerly crouched down, and the two began their second round. Zhan Long had no choice but to leave. If he stayed any longer, he would be unable to resist joining in. Resolute, he quietly rose, crouched low, and stealthily retreated. When he returned to the camp with his mindset adjusted, Zhan Long was surprised to find that Fong Dong and Ding Dazhuang were on duty. He didn't know what Fong Dong's intentions were in swapping shifts with Fu Xianyang, but he felt something was off. Seeing the two chatting and laughing, Zhan Long felt a pang of inexplicable bitterness rise within him. Ding Dazhuang, upon seeing Zhanlong return, assumed he had brought back supplies and gazed at him with eager anticipation. Zhanlong lowered his head, pretending not to see, and continued walking in. Xiaozhan, when did you go out? Fang Dong asked, somewhat surprised. He was surprised because he hadn't seen Zhanlong leave during his night shift. Zhanlong didn't want to engage with the two, but seeing Fang Dong initiate a conversation, he could only smile wryly and say, I couldn't sleep due to hunger and thought I'd go find something to eat, but ended up finding nothing. This was meant as a hint for Ding Dazhuang, but he looked at Zhanlong with a puzzled expression, clearly not understanding. Zhanlong cleared his throat and said again, I'm going to sleep now, let's discuss anything tomorrow. With Fang Dong around, they couldn't say much directly, everything would have to wait until tomorrow. After parting ways with the two, Zhanlong returned to his previous sleeping spot, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't fall asleep. Because as soon as he closed his eyes, all he could see was Fu Xiangyang and Ji Lily entangled together, or Yang Nis beautiful legs swaying in front of him. It was excruciating. Zhanlong simply sat up, gazing at the night sky, counting the stars. He stayed like this for about half an hour when Fu Xiangyang and Ji Lily returned. However, the two returned quietly from different directions, not disturbing Fang Dong and Ding Dazhuang, who were on night duty. Seeing the two quickly fall into a deep sleep after lying down, Zhanlong felt a surge of anger. They slept so soundly while he was left restless through the night. Irritated, Zhanlong picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at Fu Xiangyang. The stone hit him perfectly, yet he showed no reaction. Zhanlong couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed this guy was really exhausted. Not long after lying down again, just as Zhanlong was about to drift off, he was suddenly jolted awake by a howl of wolves. Zhanlong sat up abruptly, only to find Zhang Yongjun standing before him, smiling as he said, it's time for your night shift. Zhanlong, still a bit dazed, yawned and asked, Brother Jun, did you hear the wolves howling just now? I did. Zhang Yongjun nodded. On such a large island, it's normal to have wolves. Will they come to attack us? Zhanlong asked, anxiously shivering at the thought. Zhang Yongjun patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, Professor Long said that wolves have their own hunting ranges and generally won't come to the seaside. Upon hearing this, Zhanlong finally felt reassured. However, when they were handing over the shift to Fang Dong and the others, Zhanlong discovered that the distilled water produced overnight was barely 2 bottles. He knew that Lu Changjun and Zhang Weigua during their night shift had 1 bottle taken by Lu Xiaowan and Yang and I for washing, but there shouldn't be only 2 bottles left. Zhanlong shot Zhang Yongjun a look to check the distilled water, but Zhang Yongjun didn't even glance at it and simply shook his head gently. Seeing that Fang Dong and Ding Dazhuang had gone back to rest, Zhang Yongjun leaned closer to Zhanlong and whispered, I have a habit. Whenever I change places, I can't sleep at night, so I know why there's so little water distilled overnight. Zhanlong looked at him in surprise, thinking, did he see me go out? It seems I must be more cautious in my actions from now on. Zhang Yongjun then smiled mysteriously and said, let's not mention this matter to others. We shouldn't make ourselves the scapegoats and offend anyone. It's best to just observe and wait for changes. Zhanlong nodded in agreement, feeling that Zhang Yongjun made a lot of sense. He realized he had been quite naive. It also made him aware that no one in the camp was simple. Indeed, when Wei Jingsheng woke up in the morning and saw that only a little water had been collected, his expression was somewhat grim. He had also pulled a night shift and knew how much water could be distilled in one shift. This fell far short of his expectations. Zhanlong initially thought Wei Jingsheng would scold everyone, but to his surprise, Wei Jingsheng only smiled wryly in the end. Gathering everyone together, Wei Jingsheng held up the 2 bottles of water and said with a wry smile, it seems someone was slacking off during the water distillation last night. They didn't add water in time. After saying this, he scanned the crowd with sharp eyes. Yang and I and Lu Xiaowan, feeling guilty, instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Wei Jingsheng smiled and continued, starting tonight, everyone will use their own water bottles for water distillation. In these extraordinary times, let's not be too particular. Sui Ming asked in confusion, Captain, what about those of us who aren't on night duty? Won't we have nothing to drink? How could we let you go without water? Wei Jingsheng immediately replied, Lu boss, and I will specially distill water for you using communal bottles. After saying this, he turned to look at Lu Changjun. Lu Changjun, though not fully understanding, quickly nodded and smiled, that's best, that's best. Zhanlong silently laughed to himself. This Lu boss with his fat head and big ears only knew how to sleep at night, while his bodyguard dared not manage his daughter, who was stealing water. However, now that she had to use communal bottles, if she stole water again, it would be impossible to cover it up, and those who were drinking water without permission would also be more restrained. Zhanlong couldn't help but admire Wei Jingsheng more. Handling the situation this way preserved everyone's dignity while resolving the issue, which was indeed beyond his capabilities. Afterward, Wei Jingsheng arranged for Fu Xiangyang to assist him and Wang Anjuan in reinforcing the shelter in preparation for the impending rain. Sui stayed behind at the camp alone with Lung Banian to continue weaving baskets while the others resumed their work from yesterday in search of supplies. Just as Zhan Long was waiting for Ding Dazhuang to set off together, Feng Jing quietly appeared behind him on his left side and sneakily tapped his right shoulder. Zhan Long turned his head to look, but saw no one. As he was puzzled, he heard Feng Jing's voice coming from his left side. Longa, good morning. Good morning. Do you need something? Zhan Long replied, casually looking at Feng Jing. Feng Jing suddenly tilted her head to gaze at Zhan Long and said with a smile, Long Gu, I think you look even more handsome with a beard. Seeing her again, looking for trouble, Zhan Long couldn't help but respond, you would look handsome with a beard too. However, his careless joke struck a nerve with Feng Jing, and tears instantly welled up in her small eyes as she pointed at Zhan Long and shouted, You are too much. Saying that, she stomped her foot and walked away angrily. It was only then that Zhan Long realized he had misspoken. Feng Jing's upper lip hair was already more noticeable than that of an average girl, and she would definitely be hurt by his words. Zhan Long watched Feng Jing's retreating figure, secretly thinking, this time, I've really offended her. Although Zhan Long did not like Feng Jing, and especially disliked her pestering him, he did not want to hurt a girl who had feelings for him in such a manner. Just as he was regretting it, Ding Dazhuang came over with a cheeky grin and said, Long Go, it seems that Fang's girl really likes you. Zhan Long said somewhat irritably, if she likes me, then her brother must like you. Ding Dazhuang immediately sensed the double meaning in his words. Though he did not know why Feng Dong was eager to befriend him, it should not be a bad thing for him. Seeing that Zhan Long seemed to have some reservations about his friendship with Feng Dong, he hurriedly explained, Long Gu, please don't misunderstand, my relationship with Feng Dong is just that of ordinary friends. As the saying goes, more friends means more paths, but it will not affect the agreement between you and me. Zhan Long had initially just said that to tease him, but seeing Ding Dazhuang so anxious, he felt a bit guilty. When he turned to look at him, he noticed his eyes were red, so he changed the subject and joked, what's wrong? Are you seeing girls until you have red-eye disease? Ding Dazhuang turned even redder as he replied, I guess it's because I haven't been drinking enough water these past couple of days, got overheated. He said a bit awkwardly. The two of them left the camp one after the other. Zhan Long saw that no one was around and leaned in to ask, you guys didn't drink much water last night, did you? Ding Dazhuang scratched his head in embarrassment and said softly, not really, just a little. Then he stretched his hand in front of Zhan Long and asked, what about the food you took last night? Hurry and share some with me, I'm starving. Zhan Long slapped his hand away side and said, don't mention it. Last night it was so dark that I couldn't find a place. After lunch today, they'll go check it out, confirm the place, and go get it tonight. Ding Dazhuang stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, looking dazed, as he said, Long Gu, I don't read much, so please don't lie to me. Zhan Long pushed him from behind and laughed, you are my guardian angel, I have to take good care of you, how could I lie to you? Ding Dazhuang thought for a moment and felt that Zhan Long had no need to deceive him, so he smiled and said, just don't come back empty-handed tonight. It's really tough working on an empty stomach early in the morning. Zhan Long patted his chest and made a promise, then took out the reading glasses that Lao Bainan had given him and said with a smile, now that we have this fire-starting tool, once we gather enough firewood, how about we roast some wild game to eat? Ding Dazhuang looked at the lens in Zhan Long's hand and asked with some confusion, is this your glasses lens? Zhan Long rolled his eyes at him, put the lens away, and pointed at his glasses as he laughed, my lens is a concave lens, it can't start a fire. This is a reading lens, it's a convex lens, it can concentrate light to start a fire. Ding Dazhuang suddenly understood and joyfully shouted, shaking his robust body and rhythmically waving his hands in the air, even breaking into an awkward dance. After Zhan Long laughed, he quickly poured cold water on him. Don't get too happy too soon, we need to catch some prey first. Ding Dazhuang stopped and thought for a moment before saying, we should gather more firewood. We need enough for ourselves and to carry back to the camp. We can't afford to be short. After saying that, the two of them quickened their pace, and once they entered the woods, they eagerly started collecting firewood. Zhan Long was in charge of the ground, while Ding Dazhuang took care of the trees. Soon after the sun rose, the woods became stuffy and hot. In this kind of weather, not to mention working, even standing still would probably make one sweat profusely. Zhan Long straightened up, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and moved his somewhat sore legs. As he casually glanced over at Ding Dazhuang, he noticed a green poisonous snake dangling from a branch above his head, flicking its tongue and looking ready to attack. Yet Ding Dazhuang was utterly unaware. Zhan Long was instantly frightened, and tightening up, he hurriedly called out to him in a low voice, Dazhuang, stop, and don't move, there's a snake above your head. Upon hearing this, Ding Dazhuang trembled in fear, and his body became as stiff as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell, standing frozen in place, not daring to move. Zhan Long wiped the sweat from his palms on his clothes and slowly moved closer, raising his wooden stick. Ding Dazhuang glanced sideways at the green triangular snake head that was so close and was so frightened that the hair on his body stood on end. He trembled and said, Long Gu, the snake's weak spot is 7 inches down you. Make sure to hit it right. Zhan Long, suppressing his fear, was just about to strike the poisonous snake when he heard this and hurriedly asked, "Where is 7 inches?" Ding Dazhuang muttered, "I'm not really sure either. Maybe it refers to the distance from its head." Zhan Long silently calculated in his mind, 1 inch equals 3 centimeters, so 7 inches would be about 23 centimeters. Just as he was pondering, he saw the poisonous snake arch its body backward and in an instant lunge toward Ding Dazhuang's head. "Duck!" Zhan Long shouted loudly, disregarding the 7 inches, and swung the wooden stick at the position above Ding Dazhuang's head. At the same time, Ding Dazhuang quickly crouched down, and just as the poisonous snake was about to touch his scalp, Zhan Long's stick struck the snake's body. With a loud bang, the poisonous snake was forcefully knocked away, crashing against the tree before falling to the ground. Zhan Long sighed in relief. If he had missed that swing, Ding Dazhuang would have likely been done for. Fortunately, he had grasped the timing accurately, but even so it had left him covered in cold sweat. At this moment, Ding Dazhuang was still crouched on the ground, hugging his head and trembling nonstop. It was only when Zhan Long kicked him that he lifted his head and asked, "Did you hit it?" Zhan Long wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled smugly, "Of course." After Ding Dazhuang got up, he patted his chest and finally revealed a smile of relief. The two of them came to the base of the tree and saw that the poisonous snake's spine had been broken, but it was still writhing and struggling there. Ding Dazhuang angrily stepped forward and smashed the snake's head into a pulp with the stick in his hand. Then grabbing its tail, he lifted it up and laughed, "I've heard that snake meat is very delicious. Let's roast it and eat it." Zhan Long frowned and said, "The body of the snake is likely to have parasites. Unless absolutely necessary, it's better to avoid eating it." The reason he said this was primarily due to an innate fear of poisonous snakes, and he was simply too scared to eat it. Upon hearing this, Ding Dazhuang believed him and hurriedly threw the snake far away, helplessly saying, "If that's the case, I can endure it." As he spoke, he kept rubbing his hands on his clothes as if afraid of getting anything dirty. Zhan Long was amused by his appearance, bursting into laughter. Just as he was about to tease him a bit, he suddenly spotted a hedgehog emerging from the grass, quickly grabbing the dead snake and disappearing into the weeds. Seeing Ding Dazhuang also watching, Zhan Long shouted excitedly at him, "Quick! Catch that hedgehog, it's edible." Who would have thought that a useless dead snake could lead to such a delightful surprise? Ding Dazhuang happily agreed, grabbing a stick and chasing after where the hedgehog had vanished. In no time, he returned grinning and proudly holding the hedgehog. Looking at the jubilant Ding Dazhuang, Zhan Long hesitated and asked, "Dazhuang, have you eaten this before?" Although he knew it was edible, Zhan Long had never tasted it, so he was unsure of its flavor. Ding Dazhuang tilted his head, observing the hedgehog in his hands, and said, "I haven't eaten it, but I had field mice when I was a kid, and it should be somewhat similar." Zhan Long chuckled, "It should be about the same. They'll go start a fire. You prepare this little creature." Ding Dazhuang, hearing that he had to prepare the hedgehog, frowned and said, "Without a knife, how can I skin it and remove its insides?" "Then use a stone knife." Zhan Long recalled how the ancients made stone knives and told Ding Dazhuang, "Go find 2 stones, hit them against each other. They will surely chip off some sharp flakes. Then sharpen them a bit, and they can be used as stone knives." Ding Dazhuang listened and found it very reasonable, giving Zhan Long a thumbs up and saying, "Brother Long, you really have a lot of ideas." He then dashed off to find some stones. Zhan Long found a relatively open space in the woods where the sunlight was abundant, making it a perfect spot to start a fire. He first gathered some soft, dry grass, kneading it into a ball in his hands, and then collected some small branches and larger ones to place beside him. Finally, he took out the old lens given to him by Lung Banyan, propping his arm on his knee and adjusting the distance until the light spot on the dry grass became small and bright. Before long, wisps of blue smoke began to rise from the light spot. At that moment, Ding Dazhuang returned with a stone flake, but the stone knife was not very sharp, and it took him great effort to skin the hedgehog and remove its insides. By this time, Zhan Long had already started the fire, and they each lit a cigarette. Ding Dazhuang, with a fresh branch, skewered the prepared hedgehog and handed it to Zhan Long. Zhan Long did not take it but smiled and said, "Since you have experience roasting field mice, you should do the roasting. I'll go find some dry firewood." Ding Dazhuang simply replied, "Understood." He then sat directly on the ground roasting the meat while mumbling a lyric vaguely, "I love fried chicken and beer. Do you have any there?" To prevent the hedgehog's skin and insides from attracting other large carnivorous animals, Zhan Long first dug a pit to bury them underground. After picking up not many branches, he was irresistibly drawn by the aroma of the roasting meat. Zhan Long leaned closer and saw that Ding Dazhuang was roasting the meat with drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. The hedgehog meat had turned a golden brown and the surface was sizzling with oil, making it truly mouth-watering. Zhan Long tossed 2 pieces of wood into the fire, eagerly asking, "This should be edible now, right?" Ding Dazhuang chuckled, glancing sideways at Zhan Long, and said, If you can resist eating this good stuff, you'll find that the longer you hold back, the more delicious it will be. Zhanlong looked at him, feeling that there was a hint of zen in his words, leaned forward, took a deep breath, and squinted his eyes while smiling. Master, but I can no longer hold back. Ding Dazhuang wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and laughed. Then shall we dig in? He too had long been unable to hold back. However, since he was the one roasting the meat, he wanted to show Zhanlong the best side of it, which made him force himself to endure. Once they decided to eat, neither of them cared that the freshly roasted meat was still hot. They tore off a piece, blew on it a couple of times, and then put it into their mouths, exhaling warm breath while savoring each bite. The meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and even without any seasoning, it was still quite delicious. In no time, the little hedgehog was reduced to nothing but a pile of bones. Despite this, neither of them felt even half full. Ding Dazhuang smacked his lips a couple of times, sighing, "If only we could have another one, it would be perfect." Zhanlong scraped the grease off his hands with a stick and laughed. Good things should be eaten sparingly to taste better. After a pause, he added, "Get up and get to work. Don't forget our main task. If we run out of firewood and sneak a bite here, our conscience won't let us off." Ding Dazhuang agreed with this reasoning and immediately got up. The two of them worked together to extinguish and bury the fire pit. Zhanlong reminded him to be cautious of the snakes in the trees this time, so he wouldn't be attacked again. At this moment, Ding Dazhuang recalled that Zhanlong had saved his life and had not yet formally thanked him. He approached Zhanlong, placing his hands on his shoulders, and said earnestly, "Brother Long, thank you for saving my life just now. Oh, I will definitely repay you in the future." Zhanlong frowned, pushing his hands away with a look of disgust, and laughed. "Are you here to thank me, or to grease up my shoulders?" Ding Dazhuang looked at the grease on his hands and smirked, saying, "This is called sharing the oily blessings. The oily burdens are hard to bear." Zhanlong widened his eyes, looking at Ding Dazhuang in disbelief. He never expected that the seemingly simple-minded Ding Dazhuang would have such a humorous side. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. After the surprise, Zhanlong affectionately patted Ding Dazhuang's arm and cheerfully said, "Good. From now on, we'll share blessings and face difficulties together." This island perhaps rarely saw visitors, as the woods were filled with dead trees and branches, and they quickly collected 2 large piles of firewood. Zhanlong then said to Ding Dazhuang, "Dazhuang, let's head back early today. Captain Wei and the others are setting up the shelter. We should go back and help them out." Ding Dazhuang was always willing to lend a hand with work, promptly nodding in agreement. Just as he was about to find some vines to tie up the firewood, he suddenly saw a wild rabbit darting out from the grass not far away, hopping right past them. The rabbit appeared to have injured its right hind leg and was limping as it ran. The two exchanged glances, excitement shining in their eyes. Was this a stroke of fortune from the heavens? They both swiftly grabbed their sticks and chased after the limping rabbit. Zhanlong had chased rabbits in the fields back in his hometown as a child and knew that it was nearly impossible for one person to catch an adult rabbit. However, this rabbit was limping, and having just eaten roasted hedgehog, both of them felt energized and thought they could give it a shot. But surprisingly, this limping rabbit nimbly weaved through the grass, moving just as quickly as they were. Zhanlong realized that continuing the chase would be futile and stopped shouting to Ding Dazhuang, "Dazhuang, stop chasing, we won't catch it." However, Ding Dazhuang either didn't hear or was too stubborn to give up, still chasing after it. Seeing this, Zhanlong had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow. After an unknown period of running, the distance between Ding Dazhuang and the rabbit only increased. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as it disappeared into the tall weeds. Dejected, Ding Dazhuang leaned against a tree, panting heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his eyes were even redder than those of the rabbit. Zhanlong, clutching his stomach, stumbled over, gasping for breath as he said, "That rabbit. It was just playing with us." Ding Dazhuang licked his cracked lips and cursed, "This guy is clearly a cripple. Why is he running so fast?" Zhanlong rubbed his belly and chuckled. "He's running for his life. Of course, he will give it his all, unlike us who are only chasing a meal." Ding Dazhuang widened his cow-like eyes and protested, "I'm risking my life just to eat rabbit meat." Zhanlong laughed. "I noticed that no matter how much I called you earlier, you wouldn't stop." Ding Dazhuang showed a hint of embarrassment, scratching his head and saying, "I was so focused on that rabbit that I really didn't hear you calling me Sai." Unfortunately, we still didn't catch up. Zhanlong waved his hand, signaling him not to dwell on it. Humans can't catch wild rabbits anyway. As he looked around and saw the surrounding weeds towering above his waist, he frowned and said, "I don't feel safe here. Let's leave quickly." Ding Dazhuang also glanced around, his face showing signs of cowardice as he frowned and asked, "Do you remember the way we came?" Zhanlong turned to Ding Dazhuang, surprised, and asked, "You don't know the way?" Ding Dazhuang chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. "I'm terrible with directions. I can never remember unfamiliar paths." Zhanlong shrugged his shoulders helplessly and laughed. "I'm directionally challenged too. I can't find my way." He suddenly looked a bit embarrassed and added, I remember when I first rented a place I went out at night to buy something and couldn't find my way back. It was the landlord who had to guide me at the intersection. Oh, my goodness. Ding Dazhuang made a painful expression and laughed. Looks like we're equally matched. Zhanlong shook his head and sighed, then pondered for a moment before saying, let's retrace our steps. If that doesn't work, we'll head to the seaside. We should be able to find the campsite there. The two of them had made up their minds to leave when they suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw the bushes swaying in the distance as if a large animal was moving through them. It was headed directly towards them. Zhanlong and Ding Dazhuang exchanged glances and almost simultaneously said, climb the tree. Zhanlong quickly reached the base of the tree and was about to climb when Ding Dazhuang grabbed him from behind and tossed him onto a nearby branch. Ding Dazhuang then wrapped his arms around the tree trunk and kicked his legs, swiftly climbing up to Zhanlong's side like a frog. Zhanlong couldn't help but admire how agile he was despite his large size. The two of them crouched on the tree, their eyes fixed intently on the spot where the creature was about to appear. A sense of inexplicable fear arose in Zhanlong's heart as he suddenly recalled that large white snake. If it truly was it, then hiding in the tree would be of no use. The creature came closer, and before it emerged from the bushes, the two of them, looking from their high vantage point, clearly saw its true form, a small wild boar less than a meter long. Ding Dazhuang's eyes sparkled as he leaned closer to Zhanlong, whispering, what should we do? Zhanlong glanced at the stick left behind on the ground, and then looked at Ding Dazhuang, asking in a low voice, without a weapon, can you catch it? Ding Dazhuang assessed the small wild boar, gauging its weight and strength, then made an okay gesture to Zhanlong. Zhanlong smiled understandingly, giving him a thumbs up. At that moment, the small wild boar was munching on the grass beneath the dried leaves, wagging its little tail and slowly approaching the base of the tree where the two were hiding. When it was still about 5 to 6 meters away from the big tree, as if sensing the danger in the air, the small wild boar lifted its head and cautiously looked around, ready to flee at any moment. The two in the tree were so tense that their hearts raced, fearing that they might accidentally scare away this delicious meal. Fortunately, the small wild boar looked around for a while before lowering its head to eat again. When the small wild boar was just 2 meters away from the tree where Ding Dazhuang was hiding, he suddenly pounced down like a hungry tiger. The small wild boar seemed to sense something and raised its head just in time. Ding Dazhuang's massive body crashed down on it. The small wild boar let out a grunt and immediately fell silent. Ding Dazhuang must have landed hard as he lay on the ground for a while without getting up. Zhanlong quickly climbed down from the tree and anxiously asked, Dazhuang, are you okay? Ding Dazhuang remained on the ground, waving his hand to signal that he was fine. Zhanlong felt that the wild boar's death seemed a bit strange. Seeing that Ding Dazhuang was unharmed, he picked up the stick and struck the wild boar's head again. Little did he know that this blow would rouse the small wild boar, which had been knocked out, and it screamed as it turned to run. Unexpectedly, the small wild boar stumbled after running just a few steps, and Zhanlong seized the opportunity to dash forward and struck its head twice more. The small wild boar trembled and could no longer get up. Only then did Zhanlong approach to help Ding Dazhuang up. Seeing the pain in his eyes, which were already brimming with tears, he looked him over and found no external injuries, then smiled and asked, what happened? Are you injured internally? Ding Dazhuang looked at the small wild boar on the ground, patting his belly, and said, indeed, I've sustained internal injuries. Only 2 pounds of braised meat can cure me. Zhanlong casually patted his big belly, and the two exchanged smiles. The joy of success had temporarily made Ding Dazhuang forget the pain in his body. Just as the two were celebrating, a series of piercing wild boar cries echoed in the distance, followed by the sound of grass breaking. Oh, the parent of the little boar has arrived. The two immediately changed their expressions and ran towards the tree they had climbed earlier. This time, Ding Dazhuang, having sustained internal injuries, could no longer assist Zhanlong up the tree, so they had to climb one after the other. Zhanlong climbed to the branch first. When he looked back, he was so frightened that he nearly fell from the tree. A massive wild boar, entirely black, nearly 2 meters long, and weighing no less than 400 jin, was charging madly towards the very tree where the two were climbing. With a loud bang, the tree shook violently upon impact from the wild boar, nearly shaking the unsuspecting Ding Dazhuang off the tree. Terrified, Ding Dazhuang crawled to Zhanlong's side, sitting on a sturdy branch, and finally letting out a long sigh of relief. The large wild boar approached the small wild boar, calling out with grunts and nudging it with its long snout. The small wild boar was likely dead by now and showed no signs of movement. The wild boar then came under the tree where the two were hiding, looking up with its small eyes fixed on them. Zhanlong felt a wave of coldness rise in his heart as he sensed a strong resentment in its gaze. The wild boar stared at the two of them and began to move, slowly retreating. After retreating about 5 to 6 meters, it suddenly let out a fierce cry, and with its hooves flying propelled its massive body like a black cannonball towards the tree where the two were hiding. Zhanlong and Ding Dazhuang shouted in alarm, instinctively clutching the tree trunk tightly. With a muffled thud, the tree shook violently again. Since the two held on tightly, they merely swayed with the tree and were not harmed. The wild boar seemed to have been dazed from the impact, wobbling as it got back up, took a couple of steps, and then collapsed again. Ding Dazhuang saw that the wild boar was already covered in blood and couldn't help but laugh, saying, "This guy really has a pig's brain, using its own head to ram into a big tree. I really don't know what it's thinking." Zhanlong, however, spoke with a hint of worry, saying, "Even if it has a pig's brain, we might still be in big trouble." Ding Dazhuang chuckled dismissively, saying, "What trouble could there be? If it dies from ramming into something, we can just deal with it together." Zhanlong shook his head with a bitter smile, saying, "I always feel that things are not that simple." While they were talking, the wild boar had already come to the base of the tree, lying down with its head tilted, rubbing its tusks against the tree in a show of strength. Sure enough, the worst thing Zhanlong feared happened. The wild boar actually stayed at the base of the tree without leaving. Ding Dazhuang watched for a while and frowned bitterly, laughing. "This guy actually knows how to wait for the rabbit by the tree." Zhanlong laughed. "Did you not just mock it for having a pig's brain?" Ding Dazhuang clenched his fists, lightly hitting a branch beside him, gritting his teeth, and saying, "If it really wants to outlast us, I can just go down and fight it to the death." "You'd better not have that thought." Zhanlong looked at Ding Dazhuang with a sideways glance, a teasing smile on his face, saying, "Haven't you heard the old saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers? Ding Dazhuang asked in confusion. 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. What does that mean?" Zhanlong said seriously, "It refers to the danger level of encountering these 3 animals in the wild. The wild boar ranks above the black bear and the tiger, making it the most dangerous presence." Ding Dazhuang, upon hearing this, felt that Zhanlong was exaggerating. After all, the tiger is the king of beasts and cannot be compared to a wild boar. However, although he was skeptical, he did not refute Zhanlong. Zhanlong looked at the wild boar, pondering. "We need to come up with a plan. Dragging this out is very unfavorable for us." Ding Dazhuang sighed, feeling helpless, saying, "We're stuck in a tree. What can we do?" Zhanlong frowned, his mind racing as he thought of various ways to break the deadlock. Just as he was about to despair, he suddenly noticed a half-dead tree not far from them, with half of its trunk already withered, while the other half still had lush green leaves and 2 large bird nests. A flash of inspiration struck Zhanlong's mind, and he immediately said to Ding Dazhuang, "Let's find an opportunity to get to that tree later." Ding Dazhuang looked in the direction Zhanlong pointed and asked in confusion, "What's different about that tree compared to this one?" Zhanlong replied immediately, "That tree has dead branches and 2 large bird nests, which we can use to make a torch to drive away the wild boar." Ding Dazhuang, upon hearing this, suddenly realized. Then, with a touch of self-reproach, he said with a bitter smile, "If I had known this earlier, we should have hidden in that tree from the start." Zhanlong was about to respond, but just as he turned his head, he noticed 4 little heads suddenly poking out from the nearby bushes, looking around for a moment before they crawled out from the bushes. It was 4 jackals. As soon as they emerged from the bushes, they hurriedly surrounded the dead wild boar. Seeing that their prey was about to be intercepted by the jackals, while the big wild boar continued to glare at the 2 on the tree, Zhanlong couldn't help but shout, but the wild boar remained unfazed. Instead, the 4 jackals were scared and halted, looking towards the big wild boar lying under the tree. Seeing that the big wild boar was still unmoving, they cautiously approached the small wild boar. Zhanlong quickly said to Ding Dazhuang, "Dazhuang, quickly grab a branch and hit the big wild boar on the butt." At this moment, Ding Dazhuang also saw the 4 jackals and understood Zhanlong's intention, and immediately broke off a branch, aimed, and threw it down. The big wild boar felt something hit its rear, and when it turned to look, it saw the 4 jackals dragging the small wild boar. The big wild boar suddenly flipped over and charged at the 4 jackals with a roar. Seeing this, Zhanlong thought this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He immediately called out to Ding Dazhuang, and the 2 slid down from the tree, quickly running towards the half-dead tree. However, as they rushed to the tree and attempted to climb up, they were stunned. This tree was too thick, they could barely wrap their arms around the trunk and had no strength to climb. Just as the 2 were in despair, Ding Dazhuang looked up and saw a broken branch about 3 meters high, or as long as they could get there, they could climb up using the other branches. He immediately crouched under the tree and said to Zhanlong, "Come over, I'll give you a shoulder, you go up first." Zhanlong felt a warm feeling in his heart upon hearing this, but knowing the situation was urgent, he didn't have time to be polite with Ding Dazhuang, and immediately stepped onto his shoulder. "Hold steady." As he spoke, Ding Dazhuang stood up and pushed him up. Zhanlong climbed onto the branch and looked down, only to see the big wild boar chasing the 4 jackals away in panic, then turned its head to look towards them. Zhanlong urgently waved his hand shouting, "Dazhuang, hurry up. The wild boar sees you." Ding Dazhuang turned to look and saw the wild boar charging towards him. He dared not delay and immediately ran to the back of the slightly thinner tree nearby, using both hands and feet to quickly climb up. Fortunately, he was climbing from the back of the tree, so when the wild boar charged around to attack him from behind, it was already a step too late. Ding Dazhuang glanced back and saw the wild boar roaring angrily, and he thought to himself, that was close. At this moment, the four jackals returned howling as they surrounded the dead wild boar, forcing the big wild boar to charge at them again. However, this time the four jackals did not scatter in a panic, but instead engaged in guerrilla warfare with the wild boar. The four jackals positioned themselves at 4 points. Whenever the wild boar chased one, the other three quickly moved in to drag the small wild boar. After several repetitions, the big wild boar learned to be clever and no longer pursued them, but stayed by the small wild boar's side, roaring as it displayed its dominance towards the jackals. Zhanlong had no time to admire the cunning battle of wits between the wild boar and the four jackals. Relying on the climbing skills he honed during his childhood in the countryside, he quickly gathered the dead branches. In the end, he brought down the 2 bird nests, one of which unexpectedly had 3 bird eggs inside. Zhanlong unceremoniously put them in his backpack. He selected some soft grass and animal fur from the nests to use as tinder, and then disassembled the 2 nests, mixing them with the dead branches and wrapping them around a larger branch. Then he took out an old piece of clothing from his backpack and wrapped the prepared torch a few times with it, tying a tight knot at the bottom with the sleeve. Finally, he stuffed the previously selected fine grass into the top of the torch, and this torch was finally completed. Zhanlong carefully held the torch and climbed to a sunny height, taking out the old lens from his backpack. After adjusting the focus, within a few minutes wisps of green smoke began to rise slowly. Ding Dazhuang on another tree could not see what was happening on Zhanlong's side due to the dense branches and leaves. After a long time without any movement, he couldn't help but shout, "Brother Long, how's it going over there?" Before Zhanlong could reply, a flame suddenly burst forth from the curling smoke, and he immediately joyfully exclaimed, "All right, it's lit." Holding the torch, Zhanlong carefully approached the original branch. Seeing that the wild boar was still in a standoff with the 4 jackals, he shouted to Ding Dazhuang, "Dazhuang, come and help me. I can't get down holding the torch. I can't go down while holding the torch." Before Zhanlong could finish his words, Ding Dazhuang had already slid down from the tree and was running towards him. At the same time, the wild boar also heard the commotion and came rushing over. "Dazhuang, catch it." Zhanlong saw the urgent situation, and without waiting for Ding Dazhuang to get closer, threw the torch towards him. Perhaps due to nerves or the internal injuries sustained earlier, Ding Dazhuang stumbled awkwardly and failed to catch the torch. With a loud thud, the torch rolled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, the torch was wrapped in Zhanlong's clothing, so despite falling, it did not extinguish. Just as Ding Dazhuang bent down to pick up the torch, he suddenly caught sight of the wild boar's massive figure approaching. In this critical moment, he had no time to grab the torch that was so close to him and could only roll on the ground like a lazy donkey. The wild boar brushed past Ding Dazhuang's body at high speed. What a close call. If it had collided with him, it would have surely taken half of Ding Dazhuang's life. Zhanlong, seeing Ding Dazhuang in danger, was so shocked that he nearly fell from the tree. After rolling twice, Ding Dazhuang stood up, just as the wild boar turned back, blocking the path between him and the torch. Ding Dazhuang's large eyes, like copper bells, were fixed on the wild boar, and his body trembled involuntarily. Not being able to grab the torch made him extremely anxious. As he saw the flame on the fallen torch rapidly diminishing, Zhanlong was also burning with impatience. If the torch went out, they would truly be in danger. He steeled himself and shouted loudly to Ding Dazhuang, "Dazhuang, distracted, I'll go get the torch." Before he finished speaking, the wild boar charged towards Ding Dazhuang with a roar. Ding Dazhuang, unsure if he was genuinely scared or just trying to lure the wild boar away, shouted and turned to run. But even so, the wild boar had already chased up behind him in the blink of an eye. Zhanlong slid down from the tree as fast as he could, and after grabbing the torch, he blew and shook it until the flickering flame finally reignited. Seeing the wild boar closing in behind him, Ding Dazhuang had just reached a small tree. With a thought, he grabbed the trunk and, using the momentum of his run, made a quick 180-degree turn around the tree. Though the wild boar also came to an abrupt stop, it still ran several meters before halting. After the distance between them widened, Zhanlong ran over with the torch in hand. Ding Dazhuang was overjoyed and immediately ran up to take the torch from Zhanlong, waving it vigorously in front of him as he shouted, "Come on, I'm going to roast you today." Upon seeing the blazing torch in Ding Dazhuang's hand, the wild boar's small eyes immediately showed signs of fear, and it stopped several meters away from the two, not daring to move. Realizing that the wild boar was indeed afraid of fire, Ding Dazhuang gained confidence and swaggered towards the wild boar, brandishing the torch. The wild boar slowly began to retreat. Its innate fear of fire ultimately overcame its hatred. After giving the two a fierce glare, the wild boar turned and fled without hesitation. Zhanlong finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly remembering the little wild boar, he turned his head to see that 4 jackals had dragged the little wild boar into the grass. He immediately shouted to Ding Dazhuang, "Dazhuang, our little wild boar is being taken by the jackals. Hurry, use fire to attack." Hearing this, Ding Dazhuang immediately took the torch and chased after them. The jackals, being even more afraid of fire than the wild boar, started barking and fled in a panic as soon as Ding Dazhuang arrived. When Zhanlong ran closer, Ding Dazhuang handed the torch to him and grabbed the little wild boar by its front legs, hoisting it onto his shoulder. Both of them had not had a drop of water all morning and felt as if their throats were on fire. Especially Ding Dazhuang, who had already been dehydrated, now felt his eyes dry and his temples throbbing unbearably. Zhanlong extinguished the torch, looked up at the sun above, and said to Ding Dazhuang, "Let's head to the seaside first, then follow the coast back to the camp." Both of them were directionally challenged and could not remember the way they came, so they could only rely on this clumsy method to return to the camp. However, this meant that the firewood they had worked so hard to collect earlier could not be retrieved for the time being, which left them feeling somewhat disappointed. After agreeing, Ding Dazhuang licked his cracked lips and said, "Let's find some water to drink on the way. If I don't get water soon, I'm going to die of thirst." Zhanlong was also extremely thirsty and nodded in agreement. "If we come across Traveler's Banana, we'll drink to our heart's content, even if the water is a bit dirty." The two of them used the sun overhead to determine their direction, once more with one carrying the little wild boar and the other picking up firewood as they walked towards the seaside. Not long after they started walking, Ding Dazhuang turned back to look at Zhanlong, who was picking up firewood, and suddenly asked, "Brother Long, if we were to be stranded on this deserted island, and it turned into a novel, who do you think would be the male and female leads?" Zhanlong picked up the firewood from the ground and quickly caught up, saying, "Without hesitation, I think the female lead should be that big star Yang and I. She's so beautiful, she was born to be the female lead." Ding Dazhuang frowned and replied, "But I don't think she has much presence in the camp." Zhanlong shouldered the firewood and smiled as he said, "That's because the timing isn't right yet. We've only been on the island for a few days. Once everything settles down, she will definitely showcase her value." Ding Dazhuang nodded, agreeing with Zhanlong's viewpoint, and then jokingly asked, "What about the male lead?" After a moment of thought, Zhanlong replied, "I think Captain Wei Jingsheng is a good candidate. He is brave and resourceful, and his emotional intelligence is high." Before he could finish, Ding Dazhuang burst into laughter, nearly dropping the wild boar off his shoulder. Seeing Zhanlong laughing so hard, he frowned and asked, "What's so funny?" Ding Dazhuang struggled to suppress his laughter and said, "If Captain Wei is the male lead, do you think he would have a romantic storyline with the female lead?" Zhanlong's expression changed slightly, and he scratched his head awkwardly, saying there's quite a big gap between them in many aspects. After pausing, he pondered and said, "According to the usual trope of online novels, the male lead must be Zhang Weiguo. He comes from humble beginnings, but is highly skilled, perfectly fitting the male lead's archetype in online novels." Ding Dazhuang chimed in with a laugh. "Only in that way can he pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger, make the bad guys look foolish, and finally marry the big star, reaching the pinnacle of life." Zhanlong laughed too, but as he laughed, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he said with a hint of melancholy, "But usually guys like us who are supporting characters don't have a good ending." Upon hearing this, the smile on Ding Dazhuang's face froze, and after a moment he chuckled again. "You look so serious, are you really taking that to heart?" After saying that, he patted Zhanlong's shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother Long, if it really comes to that, I'll help you become the male lead." Zhanlong felt warmth in his heart at Ding Dazhuang's sincere expression. Although he knew he had no special talents and could never be the protagonist, the fact that Ding Dazhuang trusted and supported him brought him immense comfort. Just as Zhanlong was about to say something, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a gray figure flickering in the grass nearby, resembling the jackals that had previously tried to snatch the wild boar. He immediately shouted, "Dazhuang, look over there. It seems there's a jackal." Ding Dazhuang followed the direction he pointed. He saw 3 dingy gray jackals leisurely walking out of the grass, their eyes fixated on the wild boar on his shoulder, drooling with their mouths open, which made one feel a bit creeped out. Where's one of them?" Ding Dazhuang rubbed his head, casually pulling out his sharpened wooden stick from the firewood on the back of the battle dragon, and sneered, "Those 3 little rascals are still up to no good, trying to plot against us. They really don't know their place." But just as he finished speaking, the battle dragon patted his arm, pointed behind, and said softly, "Don't say that there are still 3 more behind." Ding Dazhuang turned around, and indeed saw 3 jackals leisurely crouching on the ground, appearing as if they were just out for a stroll after a hearty meal. Damn it, so they called for reinforcements. Ding Dazhuang cursed while the battle dragon also pulled out his wooden stick, throwing the firewood to the ground, the two of them standing back to back, each staring at the 3 jackals. Ding Dazhuang was already a large and sturdy man, and with a wild boar on his shoulder, when the battle dragon stood behind him, it truly felt like a mountain was pressing down. The three jackals facing the battle dragon seemed to have noticed the vast difference in size between the two men baring their teeth and low growling, initiating the attack first. This was indeed like an old lady picking soft persimmons. The battle dragon gripped his wooden stick tightly and waved it wildly at the approaching jackals, scaring the three beasts into hesitating. The two men and the 6 jackals once again faced off against each other. With one hand supporting the wild boar on his shoulder and the other holding the wooden stick, Ding Dazhuang felt a bit overwhelmed after a while and turned to the battle dragon saying, "We can't just keep this up. If a lion or tiger shows up, we might end up finished here." The battle dragon gritted his teeth and said, "Then we should leave. If they dare come at us, well, just kill a few for dog meat." Upon hearing about dog meat, Ding Dazhuang immediately slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Right. How could I forget about that? We must catch one to taste the freshness." The battle dragon chuckled and said, "We can eat dog meat, but be careful not to get bitten. These guys are canines and might have rabies." Huh. Hearing this, Ding Dazhuang suddenly felt a bit scared. If all 6 of these creatures charged at them, any one of them might bite him. On this island, there's no rabies vaccine available if bitten. So what do we do? Ding Dazhuang asked somewhat anxiously. The battle dragon pondered and said, "Let's retreat from the woods. Once we reach the seaside, we should be out of their territory. If they still pursue us, we'll fight back." Back to back, as they headed towards the seaside, the battle dragon hesitated for a moment, but still picked up some of the firewood. Though they had fortuitously caught a small wild boar, collecting firewood was still their primary task, and they needed to bring something back. The moment the two men took a few steps, the jackals seemed to sense something unusual, starting to howl and revealing their fangs slowly surrounding the two. Ding Dazhuang gently placed the wild boar on the ground, flexing his stiff arms, preparing to fight at any moment. The battle dragon licked his cracked lips and also assumed a fighting stance. At that moment, he suddenly felt as if he had stepped on a pebble, and images from his childhood in the countryside, when people dealt with stray dogs, flashed through his mind. The battle dragon set the firewood down casually, picked up the pebble, weighed it in his hand for a moment, then hurled it forcefully at the lead jackal. Thanks to the aim he had developed in his childhood, although this throw was slightly off, it still struck the jackal on the leg. With a howl of distress, the 3 jackals quickly retreated several meters, while the 3 in front also fearfully backed away from the 2. The battle dragon looked around, not seeing any suitable stones, and lifted the firewood, saying, "Don't waste time here, let's hurry to the seaside." Ding Dazhuang agreed, picking up the wild boar again, and the 2 hurried towards the seaside. Although the 6 jackals were too scared to come close, they still followed the 2 men at a slow pace. Seeing this scene, the battle dragon chuckled and said with some pride, "There are plenty of stones by the seaside. If they dare to follow us, we might just have dog meat after all." Ding Dazhuang also laughed, saying, "I'm just afraid they won't dare to follow." As Ding Dazhuang expected, when the 2 finally emerged from the woods together, the 6 jackals stopped at the edge of the forest, staring longingly at the 2 howling in distress. After the 2 men picked up some pebbles from the ground and threw them, the 6 jackals reluctantly disappeared into the woods. At this moment, inside the camp, everyone had returned, and Zhang Weigua had the most bountiful harvest, catching 2 large fish and 7 or 8 palm-sized crabs with a woven basket made by Sui. Everyone cheerfully helped Lung Bainian prepare lunch, but Ding Dazhuang and the battle dragon still had not returned. The 2 had gone to collect firewood, and the woods were the most dangerous place on this island. Concerned for the safety of the battle dragon, Lung Bainian, seeing that the 2 had not returned for a long time, anxiously approached Wei Jingsheng, saying, "Captain Wei, those 2 kids still haven't come back. Could they be in danger?" Lu Xiangyuan also came over and asked, "Should we go look for them?" As the team leader for this trip, he felt responsible for the battle dragon's safety. Wei Jingsheng was still contemplating when Fong Dong interrupted, saying, "If there really is danger in the woods, won't we also?" He left the rest unsaid, but his meaning was clear. Upon hearing her brother's reluctance to take risks to look for them, Fong Jing immediately declared, "Brother, if they are in danger, they need our help. If we sit here and do nothing, missing the chance to rescue them, wouldn't that be equivalent to harming them?" Fong Dong shot a fierce glare at his sister, coldly stating, "I'm merely considering the safety of the majority. This Devil Island is inherently a place of evil. It's better to be cautious." For Fong Dong, who always leaned towards avoiding danger whenever it involved the battle dragon, no matter how much he hated it, he found himself at a loss. At this moment, Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun exchanged a bewildered glance, not understanding Fong Dong's intentions. Meanwhile, Wang Kaidi in the crowd was casting sidelong glances at Fong Dong, a sly smile spreading across his face as if he understood everything. Wei Jingsheng ignored the bickering siblings and glanced at the somewhat panicked crowd, saying in a deep voice, "Everyone, do not be afraid. In our team, every life is equal. No matter who is in danger, we will do our utmost to rescue them." After a pause, he added, "The The tasks they are undertaking are inherently the most dangerous. If we abandon them, who would be willing to take on their tasks in the future? This reasoning was sound and left no room for criticism. Fong Dong felt a hot flush on his face as if he had received 2 slaps. At this moment, Lu Changjun slyly instructed the bodyguard Zhang Wei was standing beside him. Wei would go help them look for a while, but be careful on the way. The implication was clear. He had distanced himself from the situation. Wei Jingsheng surveyed the crowd and said, "For safety's sake, let's not split up. Brothers, let's go look for them together." Upon hearing this, Yang Shui felt somewhat displeased. Just as she was about to speak, Yang Anai pulled her back, gently shaking her head. Seeing that her sister wouldn't allow her to go, Yang Shui could only grit her teeth and retreat silently. Wei Jingsheng noticed that Lung Beinian also joined the search team with a wooden stick and smiled, saying, "Professor Lung, at your age you should stay back and help them take care of the camp." Lung Beinian snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "Humph, don't underestimate me just because I'm old and still a man." His pointed remark immediately embarrassed the men who were still hesitating about whether to join, and they all picked up wooden sticks to join the search party. Lu Changjun saw that he was the only man in the team who had not joined, so he had no choice but to brace himself and walk out from under the awning. He picked up his wooden stick from the ground and silently followed behind the others. The group under the blazing sun marched out of the camp towards the direction of the woods. At that moment, Fu Xiangyang, who was at the front, suddenly spotted 2 figures walking along the beach in the distance and immediately said to the crowd, "Are those 2 people them?" The group paused and looked in the direction he pointed and indeed saw a tall and a short figure stumbling towards them along the beach. The steam rising from the beach made the figures appear somewhat blurry, giving off an unreal feeling. Wei Jingsheng hit the awning with his hand, and after watching for a while immediately said, "Yes, it's them." Zhan Long and Ding Dazhuang seemed unaware of the crowd still walking with their heads down. Lu Xianyuan angrily said, "How did those 2 guys come from that direction?" Before he could finish, Lung Beinian had already rushed out of the team and was sprinting towards the 2. Wang Shiwang had already seen the wild boar that Ding Dazhuang was carrying on his shoulder and immediately joyfully said to the crowd, "It looks like they caught a wild boar." After saying that, he quickly followed Lung Beinian towards the 2. Ding Dazhuang and Zhan Long finally noticed the crowd and immediately waved their hands, happily greeting everyone loudly. At this moment, the tension in Ding Dazhuang's heart relaxed, and he felt that the wild boar on his shoulder was as heavy as a 1,000-pound stone, making it impossible for him to hold on any longer. He dropped the wild boar on the ground and sat directly on the ground, wiping his sweat while gasping for breath. The crowd excitedly rushed forward, surrounding Zhan Long and Ding Dazhuang. The small wild boar seemed to turn into a fragrant barbecued meat, making the crowd drool. Wei Jingsheng smiled broadly at the 2 and asked with concern, "How did you come back from over there? Were you lost?" Zhan Long also put down the firewood in his hand, pointed at the wild boar, and said with a wry smile, "To catch it we got lost, and on our way back we encountered a few wild dogs, and it wasn't until we got to the beach that we shook them off." Lung Beinian stepped forward, and seeing that the 2 were unharmed, he finally felt relieved. He then patted Zhan Long on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Good job, you both have made a great contribution this time." Pausing slightly, he then said solemnly, "But that said, you shouldn't put yourselves in danger just to catch this. Don't go deep into the woods." Zhan Long nodded and glanced at Ding Dazhuang, thinking if it weren't for this guy chasing after rabbits and not listening to advice, they wouldn't have gotten lost. Ding Dazhuang recalled that wild boar, which was far scarier than those 6 wild dogs, and immediately grinned foolishly, saying, "There's a big wild boar deep in the woods weighing at least 400 pounds. It almost left us in the woods." Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but have green light in their eyes, looking eager to go catch and eat it. Lung Beinian cleared his throat and said seriously, "In the animal kingdom, there's a saying that pigs are second only to bears and tigers. A 400-pound wild boar can be extremely ferocious. Even if we all teamed up, we probably wouldn't be its match." Wei Jingsheng also agreed, saying, "Food is indeed important, but our personal safety comes first. We must be cautious about such risky ventures in the future." After speaking, he waved his hand to the crowd, saying, "Let's go back and eat first. 4 of you come and help carry the wild boar back." Zhang Weiguo, Lu Xianyuan, Fu Xianyang, and Zhang Yongjun were the 4 closest to the wild boar. Hearing this, the 4 of them each grabbed a leg of the pig and easily lifted it up. "Manager Lu, let me do it." Wang Kaidi flattered as he ran forward, taking Lu Xianjuan's place. Wang Shiwang also picked up the small bundle of firewood that Zhan Long had placed on the ground and followed the 4 towards the camp. The women in the camp were delighted to see the crowd return so quickly, and even bringing back a wild boar, they immediately erupted in joyful shouts. When they learned that it was the work of Zhan Long and Ding Dazhuang, they praised the 2 even more. Ding Dazhuang smiled foolishly, his eyes unconsciously drifting towards Xiang Yufei, only to see her staying close to Yang Ni, seemingly uninterested in everything happening, making him feel a bit disappointed. At this moment, Zhanlong stepped forward and handed Ding Dazhuang a bottle of water, smiling. "Dazhuang, why do you look troubled?" Ding Dazhuang took the water, but did not speak, tilting his head and drinking more than half the bottle before saying, "What troubles do I have? As long as I can have enough to eat and drink every day, I'm satisfied." Zhanlong chuckled mischievously and said, "Don't think I can't see it. I know all about your little thoughts." Ding Dazhuang scratched his head in embarrassment, starting to regret telling Zhanlong about his feelings for Xiang Yufei. Just as he was about to retort, a sudden shout from a woman rang out. "Look, someone is coming." Both Zhanlong and Ding Dazhuang turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw more than 20 tall foreigners rushing towards the camp along the beach, holding bamboo bows and arrows, as well as long spears. "Everyone be careful, grab your weapons." With Wei Jingsheng's loud shout, everyone hurriedly picked up their wooden sticks, lining up to protect the frightened women behind them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bamboo arrows shot through the air, perhaps just to intimidate the crowd, landing beside them on the wooden posts of the awning. Looking at the bamboo arrows deeply embedded in the posts, Zhanlong couldn't help but frown. These guys don't come in peace. It seems today is going to be dangerous. With a slight shift of his thoughts, Zhanlong quietly moved beside Ding Dazhuang. As the 20 or so foreigners entered the camp, 6 archers drew their bows and aimed at the crowd. The leader, a bearded foreigner, chuckled strangely and said in somewhat clumsy Chinese, "Oh friends, we meet again. Please don't be nervous, we mean no harm." The crowd then realized he was one of the 4 foreigners who had attacked Yang Shui that day. The other 3 stood behind him, also aiming their bows at the crowd. Wei Jingsheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm his racing heart, stepped forward and said coldly, "What do you want?" He was the captain of the camp and needed to step up at this moment to stabilize the morale. The bearded man chuckled and said, "We have come to share resources with you. We are all stranded on this deserted island. Survival is not easy." Wei Jingsheng glanced at those who were pointing their bows at them. Even a fool could tell that these people were not here for good, and he sneered. "If you want to share resources with us, why are you aiming bows at us? What does this mean?" The bearded man grinned sinisterly and said, "To expedite our cooperation, we have no choice but to take these measures." Wei Jingsheng sneered, "Cooperation? How exactly do you propose to cooperate?" "It's simple." The bearded man looked around at his companions and raised his hand, saying, "Mr. Pilot, out of the more than 20 of us, there are only 2 women. You Chinese have a saying that too many monks spoil the porridge, which is not good at all." Pausing for a moment, he smiled and continued, "Therefore, we want those 3 women from yesterday to join our team. We don't need more, just those 3 will suffice." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd stirred. Indeed, on this lawless, deserted island, these foreigners could no longer restrain themselves and began to act recklessly. Yang Ni was the goddess in the hearts of many men who would willingly hand her over to these foreigners. Before Wei Jingsheng could respond, Fong Dong stepped forward and shouted, "Get the hell out of here, or else." Just as he was about to finish, one of the men suddenly turned his arrow towards Fong Dong's chest. The big bearded man glanced at him disdainfully and arrogantly asked, "Or else what?" Seeing this, Fong Dong immediately backed down, hurriedly swallowing the harsh words he intended to say. His face flushed as he retreated. He had intended to be a hero and catch the goddess' attention, but unexpectedly it turned into a scene of social embarrassment. Oh well, better to be socially humiliated than shot dead. At this moment, Yang Ni was like a frightened little bird trembling behind her sister Yang Shui. Zhanlong couldn't help but glance back, and seeing this scene suddenly recalled the female corpse in the woods. If the female corpse was the doing of these people, the consequences of handing Yang Ni over to them were easy to imagine. Wei Jingsheng took a deep breath, raised the pointed wooden stick in his hand, and coldly said, "As long as the 3 of them are willing to join your group, we have nothing to say. Otherwise, don't expect to take advantage of us." "No, no." The big bearded man shook his finger disdainfully, saying, "As long as you don't meddle, I guarantee they will be willing to come with us." "Outrageous." Wei Jingsheng shouted angrily, saying, "Don't think that just because you have a few broken bows you can do as you please. The 3 of them are our compatriots from Huagua. If you want to force them, you better ask our weapons if they agree." The reason Wei Jingsheng was so protective of the 3 was not only because they were compatriots, but also because Yang Shui was a martial arts expert, and in his future plans, she would be a crucial figure. Therefore, he had to take the risk of confronting these foreigners in hopes of protecting Yang Shui and the others. Since he refused to drink the wine offered, don't blame us for being impolite. After the big, bearded man finished speaking, he slowly raised his right hand, and 6 archers immediately drew their bows, aiming at the crowd. A fierce battle was about to erupt. To be honest, among the 20 or so people on their side, apart from Yang Shui and Zhang Weiguo, who had some fighting experience, the rest were all novices. They had never encountered such a situation. A few timid ones were already trembling and couldn't even stand straight. Lung Banian saw that a conflict was inevitable and that they were at an absolute disadvantage. He steeled his heart, wrapped his hands in his clothes, and picked up the pot that was boiling distilled water, charging forward. "Make way!" Shouting, Lung Banian rushed in front of the big, bearded man and unhesitatingly splashed the pot of boiling hot water towards the 6 archers. With a series of startled cries, 4 of them were splashed with hot water. All 4, wearing short-sleeved shirts, immediately became flustered after being scalded. In their panic, the arrows they held were shot out haphazardly, becoming completely aimless. The bamboo arrows whistled past the heads and bodies of the crowd. Fortunately, no one was injured. However, the 2 archers who were not hit by the hot water instinctively aimed their arrows at Lung Banian simultaneously. Whoosh! Whoosh! With 2 sounds of cutting air, an arrow whizzed past Lung Banian's head, while another arrow shot by a bald man struck Lung Banian's body. "Brothers, let's fight back." Seeing this, Wei Jingsheng immediately shouted angrily, raising the wooden stick in his hand and charging at one of the archers. Almost at the same time, Yang Shui raised her hand, and a stone the size of an egg flew directly at another archer's face. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first catch the king. After Yang Shui threw the stone, regardless of whether it hit or not, she took a step and pounced at the big bearded man. Surprisingly, although Yang Shui practiced UFC, focusing on punches and kicks, and could take on 3 unarmed once weapons were involved, facing the tall and strong big bearded man, she only had a slight advantage. Zhang Weiguo protected Lu Changjun and joined the fight, but because he had to ensure Lu Changjun's safety at all times, his fighting power was greatly reduced. To be honest, it would have been better to let Lu Changjun hide among the women while Zhang Weiguo fought alone. A chaotic battle was thus inevitably underway. Zhan Long had been hiding behind Ding Dazhuang, intending to advance and retreat together. Seeing Lung Banian injured and falling to the ground, he could no longer care about anything else and immediately rushed over to help him up. He saw that the bamboo arrow had struck right at Lung Banian's heart, and a large area of his clothes was soaked in blood. Zhan Long's heart sank as he quickly dragged him to the side, softly calling out, "Old man, you." Before he could finish, Lung Bingbing had already cried out and rushed over. "Grandpa." Upon seeing that Lung Banian was so severely injured, Lung Bingbing was frightened and somewhat at a loss, reaching out to pull out the arrow, but Zhan Long immediately stopped her, saying, "Don't pull it out, it will cause severe bleeding." Lung Banian coughed lightly, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he gently held Lung Bingbing's hand, enduring the pain, turned to Zhan Long with a pained smile, and said, "Xiao Long, don't forget what you promised me. Take good care of Bingbing." "Grandpa." Lung Bingbing cried out in grief, embracing Lung Banian's body and weeping loudly. After a while, they saw Lung Banian's body start to tremble violently. Wow, wow, wow. After several spurts of blood, his body quickly became as limp as a noodle. Seeing her grandfather pass away, Lung Bingbing suddenly went mad, picking up the wooden stick that Zhan Long had thrown on the ground and rushing into the crowd of fighters. "I'm going to kill you." Seeing her act like a madwoman, Zhan Long immediately felt something was wrong and shouted loudly, "Bingbing, come back." Zhan Long called out several times, and seeing that Lung Bingbing ignored him, he had no choice but to leave Lung Banian behind and follow her unarmed. Lung Bingbing joined the fray, intending to find the bald archer, but instead encountered a fat man who was fiercely beating Wang Shiwang with a bamboo pole. Wang Ziwang's stick was too short, leaving him struggling to defend himself and unable to retaliate. Seeing the fat man blocking her way, Lung Bingbing immediately aimed the pointed end of her stick at his waist. Unexpectedly, although the man was covered in fat and Lung Bingbing's strength was limited, this jab caused him to scream, but it did not penetrate deeply. The fat man cursed loudly, suddenly grabbing Lung Bingbing by the neck and lifting her up with one hand. At that moment, Zhan Long rushed over, and seeing this scene, jumped onto the fat man's back, biting at the wrinkled nape of his neck. In pain, the fat man shook his hand and flung Lung Bingbing away, then reached back to grab Zhan Long's collar, intending to throw him over his shoulder. Zhan Long seemed to anticipate this move. He wrapped his legs around the fat man's waist and locked his arm around his throat. The fat man tried to grab Zhan Long, but was unable to move him. Before he could change his tactic, Wang Shiwang charged in quickly, swinging his stick towards the fat man's legs. Because Zhan Long was entangled with the fat man, Wang Shiwang was afraid of harming him, so he could only attack the fat man's legs. With a loud crack, the stick broke into 2 pieces. At the same time, the fat man let out a scream as he fell backward, and since Zhan Long was still clinging to his back, this fall caused great trouble for Zhan Long. Weighing over 200 pounds, the fat man crashed down on Zhan Long, nearly taking half his life. Wang Shiwang struck the fat man's head and body with the half of the stick, launching a chaotic attack. "Taking advantage of your illness, I will take your life." Lung Bingbing coughed a few times and got up from the ground, feeling much clearer. She painfully stepped forward and saw Zhan Long pinned beneath the hefty man, immediately calling out, "Stop fighting. Quickly save Brother Long." Upon her shout, Wang Shiwang suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly pushed the already unconscious hefty man aside. Zhan Long was lying there rolling his eyes in distress. Lung Bingbing hurriedly approached and helped him up, anxiously asking, "Brother Long, are you okay?" The mention of Brother Long nearly caused Zhan Long to faint again. He was unsure whether he was hallucinating. Regardless, after Lung Bingbing called out Brother Long, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, as if he were floating in the air. At that moment, the two finally reconciled and shook hands. Smelling the faint fragrance of Lung Bingbing, Zhan Long's trembling voice said, "It seems my bones have gone soft." Lung Bingbing merely thought he was pressed by the hefty man and did not pay much attention to it. Seeing that Zhan Long was not in serious trouble, Wang Shiwang picked up his half-broken stick. As he turned, he suddenly noticed Wang Kaidi being punched in the face and collapsing straight down. Wang Ziwang's heart skipped a beat. He could no longer ignore Zhan Long, who was still moaning nearby, and immediately rushed towards Wang Kaidi with the half-stick in hand. After all, they were colleagues. How could Wang Shiwang just stand by and watch him get killed? At this moment, the cries of battle and screams filled the entire camp. A once peaceful camp had instantly turned into a hell on earth. Yang and I, seeing her male comrades gradually falling behind, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. This conflict arose mainly because of the three of them. If their side ultimately lost, the consequences for the three of them could be imagined. We cannot just sit back and wait. We cannot just sit back and wait. Yang and I repeatedly chanted in her heart. Finally, gritting her teeth, she rushed to Sui Ming and the others, urgently saying, "They can hardly hold on. Should we go help?" Before Sui Ming could respond, he heard Ji Lily's cold laughter from behind, saying, "You brought this disaster upon yourselves. If you want to go, you can go. Don't think you can drag us down with you." Yang and I was left speechless by her words, reluctantly turning back to Xiang Yufei and saying, "Elephant, let's go." Upon hearing this, although Xiang Yufei felt a bit timid, she still gritted her teeth, picked up the stick from the ground, and charged forward alongside Yang and I. Seeing the two of them, who were clearly terrified, still recklessly charging forward, Sui Ming felt a surge of admiration. Looking back at the others, he moved with emotion and said, "We should also go help." Ji Lily was displeased upon hearing this. "You all brought this disaster on yourselves. Let you handle it yourself." Sui Ming sighed and said, "Have you forgotten the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold? If all the men on our side are wiped out, do you think they will be satisfied with just the three of you?" His words left the women speechless. Seeing Zhan Long injured, Fang Jing had long wanted to help, and hearing Sui Ming say that, she immediately picked up a stick, gritting her teeth, and said, "Beautiful sisters, let's hurry to help. If we delay, don't regret it." With that, she dashed towards Zhan Long. Xiao Wenxiang had been searching for Fu Xiangyang's figure amidst the chaos. Once Fang Jing left, she couldn't suppress her worry and rushed forward with her stick. Following closely behind, Sui Ming's sisters joined the fray. Ji Lily watched and had no choice but to search for Fu Xiangyang's figure and charge forward. Seeing that only she and Lu Xiaowan were left, Qi Murong hesitantly asked, "Wainer, should we go help your father?" Before she could finish, Lu Xiaowan firmly rejected, saying, "I want go. If you want to go, do so yourself, but I advise you not to go up and cause more trouble." She was utterly disgusted with Qi Murong. If it weren't for her instigation, her father wouldn't have been so resolute in sending her abroad for study. If she hadn't gone abroad to study, how could she have gotten involved in this mess? Sigh. It was her own fault for listening to her brother and opposing this woman. Qi Murong, used to a life of luxury, never dared to imagine going up to fight with a group of men. Upon hearing Lu Ziwan's words, she immediately discarded the thought of going to help. Looking at the beautiful women joining the battle, the fighting strength of their side hadn't improved much, but it truly boosted the morale of the male comrades. The foreigners who initially came to seize women found themselves somewhat hesitant when the beauties joined the battlefield. They were genuinely afraid of accidentally harming these flower-like beauties. Fang Jing initially wanted to help Zhan Long, but seeing her brother being beaten so badly, she had to change her mind and first go help her brother. The sturdy man fighting with Fang Dong immediately swung his bamboo pole to block Fang Jing's stick when he saw her charging at him. With a loud bang, Fang Jing's stick was knocked from her hand, and she was kicked down by the muscular man without any hint of mercy. Oh dear. Poor Fang Jing became the only woman to be attacked. As soon as the Sui sisters entered the battle, Sui Yi was struck directly in the temple by the stick Fang Jing had lost and fainted on the spot. "Sister!" Sui Ming shouted, wanting to help her sister, but unexpectedly, she was suddenly grabbed from behind. The person laughed triumphantly by her ear, saying, "Beautiful lady, you are mine now." With that, he tucked Sui Ming under his arm and hurriedly ran outside. Sui Ming felt a surge of terror and immediately struggled frantically. However, the opponent was too strong, and no matter how she fought, she couldn't break free. At that critical moment, Sui Ming suddenly noticed a familiar figure flash before her eyes. Soon after, she heard the person holding her yelling, "Bastard, get lost." Before he finished speaking, there was a muffled sound of impact, and Sui Ming felt the grip on her arm loosen. At the same time, a strong hand pulled her away and gently placed her on the ground. Sui Ming brushed aside the hair obstructing her view, and a familiar handsome face appeared before her. Sui Ming's heart felt a wave of conflicting emotions. This man had deceived her feelings and used her identity as a flight attendant to smuggle a gun onto the plane, causing her to become an accomplice of terrorists. But for some reason, Sui Ming could never bring herself to hate him. Now he had saved her life again, leaving her with a flood of mixed emotions. The man tossed his flowing hair, glanced at Sui Ming with an expressionless face, put away his gun, stepped over the body of the man he had shot, and swiftly entered the camp. At that moment, due to the sound of his gunshot, the two fighting sides had already ceased hostilities, fearfully retreating to their respective sides. As people parted to the side, Wei Jingsheng suddenly discovered Wang Anjuan lying in a pool of blood. He hurried forward, checked for breath, and found he had already stopped breathing. Wei Jingsheng felt a wave of dizziness and was momentarily unable to accept this reality. After a long while, he forced himself to endure the pain, standing up with tears in his eyes. Looking around at the crowd, he noticed a few people who were battered and bruised but still able to stand firm, suggesting they were not in grave danger. Sui Ming had already helped her sister up. Ji Lili and Xiao Wenxiang assisted her with urgent first aid, finally bringing Sui Yi back to consciousness. Meanwhile, the hefty man who had been knocked out by Wang Shuang was also revived. Even after just having shot one of his companions, those once fierce foreign men were now so frightened that they didn't dare to make a sound, realizing his true identity. As he reached out, one of the archers obediently handed over his bow. The long-haired man took the bow and looked at the bamboo arrows strapped to the other's back. The man promptly handed over a bamboo arrow. This arrow was crafted with remarkable precision, its tip indistinguishable from an ordinary steel arrowhead, especially with the feathers made from real animal plumage. Perhaps due to the intricate manufacturing process, each person's quiver contained only a few arrows. The long-haired man knocked the arrow, and with a powerful whoosh, the bamboo arrow struck solidly into a wooden stake 10 meters away, as thick as an arm. Good archery! The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhang Weiguo, unable to understand English, was clueless about what they were saying. He knew that this man was one of the 5 terrorists who hijacked the plane. Seeing him dare to come alone, Zhang Weiguo felt a stir of emotion and quietly approached Yang Shui, whispering, "Shall we both go for him? Do we have a chance to take him down?" Yang Shui furrowed her brow, as she was unsure of Zhang Weiguo's abilities and had no idea of the long-haired man's strength nor the consequences of killing him. Hesitating, she replied, "He has a gun. If he draws it quickly enough, it will be hard for us to gain the upper hand." Zhang Weiguo gritted his teeth, glanced at the long-haired man, and stubbornly insisted, "It's just him right now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Yang Shui pondered briefly and also felt it was a rare chance, nodding in agreement. "How about we look for an opportunity to try?" Zhang Weiguo nodded slightly, discreetly gripping a wooden stick, and stealthily moved towards the front of the crowd, while Yang Shui remained still. Suddenly 4 people, 2 men and 2 women, quickly approached from outside the camp, the remaining 4 from the 5 terrorists. Their arrival stirred a commotion among the crowd. Seeing the chance to seize the gun slip away, Zhang Weiguo was filled with regret, pounding his chest in frustration. Lu Changjun seemed to understand his thoughts and gently patted Zhang Weiguo's shoulder, quietly advising, "Be cautious, do not act rashly." These words struck Zhang Weiguo like a wake-up call. As a bodyguard, if he recklessly sought glory and brought disaster to his employer, he would be betraying his duty. Realizing this, he nodded in shame. Once the 4 entered the camp, the long-haired man began a quiet exchange with a bearded man who seemed to be the leader. The 2 women were nearly 1.7 meters tall, their appearance and figures exuding a unique European charm and vigor. The 2 women, along with a tall, thin man, formed a triangle around the long-haired man and the bearded leader, glaring at everyone with predatory eyes. Their stance suggested they would kill at the slightest provocation. However, Zhan Long was indifferent, lacking both the will and ability to intervene with these terrorists. His mind only focused on the cold, icy safety. Turning, he saw her softly weeping over the corpse of Long Baiyan, and his heart sank to the depths of sorrow. After finishing his exchange with the bearded man, the long-haired man raised his bow in front of the gathered foreigners, asking, "Who made this bow and these arrows?" After asking 3 times, a man with a face covered in blisters timidly raised his hand. The long-haired man nodded and continued scanning the crowd, asking again, "Who else? Who else can make them?" He repeated the question 3 times. Finally, a man in the front row quietly spoke up. "Our bows and arrows were all made by him alone." The long-haired man lightly exclaimed, beckoning the blistered man with a finger. The man cautiously made his way through the crowd to stand before the long-haired man and the bearded leader. Upon seeing the comical sight of the blistered man, the bearded leader couldn't help but grin, revealing his valuable gold teeth that sparkled invitingly. The long-haired man raised the bow and arrow, asking, "Where did you find the bamboo you used to make these?" The blistered man pointed to the forest behind him, saying, "If you pass through this forest, there's a vast bamboo grove. And there's also a small pond where the water is drinkable." Perhaps out of fear or to ingratiate himself, the blistered man even mentioned the pond in the bamboo grove. Many on Zhanlong's side understood foreign languages, and upon hearing about the water source in the bamboo grove, they couldn't help but stir with excitement. The bearded leader, hearing this, also looked pleased and asked, "Then tell me, what did you use to cut the bamboo?" Upon hearing this question, the blistered man showed visible panic, stuttering and failing to articulate a clear answer. The long-haired man grasped him by the front and fiercely said, "If you don't want to die, you better tell the truth." The blistered man trembled with fear. After a long hesitation, he pulled out a steel piece from his pocket and handed it to the long-haired man. The big beard from the foreign group immediately covered his face with both hands, displaying an expression of utter despair. The long-haired man released the blistered man and examined the steel piece closely. It was about 30 centimeters long, 5 centimeters wide, one side serrated and the other side sharpened to form a blade. One end was wrapped with some cloth serving as a handle. Such a tool was indeed rare on this deserted island. The long-haired man nodded and asked, "Where did you get this?" The blistered man nervously rubbed his hands and replied, "I took it from my laptop." The long-haired man once again inspected the steel piece and noted several small holes with patterns, nodding as he said, "Not only can you make tools, but you can also craft bows and arrows. You truly are a rare talent." As he spoke, he handed the steel piece to the bearded leader while he quietly circled around to the back of the blistered man. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh and continued, "However, we don't need talents like you here." Before his words had a chance to fade, he swiftly grabbed the blistered man's head and twisted it with force. With a sharp crack, the blistered man's neck was brutally snapped. As the blistered man collapsed with a thud, both groups let out a startled gasp, and soon the camp fell into an eerie silence. In the past, people often said that having multiple skills is beneficial. Now the blistered man would have never imagined that his ability to craft tools and bows would lead to his demise. It is said that an innocent man bears no guilt, but possessing something valuable can bring trouble. Indeed, it is quite a sad reality. Sui Ming gazed at the familiar yet strange long-haired man, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic rising within. Although these foreigners were not benevolent, witnessing him so easily take a life filled her with profound fear. At that moment, Wei Jingsheng felt a shiver of dread as he remembered he had secretly brought the fire axe from the plane. Fortunately, he had been cautious and discreet, hiding the axe each time after use, and only Wang Anjuan knew about it. Now that Wang Anjuan was dead, as long as he kept quiet, no one would ever know about it. While Wei Jingsheng was reflecting on this, he suddenly heard the long-haired man address the crowd ominously, saying, "From now on, if anyone is found making bows and arrows, they will meet the same fate as him." After saying this, he kicked the corpse of the blistered man. Zhang Weiguo, unable to understand the foreign language, was baffled by the sudden act of murder. Turning to Zhanlong, who seemed to understand, he asked, "What happened? Why did that guy suddenly kill someone?" Zhanlong recounted their conversation, concluding he probably killed that guy out of fear that they might create bows and arrows that would threaten their safety. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo angrily cursed, "This is utterly tyrannical. They have guns, yet they won't even allow us to make bows and arrows." Seeing that his voice was getting louder, Zhanlong quickly gestured for him to be quiet, fearing that his indiscreet words might bring trouble. Just as the two were speaking, a man with a beard coughed twice and said, "Now let me formally introduce myself. My name is Henry, but you can also call me Golden Tooth Henry." Then he pointed to a long-haired man and said, "This handsome guy with the nickname Assassin is our Mr. Jack." As soon as he finished speaking, Jack actually smiled and nodded at the crowd, presenting himself as a refined gentleman, a stark contrast to the cold and ruthless demeanor he had while killing just moments ago. Looking at Jack's charming face, Sui Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. So he was just toying with me. Even his name isn't real. How could there be any genuine feelings? However, he soon thought that their entry into Huaguo was to hijack a plane, so using fake names didn't seem too problematic. With this in mind, he felt somewhat relieved. At this moment, Henry had approached the tall and thin man, patting him on the shoulder, saying, "This is our Mr. William the Water Ghost." William stood there squinting as if he weren't the one being introduced, showing no reaction whatsoever. Henry ignored him and then playfully slapped the backside of the woman next to him, laughing. "This is our Miss Haley, the one with the lovely posterior." Haley immediately twisted her voluptuous figure and waved at everyone. Finally, Henry approached another woman, kissed her cheek, and said, "This is my goddess, Miss Jones." Jones smiled and puffed out her chest, making her already ample bosom even more eye-catching. All the men present unconsciously directed their gazes toward her captivating curves. After a quick glance, they hurriedly averted their eyes, fearing that they might bring upon themselves unwarranted disaster. After finishing the introductions, Henry earnestly addressed everyone, saying, "Although we have hijacked your plane, please rest assured we do not seek wealth, nor do we seek lust. We simply wish to exchange a hostage with the Huagua government." At this point he smiled as he surveyed the crowd and added, "We are all strangers with no grievances or grudges. We are merely mercenaries hired by the Ross family of the United States. So if any of you happen to meet your maker, remember that your enemies are the Ross family, not us." Upon hearing the name Ross family, everyone immediately recalled the recent notorious incident in Huagua involving Andrew's drug trafficking arrest. Little did they expect that the Ross family would go so far as to hijack a plane in Huagua to rescue someone. After the initial anger subsided, Wang Shiwang couldn't help but sneer softly and mutter, "Meeting the maker is so boring. Next time we should take you to meet our king of hell. That would be entertaining." At that moment, Henry's expression suddenly darkened, and he sighed, saying, "Now we are all stranded on this deserted island. Due to some unknown factors, there is no signal for satellite phones on this island." While speaking, he stroked his beard and continued, "To leave here, there is only one way. Everyone must work together to build a bamboo raft. Once we are away from this deserted island, we can use a satellite phone to seek help from the outside world." After saying this, he took out a maritime satellite phone from his pocket, displayed it to everyone, and then put it back. Then he turned to the foreigners and said, "Since you have already discovered the bamboo grove, things will be much easier. Starting tomorrow, each side should send 5 people to help us build the bamboo raft." Only then did everyone realize that their purpose for coming was to find labor. The humid afternoon air combined with the scorching sun made everyone sweat profusely. Both groups silently lowered their heads to wipe the sweat, and no one spoke. Seeing that no one responded, Henry again asked the foreigners, "Who among you is the leader?" As soon as he finished speaking, several pairs of eyes unconsciously turned toward the bearded man. The bearded man's right eye had been swollen shut, and he bore numerous bruises from Yang Shui's beating. Realizing that someone was looking at him, he had no choice but to say, "I am the leader." Henry replied, somewhat displeased, "Did you hear what I just said?" The bearded man hurriedly replied, "I heard clearly. We will send 5 people, no problem." Henry nodded and said, "Gather at our camp at 6 in the morning tomorrow. If you are even 1 minute late, I will kill one of you." Although his voice was not loud, it was like a bucket of cold water poured over someone in the dead of winter, chilling to the bone. The bearded man shivered in fright, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and nodded with a smile, saying, "Rest assured we will definitely not be late." While speaking, he kept nodding and bowing, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Henry looked at him with some disdain and asked, "Do you know where our camp is?" The bearded man hurriedly said, "Yes, yes." Henry waved his hand and said, "Put down your bows and arrows, you can leave now." Upon hearing this, the bearded man felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He immediately called to those holding bows and arrows to lay them down on the ground and prepared to leave. At that moment, Lung Bingbing, cold and expressionless, ran up and blocked a bald man. He was the one who had shot Lung Binyin through the heart. "Return my grandfather's life," Lung Bingbing shouted, raising the wooden stick in her hand and swinging it at him. The bald man dodged to the side, swiftly swinging the bamboo pole in his hand, striking Lung Bingbing's wrist squarely. Lung Bingbing cried out in pain, dropping the wooden stick. The crowd, already troubled by Lung Binyin's death, rushed forward to gang up on the bald man, furious. "Stop!" At that moment, Jack leaped in between Lung Bingbing and the bald man, brandishing his bow and arrow to separate the two. Henry also drew his gun, quickly loading a bullet and aiming it at the crowd. Everyone on the scene immediately quieted down. Zhan Long seized the opportunity to pull Lung Bingbing back into the group, concernedly asking, "Bingbing, are you okay?" He saw that her wrist where she had been struck was already swollen and red. Yet she glared fiercely at the bald man, ignoring Zhan Long's concern. Jack slowly approached Lung Bingbing, casually playing with his bow and arrow, and said with a serious expression, "Little girl, don't cause trouble here. Whatever grievances you have can wait until you leave this place." He paused slightly and added, "Isn't there an old saying in Huagua that a gentleman's revenge is never late? Listen to your ancestors, and you won't suffer any losses." Originally, fewer than 100 people had successfully landed on the island after the plane made an emergency landing in the ocean due to bad weather. If both sides continued to fight like this, causing further casualties, how would they be able to exchange hostages later? Thus, he had to stop this conflict. Lung Bingbing was being pulled by Zhan Long as she understood that Jack and the others had guns. Since they were intervening, she dared not act recklessly. Jack glanced back at the bald man and waved to the bearded man, saying, "You all can leave now. Remember to behave yourselves in the future." The bearded man immediately nodded and bowed to each of the 5 men in turn. Just as they were about to turn around, Henry called out to him again, pointing at the corpse of the water bubble man on the ground somewhat impatiently, saying, "Isn't this one of yours? Take him away together." The bearded man dared not speak, only calling 2 people to carry the water bubble man's corpse. along with the one who had been shot in the head by Jack. The group carried the two corpses away like a pack of lost dogs looking dejected. Once the group had walked far away, Henry and his men lined up in a row facing the crowd. Henry smiled and said to Wei Jingsheng, "Captain Wei, is it all right for you to send 5 people to help make the bamboo raft?" His tone had shifted from earlier arrogance to one of respect. However, Wei Jingsheng did not take his words lightly and replied flatly, "Mr. Henry, please understand that we are not your slaves and will not provide unpaid labor." Henry seemed taken aback by Wei Jingsheng's outright rejection, momentarily stunned, before his expression darkened, ready to lash out. Jack stepped up with a smile and said, "How can this be considered unpaid work? We will provide a hearty meal for those who work, and besides, Captain Wei must be aware of the dangers on this island, right? Only one path leads to death here." Wei Jingsheng ignored his intimidation and glanced at the others, hesitating before saying, "This matter is not up to me alone. We need to discuss it before making a decision." Although he knew deep down that this job was unavoidable, he was reluctant to agree outright. He wanted to test the limits of the other party. Yet Henry, furious, refused to budge and said immediately, "You can discuss it amongst yourselves. Regardless, if we don't see you by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, be prepared for 5 coffins to collect your bodies." After saying this, he did not look back at their reactions and waved his companions to grab their bows and arrows before striding away. Watching the 5 leave, Wei Jingsheng ground his teeth in anger, speechless for a long time. Lu Changjun cautiously approached, a worried expression on his face, and asked, "Old Wei, should we go or not?" Wei Jingsheng looked around at the other side and said, "I feel that now is not the time to fall out with them. Let's go along with it for now." Lu Changjun nodded in agreement, saying, "If they hadn't arrived in time today, our casualties would have been unimaginable." The others nodded in response, showing their agreement. However, no one considered that if it weren't for Lung Baiyan sacrificing his life to throw that pot of boiling water, the casualties caused by the 6 arrows from the other side would have been equally unimaginable. The comings and goings of both groups left the camp in disarray, and the deaths of Lung Baiyan and Wang and Jun cast a shadow of sorrow over the entire camp. Especially the death of Lung Baiyan made everyone feel they had lost their backbone. Yang and I knew that the deaths of the two were closely related to her and her companions. Yet as a well-known star in the country, she had long been accustomed to a life centered around herself. Faced with the deaths of the two, although she felt guilty, she was not overly concerned. Having just survived a life-and-death battle on empty stomachs, everyone was now incredibly hungry and thirsty. Yet no one mentioned the matter of eating. Everyone had only drunk a little water. Zhang Long translated Henry's words for Zhang Weiguo, then brought half a bottle of water to Lung Bingbing and said softly, "Bingbing, please accept my condolences." "Here." Lung Bingbing knelt on the ground with tear-filled eyes, head down, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Long's words, as if in a daze. After drinking some water, Wei Jingsheng first checked the injuries of the others. Fortunately, most of them were ordinary people, and during the fight, most were too scared to hit hard. Upon inspection, only Wang Kaidi and Fu Xianyang had slightly more serious injuries. Wang Kaidi had lost 2 front teeth from a punch, and his lips were swollen like sausages, making him look rather comical. Fu Xianyang, on the other hand, had 1 arm broken. Zhang Weiguo used a branch and some cloth to stabilize it, but he was in so much pain that he kept crying out. Xiao and Shuang squatted beside Fu Xianyang, gently touching his injury, tears streaming down her cheeks from her heartache. Ji Lily pretended to comfort Xiao and Shuang, but kept glancing at Fu Xianyang. This flirtatious woman could not sit still for a moment. Meanwhile, Fang Jing lay on the ground, groaning in pain after being kicked hard in the stomach. Fang Dong felt very sad watching his sister get hurt trying to save him. He stayed by her side, offering constant comfort. The fire in the stove was nearly extinguished. Wang Xiwang noticed this and found some dry grass, putting in considerable effort to reignite the fire. At this moment, everyone was so hungry that their stomachs were pressed against their backs, and under the scorching sun, they looked like wilted eggplants drooping lifelessly. Wei Jingsheng instructed Sui Ming, Ji Lily, and others to distribute the lunch that Lung Baiyan had prepared earlier. As everyone ate, they felt a heavy stone on their hearts, realizing that the person who made the food was no longer with them. Zhan Long handed some fish and a crab to Lung Bingbing. When she reached out to take it, she winced in pain, her brows furrowing. Seeing her wrist swollen badly, Zhan Long hesitantly suggested, "How about I feed you?" Lung Bingbing shot him a sidelong glance, said nothing, and used her other hand to take the food. Looking at Zhan Long's somewhat awkward expression, she couldn't help but smile bitterly, recalling how he had been pinned by a chubby person earlier, and said, "With a face like yours, how could my grandfather trust you with me?" Zhan Long scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. A strange sense of loss welled up in him at Lung Bingbing's disdain. Once everyone finished eating, Wei Jingsheng called everyone to clean up the camp. He then had Zhang Weiguo, Ding Dazhuang, Wang Xiwang, and Zhang Yongjun, for with lighter injuries, Dig 2 graves about 100 meters from the camp first, carrying Wang and Jun's body to bury it. Wei Jingsheng personally brought an oval rock to place in front of the grave for his friend of 5 years, using his key to carve the words grave of Wang and Jun into the stone. After a moment of silence, Wei Jingsheng approached Lung Bingbing and cautiously said, "Miss Bingbing, the weather is hot now. Let's lay Professor Lung to rest early, shall we?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Bingbing's eyes turned red again, and the tears that had just stopped began to roll down like pearls from a broken string. Zhan Long, feeling a bit at a loss, softly asked, "Bingbing, why are you crying again?" Lung Bingbing ignored him, wiped her tears, and said to Wei Jingsheng, "They'll tidy up my grandfather a bit, it won't take long." Wei Jingsheng comfortingly patted Lung Bingbing's shoulder and softly said, "Take your time, make sure to arrange everything for Professor Lung. If you need help, just let me know." Lung Bingbing nodded, holding back her grief, and said to Zhan Long, "Brother Long, please help me remove the arrow from my grandfather." Zhan Long nodded, pressing on Lung Bainyan's wound with one hand while using the other to pull out the arrow. Lung Bingbing took a handkerchief from her grandfather's pocket, wet it with some clean water, and carefully wiped the blood from the corner of Lung Bainyan's mouth. She then took out a wallet from another pocket which contained some exchanged country currency, a few bank cards in the card holder, and a family photo in the transparent compartment. To be precise, it was not really a family photo, as the picture only included her grandparents and her as a child. Lung Bingbing stared at the photo, tears once again blurring her vision. To dispel her sadness, Zhan Long took the initiative to strike up a conversation, saying, "Oh, is that pretty little girl in the photo you?" However, Lung Bingbing seemed not to have heard his question, silently putting away the wallet and placing it in her pocket. Zhan Long was unconcerned about being ignored. He habitually adjusted his glasses and said somewhat foolishly, "Is it ready? Can I carry the old man over now?" Lung Bingbing still did not respond, simply coldly standing up and moving to one side. Seeing her approval, Zhan Long stepped forward, spread his legs, bent down, supporting Lung Bainyan's back with one hand and his leg with the other, and pulled with all his might. He couldn't lift him at all. It truly confirmed the saying about being heavy as death. Zhan Long looked at the body of Lung Bainyan, which barely weighed 145 pounds, and shook his head in self-deprecation. He then waved at Ding Dezhuang, who was standing not far away and gazing over. Ding Dezhuang pointed at himself questioningly, and upon seeing Zhan Long still waving, he quickly ran over. "Brother Long, what is it?" Zhan Long smiled awkwardly and said, "Dezhuang, could you help me carry Professor Lung's body over?" Ding Dezhuang coughed lightly and replied, "Brother Long, you've hurt your back, let me do it myself." Zhan Long had previously been pinned down by that heavy-set man while trying to save Lung Bingbing, but he had not suffered much injury. He understood that Ding Dezhuang said this to preserve his dignity, so he tactfully stepped aside. Ding Dezhuang mimicked Zhan Long's actions, but effortlessly lifted Lung Bainyan. Lung Bingbing and Zhan Long gently supported Lung Bainyan's body from either side as the three of them slowly approached the dug pit. Ding Dezhuang stepped into the pit and gently placed Lung Bainyan's body down. Lung Bingbing then declined the help of the two men, using her hands to gradually push the soil into the pit, as if waiting for a miracle where Lung Bainyan would awaken. At the moment when Lung Bainyan's face was completely covered by soil, Lung Bingbing could no longer hold back, leaning over the edge of the pit and weeping bitterly once more. Zhan Long stepped forward to support her aside and quickly began to push the soil into the pit with Ding Dezhuang. Finally, Ding Dezhuang imitated Wei Jingsheng and brought a large stone to place beside the grave mound. Zhan Long personally used a key to carve the 5 powerful characters grave of Lung Bainyan. Zhan Long felt that although he had known Lung Bainyan for a very short time, there was a feeling of kinship stronger than blood. His heart ached deeply at Lung Bainyan's departure. Gazing at the small mound, Zhan Long suddenly expressed his true feelings by kneeling down and knocking his head 3 times with a loud bang. Bang! Bang! Ding Dezhuang looked at the kneeling Lung Bingbing and then turned to Zhan Long with surprise, stuttering, "Brother Long, what kind of ritual are you performing?" Zhan Long got up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and said solemnly, "Death is significant. Oh, Professor Lung has treated us so well, it is only right to pay our respects as juniors." Ding Dezhuang, puzzled, nodded his head, feeling that Zhan Long had a point, and then he knelt down to knock his head 3 times as well. He then put his hands together and silently said, "Professor Lung, may you have a safe journey." They prayed for their safe return home. The two then went to Wang and Jun's grave to pay their respects as well. Just then they suddenly heard a commotion in the camp. The two hurried back to the camp, not minding the still weeping Lung Bingbing. Upon inquiry, they found out that the wild boar they had brought back had mysteriously disappeared. On this resource-scarce, deserted island, this was like a bolt from the blue. Looking at the distressed crowd, Zhan Long was the first to speak. Could it be that those foreigners took advantage of the chaos to sneak it away? Lu Xiang Yuan nodded in agreement, saying, "That's possible. We were all caught up in the fight, and didn't notice anyone coming over. His words reminded everyone, and they all turned to look at the few beauties who had joined the fight later. Wei Jingsheng quickly stepped forward and asked, Xiao Sui Xiao Ji, did you notice anyone coming over here to steal something? Sui Ming and Ji Lili shook their heads simultaneously. Sui Ming said helplessly, no, our attention was all on your fight. We didn't see anyone come over. Just as everyone was exchanging glances, they heard two crisp coughs, and Lu Xiaowan emerged from the crowd playing with her hair and teasingly asked, why hasn't anyone asked me where that dead pig went? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of hope, and Wei Jingsheng hurriedly asked, Miss Lu, do you know who took it? Lu Xiaowan sighed, pointed at the crowd, and pretended to be wise as she said with a smile, you people, you don't pay attention to what's around you. As she spoke, she strutted over to the pile of firewood and pointed, saying, when those bad people came, I saw that old man with the surname Lung covering the pig with firewood. Her reference to the old man with the surname Lung made everyone frown. Lu Chongjun gritted his teeth as he looked at his daughter, ultimately letting out a sigh. Alas, it's the father's fault for not educating the child. What can be done? Following Lu Xiaowan's directions, everyone noticed that the position of the firewood pile was indeed slightly different from before. Ding Dezhuang immediately used a stick to push the firewood aside, and sure enough, they spotted the dead wild boar, to everyone's delight. Wei Jingsheng remarked, Professor Lung was meticulous. If he hadn't hidden it in time, this wild boar might have already become someone else's feast. Upon hearing this, everyone's mood grew heavy again. Those foreigners were one thing, but if it had been discovered by 5 terrorists wanting to snatch it away, no one would have dared to stop them. After finding the wild boar, a new problem arose. The camp had neither tools for butchering nor anyone who knew how to butcher. For a moment, everyone felt helpless. Wei Jingsheng looked towards Lu Xiangyuan for assistance. Besides himself, Lu Xiangyuan was the oldest and had more life experience than the others. However, Lu Xiangyuan shook his delicate fingers and said, alas, I cannot handle such rough work. His effeminate manner caused everyone to chuckle, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Zhanlong suddenly remembered that Ding Dezhuang had been quite adept at killing hedgehogs and wondered why he hadn't volunteered to butcher the pig. Turning to look, he found Ding Dezhuang was staring dreamily at Xiang Yufei. It seemed that Ding Dezhuang had truly developed feelings for the chubby girl. Zhanlong couldn't help but smile wryly and quietly walked over to gently pat his shoulder. Ding Dezhuang jumped in fright, turning around to see it was Zhanlong, and his face involuntarily turned red as he asked, Brother Long, is there something? Zhanlong motioned towards Xiang Yufei with his chin and softly said, the beauties are all waiting to eat roasted pork. Aren't you going to show your skills? If you do this, well, maybe your beloved elephant girl will come to you willingly. Upon hearing this, Ding Dezhuang's face turned even redder. Although the voices of the two were not loud, they attracted the attention of a few people nearby. Perhaps encouraged by Zhanlong, Ding Dezhuang stepped in front of Wei Jingsheng and declared confidently, Captain, if no one can be found, let me give it a try. Wei Jingsheng, who was currently troubled by the lack of someone for this task, immediately brightened upon seeing Ding Dezhuang volunteer and said, patting his shoulder, young man, you have a sense of responsibility. Good. Good. He paused and then asked, do you need a helper? Ding Dezhuang pointed at Zhanlong and nodded, saying, let Brother Long assist me. Wei Jingsheng readily agreed, smiling brightly. Then this task is entrusted to you two. Afterward, he gave the two a thumbs up and clapped his hands, calling out to everyone, we can't just eat pork for dinner. Those who are able should go to the beach to find some seafood and dig up some wild vegetables in the woods. Because of the earlier incident with the foreigners trying to snatch people even though they had suffered losses and fled, Wei Jingsheng still felt uneasy and accompanied Lu Xiangyuan and several girls to dig for wild vegetables at the edge of the woods. The remaining male companions could only pick seafood by the seaside after leaving behind envious glances. Fu Xiangyang approached Zhanlong and Ding Dezhuang, saying somewhat awkwardly, brothers, if there's anything I can help with, just let me know. Zhanlong was looking at Wang Kaidi at that moment. Seeing his embarrassed appearance reminded him of the bullying he endured in the past, and a sense of secret delight surged within him. With a mischievous smile, he said to Fu Xiangyang, you really don't have much to do here, just keep that brother company and chat with him. After saying this, he pointed at Wang Kaidi. Fu Xiangyang was unaware that Zhanlong was tormenting Wang Kaidi and genuinely walked over to sit beside him to chat. Ding Dezhuang asked Zhanlong to boil more hot water while he took the stone knife used to kill the hedgehog earlier to sharpen it on the rocks by the sea. After sharpening the knife, Ding Dezhuang had Zhanlong help him move some stones from the seaside to lay on the ground, then they lifted the small wild boar onto it. Then Ding Dezhuang stood there with the stone knife, arms crossed over his chest, one hand propping up his chin, staring blankly at the wild boar. He looked like he didn't know how to start. Zhanlong recalled the scenes from his childhood when pigs were slaughtered during festivals in the village, and said to Ding Dezhuang, when I was young I saw pigs being slaughtered in the village. First, they would bleed them, then cut off the pig's head, and split the four trotters before opening the belly and skinning it. Ding Dazhuang stared blankly at Zhan Long, asking in confusion, "If you know so much, why don't you do it? Are you trying to make me look bad?" "Actually, I have seen pigs being slaughtered in my rural hometown, but back then I just watched for fun. Now that I have to do it, I am a bit at a loss." Zhan Long smiled wryly and said, "This is to win the heart of a beauty. Besides, I haven't even killed a chicken. How could I handle a pig? Alright, I won't say more, just do your thing." After saying this, he walked straight to the seaside to relieve himself. When Zhan Long returned, Ding Dazhuang had already cut off the four trotters and was using the stone knife to eviscerate the wild boar. Zhan Long placed 2 baskets beside Ding Dazhuang to prepare for the entrails. Although the wild boar was not particularly tough, cutting it with the stone knife was quite laborious, and before long Ding Dazhuang was sweating profusely. "Come on, take a break and have some water." Zhan Long handed a bottle of distilled water to Ding Dazhuang, but seeing his hands covered in pig's blood, he joked, "Let me feed you instead." After saying this, he opened the cap and held it to Ding Dazhuang's mouth. Ding Dazhuang did not hold back and took big gulps from the bottle. Seeing him drenched in sweat, Zhan Long couldn't help but tease. "They say that when men and women work together, it's easy. Why don't you let that little chubby girl help you?" Ding Dazhuang chugged half a bottle of water and chuckled, "Actually, in my heart, you are quite the pretty flower." Zhan Long gave Ding Dazhuang a light kick on the backside and asked with a laugh, "What? Have you been infected by our manager Lu? Have you turned into a bent one?" Ding Dazhuang looked somewhat surprised and asked, "Is your manager Lu bent?" Zhan Long put a finger to his lips, made a shushing gesture, and glanced at Wang Kaidi and Fu Xianyang in the distance before whispering, "Everyone in the company gossips about him, but it's all baseless speculation." Ding Dazhuang nodded thoughtfully and said, "Ah, people's words are formidable. There are always some who love to catch the wind and spread false rumors." Seeing him express such thoughts, Zhan Long looked at Ding Dazhuang with some surprise, laughing, "Didn't expect you to be quite knowledgeable, using idioms like people's words are formidable and catching the wind quite smoothly." Ding Dazhuang replied seriously, "What's wrong? Are we country folks not allowed to eat while biting the plate?" Zhan Long asked in some confusion. Ding Dazhuang proudly raised his head and said, "Eating while biting the plate." Full of ceramic words. Upon hearing this, Zhan Long immediately burst into laughter, nearly rolling on the ground with tears in his eyes. Ding Dazhuang looked at the uncontrollable Zhan Long and frowned, asking, "What's wrong? Is it that funny?" Zhan Long took off his glasses, wiping his tears as he said, "I know a similar saying that goes." "That goes." Zhan Long intentionally prolonged the suspense, not revealing the answer. Ding Dazhuang couldn't help but ask, "What is it? Hurry and tell me." Zhan Long adjusted his glasses, cleared his throat, and said, "It's called a mouse biting a plate full of ceramic words." "Are you changing it because you think a mouse sounds bad?" Ding Dazhuang chuckled, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I just blurted it out. I didn't know that saying before." Zhan Long originally wanted to tease him a bit more, but seeing Wang Kaidi glancing over frequently, he restrained his laughter. He patted Ding Dazhuang on the shoulder and said, "All right, get back to work. Otherwise, when will you get to eat your pork?" "Here is the pork." Ding Dazhuang replied dryly and picked up the stone knife, vigorously cutting into the pig's skin. He seemed to be energized, and before long he had eviscerated the small wild boar. Ding Dazhuang placed the heart, liver, and lungs into one basket, while putting the stomach and intestines that needed cleaning into the basket in front of Zhan Long, saying, "Long, could you take this to the seaside to wash it? Make sure to wash it thoroughly inside." Zhan Long agreed, added some firewood to the stove, and slung the basket over his shoulder, walking towards the seaside like a farmer going to work. He knew that cleaning these things could attract sharks or other fierce creatures from the ocean because of the bloody smell. Therefore, he found a small inlet formed during high tide. Although connected to the sea, larger marine creatures couldn't come in, and the water looked relatively clear. Zhan Long held one end of the pig intestine with one hand and squeezed out the dirt with the other, the foul smell immediately causing him to wrinkle his nose, so he had to bury the filth in some sand. Zhan Long used his fingers to open up the pig intestine, pouring water into it bit by bit. He was so focused when suddenly he noticed a figure standing behind him from the reflection in the water. Due to the ripples on the water's surface, he couldn't see who it was clearly. Just as he was about to turn around to get a better look, a large foot had already stepped onto his back. Before Zhan Long could shout, he was already plunged into the inlet. Luckily, the water was not deep, but it soaked him and his backpack. As Zhan Long stood up from the water, still unable to see who had stepped on him, he heard a strange laugh reach his ears. Turning his head, he saw Wang Kaidi covering his mouth, which was swollen like a pig's snout, laughing incessantly. Perhaps because laughing had pulled at his wounds, the pain twisted his face, making him look quite comical. As the saying goes, it's better to offend a gentleman than to provoke a petty person. Although Zhan Long was angry, he did not dare to attack his little brother, instead throwing the stone beside him, intending to scare him. Unexpectedly, when Wang Kaidi saw Zhan Long throwing the stone, he hurriedly jumped aside, intending to dodge, but coincidentally met the flying pebble. With a bang, the pebble struck the back of his hand where he was gripping his privates. Fortunately, he was holding on, and Zhang Long did not throw it with full force, so otherwise it would have resulted in a catastrophic mishap. Wang Kaidi let out a painful scream, bending down in agony, wanting to curse, but his swollen mouth made it difficult to articulate, resulting in a strange sound of yo-yo-yo. Seeing that he had hurt someone, Zhang Long's anger immediately dissipated. He hesitantly said, "I didn't mean to hurt you. It was your own foolish dodging that led to this. It's not my fault." Wang Kaidi clutched his injured left hand, muttering incoherently, cursing under his breath. While wiping the moisture off his glasses, Zhang Long said, "You just kicked me, and then urinated on me. Now we are even." Wang Kaidi raised his swollen, bleeding hand and shouted angrily at Zhang Long, "Screw you. You hurt me like this and still think we're even. I'll make you pay for this." His swollen lips and missing teeth made it hard for him to speak, and Zhang Long couldn't understand a single word. Just then Fu Xiangyang came running over, holding his injured arm. Wang Kaidi had no choice but to swallow back the harsh words he had been about to say. Seeing Wang Kaidi's injured hand, Fu Xiangyang looked at him with a sense of shared sympathy and asked, "Brother Wang, how did you get hurt?" Wang Kaidi, knowing he was in the wrong, could only accept this humiliation, ignoring Fu Xiangyang's question, snorting coldly before turning to leave. Fu Xiangyang looked at Zhang Long in the water, seemingly guessing the reason behind the altercation, knowing they were colleagues and probably had no deep-seated enmity, so he greeted Zhang Long before chasing after Wang Kaidi. Looking at Wang Kaidi's receding figure, Zhang Long suddenly wondered if this guy might have been the one who attacked him on the plane. However, on further thought, he found it unlikely. Although their relationship had not always been good, the real enmity had begun from that time when Wang Kaidi mistakenly drank his urine. Before that incident, there should have been no reason for anyone to want to kill him. Zhang Long slapped his head, realizing that such idle thoughts would lead nowhere, so he stepped into the water and jumped onto a rock, sitting down to take off his clothes, pants, and shoes, wringing them out before putting them back on. Since this water bay was already polluted by Wang Kaidi, Zhang Long had to carry his basket to find another similar bay to wash the pig intestines and stomach. He first spread his shoes and socks out on the rock to dry, standing barefoot on the pebble-strewn water's edge, laboriously rinsing the pig intestines over and over again. The sun was setting in the west. Bathed in the cool sea breeze that carried a faint fishy smell, Zhang Long put on his still slightly damp shoes, stepping on the soft sand, feeling as if he had stepped in something unpleasant. By the time he returned to the camp, those girls who had gone for wild vegetables had already come back, happily busying themselves with skewering the pork pieces that Ding Dazhuang had cut up, preparing to grill. Ding Dazhuang had also chopped the wild boar ribs into pieces and placed them in the basket for later use. Seeing Zhang Long return with the basket, he called him over. Upon seeing the pig intestines in Zhang Long's basket, Xiao Wenxiang immediately exclaimed joyfully, "Great. I just picked a few wild peppers this afternoon. Shall we stir-fry spicy intestines tonight?" Saying this, she took out a few small red pointy peppers from her petite backpack. Xiang Yufei's eyes lit up at the mention of spicy stir-fried intestines, and she said with a charming smile, "I love spicy stir-fried intestines too. Indeed, every chubby person is a hidden foodie." Upon hearing that Xiang Yufei loved intestines, Ding Dazhuang's eyes squinted with joy and a happy smile spread across his dark face. Soon everyone who had gone out to find food returned one after another. Due to time constraints, they hadn't found much seafood. Zhang Weiguo also didn't catch any big fish, only managing to get a few crabs slightly smaller than a palm. Wei Jingsheng called everyone to gather around several fire pits, preparing to roast the meat together. Ding Dazhuang first rendered the limited fat from the wild boar into lard in a frying pan, setting it aside for later. After cutting the pig intestines and peppers, Ding Dazhuang placed another frying pan over the fire. Once the pan was hot, he poured in some hot lard and then added the peppers and pig intestines in succession. After stir-frying a few times with a wooden stick, he sprinkled the sea salt made by Long Baiyan, and the aroma immediately wafted out. Salt is indeed the king of flavors, as expected. Xiang Yufei moved over with little dainty steps, playfully running over, drooling as she exclaimed, "Wow. So fragrant. It's simply mouth-watering." Ding Dazhuang's heart raced looking at Xiang Yufei as he stammered, "Ddo, you want to try some? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Xiang Yufei hesitated, looking at Ding Dazhuang, her eyes filled with longing. Ding Dazhuang picked up a piece of fatty intestine and held it up to Xiang Yufei's mouth. After taking a deep breath, she opened her mouth as if to swallow it whole. Ding Dazhuang quickly pulled it back, hurriedly whispering, "It's too hot. You should blow on it first." After saying this, he offered the intestine again. Xiang Yufei smiled sweetly, giving him a warm glance. Then she opened her delicate lips, blowing gently. Ding Dazhuang gazed at her enraptured, unable to help but swallow. Zhang Long watched the two displaying affection, suddenly recalling a certain girl who was cold and distant. It seemed that everyone in the camp had returned, yet he hadn't seen her figure. After a brief thought, Zhang Long hurried towards the burial site of Lung Banian. Sure enough, from a distance, he saw someone motionless crouched by the tombstone. Zhanlong's heart twisted. Could this girl be feeling hopeless and seeking to end her life? He immediately quickened his pace. In his eagerness to save her, coupled with the dimming light, Zhanlong stumbled over a stone just 2 to 3 meters away from Lung Bingbing. Caught off guard, he took a step forward and fell, inadvertently landing right on top of Lung Bingbing. Lung Bingbing had already been in a state of faintness from excessive grief and was half asleep when she felt someone land on her. Startled, she screamed and flipped him over, immediately raining down a flurry of punches on him. "Stop hitting me, it's me," Zhanlong shouted while rolling away in a panic, truly in a dreadful state. When Lung Bingbing saw it was Zhanlong under the weak glow of the setting sun, she couldn't help but angrily say, "What are you doing? Are you trying to be a pervert?" Zhanlong knew he couldn't articulate himself in this situation, but still had to explain hurriedly, saying, "I came to call you back to the camp for dinner. I accidentally tripped over that stone. I swear on heaven it wasn't intentional." As he spoke, he pointed to the stone on the ground and adjusted his glasses with a sheepish smile. Lung Bingbing looked at him, clearly flustered, and realized he hadn't meant to take advantage of her. However, she couldn't help but snort coldly, mocking, "Look at you, you don't look like a man at all." Being ridiculed by a beautiful girl, Zhanlong felt an urge to explode with anger. Thinking of her being Lung Binyan's granddaughter and having just lost a loved one, he sighed and held it in. After Lung Bingbing finished speaking, she ignored him, brushing the dirt off her clothes and walking back to the camp. Zhanlong realized that aside from the time he risked his life to save her, she was usually as cold as her name suggested, maintaining a proud demeanor that kept others at a distance. Zhanlong shook his head helplessly with a sigh, silently following her back to the camp. The two of them returned to the camp, one in front and the other behind, and Ding Dazhuang immediately presented 2 portions of fried pig intestines. Zhanlong looked at the pieces of fatty intestines in the bottle and couldn't help but sigh. This thing is truly hard-earned. If it weren't for the old lens given by Lung Binyan, he and Ding Dazhuang wouldn't even be able to bring back a small wild boar, let alone escape unscathed. As he was quietly lamenting, he suddenly saw a petite figure appear before him like the wind. "Brother Long, how do you like the skewers I've grilled?" Fang Jing smiled brightly at Zhanlong, holding up a skewer of burnt meat in front of him. The skewers were supposed to be collected and distributed later, but since Fang Jing's skewer was burnt, she didn't have the heart to turn it in and decided to use it to tease Zhanlong. Zhanlong had thought that after offending her last time she wouldn't bother him again, but to his surprise, less than a day later, she was back to her old ways. "Why not taste it yourself to find out?" Zhanlong replied, still somewhat impatient. Lung Bingbing suddenly stopped and teased from the side. "She is offering it to you, at least you should take a bite. Don't let her good intentions go to waste." After saying that, she gave Zhanlong a meaningful glance, her delicate face showing no expression. After Fang Jing shot a grateful glance at Lung Bingbing, she quickly took the opportunity to link arms with Zhanlong, displaying a flattering smile, and said, "Brother Long, will you teach me how to grill skewers?" Zhanlong felt a bit overwhelmed whenever he saw her, especially when he noticed her infatuated expression, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. He immediately withdrew his hand and laughed. "Go learn from Brother Zhang Yongjun instead." He paused for a moment, seemingly afraid she wouldn't believe him, and added, "Once we went for barbecue, and I saw him learning properly from the vendor. I'm not learning from him." Fang Jing pouted, her small eyes filled with disdain, then suddenly smiled and said, "I want to learn from you." Zhanlong pinched a piece of the intestines and chewed while absent-mindedly saying, "Then you wait, I'll teach you once I've learned it." Just then, he heard Wei Jingsheng calling everyone over to distribute food. Zhanlong felt like he had found a savior and immediately escaped from Fang Jing, running towards Wei Jingsheng at the stove. There were fatty intestines, meat, skewers, ribs, seafood, and wild vegetables. Since arriving on this deserted island, tonight's meal was the most sumptuous one they had ever had. Except for Lung Bingbing, everyone's face showed varying degrees of satisfaction and joy. After the meal, each person received half a cup of water. Wei Jingsheng also noticed that due to insufficient drinking water over the past few days, several people had developed heat-related issues, and Lu Changjun even had ulcers at the corners of his mouth. It seems that relying solely on this distilled water cannot satisfy the needs of over 20 people. Tomorrow they would go to the bamboo forest to investigate the situation of the water pool in the woods. If necessary, they would have to go there to fetch water. While thinking, Wei Jingsheng extinguished the fires they had lit outside. To conserve firewood, he only kept the fire burning for distilling water. After completing these tasks, Wei Jingsheng gathered everyone together and said, "Tomorrow we need 5 people to go cut bamboo to make rafts. Let's discuss and see which 5 people should go." As soon as he said this, the crowd, who had been whispering among themselves, fell silent. Going out to deal with those terrorists could easily cost them their lives. Who would be willing to go? "I'll go, and the remaining 4 can volunteer. If we can't gather enough, we'll think of another way." Seeing that everyone was silent, Wei Jingsheng was the first to express his intention and continued, cutting bamboo is a physically demanding task, so the ladies and those with serious injuries shouldn't go. As a result, the women and Fu Xiangyang and Wang Kaidi were excluded from the list. Wei Jingsheng then looked at Lu Changjun's bulky figure and said, "Boss Lu, you shouldn't go either." Lu Changjun looked at Wei Jingsheng a little excited and repeatedly agreed, realizing that his suggestion for him to be the leader was indeed a wise decision. Joyful as he was not someone who lacked awareness. He immediately gave Zhang Weigua a knowing glance. He could forego going, but the Rui Xiang group had to contribute in some way. Zhang Weigua understood the boss' intention and immediately stepped forward, saying, "Count me in." Wei Jingsheng nodded approvingly. Having this skilled fighter accompany them added some safety. Then Wei Jingsheng turned his attention to Lu Xiangyuan. Before he could speak, Lu Xiangyuan stepped forward and said cheerfully, "Count me in as well." No one expected that although Lu Xiangyuan spoke somewhat effeminately, he was quite capable when it came to action. Zhan Long couldn't help but silently applaud Manager Lu. However, just as he was halfway through with his applause, he felt a heavy shove from behind. Caught off guard, Zhan Long stumbled forward a couple of steps, stepping outside the ranks. Everyone's gaze immediately fell upon him, their eyes filled with approval and joy. Lu Xiangyuan asked in surprise, "What's up, Xiao Long? You're going too?" Seeing that everyone misunderstood, Zhan Long felt awkward about explaining and had to grit his teeth and say, I'll go too." He knew who was behind his mischief without needing to guess. Sure enough, when he looked back, he saw Wang Kaidi's pig-like mouth slightly curved upwards, revealing a triumphant smile. "Damn, truly good people are bullied and good horses are ridden. I can't be nice anymore, at least not with someone like Wang Kaidi. I need to give him a taste of his own medicine." While Zhan Long was grinding his teeth in anger, Ding Dazhuang had already volunteered and signed up. Among the five, it was surprising to everyone that both Lu Xiangyuan and Zhan Long had applied. Especially Fang Jing. After seeing Zhan Long sign up, her heart twisted into a knot. If it weren't for her brother Fang Dong watching her closely, she would have wanted to rush forward and grab Zhan Long, begging him not to take the risk. If possible, she would even be willing to let her brother replace Zhan Long. Fang Jing suddenly turned her small eyes and took a step forward, asking Wei Jingsheng, "Captain, can we not go?" "Not go?" Wei Jingsheng smiled bitterly, but his expression grew increasingly serious. "If we don't go, they definitely won't let it rest." At this point, a thought suddenly occurred to him. Why not take this opportunity to express his bold idea that he had been brewing? After pondering for a long time, Wei Jingsheng looked at everyone, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. "But then again, shouldn't we not just sit idly by and let those five dictate our fate?" Fang Jing thought her question had made an impact and immediately echoed, "Yes, we have so many people. Why should we be afraid of just five of them?" Before she could finish her sentence, her brother Fang Dong yanked her back, whispering coldly in her ear, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're a mute." As he said this, he raised his hand and made a slapping gesture. "Brother." Fang Jing wanted to argue a bit, but a fierce glare from Fang Dong frightened her into covering her mouth. After making a face, she immediately took a few steps back, hiding behind the crowd. Wei Jingsheng added 2 pieces of firewood to the fire, clasped his hands behind his back, paced back and forth, and slowly said, "When you have nothing to do, have you ever thought about what our fate will be?" This question was undoubtedly something everyone had always been afraid to confront, but ultimately it was an unavoidable one. After Wei Jingsheng finished speaking, a long silence followed, and everyone remained silent. Wei Jingsheng's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, but no one responded to his question. Unable to restrain himself, he said, "You all know now that they hijacked the plane to exchange us for Andrew of the Ross family. Everyone must be somewhat aware of Andrew's situation. He is the largest drug lord captured by our Huagua to date, and he was caught red-handed." Some people who knew little about this matter began to whisper among themselves. Wei Jingsheng cleared his throat twice, noticed the crowd quieting down, and continued, "It is absolutely impossible for our country to bow to the drug lord, so the fate that awaits us might be building rafts for them, while they fetch reinforcements, then taking us to a secret base. In the end, if negotiations fail, we could all be killed or have our organs harvested. These people are capable of the most heinous acts." As he spoke, a chill ran down the spines of the crowd, and they began to chatter again. Wei Jingsheng pressed his hands down, making a gesture for silence, and smiled wryly, saying, "Everyone, please be quiet, and let me finish speaking. In the meantime, the country may send someone to rescue us, but the chances of success are almost negligible, so if we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves." Lu Changjun couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice, "Will they allow us to pay for our own release?" As a wealthy businessman, he certainly understood the concept of maximizing profit. For the terrorists, obtaining more money is obviously much more profitable than selling organs. That's why he considered the possibility of buying their lives with money. However, Wei Jingsheng shook his head at this remark, affirming, If the place where we are held is their important base, the chances of us leaving alive, once we lose our value, are extremely slim. With one sentence, Lu Changjun's fleeting hope of money power vanished into thin air. He had always believed that money was omnipotent, but now it seemed he had been naive. What Lu Changjun didn't expect was that Wei Jingsheng was just talking nonsense, aiming to make him abandon any alternative ideas and fully support his upcoming plan. Lu Changjun's bodyguard Zhang Weiguo was a crucial part of whether the plan would succeed. Looking at Zhang Weiguo, he noticed his boss' downcast expression, which made him feel a pang of sadness. Having entered the Shaolin Temple to practice martial arts since childhood, he had difficulty finding good jobs after coming out due to a lack of education. Later, through the introduction of a fellow villager, he got a small security job at Ruixiang Group. By a stroke of luck, he caught Lu Changjun's attention and became his personal bodyguard. Though not wealthy, he was still someone who was respected at Ruixiang Group. Alas, this kindness might now require him to repay it with his life. Everyone looked at Wei Jingsheng eagerly, and Yang and I couldn't help but be the first to speak up. Captain, when you say we have to rely on ourselves, does that mean you already have a plan for self-rescue? She was a superstar under the spotlight, yet she had fallen to a state of existence akin to mere ants struggling for survival. The grievance, she felt, could only be compared to that of Lu Changjun, a wealthy man. To survive against the odds, we must take risks. Wei Jingsheng looked at the crowd, relieved that they were all compatriots, believing that what he would say next would not leak out. He first approached Zhang Weiguo and asked seriously, "Xiao Zhang, if the 5 terrorists were unknown, how confident are you?" Zhang Weiguo didn't understand the intention behind the question. After a slight hesitation, he said, somewhat embarrassed, "If they don't use guns, I have a 50% chance against the males and 70% against the females." Wei Jingsheng nodded, patting his shoulder in approval, then approached Yang Shui and asked the same question. Yang Shui replied that she had 90% confidence against the females and only 30 to 40% against the males. After all, there is a significant disparity in height, weight, and strength between men and women. Having a 30 to 40% chance was already commendable. At that moment, Sui Ming suddenly appeared with a tense expression and asked, "Captain, do you want to resist them?" Wei Jingsheng gently shook his head and said, "Not resist, but counterkill." Those 8 words shocked the crowd to the point where their skulls nearly flew off. Is the captain crazy? This thought simultaneously flashed through the minds of everyone in the camp. Sui Ming said with concern, "Captain, they are mercenaries who kill without blinking. If we do this, won't it be like hitting a stone with an egg, seeking our own death?" However, Wei Jingsheng smiled and said, "Rather than waiting to die, it is better to fight for survival. Besides, we also have 2 martial arts experts, Yang Shui and Zhang Weiguo." Pausing slightly, he revealed a hint of fervor on his face, saying, "If the 2 of them take out 1 each, that leaves 3, and we still have 20 people." Before he finished speaking, Sui Ming frowned and said, "But they have guns." Wei Jingsheng scoffed and said, "As long as everyone works together on this deserted island, utilizing the advantages of time and place, we can still counterkill them even with guns. This matter is easier said than done." Wang Shiwang seemed to have fallen back into his old habits, murmuring quietly. Wei Jingsheng was not far from him and seemed to have heard his words. He turned to look at him, and Wang Shiwang immediately covered his mouth and lowered his head, falling silent. Sui Ming looked at Wei Jingsheng, still feeling worried, and said, "Although we have 20 against 3, half of them are unarmed women. Among the men, Fu Xiangyang is seriously injured, leaving 9 ordinary people to deal with 3 mercenaries who kill without mercy. How can we have a chance of winning?" Sui Ming had some understanding of Jack's combat prowess, as their acquaintance stemmed from Jack's heroic act of saving a beauty. That time he single-handedly drove away more than 10 thugs who were harassing him. With such strength, even 9 against 1 might not guarantee victory, let alone 9 against 3. At this moment, Ji Lily quietly approached Sui Ming and said to Wei Jingsheng, "Captain, I think what Ming Jie said makes a lot of sense. We are all ordinary people, and we can't even fight, let alone kill." It seemed she chose to stand by Sui Ming, indicating her stance. Meanwhile, those men who were labeled as weaklings chose to remain silent. Silence thus implied acceptance of the women's evaluation of them. Wei Jingsheng cleared his throat and addressed Sui Ming and Ji Lily, saying, "Of course we are not going to confront them heathen. Even if they don't use guns, our chances of winning are still slim, so we need to find opportunities and win with wisdom." As he spoke of winning with intelligence, Zhan Long suddenly had an idea and said to Wei Jingsheng, "Captain, why don't we create a diversion leading them deep into this devil island, letting the mysterious forces of the island deal with them altogether?" A diversion? Wei Jingsheng paused slightly, then sighed and said, "I once communicated with them. They have no intention of exploring the secrets of this deserted island, but from the hints in their words, they seem to have guessed that this might be Devil Island." Upon hearing this, the crowd, who had just cast admiring glances at Zhan Long, quickly shifted to expressions of disappointment and indifference. Fang Jing opened her mouth as if to say something, but when she saw her brother Fang Dong's cold gaze, she swallowed the words that were about to come out. At that moment, Lu Changjun suddenly slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "If they can build a bamboo raft to leave the island for help, we can also build a bamboo raft to leave Devil Island." As soon as he finished speaking, the excitement of the crowd was reignited. However, Wei Jingsheng poured a bucket of cold water over them. They left the island merely to escape the magnetic interference of this island, and to make a satellite phone call for help, they only need to travel 100 nautical miles. But for us to completely leave here and return to the civilized world, the difficulty is more than tenfold. Upon hearing this, Lu Changjun swallowed hard, his plump face filled with disappointment and sorrow. Chi Murong quietly stepped forward, took his arm, and looked at Lu Changjun with her peach blossom eyes softly comforting him. "Where there's a will, there's a way. You've weathered many storms, we will surely leave here safely." Lu Changjun gently stroked her jade-like hand, and a determined look gradually returned to his eyes. Sometimes a woman's trust and comfort are a man's source of strength, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. Regardless of how despondent he may feel, it can instantly revitalize him and boost his confidence. Zhan Long glanced at Wei Jingsheng and seemed to recall something from his earlier words. He turned to Sui Ming and said, "If we are 20 against 3, our chances are slim. But what if it were 20 against 2? Sui Ming did not understand his intention and had not yet responded when Wang Kaidi spoke up impatiently. 20 against 2. What does that mean? Did you eat that one person?" Although his speech was unclear, he was quite sharp when retorting. Facing Wang Kaidi's sarcastic tone, Zhan Long smirked disdainfully and said, "As long as we wait until the bamboo raft is ready, they will at least send one person out to sea. At that time, if we take action, it will indeed be at least 20 against 2, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd suddenly realized and sighed in admiration. Such a simple logic, yet only Zhan Long had thought of it. This made everyone present regard him with newfound respect, although this did not include Wang Kaidi. Meanwhile, Lung Bingbing suddenly realized that her grandfather's judgment might have some merit. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhan Long adjusted his glasses awkwardly and continued, "We can also do some tricks while making the bamboo raft, allowing it to fall apart at sea. This way the person going out will directly meet their doom in the ocean." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Jingsheng couldn't help but applaud. Fang Jing also immediately joined in enthusiastically. Only Sui Ming, not knowing which nerve had misfired, muttered to herself, "Isn't that too despicable?" Her voice was small, but it was still heard clearly by the nearby Ji Lily, who immediately whispered a warning, "Sister Ming, what are you saying?" Sui Ming then realized she had spoken out of turn, and fortunately her voice was soft enough that no one else heard it, otherwise it would have surely drawn a chorus of doubts. Seeing his idea being acknowledged, Zhan Long relaxed considerably and said again, "Moreover, the person going out will most likely take a handgun with them, thus reducing our threat by half." Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made sense, and joy unconsciously appeared on their faces. It truly was a case of finding light in the darkest hour. Only Sui Ming remained sullen, as Jack had hinted that he would ensure the safety of her sister, and he had truly saved her once. Thus, among the entire camp, she was the most unwilling to see the two sides clash. For if Jack's side emerged victorious, whether he could survive would remain uncertain. Even if he did survive, whether he could continue to honor his previous promises was also unknown. Should their side win, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory, and it was uncertain how many would remain, let alone how the survivors would leave Devil Island. This left her with mixed emotions, deeply troubled. Sui Ming looked at Wei Jingsheng and asked anxiously, "Pilot, even if we kill all the terrorists, how do we leave this Devil Island?" Wei Jingsheng furrowed his brows and said somewhat awkwardly this, "We can only take one step at a time." At this moment, Zhang Weigua interjected, saying, "The best solution is to seize the satellite phone while killing them, so that we can call for help ourselves." Wei Jingsheng stroked his stubbly chin, looking somewhat worried as he said, "Then we need to act before they send someone out to sea. If that's the case, our chances will be reduced." Lu Changjun pondered and said, "Can we also build a bamboo raft to intercept them at sea and seize the satellite phone?" Wei Jingsheng smiled wryly and said, "But they have guns. If we are at sea, there won't even be a place to hide, making it even harder to deal with." Pausing for a moment, he added, "In fact, the most unpredictable thing is if their satellite phone is turned off. Even if we seize it, we would still need to input the power-on password. Without the password, it would just be a brick." Lu Changjun said with a heavy heart, "So this route of calling for help with the satellite phone is basically useless." Wei Jingsheng sighed, "You could say that." Zhang Weigua clenched his fists and raised his head, saying, "Then we will do our utmost to hunt them down." However, his bold declaration received no response from anyone. Regarding the counterattack, apart from Zhang and Wei, the others seemed disinterested. After all, they were all ordinary people with limited abilities, and the outcome of a counterattack was unpredictable. Zhan Long merely offered suggestions, but he too felt exceptionally conflicted. Wei Jingsheng paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, pondering for a long time before saying, making alterations to the bamboo raft is also extremely difficult. It needs to be done cleanly without being discovered, while also ensuring it has an effect. It's tough. Zhang Weiguo smiled lightly upon hearing this, and said, that's not hard. He'll take care of it. Sui Ming asked with some concern, this matter is crucial. How do you plan to do it? What are your chances? Zhang Weiguo replied without hesitation, I am completely confident in this matter. There will absolutely be no unexpected events. As for how I will do it, I cannot disclose it here, but you can trust me on this. Seeing his confidence and his unwillingness to reveal any details, the others, driven by curiosity, anxiously scratched their heads, unable to contain their eagerness. Wei Jingsheng laughed heartily, patted Zhang Weiguo on the shoulder, and said, we believe you can accomplish this flawlessly. It's even better to keep it confidential. After saying this, he surveyed the crowd and continued, then it's settled. Tomorrow the 5 of us will help them build the bamboo raft. After one person leaves the island, we will discuss the next steps of our action plan. However, Lu Changjun still felt uneasy, as hunting down the person going out for help was a crucial step. If he successfully made the call for help and summoned reinforcements, knowing that this group had killed their companions would surely invite furious retaliation. Lu Changjun looked at Zhang Weiguo earnestly and said, Weiguo, have you considered that the bamboo raft will not only be built by the 5 of you, but also by those 5 foreigners and 5 terrorists? Zhang Weiguo still smiled and nodded, his gaze filled with determination. Boss, you can rest assured, all of this is within my consideration. Seeing him speak with such conviction, Lu Changjun knew his character was steady, and for him to say so meant he was definitely confident. Wei Jingsheng added a few more pieces of firewood to the stove, then clapped his hands and said to everyone, except for those who will make bamboo rafts tomorrow, and those who are seriously injured, the rest will form groups of 3 to take turns keeping watch and boiling distilled water. You can pair yourselves, and it's best to have a mix of men and women for safety. As soon as he finished speaking, several men on the scene immediately sprang up excitedly, as if energized. Some even fixed their scorching gazes on the 2 stunning beauties, Yang Ni and Qi Murong. However, Yang Shui coldly snorted and said lightly, 3 of us in a group is sufficient, no need for any mixed gender pairing. Qi Murong linked arms with Lu Changjun and said, 3 of us in a group, a mix of men and women, is just right. As she spoke, she reached out to pull Lu Xiaoan, but was disdainfully blocked by Lu, showing no regard for her dignity in front of everyone. Qi Murong could only smile awkwardly and retract her hand. The older men watched as the 2 stunning beauties failed to cooperate, and their expressions dimmed immediately. Several flight attendants were also beautiful women, and seeing how the men treated them differently made them all feel indignant. Sui laughed sweetly and said, women can hold up half the sky, we don't need to mix genders in our groups either. Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun saw their great opportunity to get close to the beauties slip away due to a mere glance, feeling quite frustrated. Just as the 2 were in despair, they suddenly spotted Lung Bingbing standing aside. The 2 exchanged glances, understanding each other, but before they could step forward to talk, Fang Jing had already rushed over, grabbing Lung Bingbing's hand and giggling, Sister Bingbing, join our group. Lung Bingbing did not object and followed her to stand beside Fang Dong. Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun saw their last hope vanish and could only smile, awkwardly joking with each other. Brothers in arms, it's enough for the 2 of us to team up. Before they finished speaking, a chilling wolf howl came from afar, and Wang Shiwang immediately laughed. Hunting wolves is the same. After the 5 groups discussed the order of night watch, Wei Jingsheng checked his watch and said to everyone, it's getting late, everyone except those on night watch should go rest. We need to get up early tomorrow, so I won't keep you all. Ding Dazhuang looked at the remaining half of the pork, and seeing the humid and hot weather, he figured it would spoil if left overnight. So he said to Wei Jingsheng, Captain, you all go to sleep first. They'll take care of the pork, or it will go bad by tomorrow. Wei Jingsheng patted Ding Dazhuang on the shoulder, feeling somewhat grateful, and said, Xiao Ding, you've worked hard. Thank you. Ding Dazhuang scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled. Captain, you're too polite. It's my honor to do something for everyone. Wei Jingsheng chuckled and said, come on, I'll help you. 2 people can work faster. After saying that, the 2 of them worked together, cutting the remaining pork into small pieces, sprinkling salt, and cooking it in 2 frying pans. Then, while it was still hot, they poured it into a luggage case that had its lining removed, covered it, and created a sealed space inside. The heat from the pork would have a certain sterilizing effect, so it wouldn't spoil even if left for a whole day. The only downside was that it might have a slight plastic taste when eaten later. After completing this task, they handed the frying pans to the first group on watch, Yang and I, and her sisters, and then each went to rest. Yang and I, and the 3 of them, went to the beach to wash the frying pans, then filled them with water to carry back to the campsite. They set them on the stove and added some firewood to the bottom, then sat down at a distance chatting softly. Sui Ming lay on the makeshift bed made of hay and life jackets, but she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Whenever she closed her eyes, memories of the wonderful time spent with Jack flooded her mind. Those were the happiest moments of her life, where each day felt like living in a dream. Although she was financially satisfied while with Xia Fei, they could only meet in secret, and moreover that guy was quite a quick draw. However, ever since she met Jack, he not only was generous, but also brought her unprecedented experiences both mentally and physically. Just the thought of Jack being killed on this deserted island filled her heart with an indescribable sorrow. She didn't know how long it had been. Sui Ming still couldn't sleep, so she simply sat up, looked around, and saw that everyone was sleeping soundly. At that moment, Yang Yan'ai and her two companions happened to be sitting with their backs to her, chatting. Sui Ming gathered her hair with her hand, then breathed into her palm a few times, feeling that her breath didn't smell much, so she quietly stood up and absent-mindedly ran out of the camp. Sui Ming walked slowly along the beach, appearing as if she had come out for a stroll. After walking a few dozen meters and seeing no one following, she quickened her pace and walked briskly along the shore. About half an hour later, Sui Ming finally spotted a flickering light by the beach. After walking a little further, she saw a makeshift shelter made from life rafts, and it seemed that someone was sitting by the fire keeping watch. Looking at the rafts built into a shelter, Sui Ming suddenly had a bad premonition. Since they had life rafts, why would they go to the trouble of making bamboo rafts? As she got closer, Sui Ming clearly saw that the person keeping watch by the fire was Jack. Sui Ming's heart involuntarily raced, and her feet on the sand felt as if she were walking on clouds, giving her an ethereal feeling. Jack was fiddling with the bow and arrows collected during the day, and in the firelight, he drew his bow towards the moon, looking just like Ho-E aiming at the sun. Sui Ming was mesmerized by the sight, when suddenly Jack turned, aiming the arrow directly at her chest. Sui Ming gasped, softly frozen in place, unable to move. Once Jack saw that it was Sui Ming, he lowered the bow and coldly asked, "What are you doing here? Don't you fear being discovered by your people?" As he spoke, Jack stood up from the ground and slowly approached Sui Ming. Sui Ming gazed at Jack's handsome face with fiery eyes and said, "I came to thank you for saving me today." Jack smiled faintly and said, "No need to be polite. You helped us, and it's only right for me to help you once too. Besides, I promised to ensure the safety of you sisters." Sui Ming smiled bitterly, a trace of melancholy appearing on her beautiful face as she softly said, "Jack, can you stay and chat with me for a bit?" Jack smiled and shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "As long as you want, I'm willing to serve you." He added a few more pieces of wood to the fire, and the two of them walked side by side to the beach. At this moment, the bright moonlight was slowly rising from the sea, silver rays spilling onto the surface of the water, resembling the Milky Way descending to Earth, a stunning sight. The two stood by the sea, facing the gentle sea breeze, accompanied by the soft sound of waves lapping against the rocks, feeling a sense of peace and tranquility. Sui Ming gazed at Jack, her heart filled with countless words, yet she didn't know where to start. Finally, Jack casually asked, "Did you gather all the people coming to help with the bamboo raft tomorrow?" Sui Ming replied, "Yes, we gathered everyone." "Good." Jack smiled and asked again, "Who are the people coming? It wouldn't be a bunch of helpless women, would it?" Sui Ming smiled lightly, feeling her mood relax, and playfully said, "You wish. They are all tough men." "Big man." Jack placed his hands on his hips, striking a pose like a bodybuilder, and asked with a smile, "Are they stronger than me?" Sui Ming clenched her small fist and gently punched his rock-hard chest, laughing. "Our Jack is the strongest man in the world. Unprecedented, without a successor." The two joked, causing Sui Ming to feel as if she had returned to the passionate days of their early romance. Sui Ming turned to glance at the makeshift shelter and shifted the topic, asking, "Why are you building bamboo rafts to go out to sea when you already have life rafts brought down from the plane?" Jack gazed out at the dark sea, his expression serious as he said, "Of course it's for safety. That inflatable raft can be easily punctured by a swordfish, let alone a shark. Plus it's too light, one person sitting on it can capsize it with a wave." After a pause, he continued, "Moreover, you can't install a sail on an inflatable raft, so navigation relies solely on the current or manpower. It's 200 to 300 nautical miles back and forth, relying on one person's strength will wear them out." After hearing this, Sui Ming nodded, appearing to understand, yet still confused, and asked, "Have you decided who will go out to sea?" Her continuous questioning seemed to alert Jack, who furrowed his brow and asked coldly, "Why are you asking this?" Sui Ming, who was not particularly cunning, did not notice the change in Jack's tone. In response, she smiled faintly and playfully said, "I'm just concerned about you. Going out to sea is so dangerous, you absolutely mustn't go." She knew that Zhang Weiguo would tamper with the bamboo raft, and if they went, it would be a matter of life and death. How could she bear to watch Jack go to his doom? Jack looked at the Chinese woman he had been seeing for 3 months. Although he did not love her as a man, how could he allow the woman who liked him to be worried and fearful? "All right, I will take your advice." Jack gently pinched Sui Ming's chubby cheek and said seriously, "For going out to sea it might be William. He grew up by the sea, is a strong swimmer, and can hold his breath underwater for 8 minutes." Sui Ming suddenly remembered that Henry had mentioned when introducing him that he was nicknamed Water Ghost, which would suggest he was indeed an excellent swimmer. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Even if Zhang Wei was successfully sabotaged the bamboo raft with William's swimming skills, there was no guarantee of a miracle. At that time, if he successfully summoned reinforcements while they killed the 4 people left on the island, it would surely invite a violent retaliation. Moreover, watching her comrades kill Jack was something she could never accept. Just as Sui Ming was lost in thought, Jack gently patted her back and asked with a smile, "What are you thinking about?" Sui Ming, absorbed in her thoughts, was startled by his pat and murmured, I was thinking 8 minutes is such a long time." Jack suddenly pulled her into his arms, leaned close to her ear, and teased, "8 minutes. How about I give you 18 minutes? Sui Ming, inhaling the familiar scent of Jack, felt a shiver run through her body as if her soul had ascended from her body and she melted into Jack's strong embrace. "I want 28 minutes. Sui Ming whispered softly in Jack's ear, her breath like orchids blowing against him, inexplicably exciting him. As Jack's hands roamed her body, Sui Ming's beautiful flight attendant uniform had already fallen to the ground. Sui Ming shyly lowered her head, one arm covering her chest, while the other hand naturally fell to cover her private parts. The bright moonlight cast a glow on her fair body, resembling a painting of a goddess from the Renaissance. Jack licked his lips lightly, his eyes filled with a beastly glow. He stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Sui Ming's slender waist, and gently kissed her perky bosom. Sui Ming gasped and hugged Jack's broad shoulders. Just as she was enjoying this warmth, she inadvertently noticed a pair of eyes watching her intently from the shadow of a large rock. "Aunt!" Sui Ming screamed, and pushed Jack, who was kissing her, while undressing, away. Jack looked at Sui Ming in confusion and asked softly, "What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" At this moment, the naked Sui Ming was already pale with fear, pointing at the pair of eyes in the shadow and stammering, "Tach. There's someone in there." Jack quickly turned around, looking towards the shadow of the rock, and then whispered, "Haley, is that you? Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly emerged from the shadow. Upon closer inspection, it was the curvy beauty Haley. Sui Ming hurriedly picked up her clothes from the ground to cover her modesty and hid behind Jack. Jack stood shirtless, his muscular physique faintly visible in the moonlight. Haley floated towards Jack, gently drawing little hearts on his chest with her finger, and said in a flirtatious tone, "Jack, so you really have fallen for this Oriental woman? I think she's just a hen unworthy of you, the Alaskan eagle." Jack's face darkened as he grabbed her wrist. Haley, in a swift motion, turned and jumped into Jack's embrace. She then hooked her other hand around Jack's neck and unexpectedly licked his face with her tongue. After licking, Haley laughed heartily. Jack slowly grasped her hand around his neck and said coldly, "The sounds you make moaning in William's bed are even worse than the cries of an Alaskan hen, which really disgusts me." Having said that, he pushed Haley away. Haley was not angry, still smiling as she said, "You're good at everything except for holding grudges. About this you should learn from the boss." After a pause, without waiting for Jack to respond, she continued, "You slept with Jones, yet the boss still got together with Jones." Sui Ming seemed to sense that their relationship was a bit complicated from their conversation. Jack angrily retorted, "This is completely 2 different matters. I broke up with Jones 3 months before she got together with the boss while you cheated and put a green hat on me." Before his words finished, Haley burst into laughter as if she had heard an extremely funny joke. Jack frowned and asked, "Is it that funny?" Haley laughed until she was doubled over, and after a while she finally stopped, wiping away the tears of laughter as she said, "Don't you suspect that Jones might have already cheated on you with the boss before you broke up? Do you have any evidence?" Jack was taken aback and said coldly, "If you have evidence, show it. If not, shut your mouth. If the boss finds out you slandered him like this, you'd better watch out for getting shot." Haley seemed genuinely afraid and immediately shut her mouth. Looking at Sui Ming, who had already put on her clothes, she winked at Jack and said with a smile, "He'll switch with you. He'll be the lookout and you can be the hidden lookout, so you can continue." As she spoke, Haley made a very vulgar gesture towards Jack, then swayed her curvaceous hips towards the direction of the shelter. Sui Ming watched Haley's figure retreating and secretly contemplated a team composed of mercenaries was indeed different, with only 5 members needing to set both visible and hidden sentries. With over 20 people on his side, having 3 people keeping watch was merely for show. If anything unexpected occurred, it would serve no real purpose. It's truly surprising how one can be so unaware. The moment Sui Ming was lost in thought, Jack suddenly pulled her into his embrace, whispering softly in her ear, "Come on, my dear, let's continue our pleasure." However, after Haley's antics, Sui Ming understood the chaotic relationship between them and had already lost all interest. "Jack, I'm tired. I want to go back and rest. Let's play again next time." After saying this, she tried to push Jack away and return. But Jack's iron-like arms tightly held her, showing no intention of letting her go. Jack, let go of me. Sui Ming struggled in annoyance, using all her strength, yet it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. She couldn't budge an inch. Jack gently bit her ear and murmured, "My dear, I'm burning with desire right now and need you to extinguish the flame. You can't leave." Though his tone was soft, every word carried an undeniable dominance. Had he asked with some sweet words, Sui Ming might have relented and stayed, but he chose to be forceful, which left her both shocked and furious, feeling a bit scared. In a moment of desperation, Sui Ming quickly put on a smiling face and said to Jack, "All right. My dear, I will comply, but my mouth is too dry. Could you fetch me some water to drink, so I can help you?" As she spoke, she played with her tongue around her lips. Her seductive gaze almost seemed to be able to draw strings. Jack erupted into hearty laughter at the tease. "All right, I'll get you some water. You must wait for me. When I return, we'll battle it out for 300 rounds. After saying this, he released Sui Ming, took a few steps away, then turned back to blow her a kiss, before quickly running towards the shelter. Seeing Jack run far, Sui Ming promptly turned and dashed back the way she came. Perhaps due to being overly tense and running too fast, after less than a mile, Sui Ming felt a severe pain in her abdomen, as if she had a stitch. One hand pressed against her belly, the other resting on her knee. She bent over and gasped for breath, sweat pouring down her forehead. At this moment, she regretted how poor her physical condition had become. Sigh. Reflecting on the past few years, she often stayed up late, had an irregular diet, and didn't like to exercise. It was no wonder her body was in such bad shape. Just when Sui Ming wanted to look back to see if Jack was chasing her, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind her. Her heart raced. Just as she was about to get up and run again, she felt a pair of large hands wrap around her waist. "Oh!" Sui Ming screamed in fright, not having time to react before a large hand slipped up under her short skirt. "Jack, please let me go." At that moment, Jack seemed to have completely transformed, his heavy breathing sending chills down Sui Ming's spine. Jack forcefully tore down Sui Ming's clothing, pressing it to his nose to inhale deeply. At that moment, he was completely like a psychopathic killer from a movie, leaving Sui Ming feeling a chill run down her spine. "Jack, you've always been a polite gentleman. How could you turn into this today? I've always regarded you as my hero." She tried to use flattering words to dissuade Jack from his beastly behavior, but before she could finish, Jack had already pressed her down onto a rock. Sui Ming only felt a sharp pain in her back, as if a protruding edge of the rock was pressing against her spine. She had to arch her back, but this action only made Jack think she was purposely trying to entice him. "Little slut, and you say you're unwilling." Just as Jack was feeling pleased with himself, Sui Ming unexpectedly delivered a knee strike right to his groin. Fortunately, due to their close proximity, Sui Ming didn't exert much force. Even so, it caused Jack to cry out in pain. "Oh, damn it." Seizing the moment while he bent over, Sui Ming pushed him away, bent down to pick up her safety shorts, but before she could rise, Jack sprang forward and pinned her down again. As Sui Ming was taken down, while bending over, she felt awkwardly her face and even her mouth filled with dirt. Sui Ming could no longer resist and could only close her eyes, accepting the fate of being violated. At that moment, the moon shyly hid behind thin clouds. Even the howls of wolves that had been rising and falling suddenly fell silent. Between heaven and earth, it seemed that only Sui Ming's painful moans remained. Jack unleashed his primal desires to the fullest, gazing at her perfect form with a satisfied, wicked smile. "Swear you all right? Please forgive my recklessness. I just love you too much." Jack spoke sweetly while running his fingers through Sui Ming's disheveled hair. "Get away. I never want to see you again." Sui Ming screamed in despair, pushing Jack's hand away from her hair. Jack withdrew his hand, looking at the furious Sui Ming, helplessly shrugging his shoulders and saying, "All right, I'll leave immediately. Sui, take care of yourself." After saying this, he pulled up his pants and strode away without looking back. Jack had been a cold-blooded killer who acted alone before joining Henry's team. Due to the nature of his profession, he had never developed real feelings for any woman. No matter how excellent a woman was to him, she was nothing more than a discarded plaything. In his dictionary, only tasks and survival were of utmost importance. If a woman posed a threat to his life or mission, no matter who it was, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Although Sui Ming made him feel different from the women he had known before, she could not break the professional habits he had developed over more than 10 years. Leaving without looking back was already the greatest mercy he could show Sui Ming. The gentle sea breeze blew softly, sweeping away the clouds that blocked the moonlight, but it could not erase Sui Ming's painful memories. Under the moonlit night, Sui Ming's solitary figure appeared particularly desolate. All her beautiful hopes placed on Jack had vanished with the events of this night. What a beast! A beast! Sui Ming silently cursed, feeling an unprecedented despair at that moment. "Jack, you truly are a beast." Sui Ming silently calculated her menstrual cycle. Today was indeed a dangerous period, and she couldn't help but curse Jack's ancestors once more. Arriving at the seaside, Sui Ming squatted on a rock. After a while, she finally dipped one hand in the seawater and thoroughly washed herself clean. Sui Ming put on her underwear and safety shorts again, wiped away her tears, raised her head, and walked towards the camp with small steps. The harm she endured tonight was entirely self-inflicted. She had walked willingly into the tiger's den. Who else could she blame? To fall in love with a blood-stained mercenary, one who kills without hesitation, she could only blame herself for being too naive. At this point, all she could do was swallow her bitterness and move on. After washing her private parts with seawater, Sui Ming felt a slight pain due to the high salt content, making each step a daunting challenge. After an indeterminate amount of time, Sui Ming gradually spotted the flickering firelight of the camp. For the first time, she felt that the simple campsite was so warm, welcoming, and safe. Sui Ming couldn't help but feel a pang in her nose, and tears fell once again unbidden. Stopping in her tracks, Sui Ming wiped away her tears, adjusted her emotions, slightly tidied her hair and clothes, and pretended to stroll back to the camp. Enduring the pain in her private area, she tried to maintain a normal walking posture. Just as she was nearing the camp, Sui Ming suddenly heard the sound of a woman's moans carried by the sea breeze. Though the sound was faint, Sui Ming, being someone who had experienced this, was particularly sensitive to it. She understood under what circumstances a woman would make such sounds. After much hesitation driven by curiosity, Sui Ming stealthily approached the source of the sound. It was only natural for one to want to investigate in such situations. By the light of the moon, Sui Ming saw two people engaging in an indescribable act. Her face flushed and her heart raced. From the man's profile and the arm dangling in front of his chest, she immediately recognized her colleague Fu Xiangyang. And the woman glowing white in the shadows, though her face was unclear, Sui Ming knew without guessing that it had to be Xiao Wenxiang. This was a young couple in love, sneaking off for some outdoor fun. These two, even injured, still have the heart for this. Sui Ming sighed and shook her head, but then thought to herself that just after enjoying a hearty meal, she too had thoughts of such things. Moreover, they were a couple in the throes of passion. Ultimately, she resisted the urge to keep watching and walked away with lingering reluctance. By the time she returned to the camp, her interest had waned. The duty roster had now changed to the Fong siblings and the cold-faced Lung Bingbing. Upon seeing Sui Ming return, Fong Jing's curious little eyes were fixed on her. Sui Ming, did you go for a walk because you couldn't sleep at night? I didn't see when you went out. You didn't even take a weapon. Oh, it's dangerous to go out alone. If you want to walk in the future, just let my brother accompany you. Her barrage of thoughtless words made both Fong Dong and Sui Ming feel a bit awkward. Fong Dong tugged at her ear, turning her head towards him, and said coldly, "If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll sew your mouth shut." He threatened not to let her eat either. Fong Jing made a face at her brother and whispered with a laugh, "Brother, don't you like Sui Ming? I think she's great, as she's both beautiful and capable." Before she could finish, Fong Dong raised his hand to mimic slapping her, causing Fong Jing to cover her mouth and stifle a giggle. It was one thing for her to like Zhang Long, but wanting her brother to pursue Sui Ming, that was a bit far-fetched. Sui Ming awkwardly smiled at the three of them as a greeting and hurriedly walked away. She was truly afraid that the little girl would say something even more embarrassing. Returning to her corner where her crew was sleeping, Sui Ming discovered that the woman lying on the ground was indeed Xiao Wenxiang, while the originally nearby Ji Lily was nowhere to be seen. A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over Sui Ming. She hurried closer to take a closer look. Indeed, the woman on the ground was Xiao Wenxiang. So, did that mean the one engaging in activities with Fu Xiangyang was Ji Lily? "Wenxiang, wake up." Without hesitation, Sui Ming called out to Xiao Wenxiang. "Sister Ming, what's the matter? Is it our turn to be on duty?" Xiao Wenxiang rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked drowsily. Sui Ming reproachfully said, "Why do you sleep so soundly?" After a pause, she organized her words and continued, "When I went out for a stroll, I saw two people at the seashore engaging in activities. I thought it was you and Fu Xiangyang." Xiao Wenxiang giggled foolishly, her face flushed as she said, "Xiangyang hurt his arm." As she spoke, she suddenly realized that Fu Xiangyang, who had been lying beside her, was missing. Xiao Wenxiang sprang up from the ground, looking around. When she found that Ji Lily was also absent, it seemed like she suddenly understood. She immediately grasped Sui Ming's hand and asked anxiously, "Sister Ming, where are they? You must tell me. I need to go." Before she could finish, tears had already streamed down her face. Sui Ming casually pointed in the direction of the two, saying, "You can go see for yourself. But please don't say I told you." Before her words had finished, Xiao Wenxiang had already dashed off like the wind, leaving Fong Dong and the others exchanging glances. Watching Xiao Wenxiang disappear into the moonlit night, Sui Ming's feelings were mixed. Because of her own shameful past, she never spoke ill of others behind their backs. Had this incident occurred under normal circumstances, she absolutely would not have informed Xiao Wenxiang. But it was unfortunate for Fu Xianyang and Ji Lily that she had just been assaulted by Jack today and then returned to find Fu Xianyang cheating with Ji Lily. Her hatred for men led her to unapologetically expose the matter. Xiao Wenxiang ran along the direction Sui Ming pointed towards the seaside, encountering an unbearable sight that sent her into a rage. Coming from a wealthy family, and being the only child though her personality was somewhat introverted, she was raised in pampered conditions. Seeing her boyfriend cheating on her with a colleague was a tremendous humiliation she could not bear. She immediately dashed towards the two without saying a word and kicked Fu Xianyang's bare backside. Fu Xianyang and Ji Lily were so engrossed in their blissful moment combined with the sound of waves crashing against the rocks that they did not notice Xiao Wenxiang's sudden appearance. Xiao Wenxiang, adhering to the principle of striking first before making noise, delivered a kick. The two, caught completely off guard, tumbled into the rocky beach. After two screams, a chorus of curses erupted from both men and women. By the light of the moon, Xiao Wenxiang glanced at the two currently in disarray and shouted, "Fuai Xiao Wenxiang must have been blind. From now on, let's cut all ties. You can be with that GBTCH. I'll help you two together." After saying this, she spat at the two a few times and walked away without looking back. Little did Xiao Wenxiang know that the trouble caused by her kick would ultimately cost her young life. "Wenxiang, listen to my explanation, and my love for you has never changed. What happened tonight was all. Fu Xianyang wanted to say it was Ji Lily who seduced him, but the words stopped short. As the saying goes, it takes two to tango. How could their affair be the fault of just one person? Ji Lily, soaked, climbed onto a rock. After watching Xiao Wenxiang leave, the two helped each other, stumbling out from the pile of rocks. After coming ashore, Ji Lily suddenly felt a tingling pain on one side of her face. It dawned on her that while falling earlier, her face had been scraped by a rock. She pointed to her face and anxiously asked Xianyang, "Please check if my face is injured. It hurts so much." At that moment, Fu Xianyang was still recovering from the pain of almost breaking his gun due to the fall and was sweating coldly. Hearing her, he had to endure the pain and turned Ji Lily's face towards the moonlight. Upon closer inspection, he indeed saw a wound about 3 fingers wide on her cheek, with flesh turned outward and blood visibly flowing out. Fu Xianyang was taken aback. It's over such a beautiful face. This scar is likely to ruin it completely. For a girl who loves beauty, this was nothing short of a disastrous fate. Fu Xianyang didn't know how to tell her the truth and was momentarily stunned. Seeing him standing there dumbfounded, without speaking, Ji Lily urged, "Did you see clearly?" I can't see very clearly. It seems like there's a bit of an injury." Fu Xianyang hesitated and ultimately didn't dare to speak the truth. After they got dressed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower back, prompting Ji Lily to take a look. He claimed it was just a minor scrape, which eased her worries. Although they had been caught in the act tonight, Ji Lily felt secretly pleased, as it was a perfect opportunity to bind herself to Fu Xianyang. She suspected that Xiao Wenxiang would surely break up with Fu Xianyang this time, and once they were separated, she could easily manipulate Fu Xianyang. Since their illicit relationship had been exposed, the two did not walk away separately as before, but returned to the campsite together. Xiao Wenxiang sat face-to-face with Sui Ming. Seeing the two return, it seemed her anger had not yet subsided, and she suddenly stood up, only to be pulled back by Sui Ming signaling her not to act impulsively. Fu Xianyang and Ji Lily, aware they were in the wrong, did not dare to return, so they sat together with Fang Dong and the others. Fang Jing widened her eyes in surprise as she looked at Ji Lily's face, stammering, Ji Jiu, your face, how did you get injured?" Ji Lily was alarmed from Fang Jing's tone and expression. She realized her injury might be serious. She immediately said nervously, "I got hurt when I accidentally fell into a pile of rocks while walking by the sea." "Is it very serious?" Fang Jing frowned immediately and said, "It looks really scary. Here, take this water and wash it off quickly." She handed over a bottle of distilled water. Fu Xianyang immediately coughed twice and reached for the water, but realized one of his hands was injured and he couldn't help Ji Lily clean her wound. He returned the water to Fang Jing and quietly requested, "Fang Jing, my hand is not well. Could you help her wash the wound, please?" Fang Jing laughed casually, "No problem, I love helping others." Fang Jing took the water, let Ji Lily tilt her head, and slowly poured the distilled water over her wound, gently wiping away the surrounding blood with her index finger. Ji Lily immediately felt a sharp pain and shivered uncontrollably, letting out soft groans, which made Fang Dong, who was nearby, feel excited yet awkward. Fang Jing, however, seemed completely oblivious to this as she continued cleaning the wound and asked Lily Jia, "Are you and Xiao Fuji having a relationship? I saw you two leaving together last night." She appeared to be whispering, but her voice was loud enough for Xiao Wenxiang to hear. Xiao Wenxiang clenched her fists, her cold gaze fixed on Fu Xianyang, clearly intent on tearing him apart. Ji Lily, in severe pain from her wound, had no mind to talk to her, merely responding with murmurs, as if answering Fang Jing's questions. Fu Xiangyang quickly cleared his throat, suppressing Fang Jing's indiscreet questioning, awkwardly stating, "We're just colleagues, I can only consider her a friend." After a slight pause, he added, "What happened last night was just a coincidence." Fang Jing responded with an own nodding, as if she somewhat understood, secretly criticizing in her heart that their relationship might be as one-sided as her connection with Zhanlong. Ji Lily, possibly due to blood loss, felt a bit dizzy after washing her wound and just wanted to sleep. Fu Xiangyang took the life jackets for both of them and helped Ji Lily to Wei Jingsheng's side, laying her down on a makeshift bed. He was definitely not going to let Ji Lily sleep near Xiao Wenxiang. After settling Ji Lily, Fu Xiangyang slowly approached Xiao Wenxiang, kneeling down with a thud sorrowfully, saying, "Wenxiang, it's all my fault. Please forgive me this once, I will definitely." Before he could finish, Xiao Wenxiang suddenly kicked him, sending him sprawling. "Get lost. If you consider yourself a man, stay away from me. I feel disgusted just looking at you." Perhaps afraid of disturbing everyone's rest in the middle of the night, her voice was not loud, yet filled with determination. At this moment, Fu Xiangyang's heart was in more pain than eating bitter herbs. He deeply loved Xiao Wenxiang, yet was unable to resist Ji Lily's seduction in a moment of weakness. Truly, a single misstep leads to eternal regret. Fu Xiangyang took advantage of the situation to lie on the ground, softly sobbing, attracting the glances of Fang Dong, Fang Jing, and Lung Bingbing, who were on night watch. Xiao Wenxiang looked at the man she once deeply loved and felt her heart being wrenched. Her beautiful eyes were misty as she gazed at Sui Ming. "Mingjia." Sui Ming looked at Xiao Wenxiang's tear-streaked face, recalling her own experiences from that night, also filled with sorrow, and pulled Xiao Wenxiang into her embrace. The two women, sharing a mutual sorrow, began to quietly weep together. Fu Xiangyang understood Xiao Wenxiang's temperament and knew the chances of rekindling their relationship were slim, so he silently got up from the ground and walked towards where Ji Lily was sleeping. As dawn broke, Wei Jingsheng woke from his dream, glanced at his watch, and saw Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun were about to add water to the frying pan, so he said, "No need to add water yet, you two can rest a bit longer, leave the rest to me." Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun exchanged glances, their faces lighting up in joy. After a few polite words, they returned to their previous spots to catch some more sleep. Wei Jingsheng took a burning branch, lit a cigarette, and began to smoke while stretching his body. Due to the high humidity at the seaside, he felt as if his whole body had solidified. Looking at the makeshift sunshade, he contemplated, "I should really build a few proper shelters, otherwise, even if it doesn't rain, sleeping in this open environment will lead to rheumatism." Wei Jingsheng took a few puffs of his cigarette, tossed the butt into the fire, and then used the branch to lift the frying pan that served as a lid. After letting it cool down, he dug out some cooked meat from the suitcase that had been prepared the night before, sniffed it, and finding it was still good, placed it on the frying pan to steam. Zhanlong had just been woken up from the need to urinate when he caught a whiff of delicious meat. After solving his personal problem by the sea, he returned to the campsite to find Lu Xiangyuan, Zhang Weiguo, and Ding Dazhuang had also woken up, and all three went to relieve themselves before returning. Wei Jingsheng looked at the group and said, "Everyone, let's make do with a meal. We have work to do today and can't go hungry." Everyone filled their makeshift cups made from water bottles with some pork and started eating with relish. After the meal, each person received half a cup of water. Wei Jingsheng smiled, "Since there's a water source in the bamboo grove, let's drink less now. We can drink our fill when we get to the bamboo grove." After speaking, Wei Jingsheng seemed to suddenly remember something and, tapping his head, said, "That's right, when we leave, everyone should take 2 bottles with them, and when we come back, fill them with water. Together with the distilled water we've boiled, the water problem will finally be alleviated." The others nodded repeatedly, realizing that going to work was actually a good thing. As the 5 prepared to set off, the rest of the camp gradually woke up. Wei Jingsheng entrusted Lu Changjun to temporarily arrange everyone's tasks, and then set off with Zhanlong and the others. Once outside the camp, Zhanlong suddenly noticed Lung Bingbing standing alone by the sea, gazing blankly in the direction the 5 were coming from. She looked just like a young wife standing at the village entrance watching her husband leave for work in the city. This stirred a wave of emotions in Zhanlong's heart. After hesitating for a moment, he simply took a deep look at her before hurriedly following behind the others. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lu Xiangyuan suddenly stopped, allowing Ding Dazhuang to pass before walking alongside Zhanlong. Zhanlong looked at Lu Xiangyuan and asked, "Manager Lu, do you have something to discuss?" Lu Xiangyuan gazed at the briskly walking Wei Jingsheng with a hint of anxiety on his face and asked, "Xiaozhan, what do you think our chances are of turning the tables on those mercenaries?" "Well," Zhanlong scratched his head and replied ambiguously, "the odds mainly depend on Zhang Weiguo and Yang Shui. Personally, I think that as long as everything develops according to our expectations, it can only be a 50-50 situation." Hearing this, Lu Xiangyuan furrowed his brows and nodded, saying, I feel something is off about this matter, but thinking about it, what Captain Wei said seems to make some sense. So, having come this far, we can only leave it to fate. After his sigh, the two fell into a moment of silence. After a long silence, Lu Xiangyuan suddenly smiled mysteriously and said to Zhan Long, Xiao Long, there's something personal I think I should let you know first. Zhan Long was somewhat puzzled by his words and hurriedly replied, Manager Lu, if there's anything, please just say it. There's no need to be polite with me. Lu Xiangyuan looked at Zhan Long and smiled, saying, After this business trip, it's possible that a leader will want to talk to you. What? Are they going to fire me? Zhan Long was nearly startled into jumping at the sudden shift in conversation. After years of hard study, he had finally found this satisfactory job upon graduation. He had always been diligent. Oh, which powerful figure in the company had he offended? Lu Xiangyuan smiled and said, Don't misunderstand, they aren't going to fire you. Zhan Long asked, puzzled, Then why would they want to talk to me? Lu Xiangyuan made a gesture with his fingers, lightly tapping Zhan Long's temple, and replied with a smile, Of course it's good news. Pausing slightly, Lu Xiangyuan suddenly sighed and said, Before this business trip, I had already submitted my resignation. If I can survive this trip, I will be leaving the company. This news had been circulating in the company for a while, and Zhan Long had heard a bit about it, so he nodded and said, I've heard them mention this. Wasn't it said that the company wanted Fang Dong to take over your position? That's all just hearsay. Lu Xiangyuan shook his head and said, The company asked me to recommend someone, and I recommended you. Ah. Zhan Long looked at Lu Xiangyuan in surprise, doubting whether he had heard correctly. Although he was Zhan Long's direct superior, they hadn't developed a close relationship. If Lu Xiangyuan hadn't said it himself, Zhan Long would have never believed he could recommend him for the position of department manager. Lu Xiangyuan, seeing Zhan Long's look of surprise, continued, The main reason is that the company leaders want to promote a few capable young department managers from within. Zhan Long couldn't help but ask, Then why not recommend Fang Dong? His qualifications are longer than mine. Oh, when I first joined the company, he was the one who guided me through the work processes. And what about Wang Kaidi, Wang Shiwang, and Zhang Yongjun? They are all good candidates. Lu Xiangyuan shook his head and said, Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun have slightly lower qualifications, and they work by the book without any innovative spirit. As for Wang Kaidi, he only knows how to flatter. His work abilities are quite lacking. After a pause, he added, Fang Dong's qualifications and abilities are indeed on par with yours, but he has a gambling problem. I've heard he has accumulated quite a bit of debt over the years. If this continues, not to mention becoming a leader, whether he can keep his job is still uncertain. He has a gambling problem. Zhan Long slapped his thigh with the water bottle in hand, somewhat shocked, and said, Is that true? Last year, he said he wanted to buy a house, and even borrowed 30,000 from me. He wouldn't have used it for gambling, would he? Lu Xiangyuan tucked 2 water bottles under his arm, using his free hand to pat Zhan Long's shoulder with a look of pity, and said, Buying a house requires a company-issued income certificate. To my knowledge, Fang Dong has never processed this paperwork, so your 30,000 is probably a lost cause. Maybe he bought it outright. Zhan Long continued to look for various possibilities to comfort himself. Lu Xiangyuan chuckled and retorted, Do you believe he could afford to buy a house outright? Zhan Long felt his blood pressure rise, as if a heavy stone was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, Zhan Long recalled the incident of being attacked on the plane. If it was Fang Dong who did it, then if he died, Fang Dong would not only save 30,000, but also eliminate a strong competitor for the department manager position. Zhan Long dared not think further. Even if Fang Dong had a gambling problem, it was hard to believe he would resort to murder over such a matter. Zhan Long gently tapped his head to calm himself down. Manager Lu, do any others know about your recommendation for me? Lu Xiangyuan thought for a moment and replied in confusion, Aside from a few leaders in the company, I don't think anyone else knows. I'm not really sure. Seeing Zhan Long's nervous expression, Lu Xiangyuan asked with some confusion, What's wrong? Even if they find out, it won't matter. If this matter is basically already settled. Zhan Long furrowed his brow worriedly, saying, Manager Lu, could this matter be related to my attack on the plane? Zhan Long then recounted how he was attacked on the plane and fell unconscious, left alone on the aircraft. Oh my, how could this happen? This scenario is straight out of a movie. Lu Xiangyuan was also shocked after hearing this. Zhan Long couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He hadn't even mentioned fighting a shark or encountering the white snake. Judging by old Lu's reaction, he guessed that if he did, old Lu would think he was just boasting. Lu Xiangyuan pondered for a long time before suddenly stopping and saying, Xiao Zhan, I analyzed that the person who attacked you on the plane is probably not from our team. After a slight pause, he revealed a confident expression and continued, On the surface, Fang Dong seems to be the main suspect, but I think his younger sister seems to have a soft spot for you. She wouldn't just sit back and watch as her brother harmed you, right? Zhan Long's face turned slightly red, and he hurriedly defended, I am just familiar with Fang Jing. there are no romantic feelings between us. Lu Xiangyuan shot him a light glare and continued along his train of thought saying, although your relationship with Wang Kaidi is average, it seems that things really soured after he accidentally drank your urine, right? At this point, Lu Xiangyuan couldn't help but laugh first. Then pointing a finger at Zhanlong's head, he chuckled, I didn't expect you to be such a bad guy. You all know about this. Zhanlong touched his head and smiled awkwardly as he said, I didn't do it on purpose, it was purely an accident. Lu Xiangyuan also covered his mouth, chuckling. As the saying goes, good news travels slowly, but bad news spreads like wildfire. With something so interesting, who could possibly keep it to themselves, eh? The two exchanged a smile, when suddenly Ding Dazwang's voice came from afar. What are you two whispering about? If we don't hurry, it will be too late. Upon hearing this, the two unconsciously quickened their pace to catch up with the three ahead. Lu Xiangyuan couldn't help but say, although Wang Kaidi is devious, he is quite timid. With the little conflict you two have, he wouldn't dare to take such a risk against you. Zhanlong smiled knowingly. This viewpoint aligned exactly with his previous analysis. Lu Xiangyuan continued, as for Wang Shiwang and Zhang Yongjun, both are nice people. I see that you usually have a good relationship, and in the absence of conflicting interests, they definitely won't harm you. Zhanlong looked at Lu Xiangyuan, his eyes filled with admiration. Although old Lu spoke in a somewhat effeminate manner, his ability to discern people and situations was anything but effeminate. After his analysis, Zhanlong also felt that he shouldn't suspect his colleagues. If this matter had nothing to do with his colleagues, then who could it be? Zhanlong couldn't help but fall into thought again. After walking for over 10 minutes, the five saw the makeshift shelter constructed with a lifeboat. It was isolated on a high ground about 50 meters from the forest with no large stones around. Anyone or any animal wanting to sneak up would have nowhere to hide. Moreover, its elevated position meant that even during a high tide, the shelter would not be submerged. Wei Jingxing glanced at his watch. The timing was just right, but he still hadn't seen the five foreigners. As the five were looking around, Jack, the long-haired man, walked out of the shelter. He seemed to have specifically come out to greet them, and as soon as he appeared, he waved at Wei Jingxing and the others. Captain Wei, you arrived right on time. His tone showed no surprise at their arrival. His gaze swept over the crowd, noticing that everyone was holding 2 empty water bottles. He smiled slightly and said, Captain Wei, are you here to work or to fetch water? Wei Jingxing's expression changed slightly as he coldly replied, if we can't even fill our stomachs, how can we work without water? Jack laughed heartily and immediately replied, just joking. I didn't mean to blame you. Indeed, surviving is the most important thing right now. I hope everyone stays safe and can leave here unharmed. Though his tone was light, it was filled with warning and threat, causing a strange sense of discomfort among the group. Zhang Weiguo, unable to understand their conversation, looked to Zhanlong for help. At that moment, Zhanlong had no time to translate and pretended not to see Jack's gesture. Wei Jingxing chuckled, glancing around, and seeing no foreigners approaching, he teasingly asked, Mr. Jack, why haven't we seen anyone from the other team? Are they coming or not? As soon as he finished speaking, Jack frowned slightly, glanced at his watch, and a hint of frost appeared on his handsome face. Those damned guys probably won't come. They'll make them regret this decision. After saying this, Jack returned to the shelter. A few minutes later, he and Haley came out with bows and arrows. Haley smiled and waved at everyone, saying, Gentlemen, I hope our cooperation goes smoothly. As she spoke, she made a shooting gesture and continued, I hope my arrows won't hit your little birds. Hearing her flippant words, everyone frowned in silence. Jack approached Wei Jingxing and said, Captain Wei, let's set off now. After saying this, he waved to Haley, making a gesture to lead, and then told the five, today Miss Haley will lead the way, and you all stay in the middle while I bring up the rear. The five had no intention of causing trouble, so they naturally had no objections to this arrangement. Once they entered the forest, Haley kept stopping and going, especially at places with animal footprints, sometimes crouching down to study those tracks. Every time this happened, her curvaceous figure made the five feel extremely awkward. Jack, however, showed no embarrassment at all, humming a tune with his keen, watchful eyes fixed on the five, showing no signs of slackening. When a vast bamboo forest appeared before them, several people couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Zhanlong muttered to himself, this woman really has some skills, as she found the bamboo grove so quickly. At this moment, Zhang Wei was standing beside Zhanlong, looked around, and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, there's a water source in the bamboo forest. The animals in the woods probably come here to drink. As long as we follow their tracks, we can easily trace them here. Zhanlong felt that Zhang Weiguo's analysis was quite reasonable, yet his admiration for Haley remained undiminished. He finally understood why Jack had her lead. Looking at the intricate and boundless bamboo forest, Jack frowned and warned everyone, be careful, there are usually poisonous snakes in this bamboo grove. They could be on the ground or in the bamboo. In short, they are everywhere. If you're bitten, even God can only take you away. Haley stood at the edge of the bamboo forest, peering inside for a moment, then said, let's first find the water source in the bamboo grove before deciding where to cut the bamboo. The water source will definitely have animals coming to drink, and we should stay away from there to avoid encountering large carnivores. Jack nodded and told everyone you all stay here. Haley and I will go look for the water source. Wei Jingsheng immediately spoke firmly, no, we need to go together. As he spoke, he raised the water bottle in his hand and continued, we need water, we must go together. Seeing the five looking like they were about to dehydrate, Jack had to agree to let everyone go find the water pond. He took out the serrated knife he had confiscated from the water-soaked man and cautiously approached the edge of the bamboo grove to cut a few bamboo poles. After each person received a bamboo pole, Jack said seriously, let's stick to the original plan. Haley leads, and he'll bring up the rear. Be sure to tap the dry grass on the ground or the surrounding bushes with the bamboo poles as you walk, and be very careful of snake attacks. While he was cutting the bamboo poles, Haley had already braided 2 protective leg guards from long mugwort and tied them to her calves, making thorough preparations against snake bites. The group entered the bamboo forest under Haley's lead, stepping on the thick layers of dry leaves, feeling as if they were floating. A gentle breeze carried the sweet sounds of chirping birds, refreshing their spirits. After twisting and turning for about half an hour and narrowly avoiding several snake attacks, they finally heard the sound of trickling water ahead. Haley made a gesture for silence to the group and went ahead to investigate while they caught a glimpse of the shimmering water pool through the gaps in the bamboo. After a moment, Haley excitedly ran back and said to Jack, it's a water pool of less than 100 square meters, and there are a few jackals drinking water there. Should we catch one for lunch? Upon hearing this, Jack immediately snapped his fingers and said, why not? Our lunch was supposed to be self-solved anyway. How could we refuse food that comes to us? With that, Jack instructed everyone to wait in place. He took down his bow and arrow, crouched low, and stealthily dashed towards the direction of the water pool. Zhang Long suspected that those wild dogs might be the same ones that had once robbed them of their wild boar. He was eager to take a look, but decided against it when he saw Haley vigilantly watching them. However, before long, Jack called everyone over. As Haley walked, she asked, what's wrong? Jack shrugged, slightly disappointed, and said, those wild dogs probably sensed danger and have already run off. Let's go collect some water. As several of them exited the bamboo forest, they were immediately dazzled by the sight of a water pool about 100 square meters in size, resembling a blue gemstone. The water in the pool was crystal clear, as if it were a transparent piece of crystal or a smooth, shiny mirror. The surrounding tall green bamboo was reflected in the water, creating an extraordinarily beautiful sky mirror. Zhang Long followed the sound of the water and saw 2 oval-shaped giant stones standing in a V shape by the pool. A stream of clear creek water was gently flowing out from the gap between the 2 giant stones like a silver ribbon, graceful and elegant. Ding Dazhuang carefully approached the edge of the pool, stood on a small stone, scooped up some water with his hands, tasted it, and immediately shouted excitedly, it's drinkable. This water is drinkable. Hearing this, everyone was very happy. Zhang Long saw him trying to fill a bottle with water and quickly stopped him, saying, Dazhuang, don't fill your bottle here. The water might be contaminated by animals that come to drink. Let's go over there. While speaking, he pointed to the gap between the 2 giant stones and ran over first. Why didn't you say that earlier? I already drank it. Ding Dazhuang muttered to himself, following behind the others. Jack and Haley seemed to deliberately keep their distance from the others and did not follow. Zhang Long took a sip from a bottle of water. It was indeed sweet, and he immediately tilted his head back for a hearty drink. After the 5 of them had filled their bottles and taken a drink, Zhang Long approached again to fill both bottles completely, only to suddenly notice 3 Chinese characters faintly etched on the right side of the giant stone. Look over here. There are words. Zhang Long couldn't help but shout, and the other 4 immediately gathered around. The 3 Chinese characters were inscribed in a standard script, carved very neatly, though the strokes appeared somewhat blurred after years of erosion. Jade Girl Lake. The 5 exclaimed in unison. Oh dear, how could our characters be here? Could it be that the natives on this island are immigrants from our Huagua? Lu Xiangyuan couldn't help but exclaim. Zhang Long examined the 3 characters carefully, and seeing that the others were silent, smiled and said, didn't Professor Lung mention that Zheng Gong accidentally arrived here when he sailed to the west? And these 3 characters are in standard script, the official script of the Ming Dynasty. Perhaps they left them here while replenishing drinking water during their past landing. Wei Jingxing frowned slightly and said somewhat skeptically, it has been no less than 600 years since Zheng Gong sailed to the west. If they only used their portable weapons to simply carve their names, those characters should have long since faded away after 600 years of wind and rain. How could they still be so clear? Hearing this, Zhang Long found some merit in Wei's argument. After a moment's contemplation, he said, these characters are very neat. They appear to have been carved with a professional chisel. Zhang Weigua interjected with a smile. Did they have professional sculptors in the team that sailed to the west? Ding Dazhuang slapped his forehead and said, half jokingly, half seriously, there's indeed that possibility. Just like modern people love to carve, so-and-so was here at tourist spots, they probably enjoyed carving characters to commemorate their visit too. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle, knowing that he was just joking and no one took it seriously. The five continued to drink water while pondering the origins of the three characters. While they were still puzzled over their research, Jack and Haley noticed something unusual with the group and slowly approached them holding their bows and arrows. "Hey, what are you all doing?" Upon hearing Jack's question, everyone turned to look in unison. Wei Jingsheng candidly replied, "We discovered 3 Chinese characters on this stone and were curious, so we studied them a bit." Unbeknownst to him, before he could finish, Zhan Long suddenly heard a strange hissing sound coming from behind the 2 giant stones. That familiar sound sent chills down his spine, and his legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel. Seeing his stunned expression, Ding Dazhuang was also startled. He quickly reached out to support him and asked anxiously, "Brother Long, what's wrong?" Zhan Long, disturbed by Ding Dazhuang, regained some clarity and immediately shouted, "There's danger, everyone run." After saying that, when he tried to grab Ding Dazhuang and run towards the bamboo forest, he was blocked by Ding Dazhuang. The confused group looked at him with curious eyes. Ding Dazhuang frowned and said, "Brother Long, what kind of danger could there be? Can you explain it clearly?" Seeing that everyone was in a daze and not responding to him, Zhan Long panicked, beads of cold sweat rolling down as he fumbled for words. "Hurry, there's a giant snake." While speaking, he pushed the others to escape quickly. Seeing his panicked and flustered state didn't seem like a joke, the group quickly turned and ran. At that moment, Jack and Haley were approaching the 5. Seeing them run over like a swarm, they immediately tensed, drawing their bows and aiming at them, sternly asking, "What happened? Why are you running?" By the time they spoke, the group had already reached them. Zhan Long immediately said, "It seems something is calling from behind the giant stones, and it's terrifying. You two should take your weapons and check it out." In the critical moment, Zhan Long even thought to set them up, which could be considered quick-witted. Haley blocked the path of the group with her bow and arrow, sneering, "Don't make a fuss and run around. Aren't you big men afraid of losing face for us Huahua people?" Jack interrupted her, gesturing for the 5 to wait, saying, "You all stay here, we'll go take a look." After saying that, he pondered for a moment, then slung his bow and arrow over his back, pulled out his pistol from his waist, chambered around, and cautiously approached the 2 giant stones with Haley. As soon as they got close to the giant stones and stood still, a massive white snake head as large as a basin suddenly lunged out from behind the stones, splashing water that nearly hit their faces. The giant white scales on the snake's head gleamed with a blinding cold light under the sunlight, and a pair of blood-red eyes fixed menacingly on the 2, sending chills down their spines. Jack and Haley were greatly alarmed as they simultaneously raised their guns and bows, aiming at the snake's protruding head. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of this cross-species encounter, neither dared to make the first move. The white snake flicked its tongue and slithered its massive body over the giant stones. Its lantern-like red eyes, however, were fixed on the 5 behind Jack and Haley, unwavering. "Run!" Seeing the situation was dire, Wei Jingsheng immediately called for the 4 to flee. As they ran, Jack and Haley's last psychological defenses crumbled instantly, and they too put away their weapons and turned to run. Although the 2 of them had killed countless people in their lives, that was limited to instances of murder. Faced with such a colossal creature's overwhelming attack, they found even the courage to retaliate lacking. The white snake initially crawled slowly out from behind the giant rock, but upon seeing the crowd flee, instinctively accelerated towards them. Although Jack and his companions started a bit late, they ran significantly faster than the 5 members of Zhan Long, quickly closing the distance behind them. Out of the corner of his eye, Jack caught sight of the enormous shadow of the white snake closing in behind him. In a moment of horror, a cruel smile suddenly flickered across his face. He hooked his foot, causing Zhan Long, who was running ahead of him, to trip over his own left foot and stumble to the ground. Jack had already prepared to leap over him, but forgot about Haley, who was closely following behind. Blocked from seeing Haley, unexpectedly tripped over Zhan Long, who had fallen, and despite her agility, she fell hard to the ground. Hearing the sound of someone falling behind him, Ding Dazhuang looked back and saw Zhan Long and Haley had fallen together. He wanted to go back and help, but feared the giant snake would attack him. Just as he hesitated, the white snake appeared above the 2 like a deity descending from the heavens. Seeing there was no way to escape, Haley pulled Zhan Long in front of her as a shield, while Ding Dazhuang, too fearful to move forward, clenched his teeth and hid behind a large bamboo. The others, including Jack, saw that the giant snake had stopped pursuing and quickly found hiding spots. Wei Jingsheng saw Zhan Long in extreme danger and immediately rushed to Jack's side, urgently saying, "Mr. Jack, you have a bow and arrow and a pistol, please go save them." As he spoke, Ding Dazhuang, Lu Shengyuan, and Zhang Weigua gathered around, their hopeful gazes making Jack feel a chill run down his spine. Jack stepped back, warily gripping his gun, deliberately pointing it at the group as he coldly said, "Don't dream. A snake that big could be unaffected by a mere pistol. Though he was a top-tier mercenary who could kill without blinking, facing such a colossal creature that exceeded his understanding filled him with dread. While everyone was speaking, Zhanlong and Haley had reached the brink of life and death. Haley, terrified, was hiding behind Zhanlong, lacking even the courage to glance up. Having faced this unimaginable creature for the second time, Zhanlong remained fearful, but he was no longer as paralyzed with fear as he had been the first time. The giant snake flicked its forked tongue as thick as a baby's arm, and a head that appeared to wear a red crown slowly descended from above, bringing a chilling sense of impending doom. Suddenly, Zhanlong recalled what Lung Banian once said about him, that he had an extraordinary fate, wondering if he could escape death. Why not test it? With that thought, he adjusted his glasses, and suppressing his inner fear, slowly stood up. As he rose, the snake's head, which had been close at hand, began to lift as well. Zhanlong closed his eyes, standing tall with his chest out, slowly extending his arms, as if he were a statue, his not-so-mighty figure giving off an illusion of a divine being. Zhanlong's actions nearly dropped the jaws of Wei Jingsheng and the others. The four exchanged glances, unable to believe their eyes. Ding Dazhuang rubbed his eyes and, turning to the other three, whispered, "Is he trying to die? Does he think he has lived too long?" Lu Xiangyun gripped his water bottle tightly, saying angrily, "Xiao Zhan was such a good person, now he's going to die without a grave." Zhang Weiguo put the water bottle in his pocket hesitatingly, saying, "Should we go help him?" Wei Jingsheng looked at the three unarmed individuals and calmly said, "Everyone, don't act impulsively. If Zhanlong is in danger, rushing in would be offering our heads unless." He hesitated, turning to look at Jack, who was observing from a distance. Zhang Weiguo immediately understood his intent, making a slicing gesture across his throat, and softly saying, "First take him out, grab the gun, and save them." Wei Jingsheng nodded. But before the four could act, Haley, who had been hiding behind Zhanlong, seemed to have regained her senses. She rolled a few times and quickly vanished into a patch of low bamboo. Seeing this, Jack immediately moved towards her hiding spot. An even more shocking scene unfolded before them after Haley fled. The giant snake stared at Zhanlong for a moment, then slowly lowered its head until it lay at Zhanlong's feet, its blood-red eyes gently closing, resembling a devout believer in prayer. After a long while, Zhanlong, who had been contemplating how the giant snake would consume him, seemed to sense something was amiss. As he nervously opened his eyes, the white snake had already created a whirlwind gliding past his side, leaving a shocking indentation in the bamboo grove strewn with dead leaves. Zhanlong remained standing there dazed. Wei Jingsheng, Ding Dazhuang, Lu Xiangyuan, and Zhang Weiguo quickly surrounded him, each gaze revealing incredible excitement. Ding Dazhuang patted his shoulder, smiling with excitement. "Brother Long, were you really a dragon in your past life? How could such a giant snake not dare to harm you? This is simply too miraculous." Zhanlong exhaled deeply, feeling his legs weaken, and he sat down on the ground. Ding Dazhuang rushed to support him, realizing that Zhanlong was drenched in sweat. Surviving yet another close call put Zhanlong in high spirits. After catching his breath, he smiled and said, "I wasn't a dragon in my past life, oh, I was Su Xian." Upon hearing this, the four burst into laughter, their previous fears and tension dissipating. At that moment, Jack and Haley emerged from a dense patch of low bamboo. Looking at the unscathed Zhanlong, the two exchanged incredulous glances. "That giant snake didn't attack you. Can you tell me why?" Jack couldn't help but voice his curiosity as he looked at Zhanlong. Zhanlong glanced at the person who had tried to sabotage him and initially wanted to make a sarcastic remark. However, upon seeing the dark barrel of the gun in his hand, he held back. "I'm not entirely sure of the specific reason, but I remember hearing Professor Lung mention that some creatures at the absolute top of the food chain can be quite picky about their food when they are not very hungry. Perhaps my flesh simply wasn't to its taste." Wei Jingsheng and the others exchanged glances. Although they found Zhanlong's explanation unlikely, they couldn't come up with a better one. Besides, they had no real interest in knowing the true reason. It wasn't until several months later that Zhanlong finally learned the true reason why the white giant snake had repeatedly let him off the hook. Upon hearing this, Haley suddenly became dazed, mumbling, "Yes, human flesh is sour and astringent. It's really not tasty at all." Her words pulled Jack back to that unbearable summer 2 years ago. That time they chased a few traders of the Los family all the way from America into the Sahara Desert. Although they successfully completed the mission, in the end a sudden and massive sandstorm caused them to lose several camels carrying supplies. After enduring 2 days without food or water, they were forced to kill an injured teammate, relying on his blood and flesh to finally escape the desert. That mission turned into a lifelong nightmare for the 5 of them. Zhang Weiguo noticed 2 of them appeared somewhat dazed, so he quietly moved behind Jack, waiting for the right moment to strike. However, years of professional training made Jack instantly alert. He turned to glance at Zhang Weiguo, his eyes sharp and fierce. "What do you want?" Since Jack spoke in a foreign language, Zhang Weiguo couldn't understand him at all, but he guessed roughly from his tone. He forced himself to appear calm, raised the water bottle in his hand, and said in Mandarin, "I'm going to fetch some water." Without pausing, he walked straight past Jack towards Jade Girl Lake. Jack could understand a bit of Mandarin, and upon hearing this, he nodded towards Wei Jingsheng and the others, saying, "If anyone else needs to fetch water, let's go together. Next we will chop bamboo." Hearing this, Zhang Long, Wei Jingsheng, and the others pretended to chase after Zhang Weiguo with their water bottles in hand. The group approached the two large stones engraved with Jade Girl Lake again. Zhang Weiguo knocked the two water bottles together in his hands, expressing his disappointment. "That guy seemed a bit distracted earlier, but unfortunately, I couldn't make my move." Wei Jingsheng glanced back and saw that Jack and Haley were slowly approaching them, so he cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "They're coming, let's not say anything for now, opportunities will arise." After they finished fetching water, they stepped aside. Haley took the water bottles of the two and went to fill them up, while Jack stood at the periphery, maintaining a safe distance from the five. Zhang Weiguo noticed that the two remained highly vigilant and couldn't help but frown. Haley handed the water bottle to Jack, who simply hung it at his waist, and asked her, "Haley, where should we go to chop bamboo?" Haley took a sip of water and replied seriously, "This waterhole might attract large carnivores, so it's best to chop bamboo at the edge of the bamboo forest away from this waterhole. That way it's both safe and convenient for transportation." Jack nodded in agreement. He actually knew what Haley was saying. He was just trying to establish an image for her in front of others and deliberately drew attention. Under Haley's guidance, the group of 7 crossed the bamboo forest and ended up returning to the edge of the bamboo forest they had first visited. Jack beckoned to Ding Dazhuang, saying, "Big guy, come here for a moment." Then he turned his gaze to Wei Jingsheng, smiling as he said, "Captain Wei, please lead your remaining brothers to find some thin stones to make stone knives for trimming the bamboo branches later." Wei Jingsheng looked at Ding Dazhuang with some hesitation, not understanding why Jack wanted to keep him behind, so he stood there wanting to say something, but not moving. Jack seemed to see through Wei Jingsheng's thoughts and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, I'm just keeping you here to teach this brother how to use the knife to chop bamboo." Hearing this, Wei Jingsheng finally felt at ease and waved to the other 3, leading the way. After the others had gone far, Jack handed the knife he had confiscated from the water bubble man to Ding Dazhuang, pointing to a bamboo that was about the diameter of a bowl, and said, "Use the saw edge of the knife to cut this bamboo. We'll have a competition to see who can cut faster." Ding Dazhuang took the simple saw knife, gripped it in his hand, and suddenly felt an urge to stab this guy. But thinking of his clean and efficient methods of killing and the gun at his waist, he forcibly suppressed his impulse. Ding Dazhuang approached the bamboo, placed his 2 bottles of water on the ground, spat into his palm, bent down, and started cutting with all his might. Jack glanced at his watch, unbuckled his water bottle, took a sip, then pulled out his gun and handed it to Haley, saying, "Haley, go keep watch. If anyone has any ill intentions, shoot them directly." Haley nodded, took the gun, adjusted her bow and arrows on her back, and in the blink of an eye she vanished into the bamboo forest. Ding Dazhuang had not yet finished cutting the bamboo when Wei Jingsheng and Zhan Long returned with some prepared stone knives. After another 10 minutes, the bamboo finally crashed to the ground. Jack measured its length with his foot and instructed Ding Dazhuang to cut off the useless part at the top before checking his watch again. According to this size, it takes 45 minutes to cut one bamboo. You will take turns working, and you must cut down 15 today before you can go back. After a slight pause, seeing that everyone was silent, he smiled again and said, "Haley, and I will prepare lunch for you. Just focus on working and completing the task." Zhan Long calculated in his mind 45 minutes per bamboo meant they would need 11.5 hours for 15. He couldn't help but glance at Wei Jingsheng, wanting to remind him of something, when Wei Jingsheng calmly said, "Mr. Jack, the calculations can't be made that way. Your 45 minutes is based on our strongest brother's speed. Others won't be able to match that pace. Moreover, this saw knife might break before cutting many bamboos." Before he could finish, Jack interrupted him with a wave of his hand, coldly stating, "I can tell that your brother did not go all out just now. The task will not change. If you feel it is impossible to complete, then we can only return later. You decide how to handle it." After saying this, he raised his arms, snapped his fingers in the air, and turned to leave, turning his back on everyone. Seeing his arrogance, Zhang Weiguo was about to follow and attack him from behind when Ding Dazhuang grabbed him. Ding Dazhuang knew that Haley was hiding with a gun nearby. He was worried that his men would come back, and seeing only Jack would take the opportunity to strike, so he kept a close eye on everyone. After being stopped, Zhang Weiguo saw Ding Dazhuang gently shake his head, still unclear why. Just then he heard a soft laugh from behind, and turning around, he saw Haley emerge from a dense thicket of bamboo, holding her gun. Zhang Weiguo broke out in a cold sweat, secretly cursing, "These guys are truly elusive. Thank goodness I didn't act rashly." After passing by the group, Haley turned back and winked at Wei Jingsheng, smiling, as she said, "Captain Wei, the saw knife is for you to chop bamboo. If I find you using it for anything else, you will bear the consequences." After saying this, she did not wait for anyone's response and disappeared into the woods with Jack. Zhanlong looked at Wei Jingsheng and asked helplessly, Captain, what should we do? Wei Jingsheng stared at the bamboo forest where the two had vanished for a long time before sighing slowly and saying, don't worry about them. We will do as much as we can. Zhang Weiguo was feeling angry and retorted, we are not their slaves. Why should we let them manipulate us? At worst, we can just confront them head-on. He seemed to be holding back a strong urge, eager to have a thorough fight with these terrorists. Wei Jingsheng saw that he was always so impatient and was truly worried that in a moment of impulse he would end up making things worse. So he hurriedly made a shushing gesture and whispered, Xiao Zhang, don't act rashly. Since we have a plan, we just need to follow it. Trust that everything will fall into place. Yes, a small tolerance leads to great chaos. Haley followed Jack into the woods, first handing the gun back to him, and then asked with some confusion, Jack, are we going hunting? Why go into the woods when we could wait for the rabbits by the bamboo grove and pond? Jack ignored her, silently moving forward until Haley asked for the third time, when he finally said impatiently, our destination is right there. I just don't want those people to know our whereabouts. Haley rolled her eyes disdainfully and replied, aren't you overreacting? Those guys are just a bunch of rookies. There's no need to be so cautious. Jack took down his bow and arrow, scanning the surroundings vigilantly before saying blandly, caution is the key to long-lasting survival. Haven't we always benefited from being careful in the face of danger? Although Haley still looked somewhat dismissive, she chose not to argue with Jack any further. The two made a wide detour and re-entered the bamboo forest. With Haley's exceptional tracking skills, they quickly found a pond in the woods called Jade Girl Lake. They hid in the only dense, low bamboo thicket, resembling two leopards lurking for prey, exuding an endless killing intent and silence. Time passed slowly in the boring wait, and Haley felt inexplicably irritable as she turned to look at Jack. She saw him pursing his lips, his deep gaze constantly wandering by the pond. Suddenly Haley smiled and playfully jumped onto Jack's back, leaning close to his ear, and seductively said, Jack, let's not just wait here. How about we play a little game? Jack remained silent, merely turning his head to give her a death glare. Haley reluctantly climbed down, rolled her eyes at him, and muttered, when did you become so boring? It's not like we haven't played before. She paused, seemingly realizing something, and continued, oh, I forgot you played with that Eastern woman last night. Sigh. She sighed deeply, then lay beside Jack, her beautiful eyes obsessively gazing at his face, unabashedly flirting. Soon Haley's mouth began to emit a series of sultry sounds, while Jack, faced with such blatant provocation, merely shot her a disgusted glance and coldly said, if you want to die, you'd better stay away from me. Haley scoffed and said, you and the boss always overreact. There's no one here who can threaten us. Jack immediately interrupted her, saying, why don't you say that in front of the boss? Haley rolled her eyes at him and pulled her hand back, reaching toward Jack's cheek. Jack grasped her wrist firmly and sneered, what? Have you already reached your limit just 2 days after William left? Haley sighed resentfully, a hint of sadness suddenly appearing in her beautiful eyes as she slowly said, being with William is just like being with you. We don't talk about feelings, just seek pleasure in the moment. Jack snorted coldly, but said nothing, for Haley spoke the truth. They were both mercenaries who lived on the edge where life and death hung by a thread. Thus they never discussed feelings when together, only fulfilling each other's needs in that regard. Despite that, Jack always maintained his boundaries and never engaged too recklessly. He released Haley's hand and was about to stand up and walk away. Just then he suddenly spotted a fox emerging from the bamboo forest, cautiously looking around as it stealthily approached the pond. Jack quickly covered Haley's mouth with his hand and gestured for her to be quiet. Haley's expression sharpened. Years of professional habits transformed her in an instant from a sultry temptress into a fierce and cold huntress. The little fox cautiously approached the pond's edge, glancing around before lowering its head to drink water. As its tongue flicked, the surface ripples spread across the tranquil water. Haley slowly raised her bow, ready to shoot, but Jack pressed her hand down. At that moment, the little fox raised its head, its large ears twitching back and forth as if sensing something. Haley looked at Jack with a puzzled expression. Jack shook his head and whispered, someone is coming. Upon hearing this, Haley was startled. By the time she turned back, the little fox had already vanished. Soon she spotted 2 figures, one tall and one short, sneaking out about 10 meters away from their hiding spot. After looking around, the two quickly ran to the 2 large rocks and began drinking water with their hands. Jack's pupils began to shrink as he muttered, finally, I've been waiting for you. Hearing this, Haley asked softly, somewhat confused, so you've been waiting here all this time just to ambush them? Jack snorted and lowered his voice, saying, what did you think? If it was just hunting, why come all the way here? After waiting for more than a minute with no one else appearing, Jack put away his bow and arrow and boldly stepped out from the low bamboo thicket. Haley, however, remained hidden in place to respond to any unexpected situations. This was their team's usual tactic. The two men drinking water turned around at the noise and Jack had already reached behind them. Seeing Jack, the two were as startled as if they had seen a ghost, nearly falling to their knees. The tall one reacted first and shouted loudly, "Mr. Jack, please spare us." His voice was so loud that the birds in the bamboo forest flew up in a flurry. Jack was puzzled as to why he reacted so intensely without him even stating his intentions. As he pondered, he seemed to understand something and immediately gestured for the two to be quiet. The tall man quickly closed his mouth, standing there anxiously looking at Jack with deep fear in his eyes. Jack slowly approached and coldly asked, "How many of you are there?" The tall man, upon hearing this, felt a slight tremor in his facial muscles and quickly replied, "Just the two of us." Almost simultaneously, the short man chimed in, "Three." Jack sneered, his eyes sharp as blades, staring intently at the tall man's face, and asked again, "I'll ask you once more, how many are there?" The tall man glanced at the short one, seemingly weighing his options before gritting his teeth and saying, "Just the two of us, because no one wants to work for you, and everyone is afraid of being blamed." Everyone scattered like birds and beasts. Jack sneered once more, a frost-like coldness on his face as he turned to glare at the short man, asking, "You tell me, how many are there? If you dare to lie to me, you should know the consequences will be severe." The short man stepped back in fear, beads of sweat forming on his dark face. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "There were three of us who came together, and one is his friend." He pointed at the tall man who was glaring at him and continued, "That guy is just a little further away taking a dump, so he didn't come with us." Upon hearing this, Jack beckoned for Haley, who was hiding in the bamboo thicket, to come out. After she emerged, he pointed in the direction the two had come from and said, "The last one may have run away, you handle it." Jack glanced at the tall man, who seemed at a loss, and did not blame him for deceiving him, but continued to ask the short, dark-skinned man, "Where is your camp?" The dark-skinned man immediately replied, "We have no camp, we've been wandering back and forth in the woods, bamboo groves, and by the sea. The last time we raided the camp of the Hua people was a temporary team-up, and afterward it fell apart again, because no one was willing to help you work." Jack nodded thoughtfully and asked again, "What about your last captain? Where is he now?" The short man wiped the sweat from his forehead, stammering, "It seems he took a few loyal subordinates and left last night. As for where he went, I fear no one knows." Jack patted his shoulder with a smile, saying, "There's no need to be afraid. As long as you answer my questions honestly, I won't mistreat you." Upon hearing this, the short man managed to force a shy smile through his terrified expression. The tall man, who had previously deceived Jack to save his friend, felt slightly reassured seeing that Jack did not seem angry, and he too began to smile nervously. Jack looked at the two of them and asked, "So what is your relationship? Are you friends or?" The short man displayed a few flattering smiles on his face. Just as he was about to speak, the tall man interjected, "We just met a few days ago. We formed this team this morning." The short man added, "After waking up this morning, there were only the three of us left in the camp." Before he finished speaking, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the distant bamboo grove, the sound resembling a dying beast wailing, sending chills down one's spine. Upon hearing the scream, both the tall and short men's faces changed dramatically, yet facing Jack, the embodiment of death, they dared not move a muscle. As the two exchanged glances, Jack suddenly delivered a high kick that struck the tall man's face with lightning speed. There was a loud smack, and the tall man spun in place, his head hitting the ground heavily. Jack's kick displayed a level of force that was truly horrifying. This sudden turn of events left the short man aghast, and his legs buckled, dropping him to the ground. Jack slowly turned to the kneeling short man, grinning wickedly, and said, "How would you like to die?" The short man stared blankly at Jack, and after a long pause stammered, I, boss, didn't you say that as long as I answered your questions honestly, you wouldn't mistreat me?" Jack crossed his arms, sneering, and replied word by word, "Sending you to meet God isn't mistreatment, is it?" Upon hearing this, the short man closed his eyes in despair. He had betrayed his companions in hopes of gaining a sliver of life, only to find that he could not escape this calamity. However, surrendering was not something he could accept. With gritted teeth, he suddenly threw the dirt he had grabbed while kneeling at Jack's eyes. Almost simultaneously, he leapt swiftly into the water. Instead of running away, he chose to dive, hoping to utilize his more than 10 years of experience as a sailor to launch a counterattack underwater. However, unexpectedly, after Jack dodged the dirt, he did not pursue him into the water. Instead, he waved away the dust in front of him and slowly took down his bow and arrows. The short man turned back and saw Jack not following the script, which terrified him into hurriedly submerging himself in the water. But the pond was too small. With Jack armed with his bow, no matter where he emerged from the water, he would be within the range of Jack's arrows. As his anxiety peaked, the short man found himself rapidly exhausting his oxygen and had no time to think. He could only choose to swim away from Jack. As he neared the shore, he suddenly sprang up, splashing water as he dashed toward the bamboo grove. Just then, Jack's bamboo arrow shot out, striking him in the back. With a scream, the short man stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. He was so close to escaping into the bamboo grove, yet ultimately fell just short. He pushed forward with all his might, wrapping his arms around a bamboo stalk to support himself, enduring the excruciating pain, instinctively glancing back only to see a dark shadow flash before him. Jack's second arrow pinned him to the bamboo. A wave of painful twisting accompanied by the embarrassment of losing control of his bowels followed, and the short man's eyes gradually dimmed, losing their stubborn glimmer. Jack stared at the short man until he breathed his last, then slightly furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "I told you long ago the consequence of disobedience is only death." After saying this, he put away his bow and strode off in the direction where Haley was tracking the other person. But after only a few steps, he saw Haley coming back, leading a white man with an arrow in his thigh. Jack stopped, hands on his hips, silently watching as they approached. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, Haley paused for a moment while the white man stood frozen in shock. After a long while, the white man finally regained his senses and limped forward, struggling to squat down. When he realized the tall man was already dead, he burst into tears. This clearly showed that the two had a very close relationship, and it was easy to understand why the tall man had shouted loudly to warn him to escape when danger approached. Haley looked at the corpse on the ground, frowning and asking, "Did the other one escape?" "Are you mocking me?" Jack scoffed disdainfully, pointing at the short man pinned to the bamboo, and said, "Go see for yourself." Haley, surprised, asked, "You killed both of them?" Jack did not respond, but swiftly moved behind the crying white man, gripping his head and twisting forcefully. With a crack, the white man also met his end. His actions made even Haley, who was accustomed to bloody scenes, frown. "Jack, are you crazy? They were our hostages. You've killed them all. What do we have left to negotiate with the Hua government?" Jack glanced at the nearly roaring Haley while squatting to search the two corpses, leisurely replying, "When negotiating with the Hua government, we just need to avoid killing those Hua people. As for these disobedient foreigners, I doubt the Hua government would care if a few of them went missing." Haley shook her head, stepping closer to Jack and sighing, "Jack, the boss told you to enter Hua country 3 months early to deal with a flight attendant. Were you too busy sleeping with that Oriental woman to get any real work done?" Jack collected 2 packs of cigarettes, a small bag of biscuits, and some coins from the 2 corpses, and coldly replied, "Don't talk nonsense. Am I not doing my job? Is it you who brought the guns onto the plane?" Haley paused, slightly chuckling awkwardly. "That's not what I meant. I meant to ask if you didn't take the opportunity to study this so-called Eastern Dragon country while in Hua. I generally have no interest in matters outside of the mission," Jack stated, already unbuckling the belts of the 2 men and fastening them onto himself, then asked, "Would researching those matters help our mission?" Haley smiled faintly, a hint of pride flashing across her sun-kissed face. After a light cough, she spoke earnestly. "If you have studied this country, you would find that Hua is not only a nation of etiquette, but also a great Eastern power that places great importance on its international image and responsibilities." Jack stared blankly at her, confused, and asked, "So what? How does this relate to our mission?" Haley playfully tapped Jack on the forehead and pouted, saying, "Do you understand these principles and still think the hostages from other countries are unimportant?" Jack coldly slapped Haley's wrist. He disliked others touching his head. But this woman never learned, which left him speechless. Jack looked at Haley with a hint of disdain and said, "You have a point, but that is only skin deep. Most countries would prioritize rescuing their own citizens in such situations. Our country claims to be the world's police, yet whenever danger arises, it only cares for its own citizens, never minding those from other nations." Haley was left speechless by his words. After pondering for a long while, she gritted her teeth and said word by word, "But the Hua government is different." "Are you brainwashed by the Hua government?" Jack snorted, coldly muttering this before shouldering his bow and slowly making his way around the lake towards the short man nailed to the bamboo pole. Looking at the crystal-clear pool, Haley raised her arm, sniffed the sour smell on her body, and frowned slightly. She then called out to Jack's back, "Jack, I'm going to take a shower. Can you keep watch for me?" Jack did not turn around, but casually gestured an okay sign towards her before heading directly to the corpse of the short man to scavenge for supplies. Haley quickly stripped off her clothes and waded into the water, which was shallow enough to reveal her curvaceous figure in the clear depths. Jack donned a pair of sunglasses he had scavenged, and with his flowing long hair, he instantly transformed into a cool and handsome figure. Haley gazed at him with infatuation, feeling an unbidden heat rising within her. She regretted how she had ended up in bed with that guy William and had been caught by Jack on the spot. Seeing Jack standing by the shore idly looking around, she pinched her voice and said sweetly, "My dear handsome Jack, can you come down and wash with me? I need someone to scrub my back." As she spoke, she purposely arched her back, exposing her prominent bosom above the water, her hands rubbing and squeezing. Yet Jack seemed to ignore her, looking around before asking with surprise, "Haley, I noticed there are many animal footprints around the pool, but it's so clean that there's not a single trace of animal droppings. In such a large pool, there isn't even a fish to be seen. Don't you find that strange?" Haley, hearing this, slightly reined in her seductive expression. After serious contemplation, she replied, "Many animals are quite hygienic. For example, my little dog used to never pee indoors. As for why there are no fish here, it could be because the water is too clear, the fish have nowhere to hide, and were likely eaten by nearby seabirds. Furthermore, the terrifying large snake might have eaten all the fish here." Jack shook his head, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, but could not think of a more reasonable explanation. Just then a flock of red-headed sparrows suddenly flew out from the bamboo forest across the way, seemingly startled and flapping in all directions. Then faintly a hearty laughter could be heard. "Someone's coming," Jack whispered, took off his bow, and quickly hid beneath the corpse of the short man, his eyes fixed on the direction the birds had flown. He did not wait for Haley, knowing that if he waited for her to come ashore to hide, both of them would likely be exposed. As long as he concealed himself, well, even if Haley was exposed, he would still have a chance to rescue her. This instinctive combat mentality had been honed from years of their mercenary careers. Seeing that she could not hide in time, Haley simply spread her limbs and lay back in the water, exposing only her face to ensure normal breathing. At first glance, she looked like a corpse drifting in the water. Just as Jack had hidden himself, he saw 5 or 6 people emerge from the bamboo forest. Leading them was the bearded captain. The group chattered and laughed as they exited the bamboo forest, and they were the first to spot Haley floating in the water. Just as they were puzzled, one sharp-eyed member noticed the corpses of the big man and the white man. He immediately shouted, "Boss, there are 2 dead people over there." The bearded captain quickly scanned the ground, and when his gaze landed on Haley's neatly arranged clothes and the bow and arrow partially visible beneath them, it was as if he suddenly understood something. He immediately called out, "There's danger, run." Amidst the shouting, the bearded captain was the first to turn and run. Hearing there was danger, although the others did not understand why, they saw the boss running so fast that they followed suit without a second thought. Once Jack saw everyone had run away, he leisurely stood up from his hiding place and looked at Haley still lying in the water, saying, "All right, they have all fled." Haley slowly opened her eyes while still lying on her back, glanced at Jack, and sighed. When did these guys learn to be so clever? Jack chuckled coldly, put his sunglasses back on, and said, "If you had been dressed while soaking in the water, they might not have run away so quickly. Your clothes are arranged so neatly, how anyone not stupid would know this is a trap." Haley straightened up, brushed her wet hair back a couple of times, and grinned at Jack, asking, "Why didn't you chase after them to wipe them out this time?" Jack lightly coughed and replied nonchalantly, "I was afraid of falling into their diversion scheme. What if I lost you? How would I explain that to William?" Haley initially felt quite happy, but upon hearing the last part, her pretty face immediately clouded over with frost, angrily retorting, "Why do you always bring up things that shouldn't be mentioned? I have nothing to do with William." Then she suddenly remembered Jack catching them in bed together and swallowed the rest of her words. Jack casually picked up a small stone from the ground and skipped it across the water's surface. Then he clapped the dirt off his hands and said seriously, "You may have a point. If we kill them all, what can we use to exchange for Andrew?" Although there were over 100 people on the plane, it was a terrible night when it made an emergency landing at sea. Probably less than half made it to the island. Haley smiled triumphantly and said, "So you believe what I said?" Jack smiled faintly and looked at Haley in the water, saying, "Just wash up a bit. We still need to prepare lunch for those 5 hard-working guys." Haley glanced at the 3 corpses on the shore and frowned, asking, "What about the bodies of those 3? Jack replied indifferently, "The stench of their blood will quickly attract carnivores, so you'd better hurry." Upon hearing this, Haley's expression changed slightly, and she immediately bolted out of the water naked. Her body, curvy and plump, glistened with water, resembling a lotus emerging from the water, exuding a unique charm under the sunlight. Jack unabashedly watched her get dressed, a mischievous smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. 5 people sharing a simple saw worked tirelessly for an entire morning, their hands blistered, yet they managed to gather only 6 bamboo poles. Jean Long glanced at the 2 blisters on his hands and sighed, helplessly addressing Wei Jingsheng, who was resting in the shade of the bamboo, saying, "Captain, at this rate, we can at most do 12 today. What should we do?" Wei Jingsheng looked at his watch and saw that it was already noon. He responded with some resignation, "When they arrive, I will talk to that guy named Jack. If it doesn't work out well, just return a little later, and whatever we manage will have to be enough. After all, we've done our best." Lu Xiangyuan, hearing this, paused from trimming the bamboo branches with his stone knife, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked with a hint of worry, "What if they don't agree?" Wei Jingsheng hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "We'll play it by ear then." Ultimately, in the face of absolute military pressure, he had no clever plans. On this deserted island, a kung fu master armed with firearms was indeed someone he could do nothing about. "Brother Long, let me take over," Ding Dazhuang said, reaching for the saw from Zhan Long. Zhan Long had only been working for a short while, and feeling somewhat embarrassed by Ding Dazhuang's eagerness to help, he was about to refuse when he heard Zhang Weiguo whisper, "Someone's coming." Everyone turned to follow Zhang Weiguo's gaze and saw Jack and Haley slowly walking out of the woods. At that moment, the two were crossing the grassy area between the bamboo and the forest, and Haley seemed to be carrying something that resembled a roasted creature the size of a fox. Since the wind was blowing in their direction, everyone could smell the delicious aroma of the roasted meat from quite a distance, causing them to involuntarily swallow. As the two approached, everyone noticed that the creature's two hind legs were missing, evidently devoured by them. Zhang Weiguo touched the bamboo dagger he had just crafted and walked towards the two. Unexpectedly, Jack reached out to stop him and signaled to Haley, who then brought the roasted meat to Wei Jingxing. "Captain, hey, race your lunch." As she spoke, she glanced at the meager results of the morning's labor and frowned slightly. "Why did you only manage so little this morning?" Wei Jingxing showed her the blisters on his hands, complaining, "The tools are too difficult to use. We have done all we could, and we can't go any faster." Wei Jingxing accepted the roasted meat only to hear Jack shout from a distance, "Captain Wei, you must step it up this afternoon. Remember, 15 bamboo poles, not a single one less." Wei Jingxing snorted coldly, ignoring his unreasonable demands, and directly called everyone to enjoy their lunch. Ding Dazhuang poured some water to clean the sauce, slicing pieces of meat to share. Jack and Haley stood aside, their faces gradually turning sour. However, knowing they relied on these 5 people for the bamboo raft, they couldn't afford to lose their temper and could only watch the others coldly. The 5 of them shared the roasted meat of the unknown animal, and even the smallest eater, Lu Xiangyuan, was only half full, let alone Ding Dazhuang. Wei Jingxing watched Ding Dazhuang enthusiastically gnawing on the meat, his brows tightly knitted. Finally, gritting his teeth, he approached Jack and said in a deep voice, "Is this what you call a hearty lunch? This little bit of food doesn't even fill us halfway. How are we supposed to work on an empty stomach? Also, we've run out of water. We need to fetch some." After speaking, Wei Jingxing's piercing gaze locked onto the two, exuding an air of unyielding authority. Jack, unfazed by his words, smiled slightly and pulled out a small bag of cookies he had just scavenged, handing it to Wei Jingxing. "This is all the food we have. As for water, I can fetch it for you." "You want to fetch water for us?" Wei Jingxing hesitated briefly before shaking his head. "No, we must fetch the water ourselves. You only need to ensure the safety of those fetching water." Seeing his determined stance, Jack felt there was no need for further argument and nodded in agreement. Wei Jingxing's insistence on sending someone to fetch water was merely to familiarize themselves with the routes in the bamboo forest, preparing for future water retrieval. As for the candidates to fetch water, Zhan Long and Ding Dazhuang initially wanted to go, but once they heard they had to remember the route to Yunu Lake, both of them being directionally challenged, backed out. In the end, it was decided that Lu Xiangyuan and Zhang Weiguo would go instead. Wei Jingxing was aware that Zhang Weiguo had been looking for an opportunity to eliminate Jack and his companion. He was somewhat worried that a rash action would lead to disaster, so using the opportunity to pass him a bottle, he whispered, "Weiguo, do not act recklessly, you just follow the plan." Zhang Weiguo nodded in agreement, yet his eyes were filled with a fierce, killing intent. Zhan Long then approached Lu Xiangyuan solemnly and said, "Manager Lu, take care." Lu Xiangyuan rolled his eyes at him and scolded, "Oh, come on, it's just fetching water. You guys are making it sound like a life-and-death situation." Wei Jingxing smiled slightly, but couldn't help but remind the two, "If you encounter danger on the way, you can abandon the water. Your lives are more important." The two nodded in agreement. After placing the water bottle in their backpack, they quickly followed behind Haley, while Jack remained at the back. The 4 of them re-entered the vast bamboo forest. After watching the others leave, Zhan Long silently picked up the saw, approached a bamboo tree, squatted down, and slowly began to cut at the base with both hands. Wei Jingxing held the small bag of cookies, pondering for a long time before finally opening it. Inside, there was a plastic tray with 5 compartments, each containing 2 black cookies with cream in the middle. He distributed 2 to both of them and took his share to start eating. Zhan Long looked at the 2 cookies in his hand and involuntarily swallowed. In the blink of an eye, Ding Dazhuang had already finished both cookies, his speed comparable to that of Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruits. Zhan Long shook his head helplessly at him. After a moment's thought, he handed one of his cookies to Ding Dazhuang. Ding Dazhuang was not polite at all. He quickly stuffed the cookie into his mouth, as if fearing Zhan Long would change his mind and take it back. Perhaps due to hunger, Ding Dazhuang was always welcoming of food offered by others. Zhan Long teasingly watched him as he slowly put the remaining cookie into his mouth and chewed it slowly. Ding Dazhuang, seeing Zhan Long's look of enjoyment, couldn't help but swallow again, then scratched his head awkwardly before picking up the saw to continue cutting bamboo. Wei Jingxing carefully repackaged the 4 cookies reserved for Lu Xiangyuan and Zhang Weiguo, placing them gently in his pocket. Feeling that his body heat might melt the cream in the cookies, he took them out again and placed them in the fork of a bamboo branch, nodding in satisfaction. Though it is said that people die for wealth and birds perish for food on this deserted island, it seems only food and water can make countless heroes bend the knee. A wave of heat swept through and dappled sunlight fell upon the bamboo forest littered with dry leaves. The faint stench of decay combined with the hot breeze made breathing difficult. From time to time, the lazy calls of the red-headed sparrow echoed in the bamboo forest, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Zhan Long raised his arm to wipe the sweat from his face and looked at Wei Jingxing, who was still straining to pull the saw, saying, "Captain, how long have they been gone?" "They should be back soon." He had already asked the same question more than 3 times. Wei Jingxing paused, straightened his back to stretch his waist, fanned himself with his clothes, and glanced at his watch, frowning as he said, "They've been gone for almost an hour. It's about time they returned." Just as the two were speaking, figures suddenly flickered in the distance of the bamboo forest. Ding Dazhuang, who was resting on a section of bamboo, joyfully shouted, "It's them. They are back." Zhan Long and Wei Jingxing looked up simultaneously, only to see Lu Xiangyuan and Zhang Weiguo moving through the bamboo forest, approaching quickly. Yet there was still no sign of Jack and Haley. Zhan Long excitedly waved at the two, and the heart that had been hanging in suspense finally relaxed. However, as the two approached, Zhan Long noticed that Lu Xiangyuan was stumbling as he walked, his fair face drenched in sweat, filled with terror and despair. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked with concern, "Manager Lu, what happened? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Xiangyuan bent over, resting his hands on his knees, gasping heavily, completely ignoring Zhan Long's inquiry. Zhan Long turned to look at Zhang Weiguo closely, and seeing that he was fine, asked, "Brother Zhang, what happened to Manager Lu?" Zhang Weiguo, while wiping the sweat from his face with his sleeve, pondered and replied, "We saw a corpse nailed to a bamboo at Yunu Lake, half of it already gnawed down to the bones by animals. Brother Lu might have been a bit traumatized." As soon as Zhang Weiguo finished speaking, Lu Xiangyuan immediately struggled to wave his hand and said, "Brother, stop talking. It's a disgrace." Zhang Weiguo smiled awkwardly and took out several water bottles from his bag to distribute. Wei Jingxing then handed the biscuits meant for the two to them, saying, "Eat something to settle your nerves. It said that eating sweets can lift one's spirits." Lu Xiangyuan first drank some water, and when he put the biscuit in his mouth and chewed slowly, the sweetness truly improved his mood significantly. Seeing that he had almost recovered, Wei Jingxing asked the two, "Why did only you two come back? Where did those two go?" Zhang Weiguo replied, "Just before we reached here, those two separated from us." After a brief pause, he added, "They might be afraid we would ambush them. Those two are ridiculously cautious." Wei Jingxing immediately exclaimed, "Yes. Therefore we must also act with more caution and care." This statement was largely directed at Zhang Weiguo. Although the counterattack plan was proposed by him, Zhang Weiguo was the most proactive in responding, perhaps because of his high skills and boldness. However, for Wei Jingxing, he only knew that Zhang Weiguo was Lu Changjun's bodyguard and had some skills, but he had never truly witnessed his real strength. But he had seen with his own eyes how Jack killed people. It was clean and swift. Though he had not seen the strength of the other, for judging by Jack's subordinate status in the group, one could infer that their strength must be terrifying. Moreover, what was even more frightening was that they had 2 handguns. Lu Xiangyuan shared the same opinion as Wei Jingxing. As he chewed the biscuit, he mumbled, "Yes, caution is the key to a long voyage. We are facing 5 cold-blooded devils." Zhan Long and Ding Dazhuang simultaneously turned to look at Zhang Weiguo, which made his face slightly uncomfortable. He gave a wry smile, shrugged, and snatched the saw from Wei Jingxing's hand, proceeding to cut the bamboo. As the sun set, the chattering of returning birds transformed the once cool bamboo forest back into a frenzy. Zhan Long gazed at the pile of 12 bamboo poles stacked together and sighed deeply, then leaned against a bamboo somewhat helplessly, saying, "It's been a day, and we've only cut 12. Do we really need to gather 15 to go back?" Hearing this, everyone paused their work and looked at Wei Jingxing, their thoughts clear without needing words. Wei Jingxing glanced at his watch and frowned, saying, "At this time, why haven't those two returned yet?" After a brief pause, he pondered again and said, "Let's take a break for a moment and wait for them for 10 more minutes. If they still don't come back, we will go get water and return to the camp." Just as he finished speaking, Jack and Haley suddenly appeared like ghosts from behind a large bamboo. "Mr. Pilot, thank you for your hard work today." As he spoke, he glanced at the bamboo on the ground and smiled, saying, "Since it's getting late today, let's wrap it up here. We can finish it tomorrow. Do you still need to get water?" Everyone looked at Jack, feeling somewhat baffled. Why had this cold-blooded killer's attitude changed to such humility when the task was not completed? For a moment, aside from Zhang Weiguo, who didn't understand the foreign language and appeared confused. The other four wore expressions of disbelief, unsure of what Jack's intentions were. In fact, Jack also knew that with that broken saw, it was impossible to cut 15 bamboo poles in one day. The reason for assigning the task of cutting 15 was merely to squeeze the capabilities of everyone, leaving them no time to pull any tricks with the saw. As for the change in attitude, it was likely a technique of combining hard and soft approaches. Wei Jingxing stood there in a daze, and after a long while he said, "Of course we need to get some water to take back. Then leave the saw behind, go get water, and rest early. Tomorrow morning at 7, come back here to gather." After Jack finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Zhang Weiguo, who was still standing there holding the saw motionless, because he couldn't understand English. At this moment, Zhang Weiguo's actions undoubtedly appeared provocative to Jack. Haley swiftly took off the bow and arrow she was carrying. While Jack still stood with his hands on his hips, his right hand casually resting on the gun at his waist, ready to draw and shoot at the slightest movement from Zhang Weiguo. It would come down to whether the knife or the gun was faster within 10 paces. Just as the tension escalated, Zhang Long suddenly remembered that Zhang Weiguo did not understand English and quickly stepped forward to take the saw from his hand, presenting it to Jack. Jack watched as Zhang Long turned the saw's handle back before handing it over, nodding in satisfaction. After taking the saw, he recalled how the giant white snake had not attacked Zhang Long and couldn't help but scrutinize him. Under the piercing gaze of Jack, Zhang Long felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but scratch his neck. Knowing that the other party was an extremely dangerous character, he dared not provoke him and quickly returned to his own team. Jack stood there holding the saw, looking at everyone with no intention of leaving. Wei Jingxing hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the other party did not mention transporting the bamboo, he was relieved and immediately called a few people to walk deeper into the bamboo forest. Jack watched as the figures disappeared into the bamboo forest, then immediately began a thorough search of the area where everyone was working alongside Haley. He quietly emerged, and his current search was to check whether Wei Jingxing and the others had used the saw to create any dangerous weapons. Preventing potential dangers and exercising caution were the fundamental reasons why their team had come this far. However, after searching for more than 10 minutes, the two found nothing, leaving Jack feeling both disappointed and somewhat relieved. The disappointment stemmed from wondering why he had made a wrong assumption. The relief came from not having to resort to killing, thus preserving several important hostages. Meanwhile, Zhang Long and the others, led by Lu Xiangyuan and Zhang Weiguo, entered the bamboo forest. After walking for a few minutes, Zhang Long noticed that Jack and the others had not followed, so he took out the scraps of bamboo that Zhang Weiguo had cut away while making the bamboo dagger and tossed them into a pile of low bamboo thickets. His caution allowed the five to escape another danger. They wandered around the bamboo forest and once again arrived at the Yunu Lake. At this moment, the last rays of the setting sun filtered through the gaps in the bamboo forest, casting a shimmering light on the lake's surface, making it appear as if tiny flames were dancing upon the gently rippling water. From a distance, Lu Xianjuan's expression changed oddly as he recalled the half-eaten corpse, unable to suppress a wave of dry heaving. The others were completely captivated by the beautiful twilight scenery and did not notice Lu Xianjuan's unusual behavior at the back. Zhang Long looked at the two massive stones and suddenly felt inspired. He patted Ding Dazhuang's shoulder and asked Dazhuang, "What do those two stones look like?" Ding Dazhuang examined them for a long time and suddenly began to chuckle. Zhang Weiguo asked in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" "Those two stones look like a woman lying by the pond." At this point, he couldn't help but laugh again. The others gazed at the two massive stones again, and they indeed appeared lifelike as he described. Perhaps this was the origin of the name Yunu Lake. Wei Jingxing cleared his throat twice, interrupting their laughter, and turned to Zhang Weiguo to ask, "Where were the corpses you saw earlier?" "Over there." Zhang Weiguo pointed to the left front, but suddenly realized it was completely empty and exclaimed in surprise, "It was right there, I can't be mistaken." Perhaps it was dragged away by some carnivorous animal. Upon hearing about the man-eating carnivorous animal, the muscles on everyone's faces twitched involuntarily. Looking around, a gust of wind rustled the bamboo leaves, and everyone felt as if a ferocious beast was hidden among them, causing their scalps to tingle. Wei Jingxing seemed somewhat tense as he glanced at everyone and said, "We don't need to worry about that now. Oh, let's fetch some water," and quickly returned to the camp. Everyone complied, first drinking enough water, then filling their 2 water bottles, and hurriedly set off back to the camp, guided by the last rays of the setting sun. As they exited the bamboo forest and arrived at the place where they had previously cut bamboo, there was no sign of Jack and Haley. Ding Dazhuang couldn't help but asked, "Do you think the dead people at Yunu Lake were killed by those two?" It was evident that he was referring to Jack and Haley. Zhang Long, seeing no one answer, smiled and said, "It's quite possible. They had said that if they were a minute late, they would kill one person. They were simply stood up, and with such a loud slap to the face, they would surely seek revenge." Taking advantage of the water source lying in wait is undoubtedly the most time-efficient and labor-saving choice. Upon hearing this, Ding Dazhuang felt that Zhan Long's analysis was very reasonable, and Wei Jingxing and the others silently nodded in agreement. After pausing briefly, the group crossed the grassland between the bamboo forest and the woods heading towards the camp. As darkness fell, the woods became even more dim due to the cover of trees. The five were tired and hungry, and none had the mood to chat, each silently moving forward. Suddenly, the person at the front, Zhang Wei, was stopped and gestured for the other four to halt as well. Wei Jingxing, who was closely following him, immediately asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Zhang Weiguo looked ahead and whispered, "There are two people up ahead, and one of them seems to be carrying someone on his shoulder." As soon as he spoke, the other four immediately turned tense and looked ahead, faintly seeing two white figures flash and then disappear into the grass. Due to the darkness and being in the woods, if the figures hadn't been wearing white clothes, they would have been hard to spot. Wei Jingxing made a shushing gesture to everyone and then quietly inquired, "Should we go take a look?" Everyone was both curious and a bit scared, fearing that it might not be two people, but rather spirits lurking in the woods. Yet considering that there were five of them and one was a martial arts expert, curiosity took over and they stopped hesitating. The five crouched down simultaneously and stealthily approached the place where the figures had disappeared. "Bro, don't go, I'm exhausted." "Oh, let's just do it here." A young voice came from the bushes, speaking in very standard English. Upon hearing this, the tension in everyone's hearts relaxed, as it was just two people. Then another slightly aged voice said, "All right then, let's do it here." Immediately after, they heard a heavy object hit the ground, and the older man's voice said, "Be gentle, oh, don't mess it up before we even get started." The young voice immediately replied with a laugh, "Yeah, this time we should play for several days, don't let it end like last time so quickly." The older man's voice growled fiercely, "It's all that little girl's fault for biting me." Hearing this, Zhan Long immediately thought of the tragic fate of the Chinese girl. Could they be the ones responsible for her death? With this thought, he couldn't help but clench his fists and his heart began to race. Wei Jingxing seemed to have sensed the problem as well and immediately gestured to the others to encircle them. The other four understood and quietly surrounded the two who had completely lost themselves in their conversation. Zhan Long cautiously peered in, faintly seeing a petite body lying on the ground which appeared to be a woman. On either side of her crouched a man in white clothing, one of whom seemed to be unbuttoning the woman's clothes. The observing man said, "Bro, should we wake her up first? Doing this feels like desecrating a corpse. It's not fun at all." The man unbuttoning paused and said, "I can only knock people out. I don't know how to wake them up." The observing man scratched his head and said, "Hey, I only know that water can wake someone up, but we don't have any water left." The man unbuttoning suddenly smirked and said, "How about trying to pee on her?" Zhan Long's heart raced at this suggestion. If he didn't act soon, it would be too late. He glanced anxiously at the hidden group, inwardly worried, why hasn't the captain given the signal to act yet? Zhan Long understood his limited abilities and dared not act rashly. Just as he was secretly anxious, he suddenly saw Ding Dazhuang, whose figure resembled a black tower, leap in front of the two with a grin and said, "I have a way, let me give it a try." Faced with Ding Dazhuang's sudden and ghostly appearance, the two shouted in unison and jumped up from the ground. When the two saw that only Ding Dazhuang was present, their spirits were instantly lifted. The man who had been unbuttoning his clothes immediately shouted angrily, "Who are you? What do you want?" Hearing the voice, it was indeed the man with the hoarse tone. Ding Dazhuang laughed heartily and said in a strange tone, "I am here to take you to meet Yin Wang." Ding Dazhuang had personally participated in burying that female comrade, and upon hearing the conversation between the two, he couldn't help but jump out. He was determined to fulfill his promise and avenge the tragic death of his comrade. Yin Wang. Who is he? The two foreigners likely did not know the story of this king of the ancient underworld popular in China and were a bit bewildered. Ding Dazhuang chuckled and said, "Once you go to the underworld, you will know who he is." As he spoke, he swiftly reached out and grabbed the neck of the young man in front of him, then shouted, lifting him up with one hand. The horseman had never seen such a strong individual and screamed in fright, turning to run. Unfortunately for him, he was running directly towards Zhang Weiguo's ambush position. Seeing him run, Zhang Weiguo did not hesitate to step out and kicked him with a spinning motion. The horseman felt his path blocked and instinctively raised his arms to defend. Zhang Weiguo saw him take the hit and could have feigned a move to change his attack direction, but he intended to test the opponent's strength and continued to kick with all his might. With a loud bang, Zhang Weiguo kicked the horseman backward. Just as Zhan Long burst out from his hiding spot, he felt a shadow flash before him and was heavily knocked to the ground, fortuitously being pinned underneath. Zhan Long cursed inwardly. Before he could react, he felt a chill at his throat as an unknown metallic object pressed against it. He had been subdued. The horseman shouted loudly, "Don't come closer, or it'll kill him." No one expected that after being kicked, he would react so sharply. Due to the darkness, no one could see clearly what he was holding, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The horseman, seeing that he had stunned the crowd, slowly stood up while controlling Zhang Long. He shouted at Ding Dazhuang, "Let my brother go." Zhang Long never expected to become a hostage, making his teammates hesitate. Embarrassed and angry, he mustered his courage and said, "Don't worry about me, kill them." Since Zhang Long spoke in Chinese, the horseman couldn't understand and thought he was begging for mercy. He shouted loudly, "Quickly let my brother go, or I'll kill him." Perhaps due to nerves, or because Zhang Weiguo's kick had hurt him, his arms were trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Long's mind raced, suddenly recalling a move from his childhood training in ground attack boxing called King's Unarmored Strike that seemed capable of breaking the current deadlock. But with his current physical condition, he was utterly unable to execute it, and could only regret being so lazy over the years that he had neglected to take care of his body, leading him to this predicament. "First let our people go. I will then let your brother go. How about that?" Ding Dazhuang, fearing the horseman might hurt Zhang Long in a fit of rage, initiated conversation to calm him down. As he spoke, he had already placed the young man on the ground, but his hands remained firmly controlling him. At this moment, Zhang Long had calmed down and seriously assessed the metallic object pressed against his throat. It was not very sharp or a lethal weapon, and he immediately formulated a plan. The horseman glanced at the unconscious woman on the ground, and then turned to Ding Dazhuang, who stood like an iron tower swallowed hard, and said, "First let my brother go. I'll count to 3 if you don't let him go." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Long seized the moment when he unconsciously looked at Ding Dazhuang to suddenly grab the metallic object. Due to the horseman's arm having just taken Zhang Weiguo's kick and still being partially numb, he had no reaction. By the time he realized the weapon was being grasped, it was already too late. Zhang Long twisted hard with both hands and snatched the weapon away. Seizing the moment of the opponent's surprise, he quickly ran towards Zhang Weiguo. The horseman quickly reacted, shouting loudly and chasing after him, but he only took 2 steps before sensing something was wrong and turned to run back. Facing the crowd's assault had already thrown him into a state of confusion. Just as the horseman turned to flee, Zhang Weiguo arrived in a flash, sweeping him off his feet with a kick. Before he could even get up, Wei Jingsheng quickly stepped forward, placing a foot on the back of the horseman's neck, pressing his head firmly into the grass. Zhang Weiguo untied the shoelaces of the 2 men, while Wei Jingsheng helped him, and Lu Xiangyuan assisted Ding Dazhuang, binding their hands behind their backs to 2 stout trees. At this moment, Zhang Long examined the weapon he had seized and found it to be an oversized key. After some thought, he decided it might be useful in the future and placed it in his backpack. He then went to assist the unconscious woman, feeling a sense of familiarity with her aura and appearance. Upon seeing her head full of little braids, Zhang Long couldn't help but be shocked. "Cold Bingbing, is this person really Cold Bingbing?" Zhang Long hurriedly adjusted her head to face him, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed Cold Bingbing. He checked her breathing, which seemed normal, indicating she might have just fainted. However, when Zhang Long tried to wake her up using various methods, he was unable to rouse her. Feeling a surge of anger, he suddenly rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of kicks at the 2 bound to the tree, causing them to scream in pain like slaughtered pigs. Although Zhang Weiguo had participated in hunting the 2, he did not understand English and was unaware that they had not only kidnapped Cold Bingbing, but were also likely the culprits behind the brutal murder of their compatriots 2 days ago. Seeing Zhang Long kick fiercely at the 2's groins, he quickly stepped forward to grab him, frowning and saying, "Stop kicking or someone will die." Zhang Long angrily retorted, "Do you know who these 2 guys have kidnapped?" Zhang Weiguo, who had been busy tying the 2 up, hadn't noticed Zhang Long's attempts to wake Cold Bingbing and hurriedly asked, "Who are they?" "From our team." Zhang Long nodded and said, "Indeed, they have kidnapped Professor Lung's granddaughter, Cold Bingbing." Ding Dazhuang added, "Moreover, the female corpse we discovered 2 days ago is likely also something they are responsible for." Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo immediately cursed fiercely. He stepped forward and kicked the groins of the 2 once more. His kicks were much stronger than Zhang Long's. Before the 2 could even scream, they fainted from the pain. "Stop hitting them, let's ask them questions first." At this point, Wei Jingsheng stepped forward to dissuade them. Zhang Weiguo halted his foot, but couldn't resist slapping the horseman a few times before finally stopping. Wei Jingsheng said, "They are currently unconscious. Hitting them now only hurts your hands and does very little damage to them. Let's wake them up first." Zhang Weiguo responded with a grunt, stepping forward to pinch the man's philtrum, pressing for a long time, yet the man remained as still as a corpse, his head drooping without a movement. Zhang Long seemed to sense something amiss, sneering as he spoke to Zhang Weiguo. "If he can't wake up, just kill him directly." However, he spoke in English, and when Zhang Weiguo, who couldn't understand, looked at him in confusion, the man suddenly let out a surprised sound and woke up. As he made a sound, the young man also stirred awake. Indeed, both of them were just pretending to be dead. Zhang Long immediately rushed forward, grabbing the man's hair and angrily demanding, Tell me, what did you do to the girl on the ground? The man grimaced, trembling as he replied, We only knocked her out. We hadn't had the chance to. His voice trailed off to a whisper. He could barely hear himself. He knew that if he spoke the truth directly, he would inevitably face another beating, so he forced the rest of his words back down. Jean Long gritted his teeth and asked again, A few days ago, did you guys kill a girl from Hua country who wore glasses and had red hair? The man immediately widened his eyes in terror, his body involuntarily shivering. He understood that Jean Long's question meant he had heard their earlier conversation, but if he admitted it, their fate would likely be sealed. But if he didn't admit it, they had already overheard their conversation. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, the young man coughed a couple of times and loudly said, We did kill a girl, but she didn't wear glasses and her hair wasn't red. Hearing this, the man suddenly seemed to wake up from a dream, quickly echoing, Yes, we killed a white girl. She certainly wasn't one of you Hua people. Jean Long and the others could see that the two were lying, but for the moment, they could not find a way to refute them. Ding Dazhuang, in a rush, was about to step forward to take action again. Jean Long stopped him, sneering at the man as he said, A white girl. Is she a tall girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in all blue? In fact, there was no such person on the plane. As Jean Long said this only to set a trap, and as long as they fell for it, he would bury them without negotiation. Yes, she was a blonde girl. The man in a panic indeed fell into Jean Long's trap. Wei Jingsheng and the others had been watching quietly. Initially, they did not understand what Jean Long meant, but when the man followed his lie, everyone understood. This was a classic case of deception and warfare. Liar! Jean Long suddenly shouted, grabbing the man's hair with his right hand and forcefully pushing the man's head hard against the tree trunk, sternly saying, To tell you the truth, there was no such person on the plane. The man was stunned for a few seconds, seemingly realizing that Jean Long was trying to deceive him, but having already spoken, he could only grit his teeth and say, There were so many people on the plane, it's just that you didn't notice. Stop wasting time with him, just kill him already. Ding Dazhuang said this in English, evidently intended to intimidate the two. Upon hearing this, the man trembled violently again and immediately begged, Big brother, spare my life. I. He opened his mouth wide, gasping heavily, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. Faced with the threat of real death, he was so frightened that he could hardly breathe. Some people are like this. When they hold the life and death of others in their hands, they become cruel and tyrannical demons, but when the roles are reversed, they turn into pitiful, lowly creatures. Jean Long released his grip on the man's hair and wiped the sweat from his hand on the man's shoulder, smiling as he said, Don't be afraid, we are not friends with that red-haired woman wearing glasses. On the contrary, we have some grievances. After a slight pause meeting the man's doubtful gaze, he continued, During the chaos on the plane, she stole a bag of ours which contained a disc that is very important to us. We only want to get the disc back. Clearly, Jean Long's latter statement was pure fabrication, a means to make the situation more tangible, simply to increase credibility and lure the man in. Indeed, the man's gaze began to waver. Jean Long smirked slightly, continuing, If you don't hand over the disc, don't blame us for being ruthless. Having said that, without giving him any time to think, he loudly instructed Ding Dazhuang in English, Dazhuang, make your move. Ding Dazhuang understood immediately and responded. As he rolled up his sleeves, he slowly walked towards the man. His massive frame, like a dark tower, loomed over the man, making him feel as if a heavy mountain was pressing down, leaving him feeling cold and hopeless. Ding Dazhuang spread his legs apart and swung his arm in a circle. His fist, as large as a bowl, was rushing straight towards the man's face. The man, terrified, closed his eyes and shouted desperately, She doesn't have the disc, only a wallet. We really don't know about the disc. Before he could finish, Ding Dazhuang's punch had already landed solidly on his cheek. First came the sound of the fist striking flesh with a pop, almost simultaneously followed by the dull sound of his head hitting the tree trunk, and finally a scream that pierced the night sky from the man. Had it not been for the darkness, one would have surely seen his nose broken and his face covered in blood. To everyone's relief, the truth of the matter had finally come to light. These two were indeed the true culprits behind the murder of the red-haired girl. In light of Jean Long's actions, Wei Jingsheng looked at him with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangyuan was secretly pleased, believing that recommending Jean Long to take over his managerial position was indeed the right choice. Jean Long returned to Wei Jingsheng's side and asked solemnly, Captain, how should we handle these two? Wei Jingsheng furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at everyone just about to speak, when Ding Dazhuang stepped forward angrily and said, Is there even a need to ask? Of course they should pay for their blood with their own blood. Jean Long quickly tugged at Ding Dazhuang's clothing, signaling him to hold his tongue. These two had brutally murdered their compatriots, and everyone present surely wanted them dead. However, they were still ordinary people. Fighting was one thing, but when it came to killing, even if the other party deserved it, they had no direct grievance against these two. To kill openly in front of everyone who knew what kind of trouble, or even prison time it might bring them back in Hua country. So to kill or not to kill? How to kill? Zhang Long hoped that as the captain Wei Jingsheng would make the decision. Just then Zhang Wei was suddenly asked, "Are these two really the murderers of that girl?" Lu Xiangyuan immediately nodded in affirmation and recounted how Zhang Long had tricked the other party into admitting to the murder. Zhang Weiguo, having practiced martial arts since childhood and lacking formal education, spoke with righteous indignation after hearing Lu Xiangyuan's words. "What is there to consider about this matter? Just kill them directly. If you are afraid of getting involved, I will take action." He completely embodied the spirit of a chivalrous warrior eager for justice and quick to repay kindness and enmity. Wei Jingsheng quickly waved his hand to stop him, saying, "If we are to act, we must do it together as five." It seems Wei Jingsheng understands that there are no walls without ears in this world. Only when 5 people are in the same boat can this matter be concealed to the greatest extent. Ding Dazhuang asked impatiently, "How can we act together?" At this moment, he was so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back, eager to resolve the situation quickly and return to camp for a meal. Indeed, how can we consider it as acting together? Everyone fell into deep thought. At that moment, time seemed to freeze and the entire world became eerily silent. Aside from the faint wails of the weathered man, the once bustling sounds of insects in the forest suddenly vanished without a trace. Ding Dazhuang suddenly chuckled and said, "How about we take turns slapping him until we beat him to death?" Zhang Long smiled helplessly and said, "Do you really enjoy slapping people? Aren't you afraid of hurting your own hand?" Ding Dazhuang awkwardly scratched his head and added, "Then, let's kick him, all 5 of us kicking at once. I guarantee we can send him to the underworld in just a few kicks." The other 4 exchanged glances and felt that this was indeed a viable plan. Wei Jingsheng lightly cleared his throat, just about to speak, when he suddenly heard a rush of wind above resembling the sound of countless wings flapping simultaneously. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they turned their heads toward the direction of the sound. In the dark woods, a shadow was swiftly approaching them, sending chills down their spines. Before the others could react, the shadow lunged straight for the weathered man, followed by a piercing scream from him as his body twisted violently. Since Ding Dazhuang was closest to the weathered man and had a clearer view, he saw him stagger and quickly retreat 2 steps, exclaiming, "Oh my, it's a vampire bat." His voice was filled with extreme fear and unease towards this creature. Perhaps due to the weathered man's bloodied face from his injuries, all the vampire bats suddenly swarmed towards him. In an instant, the weathered man's body was covered in vampire bats, and at a glance it seemed as if his body had swollen to more than double its size. Then some of the bats also landed on the young man, and more vampire bats were astonishingly converging from all directions. Wei Jingsheng's heart raced, and even though he was quite brave, he was drenched in cold sweat from the horror unfolding before him. As the weathered man and the young man continued to wail, everyone snapped out of their extreme fear. Wei Jingsheng waved his hand urgently, saying, "Everyone run." The first to regain his senses, Zhang Long, had already picked up the cold, lifeless body from the ground. Before Wei Jingsheng finished speaking, he had already dashed out, followed closely by Ding Dazhuang and Lu Xiangyuan. Zhang Weiguo and Wei Jingsheng deliberately lagged a few steps behind to cover for the others. Originally, those vampire bats were all flying towards the weathered man, but as soon as the 5 of them moved, a small portion immediately flew towards their fleeing direction. Zhang Weiguo hurriedly took off his backpack and waved it, knocking down several of the vampire bats that were flying in front, but even more continued to swarm towards them. Wei Jingsheng initially wanted to find a decent weapon from the ground, but due to the darkness he glanced around and found nothing useful other than trees and weeds. He could only stand beside Zhang Weiguo with the 2 water bottles in hand. As he watched the swarm of vampire bats closing in, he felt a surge of despair and indignation. The most deadly aspect of these bats was not how much blood they drained, but the hundreds of viruses they carried. Once bitten on this deserted island, it would be a near certain death. Just when the 2 were in despair, they suddenly heard a strong wind sweep overhead, knocking down the dozens of vampire bats to the ground. When the 2 looked closely, they found that Ding Dazhuang was wielding a thick branch like an oversized broom, sweeping away the attacking vampire bats. Although most of the vampire bats that had fallen to the ground lost their ability to attack, a small portion of the lightly injured ones stubbornly flapped their wings and charged at the crowd. If it weren't for the harsh sounds they made, one might not have even noticed them in the darkness. Ding Dazhuang anxiously shouted to Wei Jingsheng and Zhang Weiguo, "You 2 hurry and go, I will hold them off for you." In this life and death moment, Ding Dazhuang's action undoubtedly moved the 2 greatly. After all, they were merely strangers who happened to be on the same flight. In the face of great danger, it is already commendable that they did not hinder each other or engage in self-serving acts, let alone such a brave act of risking oneself to save others. Wei Jingsheng felt a warmth in his heart and immediately said, "Xiao Ding, don't get caught up in the fight. Preserving your life is the most important." He knew that with just the 2 water bottles in his hand, staying behind wouldn't help much. But as the team leader, he was reluctant to retreat while being sheltered by others, so he stood behind Ding Dazhuang, intending to lend him a hand. Seeing Wei Jingxing not leaving, Zhang Weiguo felt embarrassed to run off alone, so he stood side by side, with Wei Jingxing fully alert. Ding Dazhuang waved the branch, and from the corner of his eye he noticed the 2 had not left, so he urgently shouted, "Don't worry about me, you 2 hurry, and go, we'll be right behind you." Seeing his firm tone, the 2 were afraid that staying might hinder him, so after exchanging glances they turned and followed Zhan Long and Lu Xiangyuan. Ding Dazhuang swatted left and right with the branch, creating an impenetrable defense, and in an instant he knocked down over 10 more vampire bats before hoisting the branch and moving towards the others. Behind them, the heart-wrenching cries of the 2 echoed intermittently. This time it seemed those 2 would find it hard to survive. Haha, this saved the others from having to act. As Zhan Long carried the cold, lifeless body, even with Lu Xiangyuan leading the way in the darkness, he was not running fast due to exhaustion and hunger. If it weren't for the fact that he was carrying a beautiful girl weighing less than 100 pounds, and the inexplicable excitement brought on by the 2 soft lumps swaying with his movements, he would have collapsed by now. Wei Jingxing and Zhang Weiguo caught up in just a few minutes. Zhan Long, hearing footsteps behind him, was about to turn back to look when he suddenly felt the cold head hanging on his shoulder had seemingly lifted. Is Bing Bing awake? This thought had just formed in his mind, and before he could feel happy, he saw that the cold arms that had originally hung in front of his chest suddenly moved. The right arm wrapped around Zhan Long's neck, while the left arm bent inward, hooking onto his right wrist, both arms exerting force simultaneously, creating a chokehold.